No, that was
Okay,
a
then-
made-up beer.
Okay.
I'm Laverne, Shirley. All right, can we get to the dumbest of the day, please? All right, Curtis, we listen to everything that happened.
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from beautiful and safe Brighton, Massachusetts.
It's go time.
You're a cool hill man.
The Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing.
White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
Men are actually injecting saline into their testicles to temporarily enlarge them.
Aren't you enlarging the wrong thing?
Yeah.
They are maxing. They're interested in maxing everything, apparently,
Yeah.
Curtis. And so they want to have big, gigantic nuts.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fan. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
I will be pounding the Megan Hotelinis tonight, along with my.
Does that right?
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Does the
Can't
size
say-
of a nuts matter?
No,
right.
not at all. If anything, if that area is enlarged, I'm gonna be like, are you okay?
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime. Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go time.
The games begin.
Let's go.
Let's go! Tick, tick, boom.
From Cape Cod, happy Friday. We are, you guys are awesome. We are at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth. Roadshow number 2. How is everybody? Everybody alive and okay this morning?
Little bit anxious,
Okay.
doing okay though.
All right,
I'm
good.
gonna get through it.
You enjoyed your own drink last night.
I
think,
enjoyed
yes.
many of my own drink. I
Yes.
don't know if that's like very arrogant of me. I
Ah.
also shouted to Wiggy that we should do shots.
Oh,
at,
my God.
that
Yeah.
we did.
At about 9 o'clock, and
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that. I
We
don't
did
know
them.
why I did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good, though. Good call. Megan, that was a hell of a call on that one.
That's on you.
I turned to the wrong person because I think if I had turned to anyone else and I was like, we should go do shots, they'd be like, no. You're waking up at 4:15 tomorrow. But I
Yeah.
turned to Wiggy and he was like, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And
Yeah.
the bartender did an amazing job. But what was it?
It was something with schnapps in it.
It wasn't green tea. Oh, white tea.
It was
the
Yeah.
white tea
Oh,
shots.
white
They
tea.
were really good.
You didn't like it.
Yeah, no, I loved it.
Yeah.
And listen, remember my mama was white,
Right.
And
and I loved her.
We each have Italian moms, Wigs.
Yeah.
we had a great night last night.
Oh, man.
Awesome time at the Trading Post. And
Yes.
just everybody who came out last night, thank you. It was awesome to see everybody. And we got to watch a couple games last night,
Yep.
hang out, and have some pizza. And
Yep.
it was great.
I had some pizza. That I will say.
Yes. What were your toppings of choice last night?
I always go with the original mushroom and onion,
Yeah.
but I did try the buffalo chicken
Yeah.
pizza.
Yeah.
And then there was a pepperoni with a hot honey sprinkled on it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
That's Mego's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
like
what
that?
I
You
ordered.
like
Yeah,
that,
so it
huh?
was
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
I feel like those pizzas are deadly, though, Bob Pizza, because you could just eat like 2 or 3 of them like they're going out of style. And I'm not talking slices. I'm talking about the whole personal pizza.
Well, that was your one meal of the day.
That
so
was it. I said that I didn't
matter.
eat anything. I was sitting in traffic for 2 hours. I couldn't. I was getting ready to eat the steering wheel.
If anything was going to test the GLP-1, it's a bar pie.
Yeah.
Because those things, it requires such discipline. Because it's like the fun size, but it's pizza.
Yeah.
And it's so good, and it's so much better. I don't know what it is. It's like the proper amount of grease.
Well,
the crust is actually great. I'm not usually a big crust guy.
I don't know if it's right or not, but they say it's the pans. Like, you have to go and get old pans that have cooked like 1,000 pizzas before.
Huh.
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's how I view my skillet.
But it's awesome to be here. You guys are great for being here bright and early this morning. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we got a lot to get to on the show this morning. Are the Knicks going to win this series?
Yes.
It's going to really annoy me.
It's just a matter of how many games.
Yeah.
I think it bothers me most because of the celebrity fans. Like Jason Bateman was there last night.
Yep, him and Ted Lasso. What the hell's his name?
Jason Sudeikis?
Yes. It's sitting right now. It's just and it's not just the celebrity.
You know what?
fans.
Maybe that's the last quotable show or movie because people do quote Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
People do quote.
Sorry,
Ted Lasso
carry on,
a lot,
Wicks.
Yeah, no, and it's not just it's the regular fans too. They're New Yorkers are so obnoxious anyways. Like they feel like they built America and they're so obnoxious. So now we got to listen to the fans and talking. I was praying Cleveland won, but I think when Cleveland blew that lead in the first game, it just took something out of them. It took their soul out of them. And now I'm with you, Mego. It's just how many games before the Knicks win.
I love Jalen Brunson, though.
Yeah,
I know. I'm telling you.
We have like 14 or 15 assists last night.
And I think the Cavs just turned around and they were like, oh, my God, wait, we're the team with James Harden.
Yes.
We're not going anywhere. Oh, no. We thought that.
Like James Harden.
So bad.
God bless his soul, but he doesn't. He stands at center court and just turns around.
Yeah.
Like that's the entirety of his game.
Yeah, and then
offense or defense, he just turns around.
And he dribbles the leather off the basketball. It's like once it goes into his hands, it's a literal black hole you will not see. And Donovan Mitchell's obviously their best player. That's why, from the Celtics standpoint, I would keep my eye on Jared Allen and Evan Mobley because. Does LeBron, we talked about LeBron, and Mego made a great point. I was wrong with where he's a free agent. Does LeBron say, I'll go to Cleveland for that one last ride? Because Cleveland's in this position the last 4 years since they've had Donovan Mitchell. They've been the team every year. It's like, okay, they're getting over the hump and they're going to be able to go to the NBA Finals. So is LeBron potentially landing in Cleveland? If not,
I think it's a 100% he's going to the East, right? Like
I would imagine
it's a far easier ride
if he wanted to win a championship, and so that's why I talk about Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, because if you're the Celtics and you're looking for a big that can play offense, those two guys kind of like disappear there, So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Cleveland and LeBron in the offseason.
Well, no shock here. He's dragging it out. I think when we get to, they said it at 7:20, we will hear from LeBron on decision 2.0.
Oh, boy.
Or what.
Isn't that funny, though?
He hasn't decided yet what he's going to do.
Really, guys, though, isn't it funny how much, to me at least, how much our athlete culture and just media culture have changed so much, where now anytime that an athlete does anything of note, whether it's coming back from an injury, winning a championship, they have a whole docuseries, documentary, whatever, all about it. Back when LeBron did that whole it was ESPN, right?
Yep.
Where he did the whole decision and it was this big deal. He made it into a whole show and people were so disgusted by him. They were like, oh, this is horrible. I just think it's changed so much since then.
No, but people didn't have their own streams. There was no such thing as Jaylen Brown streaming.
Now if someone did that, they'd be like, why are they doing that on ESPN? Why don't they just do it on their YouTube channel?
Right. Yeah. But it is smart of the athlete. I mean, I heard Gronk. I forget where he was talking, and he just talked about how he never spent any of his game checks, and
that is the biggest myth. How the notion that
what do you mean? You don't believe him?
Of course not.
Well, because
then why is he saying that? He's just trying to sound like some responsible kid from Buffalo?
Bingo.
Well, no, because I think especially when he played today's era, these guys can make so much money from endorsements and their streams and their platforms or doing different things like that, docuseries, where they don't have to spend their game checks and they don't have to spend their professional sports money.
Wiggy, what day did it hit weekly for 16 weeks for your $5 million? What day?
It hit every Tuesday is when you got paid.
So let's say he's making $16 million.
Yes.
He got $600K or $450K popped into his checking, and he just said, "Here you go, bank manager. I don't want to touch any of this." I mean, give me a break.
Because you know who else? You know, there's been Marshawn Lynch was on a podcast. I think he was on Dominic and Sue's podcast talking about it.
I'm glad Dominic and Sue has a podcast. The country has been clamoring for it.
But a lot of these athletes, if Gronk is getting $1 million deal to do a commercial, or
the agent gets 30% of the commercial, they get 3% of the contract.
No,
right?
not in the world of 10% is the max they get.
Okay, so then the agent gets 3% of the contract. They get 10% of the ad deal.
No, the agent don't get no money when it comes to endorsements. It's only your manager who gets money.
Well, whoever gets it, they get far more of the per cut than they do of your actual salary.
So you're figuring if Gronk gets, and Gronk is one of those guys, say he gets $1 million, he lives off of that. He never touches his game check.
Okay. So where does the money go? Into some account like a blind trust?
No, it goes into, he probably got like a money marketing account.
I mean, if he did, it's great. I mean, I think he's doing okay financially. It's just one of those things that people just say and repeat without any evidence of it actually.
Well, he says it.
No, I know.
So like it's not like
I'm
people
6'6".
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys. Marshawn Lynch says it. I think there's been a lot of.
He just eats Skittles.
Hey. Well, if I believe that to be true, but I think the point I'm trying to make is because of these platforms and because of maybe LeBron James and the decision that these guys are able to really capitalize off the court, field, whatever they're playing.
I'm just thinking, have you started to explore the grandpa endorsement space?
Ooh.
I am looking for anything.
Grandpa influencer.
Yeah.
This cake from Wiki brought to you by Werther's Original.
Hey, I'll rock.
Well, never mind Werther's,
Yeah.
but I mean they do make a great butterscotch candy. But like, what about Depends?
I'll rock Depends and compression socks all day long.
Compression
Ben-
socks.
Yes.
Ben-
Toe.
What about Ben
Gold-
Gay?
Yeah.
Ben Gay, I'll
Ben
do that.
Gay, they'd probably be interested.
Hold the bet.
Hey, if the price is right, I'll sell anything. Believe that.
Right.
I mean, it's probably an untapped market.
Hey,
You don't see a lot of grandpa influencers
Nope.
on Instagram, really.
No, but
you don't.
I could definitely dive into that world. My mother said there's no such thing as bad money.
Or the special sneakers that you just can slip on. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
have
Oh,
to-
Skechers.
Yeah.
Those
yeah,
are great.
you don't have to bend over to tie
Can't
them.
do that. That's Howie Long's lane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's probably got that thing cornered. I see him doing Skechers
Yeah,
commercials.
but never mind. Scott. What about like orthopedics? Like the
There you
shoes
go.
with they have like
Rockports, don't Rockports.
they have like the 5-inch heel on them. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And the biggest one for old people, gold.
Yeah,
Everybody loves buying gold.
Rockports.
Heard on Fox News, it's 500 gold.
I never start capitalizing in that market there. That niche.
All right. Well, we are at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth on a Friday morning. It does not feel like Memorial Day weekend because it's, what is it, 40 degrees out here?
I love the heater above us. This is awesome. What a great spot. We lose Canada, we get a better location.
Yeah, this is great. We were here a couple of years ago, but we're outside now.
Upstairs,
So,
yeah.
so we're outside. And we got a lot to get to on today's show, including our leads coming up in about 10 minutes. They said it at 7:20. I mentioned that LeBron James continues to go back and forth on what he's going to do, where he's going to play, whether he's going to play. Can everybody pay attention to me? So we'll get to that and the rest of They Said It coming up at 7:20 this morning. The news with Mego at 8, and I'm sure we'll do guest leads here this morning, so hopefully you brought a lead with you. We are going to talk with Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox, coming up at 9. Do you guys want to get ready for that? So this is how that goes. I go, guys, joining us now, Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox. Okay, good. All right. I think they're ready.
I had nothing to do with that.
I think they're ready.
I do.
Ouch.
Sox are back, though, after a sweep.
Yeah, they are.
Very interesting.
We'll see what happens. Mego made a great point. Like, you're going to get to see what they are. I maybe not even this series, but
No,
certainly.
what they got? Minnesota this
Yeah,
Yeah.
Minnesota this weekend.
And then Atlanta?
But then Atlanta.
Yeah.
Hey, Wiggy, I know you love the Red Sox and Trace. Did you see where he ate last night?
No, where do you eat?
Aria.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, they had the
All right.
post.
Oh, I
so-
hope you got the chicken palm.
All right.
Aria's chicken palm is spectacular, and it's massive.
Yeah.
Is there like a secondary dish that you order anywhere besides chicken parm? Like all due respect, any restaurant that's mentioned, you're like, well, the chicken parm there.
No,
Yeah.
He went to McGonagall's and ordered chicken parm.
You're just figuring this out.
I'm like, you're like,
it's-
it's just like, I'm like, does he even eat there? Is he just saying
You do have the
chicken
vodka
parm?
sauce at table.
Yeah, I do the
Okay.
vodka if I had to, and there was, I always go to, because chicken palm I grew up on, my grandmother used to make the best in the world. And if I have to go to a secondary dish, I go chicken marsala.
Okay.
So if I have to.
Is that the one with the capers?
That's the one
No,
with
that's
the
piccata.
Okay,
yeah,
I
that's
mixed those up.
That's the one like the wine sauce and the prosciutto and the mushrooms in there.
Yeah,
So.
I know that one too. That's a good one.
That's
And
very
he
easy.
famously gets the chicken farfalla at Cheesecake.
Yeah, I do get that at Cheesecake Factory.
What did you try for pizza last night?
I was the one who ordered the pepperoni with the hot honey.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I tried a little bit of the buffalo after 2 martinis. I was like, I think I need to soak a little something more up. I make myself sound so bad with this stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, I give you credit for making us do a shot. Like at the end of the night,
Yeah.
I think that was great. And I think we also shotgunned like a high noon or something. Did we?
Wow,
not do
that's
that?
impressive.
Did you do one of the infusions?
It's all coming back to me.
Yes.
It's all coming back to me now. All right, we're at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth, and here now with what is trending is Mego.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by Butchika's Spring Bike Sale. In the Giannis sweepstakes, how about this for a source? Miami native Chad Johnson, better known as Ocho Cinco, says Giannis is already looking at houses in Miami. As the Bucks have started entertaining trade offers, we can hear from him on the Nightcap podcast.
As I've told y'all, I think during the season, early in the season, that Giannis was already searching for a house down here in Miami. I just didn't want to mess up the conversation. So he will be down here in Miami, and when it does happen, I told you, at my sources, I'm, just for
So, hold on. So Miami getting him and Ja?
I'm not sure about Ja. I'm not sure about Ja's situation, but Giannis is damn near is in the bag.
Okay, it's in the bag according to Ocho Cinco. Wherever he lands, Giannis is expected to command a 4-year, $275 million extension.
What is he working for Century 21 now? Or what?
He's got sources.
Oh, yeah.
Ocho
Okay.
Cinco's got sources. I didn't even know that part about Ja Morant.
Yeah,
but
I didn't either.
That's going to be an interesting team if that comes together.
I mean, it's not like any athlete played anywhere else and moved to Miami, Chad.
Exactly.
It's like, I mean, who don't want to move to Miami that might live in another place? I don't know about that one. Just because they
Okay.
moved there, they're playing for them.
Keep coping, Wiggy. Keep coping.
I am praying.
Summer is on the way, and it's time to get out and ride your bike. Wait, you don't have a bike or your bike is a rusty mess? Head to Butchika's in Salem or Nashua, New Hampshire, and take advantage of their spring bike clearance sale today. Butchika's has everything you need to make this bike season rock. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
All right, it's Roadshow week number 2. We are in Falmouth at the Flying Bridge. Love to see you here this morning. And we will be back with our leads coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and Twins. The men.
What a sacrifice.
I know. It really is. So, first time I haven't seen the man.
Are you going to go to that place that has the $50 mudslides that's closing?
Probably.
Hey, be nice about that.
Yeah,
Why?
about
That's
the
a
gazebo.
tragedy.
It
That's
really
the first place you go to when you step off the ferry.
Yeah, it's a legendary place.
Yeah.
The gazebo.
I think the 1%ers will be just fine.
We are losing more and more of our legendary places.
This is what I was talking about last night after 1.5 martinis, where I was saying
3.5 more likely.
No.
But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, like Flying Bridge is also a great example. These places where we all love the brand new high end stuff that comes in, but you need the local stuff that's been there for decades.
Yeah.
That you can point to and be like, oh yeah, my parents used to go here, their parents used to go here.
Yeah. The old school places. All right, can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? Curtis, what do we got this weekend?
All right. Not great, Bob. Falmouth, right now it's 53. It feels like 43.
A little chilly.
What? Why do we? Whatever. Afternoon high will be 60 degrees. No rain today. No rain tomorrow. Sunday is going to be brutal. It's going to get about a half inch to an inch of rain in the Boston area and down the Cape. Monday looks slightly better. Not great. Mid-60s. So if you want to do something, I would do it today and tomorrow outdoors. Sunday, Monday barbecues may be difficult.
Okay, Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. Go to windowworldofboston.com. We will talk with Sam Kennedy coming up at 9 this morning, and curious about what the organization will say with Sam as the spokesperson about what their intention is going forward, and whether they are going to sit here. See, the excuse they have, or the reason not to do anything, is how bad the rest of the American League is.
Yeah.
So they're only 2 games out of the wild card. So.
And I was reading Shaughnessy today. They are up attendance-wise this year over last by 10,000 fans.
What?
They are?
Yeah.
How? Especially with the crummy weather, you would think nobody's going.
Well, tickets purchased.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I feel like them with the AL being so crappy would be, for me as a fan watching them, this is why you would want to make a move.
But you would think that. But does John Henry, who's driving the bus when it comes to changing the way in which deals are done structurally,
Driving the bus over Sox fans.
Backing it up.
Right.
Does he look at it like this? There's one season left, and then we're going to have. We are assured of having a lockout. So,
well, I think the question becomes, he looks at that, but I think he has to look more at, does he feel like if this team continues to, stay in it and get a little bit better and the pitching does what they do, does he feel like this team, if they make one move, has a legitimate chance of, if they get into the postseason, get into the World Series? And if he doesn't feel that way, then he probably won't spend anything. But you can't say the AL stinks and go, it's
top heavy.
It's not even top heavy.
But it is. You're 11 games out of first place.
No, but the team that is really good, and I heard Jones and Keith talking about this.
I heard this too. Wiggy.
The team that is really good and sits atop of your division, the Tampa Bay Rays. He was like, watching them based on paper, it's not like they have this massive talent.
They don't have power in the back.
Yeah, so the team
the Yankees are 11 or 10 and a half games.
But the Yankees are dealing with injuries.
They're more talented than you, definitely.
Yeah, but they're still. But you can beat the Yankees. You can.
Well,
beat
you played
Tampa
them.
Bay.
You lost all 3.
Yeah, but you can beat them if you get that bat.
My thing with the John Henry quote that we talked about yesterday, Greg, where he said that I thought I would never have to buy another drink in this town. And I wish it dawned on me in real time, but I was driving down yesterday. I'm like, wait, growing up, I knew that the Red Sox manager that won the World Series would be canonized. Like, the guy would never have to buy a drink again. Not only did he win 1, he won 2. And you know who fired him? John Henry.
Yeah.
So, do you have a mirror? And then John Farrell won a World Series, and a year and a half later, you know what John Henry did? He fired him.
Yeah. And
then Alex Cora had the best season in Red Sox history as a manager. Then he got fired. So why is John Henry exempt from the same way that he's been judging his own managers?
I just think that you're going to end up, are they going to be willing to part with, not Duran.
All right.
But if it comes to prospects,
Wait,
I heard.
Why not Duran?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I think they'll be willing to do that.
Yeah.
But I heard Bradfo yesterday on the station talking about Alvarez. Like, yes, if you could get him, it would be amazing. I mean, but and that Theo audio, which is floating around, where Theo is like, it's really hard to do what they've done now, which is get the pitching where it is and get the defense where it is. Like, it's playoff level pitching and defense.
Yeah, I heard that.
I all due respect, I know like Theo is untouchable. Everybody loves him. He's also probably the reason that Craig Breslow remains in the job that he is right now, because he's Theo's guy. But that's great. I think it proves that the plan of as tough as it is to build great pitching and a defensive team, you can't get anywhere if you can't score runs. And that's all people are asking for.
Right.
Like one strong bat. That's all people are asking for.
Yeah. Well, we will talk to Sam Kennedy about just that very thing coming up at 9 on this morning's show. Tom, let's get going with leads.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for the lead.
Maybe that's in honor of Shime, who is enjoying his honeymoon. That is Def Leppard. And leads this morning are brought to you by Subaru. And it is spring, so get out there and get a new Subaru. And that is the way in which you can love your life in a brand new Subaru. To find your local authorized Subaru retailer, go to SubaruofNewEngland.com.
I have a detail about Shime's honeymoon.
Oh, you do?
I hope I can save this.
Yes.
Because I reached out to him. And I said, is there a particular restaurant you guys are going to this weekend where Chris and I could send you guys a round of drinks? To, help
nice.
you guys celebrate.
Very, very nice.
He goes, we don't know. We don't have reservations. I was like, big dog, wasn't it your job to plan out the entire honeymoon?
Yeah.
You had all the ATVs and everything set, the tours set up. You have your golf outing set up.
But didn't he?
You don't have Saturday night dinner set up?
Didn't he give you further information on the round of golf also?
No, I didn't get that.
Oh. Somebody talked to him and said that Lauren was doing a massage.
Oh, yes. Someone did tell us that last night.
Yeah, somebody talked to him, and it was okay.
Okay, she was doing the spa thing?
Yeah, she was at
a massage.
She was at a 4-hour massage.
Holy
yeah, I don't totally buy that. Okay. I think maybe Shime just wanted to go out and play some golf in Hawaii.
Yeah. All right, Tom, you got a lead this morning?
Of course, Mr. Hill. Good morning. That background looks beautiful down there on the harbor. It's beautiful.
Sun is coming up here in Falmouth. It's beautiful. It really, give yourselves.
Good job, Falmouth.
Way to go, Falmouth.
But there is a very interesting sporting event taking place this weekend that I am actually going to be watching. It is the Enhanced Games. It is Olympic-styled events, but all the athletes are on the juice. And I think this is going to be fascinating to watch because I'm of the mindset where as long as everybody's on the juice, why not let them compete in athletic events? It's going to be like swimming, track and field, weightlifting, strongman. I'm all in on the Enhanced Games this weekend.
Yeah. It's Sunday night, right? Is that what?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Yeah. So it's every single person that is participating is embracing steroids.
Is this on TV or is this like a Mr. Beast channel?
I think it's on YouTube.
I think it's
It'll be on
the
YouTube
network.
TV.
I think it is.
I watched this. It was called the late '90s baseball. Like I don't know if I need.
I don't watch the regular Olympics. You think I'm going to watch the Juiced Olympics?
Does anybody think the strongman competition? Remember that on ESPN2 growing up? Like those guys weren't juiced to the gills.
Yeah, but I think this is like swimmers. You think I want to see a musclehead swimming in the pool or something like that? Yeah, okay.
You hate swimming.
The Juiced Olympics. I mean, I guess.
So what are the events? Do they have like the get enraged and choke your neighbor out event?
I got the golden roid rage.
See, we need more like the like from I forget what movie from Friday. I mean, it might have been Friday. We need like the Hood Olympics. See how fast you can run while carrying a television or something like that.
They should have the Hood Olympics in Sherburne.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Well, Tom, you will be watching that. Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna tune in.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Are you looking to see if are you looking at this out of curiosity as to whether you're gonna step into this area?
I mean,
you're
maybe.
thinking about courting the steroids?
It could be. Just get
Is it actual steroids or is it like HGH? Because there's all sorts of different things that
it's
it's not like just the old school.
No,
80s
I think it's
steroids.
everything. Yeah, I think they can do any and everything. So you're liable to see. I don't know. You're liable to see some crazy stuff out there.
Yeah.
Don't a lot of people microdose HGH?
I don't know.
As they get older.
Roger Clemens says his wife does, but
so does Peyton Manning. Wow, what a coincidence!
I don't know. I have no idea. All right, Tom, thank you, and Curtis, good morning.
Good morning. So I have an update on the FIFA watch parties. You ready?
Yeah.
Still no licenses. So according to the Boston Globe today, the FIFA licensing board has still yet to actually hand out licenses to all the watch parties that got whatever it was, millions and millions of dollars in grants from Governor Healy. The Lexington watch party, which to me sounds like an awesome time. I mean, I would love to go to Lexington and watch soccer. Sandaya Iyer is the director of economic development and tourism for Lexington. I guess the Revolutionary War, is that the tourism?
Yes.
To say we're frustrated is an understatement. Iyer is so frustrated by the delay that she recently placed a handmade sign on their website that said, "Give us a license to celebrate soccer." And if that doesn't change FIFA's mind, I don't know what will. So there are 16 host committees. The amount of waste we have of these tourism committees, my God, they just spend the millions of dollars in getting rid of them. They said that there was 7 games that they had at Gillette Stadium that they had been expecting many people to arrive from out of the country. The hotel and bookings for the MBTA are way down.
Yeah.
Hotel traffic has been down 20%, and a fraction, only a third of the 20,000 MBTA tickets that they had arranged for $500 a pop or whatever it was have been sold. And here's the question I have. So they need the license from FIFA to air the game in a large crowd because that impacts viewership, and FIFA's in charge. They have the games. Why wouldn't Governor Healy have first gone to FIFA and said, "Hey, we need licenses for these places before I hand out grants without the license"?
Yeah.
Doesn't that make sense? So why would you just give millions of dollars to the Lexington Tourism Committee of your hard-earned money instead of just saying, "Hey, FIFA guy, we want to do this. Let me know what we have to do, boom, and then we'll do it."
Also, how does FIFA control that?
TV rights.
But I mean, people do NFL watch parties, and they're not paying the NFL for it.
I don't know if City Hall Plaza aired the Super Bowl. I'm sure they'd have to clear that with the NFL.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, hopefully, no offense to Lexington or anybody else, hopefully they take that money and give it to people who actually need it, as opposed to the poor people of Lexington.
But I just love how Governor Healy in every one of these stories just distances herself from it. It's like, well, you handed out the grant money. Why didn't you know that the grant money could be actually used?
Yeah.
Hand me some money. I'll take some people and tours around Boston.
Oh, you will?
Some of the people from Sweden and Switzerland or wherever the hell they're coming
Where
from.
would you take them? You're like, here's a chicken parm.
Yes.
Here's another chicken parm.
There's a chicken parm.
Now wait. Yeah, curveball. This is a chicken marsala.
Yep, we're going to go to Rivera. We're going to go to the Squire.
But
strap in for this one.
One of the best ones, I think it's Brockton. There's a quote from the person in charge of it. He goes, "We can do a celebration, but if you can't watch the game, who's going to show up?"
Yeah.
All right, Curtis, thank you. Round of applause for Curtis and Tom when it comes to their leads. Great job. We are in Falmouth at the Flying Bridge for Roadshow number 2, which is presented by Miller Lite the entire Roadshow season. Also brought to you by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here. Catches Law Group, your attorney, your neighbor since 1986. By Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer. By Land Rover Norwood, where everything is different. By Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water. And by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. And brought to you this road show here in Falmouth, brought to you locally by AZEC and Mid-Cape Home Centers, by Rydell Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and by the Waquasit Resort, which is a beautiful spot down here.
Okay.
That is where our friend Carp is getting married.
Oh, really?
In July.
All right.
Yes. So
Man, I tell you, this where we're staying, the
Oh yeah, we should thank them.
Oh.
Falmouth Tides.
man.
Beautiful.
Beautiful hotel right on the water.
I don't know the last time I was able to stay somewhere where I fell asleep to the sound of actual waves
Yeah.
right outside. Like that is so it's a beautiful place.
It's beautiful. And it's Memorial Day weekend, Cape Cod. Thanks for being here. We will be back with more leads coming up next.
The Red Sox Station.
Friday. We are in Falmouth at the Flying Bridge, kicking off Memorial Day weekend. 1 week from today, we will be in Vermont and at the marina, which is in Brattleboro. And it's been a few years, maybe 3 years, since we have gone up and seen everybody in Vermont for a road show. So
Bernie guest lead.
Maybe we'll try. We'll see if we can get Bernie Sanders or who else? Like, who's famous in Vermont?
Noah Kahn.
The ice cream, Noah Kahn. Yeah, maybe we could get Noah Kahn.
Noah Kahn.
Yeah, maybe.
I can talk to him about his documentary.
Wiggy upset Noah Kahn. Remember that? Wiggy said something bad about him bad about his music.
What did I say about his music?
You said something.
You said it sucked.
Yeah, you said something about his music, and then he tweeted about people who don't respect his music. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, but I thought I said I didn't know who he was.
No.
Is that what it was?
You said something about his music.
Maybe I did.
It's like when Wiggy accused the guy of yellow journalism.
Yes.
And Wiggy didn't know what yellow journalism.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll just get the ice cream guys. What is Ben and Jerry?
Oh,
Ben and Jerry.
Are they on speaking terms?
No, I think they're
a
beefing.
contentious divorce
I
there.
think they're like Hall and Oates. I don't think Ben talks to Jerry. Remember, we had one in a
They have ice cream, full-on ice cream beef.
all on ice cream beef.
Hey, also, I just saw a partner of ours here, Jay Milligan, Attorney Milligan, and said, "Grab a microphone. How are you?"
I'm doing good. Good morning, everyone.
Any tips for driving this weekend from you, Jay Milligan?
Yeah, just be careful. You know, we're obviously out here having a good time, having a few drinks, and as the day progresses, just be careful. You know, obviously Uber, Lyft, good opportunity, but if you're out there and you do get pulled over, you know, just be nice.
Yeah.
That's the most important part.
What about the people who say you don't have to roll your window down when a police officer comes, and then the police officer knocks it out with their baton?
Here's the thing: you're going to come out of the car one way or the other.
Right.
So it's either you're coming out through the window, or you just get out on your own.
So that one doesn't fly.
That one doesn't fly. You know,
Okay,
I like this bridge.
Can I ask a question though? Because this is a serious question too.
You have like 10 people you've been threatening to sue. Go ahead.
No. This is because there are times what happens.
What if your boss makes you work MLK Day?
Do you have to take the field sobriety test?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay.
No. And probably, you know, so the field sobriety test, like you got to stand on one leg for 30 seconds perfectly
Right.
still. I mean, we all have varying levels of balance and coordination. I mean,
I see. I'm
drinks
right,
or no
I'm right
drinks.
Here, I see you looking at me.
Yeah, well,
I couldn't do it. Yeah.
And then you got to walk 9 paces out, turn around, come back. And mind you, you're on the side of the road with cars flying by. And, you know, it's a difficult scenario to do that perfectly. And there's very little margin of error. So, I mean, for the most part,
don't take it.
Don't take them because unless you're confident in your balance, coordination, things of that nature. But
I remember talking to a police officer and said it's damn near impossible for you to pass it even if you are sober because it's so like you said.
Try it right now. Can you stand? How long can you stand on?
And then do the alphabet backwards.
Oh, wait. I can't do the alphabet forwards. You want me to do it backwards? All right. So I have to stand on one leg, right?
No, not like a crane. You got to keep your foot straight out.
Oh, straight out
off the ground, like you're on a soda can.
Okay.
Ground's by side.
You're
No
wobbly.
swaying.
No swaying. Well, guess what? Hey, I played in the league for 8 years.
It is
Copper.
6:49.
All right.
First mentioned
My
today.
left knee's not that great. Now that I have to hold my hands out and touch my nose.
Yeah.
You're very suspect right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, right, exactly.
What did you have for breakfast?
I must have had too many of them Mego hot teenies last night.
All right. Well, Jay, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And thanks for being a part of the show.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Have a nice day. everyone.
We have leads left this morning, including this one from Mego. Mego, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so as I mentioned in trending, if you missed it, Ocho Cinco says that Chad Johnson, who's from Florida, says that, hey, Giannis has been shopping for houses there since during the season. There was also this report from, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, NBA reporter Jerry Wolfell, who says that the Heat have made a trade offer to the Bucks for Giannis. That includes Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez Jr., and Kel'el Ware, as well as the 13th overall pick in this draft and 2 future first-round picks. So quick takeaway for me here is that package doesn't include Bam Adebayo. And to me, that sounds like if the Celtics really wanted to, it is possible they could get a deal done for Giannis without offering Jaylen Brown.
Wow.
Because I don't see how the Heat would actually, if the Bucks are entertaining that offer, would actually take that without Bam Adebayo included. Like, Bam is the piece that you would move for Giannis.
What were the picks?
So it's the 13th in this draft, which is interesting because the takeaway when the lottery picks came out was Miami. Oh, Miami's out of the Giannis sweepstakes because they have the 13th pick, which is too far down to really be considered like that great. And then 2 future first rounders.
Yeah. If you're out of the top 3 in the NBA draft, it might as well be like a
top 5.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
and the future, like in the NBA, you can push it ahead like 40 years or something.
Yeah, pretty
right?
much.
So it's a
and then you can have protected spouses. So.
But even that, like, if you're Milwaukee, you're like, yeah, Miami. Call back when you got a better deal than that. There's no way. Like Tyler Herro's a good player, but there's no way you're giving up Giannis for Tyler Herro. And who's the other guy?
Jaime Jaquez. And then Killa Ware.
But no, would Jaylen Brown Mego want to be on a team with Giannis?
It's a good question because Jalen has said in the past,
Giannis
is a child. Yeah. He doesn't seem to have a friendship with him.
Right. Well,
Tatum has a friendship with everybody, so it's kind of like easier there.
I'm just going to jump into my lead here because I was thinking yesterday on the way down here about whether or not the Celtics are actually, when it comes to spending money, are they going to allow Brad to go outside of the apron? So what do you think? So he bought that team, spent $6 billion on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Wick famously on this show told us about how necessary it was for them to avoid the penalties and to stop spending. Are they really gonna? Because Brad was pissed about the way the season ended. Are they really? Is he really? You're a new owner. You spent a fortune on it. Are you really going to allow him to spend what he needs to spend in order to make this team better?
I think that they took their medicine over the last year. They cut so much that if Brad Stevens brought them a situation, a trade, a free agent, whatever, and it pushed them that far, and he said, this is what it's going to take for us to get back to the finals, how do you not? Because you see what you did last year, and you're in Jason Tatum's championship window. If you're keeping Jaylen Brown there, okay, like you got to push for it now because you see how quickly these windows slam shut. And it already happened once before. You thought you were in a championship window with Kyrie Irving and Gordon Hayward.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that slammed shut and you were able to get back into it.
I mean, I will say
it's not going to be this opportunity forever.
I will say Bill Chisholm seems like he's a fan. Like I know he gets made fun of for his Western Mass whatever.
A fan would not get here and sell off parts.
Celtics fan for life. So you're saying Curtis that no, that he is not gonna allow them.
I don't have much experience in the real world, but I have been around a lot of private equity people. Sick brag. They are not into spending money that they don't have to. They go in ROI, return on investment.
Yeah.
And they made a massive investment. I would be shocked if they got into the tax this offseason.
See, I think
shocked.
The problem with Chisholm, he kind of backed himself into a corner where I think he has to spend because he is such a front-facing owner where he's on the side. He's like your Mark Cuban or is it Steve?
Mark Cuban talked to the media. When was the last time Bill Chisholm talked to the media?
I'm talking to, was it Steve Ballmer? Is that the Clippers owner?
Yeah, and didn't he have a nice chat with you at the airport?
He was lovely. He had a Celtics thing on, and he had AirPods with the or headphones that actually had the string on it.
He is such an owner where he's
cheap.
Like in the game, where he's standing up, he's trying to get the crowd into it. So when
he's throwing out T-shirts.
when you're like that.
Well,
you
hold on.
to answer that question.
I think throwing T-shirts is going to
throwing T-shirts. That shows you.
God, we are
he's
compromised.
Engaged.
Well, no, because what it does.
He had the T-shirt bazooka.
Yeah, but what it does though, it shows the engagement that he has, and if he
hasn't engaged with the fans at all, I haven't heard a word from him.
And if he doesn't do it, then he gets criticized, right? Like I think everybody gives him a pass for this year because it was smart of them to get rid of Porzingis. It was smart of them to get rid of Drew Holiday, and it was smart of them to not pay Al Horford. So you get a pass for this year, but you being on the sidelines, going crazy and doing all this other stuff, you have to answer the questions on why you're not adding to this team.
I just think you too might be disappointed. Like that.
I don't think I'm going to be.
That was my thought.
I'm gonna be.
That was my thought yesterday. Was wait a minute. He just spent all this money.
Right.
And he's as Curtis said, he's a private equity guy.
So you know what I think their money's going to go into? I think their money's going to go into a plan to build a Celtics basketball facility. I think that is the direction they're heading in.
You mean a new arena?
Arena?
Right.
Okay.
That will be where they're directing the resources, and their defense will be, we're making a long-term investment in the financial security of the club where we don't have to pay rent and owe everything to the Jacobs family, and they will use that because the only way they
where is it going to be?
That's just based on your
South Boston.
creativity, right?
It's not based on any reporting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't. Bill Chisholm doesn't talk to the media, so we have no idea what he's thinking.
No, we
don't.
don't.
If it was like Mark Cuban, we'd know what he thought about everything all the time.
But when you look at the way he's invested, just as a fan, you have to answer questions, or you're going to hear the criticism when you don't do anything, but you're standing on the sidelines. Think about all the people that were like, hey, when John Henry showed up and when we play the audio, hey, spend money on anybody, right? You can't be sitting front and center night in and night out and not spend without people chirping and you hearing that.
Yeah.
If he was like a behind-the-scenes owner, then you could go,
Well, that's what I need to know. Is he the kind of guy that is pissed off that the Knicks are going to win this series? Like, are pissed off with that result of that Knicks game last night?
I would think so. If you're up there and you're getting the crowd going and you're high-fiving guys, then either you're really, really a diehard
and
you're passionate, or it's all fake.
Wiggy, I don't know the answer to it. How many games was he at going crazy, whooping it up before he bought the team?
I don't know.
Well, if he's a huge fan and he's a billionaire, why wouldn't he go to all the games?
But this is his baby now, right?
Yeah. But it was always his baby if I'm listening to what you're saying.
But it's different when you now own the team and you are a fan. Now it's like, okay.
But how do you become a bigger fan? You're just always a fan.
No, because now it's put up or shut up because you have control of it.
So you think Donnie Wahlberg's going to be heckling him?
No, I didn't say Donnie.
So he's sitting in front row. Who's going to be going after him?
We'll be criticizing him on the radio.
Wiggy will be there.
You don't think we'll be criticizing him on the radio?
It's fine, but he's never been in the media. Why does he want to sit down and talk about the plan like every other owner we asked for to do
There'll
that?
be people, just like you say, John Henry hears the noise, there will be people that will be criticizing him because you have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, two of the top best players in the NBA.
Do you people see what I have to go through every morning? I have to keep these. I have to keep these two separated.
Scal's going to start a sell the team chant.
Okay. All right. That's Mego's lead and my lead.
Good lead.
We'll get to Wiggy's lead coming up. We are in Falmouth, Massachusetts, on the Cape on the Friday before Memorial Day weekend for a road show. We'll be right back.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show.
multiple hours on the road yesterday. We arrived at the Cape, and we are in Falmouth at the Flying Bridge here this morning. Memorial Day weekend on the way, and Curtis says, okay, not great weather, whatever, it's fine. We'll get warm eventually, I guess.
Yeah.
How long was your drive down?
3 hours
3
yesterday.
hours. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, it was long.
And I find myself just yelling at Ken, and he doesn't hear me in the afternoon. It's this very odd feeling.
We're going to have an opportunity throughout the show for guest leads. So if there's a guest lead that you have, then you're welcome to. I know that guy is looking like he wants to. Let me get Wiggy's lead. Sir, come up to that mic, and then Wiggy, go ahead. Your lead this morning?
All right, so my lead is this. I'll make it very quick because we've kind of talked about it a lot this morning. Even though I hate the Knicks, and I know they're probably going to get to the NBA Finals, I guess the silver lining for me is that I get to see them lose in an NBA Finals in the championship, and I know how much that hurts from a fan's perspective, and I know how much salt I could throw on the wounds of Knicks fans when they do eventually, which I think, they'll lose in the NBA Finals, but they'll get there. So I have that as a silver lining as a Celtics fan to say, all right, even though I despise this team, they're going to get there. And we know how much it hurts when we get to a championship and your team loses there and people say,
you think there's no way they're going to get there. There's no way they're winning.
Yeah, Cleveland is just, their team just looks, what's the word I'm looking for?
Dead.
They look dead, but they just look like they're not on the same page. Like James Harden is playing one style. Donovan Mitchell's over here.
Donovan Mitchell looks like he's dealing with something.
Yeah, and it's like
James Harden.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way.
In addition,
that's the way it looks. So,
how much has James Harden made in his career?
A lot of money.
God.
Yeah,
$500 million.
He's made. Yes, probably.
Yeah, he's probably made a lot.
500. I bet $500 million. I would bet.
Yeah.
Wild.
I mean, and he doesn't. I said it earlier. He literally doesn't move from half court.
No.
He just turns around.
And you can't.
He doesn't play any defense.
He plays no defense.
No defense at all.
And the way he plays offense, he can't do that no more because he used to get away with it because he could score 30 a night. But he's not that guy anymore.
He can't kick his leg out when he takes a fadeaway jumper.
So if you're gonna be the point guard and you're gonna bring the ball up, be more of a facilitator rather than a guy who just dribbles the Wilson off the basketball and then locks up a step back three-pointer from 28 feet.
But you think even though the Knicks get there, no way they're winning the championship?
I don't think so, but
no chance.
I don't know. Who do you like coming out of the West? I mean, the series has been good.
I still like the Spurs, but I do think that the way that the league is letting, and this is not like, this is something that
I know what you're going to say.
About Wemby.
I thought you were going to go to the SGA.
I thought you were going to talk about SGA.
If you watch,
SGA flops on every
but it's the opposite.
Every single play, Mego.
It's the opposite on the other side where Wemby has Josh Hartenstein basically pulling him down on every rebound. He's got his arms all over him, and they're like, well, I guess Wemby is Shaq now, and that's what you're allowed to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very interesting to see if they continue doing that because the only way to stop Wemby is to be so physical that he's coming off the court with scratches down his arm.
And the crazy part is, Greg, I don't want to see Oklahoma City win. So it's like I don't want to see the Knicks win nor Oklahoma City. So I am rooting for hopefully San Antonio to get there and win it all.
And isn't it interesting? We all thought Thibodeau being fired was a dumb move by the Knicks. They got killed for that.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
And now here they are.
Here they are. All right. Thank you, Wiggy.
You got it, brother.
Go ahead, sir. Step right up. Good morning and hello.
Hey, good morning, Greg. I don't know if you remember me, but we went to Hale Junior High School together.
Wow.
In Stowe.
What year was that? It was
1981.
1930, 1981.
Yeah.
Remind me. Give me a name.
Jim Barrasso.
Yes, I do remember you. And your brother was an NHL goaltender.
Yes, that is correct.
Wow.
Tom Barrasso.
That is correct.
Buffalo. Can we have a round of applause for the Barrasso?
All right.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I remember because your brother, we grew up in the same hometown together, and everybody that most people didn't like your brother because he didn't play for the Bruins. So that was, and he had a Ferrari. He had a red Ferrari. Am I correct about that?
That's great. A funny story, Bobby Orr was an advisor to my brother. He's a pretty well-known player. And I remember Bobby Orr sitting down at our kitchen table as my brother was about to be drafted, we knew he was going to go in the first round. And he said, Tommy, one thing I've got to stress is you've got to be careful with your money. You're going to want to buy that car. And you're going to save your money. I'm going to work with you. First thing my brother did when he signed his contract, bought a Ferrari.
Curtis famously kept Bobby Orr waiting at an airport.
Bobby Orr waited on a tarmac at Hanscom for 90 minutes because I was drunk and late, and he was nice.
Well, it's great to see you. It really is great to see you. And thank you for listening to the show.
Hey, thanks a lot, Greg. Keep up the good work, and have a great rest of the show. Other fun fact, I got married on this spot right here.
Oh, all right. Oh, all right.
Wow.
All right.
There you go.
Still married?
No, but we're... We're good friends.
We're doing guest
We're
leads.
good friends. Everything worked out great.
right,
We've got
well,
a very
that's
nice
great,
girl.
too.
That's great.
But thanks, Greg. Keep up the good work. It was a great wedding. Happy memories still. Thank you.
Thank you.
We tend not to talk about that
There you
part.
go. That's fantastic.
That was incredible.
Fantastic. All right. We're going to listen, it happens. You know, it's hard.
Sure does.
I mean, it's when it starts off great, but sometimes it's, you know, it's a long time.
It is amazing how life
grind.
works. You're doing a guest lead in the exact spot you got married.
Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, we're gonna get to They Said It coming up in just a little bit from the Flying Bridge in Falmouth, and right now, Mego and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Okay, let me pull this up right here. Make sure I have the right one, because trending is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Just like I was talking about in my lead in the Giannis sweepstakes, we got a new source. Miami native Chad Johnson, you may know him as Ocho Cinco. He says Giannis has already been looking at houses in Miami as the Bucks have started entertaining trade offers. Here he is on the Nightcap podcast.
As I've told y'all, I think during the season, early in the season, that Giannis was already searching for a house down here in Miami. I just didn't want to mess up the conversation. So he will be down here in Miami, and when it does happen, I told you, at my sources, I'm, just for.
Hold on. So Miami getting him in, Ja?
I'm not sure about Ja. I'm not sure about Ja's situation, but Giannis is damn near is in the bag.
I love the follow-up. What about Ja Morant, though?
Yeah,
Who cares about Giannis? What about Ja Morant?
But there is a lot of interest. It seems like in Ja Morant. Like, doesn't that seem like the last guy you'd want to bring into your basketball organization?
Yeah, not something I would do if I were.
Well, he's talented, and I guess it's probably like maybe teams are like, he's got to get out of Memphis, right? He's got all those issues with being in Memphis, and especially off the court, and maybe they feel like, okay, if he can revitalize his career, he's a talented player.
Okay, but he's also firing finger bazookas at the fans if they say anything to him.
Right.
Like I don't know. And also, I don't know, when it comes to Chad Johnson, I don't know if I trust the guy who couldn't figure out the Patriots playbook to tell me where Giannis is going.
Is that the biggest disappointment of that era? A guy that
Chad Johnson?
And if he plays anywhere near well against the Giants in that Super Bowl 46, they win that game. He sucked here.
Yeah.
Well, wherever Giannis lands, he's expected to command a 4-year, $275 million extension. Hey, just in time for Memorial Day weekend, sweet corn is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. It's a 4-day sale with sweet corn for only 15 cents each when you use the digital coupon Limit 10. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
The Red Sox Station.
from everywhere. I'm addicted to the thrill.
I'm ready.
It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes down. Got a problem? Tell me now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
At the Flying Bridge, and the 5th season of Roadshows presented by Miller Lite. It is Miller time, New England, and Roadshows brought to you by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here by Catches Law Group, your attorney, your neighbor since 1986, by Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer, by Land Rover Norwood, where everything is different, by Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water, and by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. And brought to you locally here with our partners on the Cape by AZEC and Mid-Cape Home Centers, Rydell Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and the Wequassett Resort. And we're going to get to They Said It coming up momentarily. We need Hill Notes for later, so you can leave one of those on any topic on the app, on the Odyssey app, and we'll play the best ones back later. Red Sox. If there's a Red Sox turnaround going on, we will learn more about that this weekend. They are back at Fenway, and important series for these guys. We're going to talk to Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox, coming up with a front office report at 9 this morning from the Flying Bridge. In the meantime, though, and also I want to thank Dave and everybody last night at Trading Post Lounge. It was awesome last night. Everybody who came out and spent some time last night, it was great. So we had a blast.
Fantastic food, awesome vibe.
Yeah.
Love that on one side they had like a giant kind of projector style TV that had the basketball, and then the other side they had hockey, so you could like pick your side.
I know. It's so frustrating if you've lived here like me your whole entire life. The Knicks and the Canadians are it's so annoying.
Well, they couldn't control for that.
Wiggy and I were watching that hockey game last night, getting so pissed off. It's so annoying.
Oh, man.
Oh, God. All right.
I find it hard to root for Carolina in hockey.
I know.
They have no idea what's going on.
I know. Well, we talked about it, but I was rooting for the Canadians because I don't like the Buffalo people. So it was stuck. It's impossible.
That is so wild that Barrasso gets drafted. And he's in the NHL, and he's from your hometown, and you're egging his Ferrari.
Well, I don't know. I didn't egg his Ferrari, but
he didn't choose where he was drafted.
Somebody might have egged his Ferrari.
Man,
I didn't do
tough
that.
town.
No, it's not. It was he was blamed for that, but he also, more than that, is Jim still here? I don't want to. He
got married.
He chose to go play. He chose to go play at Acton Boxborough over Neshoba, which angered a lot of people.
Yeah. Acton Boxborough, famous rival of Dover Sherburne.
Yeah. Went there and played with your guy Bob Swoop Sweeney. Yes.
Don't talk about Bergeron.
Yes. All right. Let's get to They Said It.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They said it.
They said it. You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They said it. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law. If you've been hurt at work, they are ready to stand beside you. That can be one of your toughest moments. And at Catches, they don't just work here. They live here. Their attorneys and staff are your neighbors standing beside you during your toughest moments. So if you need help, reach out to Catches. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. What is up first today, Tom?
Well, you teased it, Greg. Let's start with the fake goat, LeBron James, because he is still being very coy about whether or not he'll be back next season.
Yeah, I'm still in the moment of like just taking my time and saying I haven't even really thought about it too much. Obviously, I understand that I'm a free agent and I can control my own destiny. If being here with this franchise, for the foreseeable future, or if it's going somewhere else. But like, I haven't even really got to that point. I haven't even taken my family vacation yet, which is going to happen after Memorial Day. That's kind of the thing at the forefront of my mind. But I think at some point, up until, up in June, late June, as July roll around, free agency starts to, gets going, and, as, July rolling, maybe into August, we start to kind of like get a feel of, what my future may look like. If it's continuing to play the game that I love, which I know I can still give so much to the game and play at a high level, or if it's not. So, but I have not got to that point yet. And when I get there, it'd be fun to kind of see what the future could hold.
I mean, Wiggy loves him. I
don't love LeBron.
If you don't, what are you talking about?
You do.
You defend LeBron every single day.
You simp for him. You are a simp for LeBron.
There's a difference about defending him when he's right in the moment about certain situations.
Why doesn't he just tell you he wants to play?
I would love that. I'm not a LeBron fan. I've never been a LeBron fan.
He wants everybody to go, oh, LeBron, please play another season. We love you so much.
I haven't. What are
the NBA needs you, please.
What is he going to Sandals, Jamaica, and he's going to make a decision?
He'll probably go someplace now. Listen, I do
when
that
your son's on the team, your family vacation is every day you go to work.
I do that with all athletes. Like I did the same thing with Travis Kelce. Like, let us know. Don't drag us around. I defend LeBron when people come at him for stupid and jealousy hate. Like then I defend him, like whether it's his son being on the team or something like that. But as far as that, man, I want to know, like everybody else, are you going to play? Because as a Celtics fan, if there's an opportunity for you to come to Boston, don't drag it along.
Do you believe the whispers that he will play for the league minimum somewhere?
I believe he'll play for not the league minimum, which is like $3 million, but I believe he'll play for a lot less than he played for last year, what was $52 million.
Yeah.
I believe he'll play somewhere for, maybe $20 million.
Do you believe that?
I think 20 million even is kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
Because it's not even just about LeBron. When do you see athletes do that? It's their last contract, and you can say, "Oh, he's made so much money."
There's no
but
way.
do we
So
ever
what's he
see
playing
that
for
it's
then?
enough?
40.
No. If he's playing, if he wants the $50 million, what he was making
I'm not
last
saying
year.
50, but like if he's taken half of that, that would be something that you could point to for future athletes when they're doing their last
so
hurrah
that's
and
what I
say
said.
LeBron did it because nobody else does
$25 million. So all right, so if you're going half of the 52 million, so let's call it 25 million.
Mm-hmm.
If he plays for somebody for 25 million, he wants to play for somebody where I think he's playing for a legitimate chance to win a championship and then continue the conversation of how great he is.
Yeah, I think he cares about that.
Yeah, he's not
I
going.
agree.
He's not going. Oh,
It's just we've never seen it. That's why I sit here and I'm skeptical.
Yeah,
I'm
but
very skeptical that he's going to be the one.
he's the first billionaire athlete. So for him, it's like
Wasn't it Tiger?
Isn't it? I thought Tiger, or
maybe
he's
the 7-iron to his car.
Yeah, I don't know.
Half of that.
But he's like, when you look at LeBron, it's not about the money for LeBron.
But
And
come
also-
on, Wiggs.
Also, Tiger's ex-wife is the billionaire.
Right.
Let's be clear about
Did you
that.
see Mackenzie Bezos is worth like triple, and she's given away half of it. She's made it all back because she still has 3% of Amazon.
Yeah.
Good for
but
her.
awesome. But Wiggs, my thing for LeBron, my question to you.
Uh-huh.
So Michael Jordan went to 6 NBA Finals. We all
Yes.
know he was 6-0.
Yeah.
If LeBron gets to another and wins one, that's 5.
Yeah.
And he'd been to, that would be 9 or 10, 5 and 4, right? Or 5
no, I think
5
that
and
would
6.
be 11. Yeah.
So almost doubling
Mhm.
the amount of finals appearances. Are there people that you think would say, not just the kids that never saw Jordan play, do you think he could actually solidify himself with a decent argument of being better than Jordan if he wins his 5th with another team?
I think he can sway the conversation, but there's already a conversation now. I mean, Greg, we talked about it with
Brees
and
Brees thinks that LeBron is the GOAT.
Terp's our basketball guy, and he thinks LeBron is better than Jordan.
Let me ask here. Let's do a quick GOAT poll here. So, do you believe that LeBron James is the GOAT? If you do, please make some noise right now. Okay.
All right. I love it.
Do you believe that Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But remember,
But that may be
Brady or
I
Phil?
thought it was a little different.
Hey, we got the young kids clapping for Jordan.
Well, I didn't see not
What do you guys think? Jordan.
Okay.
Look at those.
And they're college age, by the way.
Yes.
No, they're like,
They're
nine
college age.
or 10.
No, they're
like
certainly
that.
not. They're certainly those kids would be in school.
Yeah.
Right. Let's not show them, please.
Yes.
We don't
Are you
want
guys,
the
hold on.
teachers.
Do you guys have school today?
No.
Are you skipping school today?
Definitely not.
There
I
you go.
kind of
It's
guy.
smart.
Good. All right.
There you go. It's a smart one right there.
School's for the dummies.
They have
But
school
do you
today now.
think, so for him, you think he wants to go where he believes he is closest to winning another one?
Yes.
Not like New York because of the attention that would be on him in New York or what?
No. It's about what team is gonna put him in the best position to win another one. Because for him, it's not about the money, right? $25 million is nothing to him. So
That's true. A championship is worth far more.
yeah. So for him, it's about where can I go and have a realistic chance of winning a championship. You're not going to stay in the West, and you're damn sure not going to stay in L.A.
Do you think he cares about, like, would the Celtics have a chance because they're a storied franchise, and so legacy-wise, he played for the Lakers, and then he could say he played for the Celtics?
I don't think he's thinking of it
He
that
doesn't
way.
care.
Yeah, I don't think he thinks of it that way. I think he looks at it.
That's an old.
I think he will. No, I think he'll look at it and go, every team that I went to, I won a championship. That's my greatness because I was able to go to multiple teams and win multiple championships. So he's looking, where is the best place? And in the East, that's Boston, New York, Cleveland. If he goes there, they would be a team that would be a contender. And where else could you see him? What other team in the East would you go? Okay.
But my question is, I'm not asking. I don't know the answer. With the way the cap is in the NBA, I don't understand it. So what teams can do it, and so would the Cavs have to move away from Harden to clear it?
I think they'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, they'd be happy to do that.
Is he a free agent, or they'd have to trade him?
Harden, I'm not sure whether
That's a trade.
Is he got another
I think
year?
he's still under contract.
Yeah. So, but that's a great question, Curtis. But when you look at the teams, right? There's only like maybe 3 teams in the East. Because I really honestly think...
And we don't think he's going to stay in the West, right?
No, because that's going to be the hardest way to get to the finals. So could he go to Detroit and be the third guy there? That's a great option for him because then Detroit would probably be one of the teams that is a favorite because LeBron is still a, 20-point-a-night guy, almost 10 rebounds, almost 8 assists type of player. He is going to need to get to one of those teams where he can just say, it's turnkey, and I can help you get over the hump.
Shams Charania was on the Rich Eisen show and said that the Lakers have a potential trade package for Giannis. So, there is a possibility that LeBron still stays with L.A.
Wow.
After all this.
So, LeBron, Giannis, and Luka?
That would be interesting.
That would be very
West.
interesting.
And Bronny.
And Bronny. I won't forget about Bronny.
Of course.
But then that would make the Lakers.
Actually, Bronny is the part of the trade package.
Well,
so they can get Giannis.
That would make
sense. And Giannis, wait, Bronny and his brother could be best friends.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Ronnie
God.
And Thananis.
Yeah.
What's his name? Thanasis?
Thanasis, or I don't know.
Thanasis. We get to pronounce it.
Yeah.
Thanasis.
But
it's Thanos.
But that would make the Lakers a contender. Like, if you got Giannis and Luka and you have LeBron, the Lakers have a legitimate shot to be a contender in the West.
Yeah. All right, what's next, Tom?
Well, let's stay in the NBA because Jaylen Brown has been under fire from a lot of people for this has been his favorite season of his career comments. Well, one former NBA player has come to his defense. Here's what J.R. Smith had to say.
Crazy to me. No, I don't think he wants to leave his team at all. I'm saying I think for the circumstances that he was in and being able to stand up to the moment and excel,
And they balled.
I think that right there is enough for him to be like,
makes
damn,
sense, bro.
I like this was really dope to be able to be the leader of the team and us still be successful. Now, I obviously loved winning the chip and being MVP, but as it is an individual, this is my most successful season. How could you not say that?
Because nobody expected them to be number 2 in the East.
I'm just saying for him. I'm just saying as a person, how could you not look at that situation and be like for him and be like, how could I not look at this as probably my most individually most successful season?
Yeah, also, nobody expected you to choke away the first round of the playoffs either. So,
it's a very J.R. Smith take.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm looking for someone to come to my defense, I don't know if I'm like, please, J.R., please.
Right.
Go on the Clutch Max podcast or
We need
whatever.
more podcasts.
But I think if Jalen says, hey, this was the best season for me individually, I don't think we have an issue with that if he says it that way and goes, but I'm disappointed on how the season ended and we weren't able to close out and get deeper and win a championship. I don't think people have an issue. I think he worded that. He worded
it honestly.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But he has to know I'm going to get blowback from wording it and giving my honest opinion about saying this is the best season because I was the guy.
There are some who think that he is trying to talk his way out of here. Do you feel like that?
No, I don't think he's trying to talk his way out of here. I think what he's doing is basically saying to the, and I told you this, to the organization, put some respect on my name. Like, stop picking up phones and taking calls on me getting traded. Stop giving me the respect that I deserve as a player.
What happened over there? Was there like a car accident or something?
Did a car drive into something over there?
Wow.
Uh-oh.
God. This is like when you were
It
doing
was a stirring.
What does that mean?
That means somebody was too tall.
Somebody hit like an overhang or something.
Right. This is like
dear.
when Greg was emceeing the Flying Elvises in one parish.
Yes, it was.
At Marina Bay.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you have somebody pass out at something?
That was at the gala.
Yeah, right.
Two people.
Yeah, 2 people
Right.
faked it.
All right, man.
Greg was that dull.
I thought somebody
Was it
passed out.
It wasn't during my speech.
Oh,
Curtis.
I'm sorry.
It's,
But my thing.
is everybody okay though?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
good.
was that like a load supporting beam? What's going on over there?
Did you see? Who did I show the video from last night? Sorry, who did I show the video from yesterday to last night? Was that Eamon? Did I show you guys the video from work from our studios?
No,
What are you talking about?
So I left the Red Turtle parked where I always park it.
Uh-huh.
A guy careened through the light and went flying into our parking lot through the bushes and everything. Almost took out the.
Oh, wow.
Are you joking?
Almost took out the Red Turtle. Yeah.
Oh my God!
That's a
Through
really
that,
hard thing to do.
Yeah,
through
right.
that intersection. That is what was going on with the driver.
He must have made the left-hand turn from that light because like you said, how the hell you make that?
He just barely missed it. I was like, "Can you please go back and take it out?"
Some people just don't know how to drive, man.
I got to see that video.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is awful.
I can share it with Mitch, but
Yeah.
there it is. I don't know who wants to see it first.
I'll show it to Wiki over
My eyes
here.
are crazy.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So he went right through
What
there.
was he doing?
I have no idea. Like people cannot drive. Literally, our parking lot it's not a crazy
Jeez,
road.
he almost took out the whole sign
I know.
in front of the building.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah, you should send that to Mitch.
That's Leo Birmingham Parkway.
Yeah. Wow.
See it. All right. Anyway, so Jaylen Brown, you don't believe that he is trying to talk his way out of it.
I think he
because
just.
I wonder if he's trying to force their hand.
Do you? I think it's more about him feeling
Holy hell.
disrespected from the organization.
For what though? Like,
Because
what's the disrespect? He's got a max deal,
right?
He was
And
Eastern Conference Finals MVP and
Over-
Finals MVP.
over Jason Tatum,
Right.
Which
But he
that's a gift,
right. But he always is still. It's Jason Tatum's team, and I feel like that he feels disrespected because of that.
You said you don't think he's trying to kick his way out of town,
No.
Riggs. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think he's doing anything to fall in line either.
No, I agree with that.
And I think what Brad Stevens said at the conclusion of the season, mentioning their record that we talked about yesterday, 3-11 against the best teams, that he is not very happy working under Brad Stevens in his role. He's not going to go back to where he was before.
Right.
And I think it makes perfect sense. I think the fan base is going to be okay with it.
Yeah.
Do you think the fans will be pissed if they trade Jaylen Brown?
For Giannis, no.
Some will be.
Some will
Will
be.
you guys
for
guys
sure.
be pissed if they traded Jaylen Brown? No. Oh.
It's a mixed bag.
Get on.
Would you do Jaylen Brown
Hold
for
on.
Giannis?
Step up to that mic right now. What's your name?
Sam.
Hi,
Sam?
Yep.
From here on the Cape?
No, I'm just north of Boston. I'm Reading.
Okay. Here for the weekend or just for the road show?
Yeah.
Here for the weekend. All right. What are you is that an absolute Tabasco Bloody Mary?
Yeah, and it's incredible, honestly.
Okay, all right, good.
You
Way to
want
go.
one?
Sure, I'll have one.
Yeah, I'll grab you one.
All right, okay, great.
He can afford
You want him gone?
You saying I can't, Curtis?
I certainly think you can. I like him.
You want him gone?
What's that?
You want Jaylen Brown gone?
Yeah, I think Over Tatum, yes, but I think he's got James Harden syndrome. Just dribbles a basketball, forces shots. Like the team basketball just isn't there so much whenever the ball's in his hands.
Wow.
He's a scorer. He's not a facilitator. I think that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Jaylen Brown. He's more a scorer, and he proved that this year, like where he can score, but facilitating is not some. So I would me personally, I think Jaylen Brown has done a tremendous job. But if you're saying Giannis for Jaylen, I'm all day Giannis. And I think a lot of Celtics fans would agree because we've seen this movie. Yes, we did win a championship with it, but it doesn't seem like it's going back in that direction.
Yeah, not to mention the big guy, too.
Mm-hmm.
Wig, I need a picture for Johnny Bart later, too.
You got it. No doubt. I'll hook you up.
All right. Great job.
Who's this insider over here?
Pretty good. Give him a round of applause. Let's hear it for him. All right. We are at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth, kicking off Memorial Day weekend with a road show. And 1 week from today, we'll be in Vermont. We will be at the Marina in Brattleboro, Vermont. Night before pregame, we will be at Bar 580. Both places I've never been to. So a couple new places for road shows. Back here from Falmouth with the rest of They Said It, including what Joe Burrow said. About how he's very confident when it comes to his football team. So we'll get to that coming up next.
You can watch the Greg Hill Show live stream every
Show number 2, and as always, there's a ton going on here. Our guy, Sensei. Oh, yeah, you guys can make some noise. Of course you can. Yes. The official courtroom artist of the Greg Hill Show, Sensei, is here, and he is, as he does at least one road show, he is literally painting something incredible over there. And Curtis, I don't want to get you all excited, but it looks like Tom Brady in that painting. He's got a silent auction going for the painting that he's doing here this morning. And I think it's a Tom Brady statue with the big head.
What was the thing on the Titanic that Rose had? What was the diamond called?
The something of the
Hope
seas.
Diamond or
no,
something?
it was like the something of the seas or the...
It was certainly not
Heart of the Ocean.
The Heart of the Ocean.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There go.
So I just want
Took
Tom
me a
Brady with 7 rings naked on a couch like
Oh
she was.
my God.
There you go.
But
Draw me like one of your French girls.
Right.
Sensei is kind enough to give the proceeds to the Greg Hill Foundation, and I think right now it's at $80. So way to go.
Good job,
Way to go,
Sensei.
And we have a request for a guest lead before we get back to They Said It. You got to step right up to that microphone, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello?
Closer.
Closer, yeah, closer.
Closer?
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
What is your name?
My name's Julie Keene. I'm from Sagamore Beach.
Okay, round of applause for Julie. All right. Julie has the newspaper with her.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the Born Enterprise edition, Friday, May 1st of this year. And this article was published by Taylor Frizzetti, to give credit. Jay Miller to be inducted into the Massachusetts Hockey Hall of Fame. Former Boston Bruins player and North Falmouth resident Jay Miller, who owns Courtyard Restaurant and Bar in Katomet, will be inducted into the Massachusetts Hockey Hall of Fame this weekend.
Oh, well deserved. Can we have a round of applause? Jay was on our road show last time we were here on the Cape.
Yep.
Should I read more?
No.
That's
Okay,
perfect.
that's enough.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Great job. Actually, are there horoscopes in there? Could you look at Okay.
I gave you a copy of the
Oh,
newspaper.
Well, Wiggy loves the newspaper now.
I do.
Thank you. Is the weather more accurate than Curtis's weather?
I don't know what's in that
Right
paper.
there.
Okay, great. Thank
Gave
you very
it up.
much.
Thank you.
Is a racing foreman here?
I believe so.
Okay, great.
That
Okay.
somebody lost the cat in East Falmouth.
Thank you. Very, very nice. Okay. In East Falmouth, is that where the cat
Yeah,
was?
East Falmouth, right? There's always an east and west somewhere, right?
Tom, what are we getting to next?
Well, let's get to Joe Burrow, because he is seeming very confident headed into the season, saying they have everything they need. Here's Joe Burrow.
I think this is the most talented roster that we've had since I've been here. I just think we know where we needed to be better. We went out and aggressively made it happen. Got better at a lot of positions, signed the best free agent safety, got the best D tackle in the league. You know, we have a lot of depth now in the defensive line. That's exciting. So we have everything we need in that locker room. We just got to go and make it happen.
Joe Burrow, you were talking about Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Has Joe Burrow underachieved? I know there's some injury stuff that he.
No, I don't think you can put that. I think he's been injury prone, and he needs to be healthy. But
also has not had a great line. Really,
Also
his
plays
entire-
for the Bengals,
Yeah,
which is
that
like
is
an
true.
automatic out.
That is
He's
true.
a victim of that organization.
yeah, I just think it is. It's been a failure in that he hasn't won a Super Bowl, but the Chiefs. There were at least one of those. You know, remember the AFC Championship game where his coach was on the sideline mouthing it's fixed?
Yeah.
Like, they got screwed in some of those games, so I don't think you can say it's been a failure.
No, Joe Burrow is talented, man. It's really about the organization more than anything.
Wait, how do you feel about Joe Burrow's extracurricular interests in fashion? Because he's a big heavage guy. Like, he's always on the runways showing everything off.
Yeah, he's definitely got his own little unique style, like with the sometimes the way he dresses. Didn't he wear the Hillary Clinton pantsuit one time? Yeah, so he got his own unique style. I can't pull off some of the stuff Joe Burrow pulls off, but you got to get – the kid is talented when he's healthy. That's the biggest thing with him. So it's not really an underachievement with Joe Burrow. It's when Joe Burrow's healthy, and then what does that team look like? I know he said that they signed some good players, because who they ended up getting in free agency? Who's
they
the
got
defensive
Dexter
line?
Lawrence.
Yeah. No. Trey Hendrickson went to Baltimore. They ended up signing somebody. I got to double check. But you got Jamar Chase, you got T. Higgins. That's you got one of the best wide receivers in the league.
We don't realize it because he was so late blooming in college.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna be 30 in December. So it's like we think of him as this young quarterback still, and he's not. Mahomes just turned 30.
Yeah.
Well, he also looks like he's 24.
Yeah.
So.
And 30 is like, young now in the league. After what Brady did, don't you think most guys are going to play to, let's call it, late 30s? Late 30s.
Let's call it that.
Late 30s, but like 40 years old?
I don't know. I feel like the players now got even more money than Brady got when he was young. I don't know if they're going to have that desire, but I hope so.
Look at Stafford, right? How old's Stafford? He's probably, 38, 39 right now, right?
But he'd have to go 7 years to get where Brady was.
No. I'm not saying a 43.
Yeah, 40. I think 40.
How old is Aaron Rodgers?
43 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to bring this up. I'm driving down yesterday.
Yeah.
And let me say, traffic was horrible, but it was great. I got to listen to Ken.
Yeah.
And so I'm listening to Rich, Ken, and Ted.
Yeah.
On WEEI afternoons 2 to 6. You should check it out. And they were going over the top 10 quarterbacks list, like sort of we were with Aaron Rodgers saying it's his final year.
Yeah.
And I heard the craziest take ever from Rich Shirtley. He said that he wouldn't put Aaron Rodgers in his top 10, but if he had to win one game, he would pick Aaron Rodgers to be the quarterback.
What?
And I was like, I literally, if there was a Storrowing possibility, I would have slammed into the bridge like this gentleman just did.
Over Tom Brady?
And honestly,
Or
like
Patrick
even Ken
Mahomes?
was like, he was gobsmacked. Like if I had one game to win, I would want anybody but Aaron Rodgers.
Hopefully it's not a playoff game.
I mean,
he doesn't do well.
He's 5. Ken's immediate reaction was he's 12 and 11 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And in those 23 games, how many games do you think he was the best quarterback on the field? 80, 90% of them?
Yeah. And, well, Ted Johnson had the Patriots at below average talent. And I was like, whoa.
Oh, you're just bringing up another take you disagreed with from the show. Are we just going to say all our takes that we disagree with from the show?
Wait, Ted said this Patriots team is
below average talent.
Below average?
Yes.
I thought it was wild that Ted said Zoe's better than Mahomes.
Because Ken had I guess he did a thing, and he just the depth chart and the starting lineup, and he said that the majority of the starters, I think he had 18 players, both offense and defense, that were above average players, and so they went through those players. And
They went player by player?
Well, there was a decent amount of them, and
I mean, the defense is clearly above average.
well, he had it like he said. Carlton Davis, below average. He had Christian Gonzalez.
Wait, below average and like an average corner?
Yeah.
What?
I would say Carlton Davis is slightly above average.
Yeah, I don't think
he
he's
gets
great,
a lot
but I
of
don't
calls, but he's a very physical corner.
Yeah. And he had
Christian Gonzalez is elite.
Yeah.
I think he had Splain maybe average or maybe a tick above average.
Who's the safety they brought in that was with the Titans?
Byard.
He's not average.
No,
he
he
was
was supposed to be great.
He was first team All-Pro last year.
So I don't understand. I mean, I would say the offensive line is below average. Might even be bad. But
I see. I would disagree with that.
Really?
I would say Morgan Moses is a tick above average, right? Better than I would say he's not below average. I say he's a little bit better than average, right? He's not like this great player, but he's not bad. I would say Michael Onwenu is probably
good.
Yeah, same thing, tick above average. what we'll see what Jared Wilson is at center.
Right.
Tucker, when he's healthy, would say he's above average, and then and then Will Campbell.
Jury's out on Will Campbell because of the injury, and you can't judge the end of the season.
You're right.
Fit unbiased because of the injury.
Hunter Henry better than average. Ramondre Stevenson better than average. Romeo Dobbs maybe average. If you get A.J. Brown, obviously we know what that is.
Yeah.
So there was
Travion
Henderson.
Yes. What do you think they're going to do with him? Is he going to be like a James White kind of?
I think so. I think he's going to morph into a James White, a Kevin Falk type of player, Dion Lewis, where he's
social commentator.
He can do a lot of things, and he's big in the passing game.
Yeah.
And maybe I think last year because he was a rookie, they were a little bit hesitant.
All right, Tom, we got time for one more.
Yep, we can hear from Theo Epstein because he still believes in Craig Breslow's ability to ramp up the offense.
Yeah, I've done a really good job of staying out of the media, the conversation around the team. That's one of the cool things about just being an advisor is I can kind of give my opinion and I don't have to be part of the public conversation. But I'll say I was actually the first couple minutes I was watching the Red Sox clean up what looked like a good 3-1 win. But I'll say the pitching and defense have been fantastic and excellent. Obviously everyone and that's not an easy feat, right? To have that foundation now. Having to figure out the offense and fix it midstream is important. But there's something to build around with the pitching and defense, and I know Brez and the guys are hard at work on fixing the offense.
Ooh,
okay.
I have to say, hearing how detached he was really depressing. He's not an advisor; he's an owner.
But he's there,
right? Isn't he an owner? He's a minority owner of Fenway Sports Group.
Did they give him equity?
I thought that's what it was. I don't know.
Yeah. They are he's spot on in that they got the pitching right.
Yeah.
And they got the defense.
It's better.
Both are playoff worthy.
Right.
So they just got to get a bat.
They need a power bat. That's the one area that they are missing a power bat. And, and that's why I think the biggest question for Sam Kennedy, in my opinion, is, do you feel like if you add a player that this team is capable and has the talent to get to a World Series based on the way the AL looks?
Well, I think it's interesting just coming from that quote. Theo, it sounds like he's setting expectations that they're going to.
Yeah.
That's something that I think is worth asking Kennedy about.
Yeah.
What is it, an hour from now? Because he said midstream, that kind of gives the indication that it is mid-season. There's an expectation that something's going to change with the offense, and the only way you can make a dramatic change is bringing in more talent.
Well, Sam Kennedy will join us in an hour. We are at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth. I don't understand why they don't share the Roman Anthony injury details with everybody. So
how can you detail nothing?
Huh?
How can you detail nothing?
Well, I know I've been whispered to about what the injury is.
Oh, is it?
And so
broken heart?
I don't understand why they don't share it.
Is it something or nothing?
Is it a hairline fracture?
You don't have to give us the deets, but
it's a partially torn ligament.
So it's something.
And it's in his ring finger.
Okay.
So
oh my Lord.
So why don't they share that with everybody?
They shot it up with cortisone. Doesn't that make it go away?
I don't know.
I mean, make the pain go away.
Wait, are you being serious, or is this
serious.
a Flying Bridge joke?
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. 100%. Ring fingers.
Okay,
right?
let's tweet that right now.
No, well, I don't know if you want.
Well, you just said it on the radio. What's the difference?
All right. Well,
breaking news. I'm tagging Pete Abe right now. Greg Hill scoop you, dude. Hey, Pete Abe, wake up.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, it's a Friday here in Falmouth. Sun is out. Roadshow number 2.
Which hand, left or right?
We'll be right back.
Okay.
Ring finger.
You have 2 of them.
There's always something to have.
The news.
I like the fish. I like it. You could do a little bit more tartar sauce, please. Seriously.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
Try the new Game Day Pork Carnitas burger.
The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
What do you think they would say if I stood up?
This might be a good thing, so I don't get in trouble. But Ken Laird, listening to the show this morning, said that right when I was giving my my scoop on Roman Anthony and the injury, the internet cut out, so nobody heard it.
What?
Oh,
man.
yeah.
So that
Okay.
might be a good thing. But
All right.
but it's a partially torn ligament in the ring finger, is what it is.
All right.
Oh, wait, did I say that?
Let me just see here, and thank you to your good friend, I'm sure, for that scooperoo. Breaking, Roman Anthony has a ligament tear in his ring finger per Greg Hill, WEEI, and then I tagged Peter Gammon, Shaq, P-Day, Brad Poe, Ken, and the Pope.
But anyway, that's what I'm told. My question is, so as to remove those like Curtis who question Roman Anthony, why don't the Red Sox just share that information? We can ask Sam that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But why don't they just? It's not, it's not confidential information that
Right.
somebody's going to use against them. I
don't get that.
He's not playing.
Yeah, I don't.
So
I have no idea why they don't just say that.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, we'll talk to Sam Kennedy coming up in about an hour at 9 with the Red Sox front office report from Falmouth, from the Flying Bridge. Here is Mego with today's news. All right.
Okay, let's get started with this scary story. 9 students were taken to the hospital as a precaution after a car struck a school bus in Everett Thursday afternoon. Surveillance video shows the moment a BMW collided with a school bus full of children at the intersection of Broadway and Langdon Streets. There were 11 elementary and middle school students, a bus driver, and a monitor aboard the bus at the time. 9 students were transported to the hospital from the scene. 2 were released with their parents. One of the students was taken to the hospital by a parent. We can hear from Everett Public School Superintendent.
The bus was making a left-hand turn from Broadway into Langdon Street, which is off of Broadway. It was legal, it was correct, he was observing all, from what I could see, all appropriate signage when a vehicle on the inside lane of a 2-lane main thoroughfare came up on the right-hand side and hit the back end of the bus.
Well,
that's wild.
It could have been worse, so
Yeah.
they're okay.
I mean, it says precaution, so it sounds like hopefully no real injuries there, because that's a scary thing for those kids. 2 people were rushed by helicopter to UMass Memorial in Worcester after a small plane flipped and crashed while attempting to land at a New Hampshire airport yesterday afternoon. First responders were dispatched to Jaffrey Airfield Silver Ranch to reports of a plane crash with victims trapped in the plane. The pilot and 1 passenger were the only people aboard. Both suffered serious injuries, but they were alert and able to talk to first responders on the scene. Authorities and the FAA are investigating the incident. Here is the Jaffrey Police Chief speaking to WMUR.
There's nothing else that's going to affect the public. The scene is safe. The airport is safe. So there's no other concern for the public right now.
Okay.
Wiggy won't do it. Does not do the small planes.
No, I will not get on a puddle jumper.
And doesn't
Heck
like
no.
doing. You don't even like doing the jets. Like,
I mean, yeah, I don't. I got anxiety when I'm getting on planes. But the puddle jumper, when they're saying, "Well, you got to sit on this side of the plane because you're too heavy," like,
oh dear.
Has that happened to you?
No.
Was that on JetBlue?
No. I've heard stories like that, but no, I won't get on it because I feel like it's like short people who can't get on roller coasters.
Yeah.
I'm like I'm too heavy for the plane, so I'll pass. I'll take the ferry.
Did you say you're like Big P?
No, I said like big people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Greg's insider in his building.
Oh, is that who told you, Pierre?
Yes, I got that from the concierge.
That's some good scoop, though.
Sorry, I got that
Scoop it up. Let me see if the Pope retweets it.
You got, hey man, you got to level up, man. You're getting crushed in your Seaport scoop. So.
Oh yeah, I got killed on that Seaport thing.
Yeah,
with AJ Brown.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Got
the EEI account just retweeted
Oh God. Oh,
Very good.
He's back.
Good job, Scott.
They yelled at all day long for that.
There you go.
I don't know if it's true or not.
Oh,
I just
well,
heard-
now you say that.
Somebody told me last night, Trading Post Lounge. That's where I heard it.
I'm sure it was.
That's where I got the scoop. All right, what's next?
Was that before or after the round of shots?
I can't believe you made us do shots last night. It was a very good shot.
I twisted your arm.
Right.
You were like fist pumping behind the bar.
We had a great time. Were any of you there last night? You guys are amazing. Thank you. Unbelievable night last night. Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Okay, I'm sure a lot of people saw this story maybe right when they woke up, right before they went to bed last night. Two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Kyle Busch died Thursday from an undisclosed but, quote, severe illness.
This is wild.
According to a statement put out by the Busch family. Busch was just 41 years old. He was hospitalized briefly before his death, but no specific cause has been provided. He spent the majority of his career with Joe Gibbs Racing before moving over to Richard Childress Racing in 2022. We can hear this interview that a lot of people immediately jumped onto when the news of this came out last night after a victory at the Dover Motor Speedway just last Friday.
Wait, last Friday
Yes.
he literally won a race.
He won a race, and then he gives this interview where he mentions something about his health at the time.
Do you feel better after whatever was bothering you in the car last week that you needed help for?
You can kind of still hear it. I'm still not great, but the cough was pretty substantial last week.
Well, that's why. So we had a cough.
Awful.
Wow. Who knows what it is?
Right.
I mean, like my mind goes to, did he have something that was undetected that he had been dealing with for a while and didn't know, and it got progressively and then all of a sudden rapidly worse?
Wow.
It's 41 though.
Yeah,
That's
healthy.
41,
so
and
young.
also with medicine, which is like modern medicine,
Right.
is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And he went to the hospital and they couldn't save him because he was in there for a while.
Yeah, it's a very.
It'll be
very
like,
upsetting
once
story.
they come out with the cause, you never know. Like, you got healthy people just dropping dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, something don't add up.
Yeah,
All
it's a sad story. I'm sure. Well, hopefully we'll learn more. A New Jersey man sparked fiery panic inside a Maryland Walmart. What is it with my Maryland people?
I don't know.
They're leaving their babies to go to McDonald's. They're
Oh, you're
setting
hungry.
fires in Walmart.
They're giving Florida a run for their
Oh
money.
my God, you guys. Okay, well, he caused a panic inside of Maryland Walmart because he allegedly used explosives as a diversion to cover up a jewelry heist that was going on.
Well thought out.
So he was the diversion guy. 36
Explosives?
Yes.
Right.
So 36-year-old Anthony J. Rhodes ignited a grocery cart full of fireworks in a Walmart to cover up a jewelry heist that his partner was executing. He stole jewelry worth nearly $10,000 but caused damage to the store in the $10 million range. So he tried to make off with $10,000. Now he's going to be on the hook for all this damage and these criminal charges. Here's Master Deputy Oliver Alcaray discussing the theft.
When he actually sets the fire, he actually removes his jacket, exposing that Jefferson University baseball t-shirt. That gave our investigators just a little bit of a clue on who this person is.
Wow, that is nuts.
A dumbass.
I didn't know Walmart had $10,000 worth of jewelry in it. I'm like, what? Really? I thought you were going to say like $10 at first.
There you go.
Good one, Coach.
I mean, seriously, they got that type of jewelry in there. I didn't know they were selling Rolexes in Walmart. Wow.
Excellent point, as usual, Wakely. So I don't know. I'm trying to approach this next story. Trying to balance this out because I don't know how many people here or listening have watched the Netflix documentary The Crash.
We talked about it on the show the other day. Have you guys seen it? The Crash?
So it's this big documentary that was just released on Netflix. It's not really a spoiler alert because if you watch the trailer, it basically tells you that this is what it's about. But there was this Ohio teen, Mackenzie Shirilla, who was part of a car crash.
Yeah.
And there was 3 teenagers in it. She's the only one who survived. And it looked like this terrible tragedy for the local community. And then as things progress, it looks like maybe something a little sinister happened. More sinister happened than just a typical car accident.
Yeah.
So that's all I'll say about that. Her dad, Steve, has now been placed on administrative leave from his teaching job at a Cleveland school because he gave all these interviews about his daughter in this Netflix documentary on camera.
Awful person.
She's horrible.
Spoiler
alert.
But Wiggy talks about this all the time. Don't you blame the parents?
Well, and if you watch the documentary, so
They-
in the documentary, they talk about sending her home from school, suspending her for her actions, and he's like, she just had a mouth on her. I don't know. She was a good kid.
No, you could tell right from the start that the parents are half of the problem. I mean, she's part of the problem. She basically, she's in jail for murder after this car accident.
Right.
Everybody knows that. You can look that up. So, but they're on this documentary, like they could care less. Or couldn't care less, whatever the expression is.
Right.
It's to the point where
you could care less. It's not.
Could not care less.
There you go.
It's like when you watch the documentary, you go, "Oh, she must not be in jail because her parents are talking so casually about this."
They're horrible.
And then,
enabling her
spoiler
behavior.
alert, she's in jail.
Yeah,
How many people died in the accident?
Two
two.
other people.
Two.
Holy
Yeah,
her
3 people
boyfriend
in
and
the
another
car.
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like it just from listening to you guys who watched it, the parents enabled her when she had bad behavior. They never rectified it or punished her.
She was, she was on something, as my mom used to say, and they could care less about that.
Oh yeah, they were like, so she, is doing mushrooms and all this stuff.
Who
Like,
cares?
who cares? I mean, look,
The dad's like, freedom of choice. I don't care if my daughter does shrooms
and drives around other teenagers.
Yeah. All right. What else? Anything else?
Yes. Okay. So the man formerly known as Prince Andrew is being investigated for potential sex crimes at royal residences as investigators in England ask victim survivors to come forward.
Wow.
So they're particularly interested in interviewing a woman who claimed Jeffrey Epstein sent her to Andrew at the Royal Lodge in 2010 for obvious reasons.
He's been kind of booted out of the royal family, but does he still have his title? Or
No.
Okay.
That's why I said he was formerly known as Prince Andrew. Different than the artist formerly known as Prince.
And he got downgraded. The punishment was he got downgraded to the worst castle, like the worst estate that
he
they
has
have.
a cottage.
They have 100 of them. He's at the worst
He
one.
has a cottage that's a mansion.
Yeah. It's the slums, the slum castle.
These latest allegations are the first time that an Epstein accuser claimed to engage in sexual activity with Andrew at a royal residence. So this is a new wrinkle to all the gross things that he's been accused of, which are many if you want to look into that.
Speaking of Epstein, I love the Shane Gillis-Chelsea Handler feud. It is awesome.
It's great.
Explain this to me.
Okay, so there was a roast of Kevin Hart.
Yes, I know that part.
And Kevin Hart's an actor. No, I'm kidding. And so Shane Gillis was hosting it, and he pointed out in his roast of Chelsea Handler, because you roast all the people there, said that she was at Epstein Island in 2010, and that you can look it up, and that she was there and whatever. And then he had made some jokes about really awful things, which is sort of what comedians have always done, but he did jokes about...
roast.
It's a roast about a woman's husband who, I don't know, did he commit suicide?
Yeah, he committed suicide.
Anyway, and so she then goes on a podcast and says that Shane Gillis is a racist and that these are bad. And then Shane Gillis said, well, I'll be sure to tell the 70,000 Eagles fans are going to be at the Financial Bank Stadium, whatever the hell their stadium is.
They sold it out.
They sold out a football stadium. So they're going back and forth, and Chelsea Handler's angry about it.
I mean, you shouldn't, if you're going to do a roast, you shouldn't be angry about anything that's said.
Right.
Well, he said he talked to, it was Shirley Underwood, who was the comedian whose husband committed suicide, and he said that he had said to her before it, hey, I have these jokes and here they are. Is this okay? And she was like, she's also a comedian.
She was fine with it.
Yeah, so she was fine with it. So even though it sounds bad, I think most people, right, when you think of a roast, right, don't they like okay a lot of the jokes?
Yeah. All right, that's the news from Mego. Round of applause for her, please. We're at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth. The bar is open. Let's hear it for our bartenders.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
I am this Absolute Tabasco Bloody Mary is fantastic. So thank you. Very, very good.
This reminds me of when athletes go to a restaurant and the restaurant pays for their tab, but not the schlub that's sitting next to them that's not worth $50 million.
The guy wanted to buy me a drink.
I know. It's very nice, and he's money bags.
He wanted to buy me a drink. I appreciate it.
Very nice of him.
I'll return the favor at 10 o'clock. Maybe at noon.
There's a roofie in it. The final hour will be awesome.
Yeah, that will be.
Coming up, we'll talk to Sam Kennedy at 9 o'clock. We will get to your Hill Notes at 9.
Oh, I cannot wait.
I should probably not introduce him. I'll just be like, Sam's on the phone. And then we'll get to Hill Notes at 9:20, so you can leave one of those right now on the Odyssey app. And here is Mego with what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending is brought to you by Subaru. Take this source with whatever grain of salt you want to. Miami native Chad Johnson, better known as Ocho Cinco, says Giannis has already been looking at houses in Miami as the Bucks have started entertaining trade offers. Here's Ocho Cinco on the Nightcap podcast.
As I've told y'all, I think during the season, early in the season, that Giannis was already searching for a house down here in Miami. I just didn't want to mess up the conversation. So he will be down here in Miami, and when it does happen, I told you, at my sources, I'm, just for.
Hold on. So Miami getting him and Ja?
I'm not sure about Ja. I'm not sure about Ja's situation, but Giannis is damn near is in the bag.
Wiggy. Wow. I know you love Atlanta, but you could move to one city, Atlanta or Miami.
Miami.
Yeah.
Not even a question.
I was there. I hadn't been there in forever.
Yeah.
It is awesome.
Yeah.
It's like the seaport, but really nice out.
Yeah, and it's beautiful, high-rise off the water all day, Miami. MIAO.
Was Ocho Cinco also in the Seaport or at the Trading Post Lounge last night?
He may have
about ligaments in hands of baseball players?
Maybe.
Pete Abe just tweeted, "This is nonsense," so we'll see.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm kidding. He didn't actually.
Wherever Giannis lands, he's expected to command a 4-year, $275 million extension. Let love bloom in the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Buy with 2.9% financing or lease for just $345 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Megan Ottolini. That's what's trending.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
thing all at once. I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid? Am I just
Well, it's a roadshow Friday in Falmouth on the Cape at the Flying Bridge, and it may be guest lead time. I see one of Curtis's favorite Cape Cod people up at the microphone. Hey. So you guys, if you have guest leads, come on up. Like, let's. This is your moment to shine.
Single file.
Single file.
Hey.
You have to.
And I'm going to need the security right in front.
Whoa!
Wherever they are.
Jake Howland is here. Look at that. All right, single file. So, guest leads, good morning, sir.
I think you remember me. You have a good memory.
I do have a good memory, yes.
I was your intern.
Right.
Yes.
And our favorite summer ever. Now, Jalen, this is your Jalen Brown moment, 1996. You said that was your favorite summer. I was your intern.
Yes.
Yes.
I remember that, WAAF.
We lived the rock and roll life. We ate, slept, breathed. Rock and roll, Space Hog, Collective Soul.
Oh, yes.
That's all we did.
Yes, I remember it like it was yesterday.
And you can't teach greatness, but you can coach it. And you were my Bill Belichick. I was your Tom Brady. You were my Casey Jones. You were my Casey Jones. I was your Larry Bird.
There you go.
You were my John Farrell. I was your Big Poppy.
There you go.
All right.
And I'm going to say this.
If I may just interject briefly, this strikes me as a gentleman where you would tell them what they want to hear just for self-preservation.
It could be. What were you saying?
Now, I want to say this, that Wiggy DM'd me earlier on Instagram.
Whoa!
We're going to go see Sheep Detectives on IMAX later today.
That is it. I'm a Hugh Jackman fan. Let's do it.
A few people thought I was Hugh Jackman.
I could tell.
A young Hugh Jackman.
I thought you were Wolverine.
Where's Twitch? Was this Twitch? Yeah, I'm a young Hugh Jackman.
No.
Far sexier.
That's actually HBO, so go ahead and talk right to them.
Did somebody call YouTube?
Now, listen, you brought the clam with you.
Yeah, this is Doug.
Which is said a lot here on the Cape. What is it?
This is Shane Gillis to Curtis's Chelsea handler.
Okay.
Whoa. This is a rivalry.
Yeah.
This guy on June 20th.
How do you know the Quahog's a guy?
Doug.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Doug the
Doug the Quahog.
Quahog.
He's the mascot for Cape Cod. He predicts on the first day of summer, he'll predict how many days of summer there'll be.
Okay.
Now, we have security. We're undercover right now.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm the muscle. I'll spell that for you, Curtis.
Okay.
Mussel.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a play on words.
Next line.
Who's your cohort here? All right, you got to speak into the microphone, sir.
I'm a little shy.
Uh-huh.
I'm the lead dog.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And we're security for Doug the Quahog.
Okay.
June 20th, right around the corner at Shipwreck. He's going to predict how many days of summer there'll be.
All right.
Love it.
And he's accurate, unlike
like that guy?
I wore shirts and short sleeve shirt
You're gonna
and
get there.
shorts.
Yeah.
Because Curtis said it was going to be nice out there.
Yeah. Well, what did Doug say?
You'll have to wait till June 20th.
Oh.
20th.
All right.
I'm just a little. I got a follow-up question because, like, the groundhog sees its shadow. What does Doug do?
It sees its hog.
Gives you
The
the weather.
tide, the red tide.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I find you guys fascinating.
Doug actually sees how many sunny days
All right.
of the summer.
And how many does we don't know yet?
We don't know.
We don't know yet.
Last year was 80.
All right.
Last year there were 80.
You know what this reminds me of? When we were interviewing Sonny Gray.
Oh, yeah, it does. A little bit.
It's very.
It does definitely do that.
You guys have questions for Sam Kennedy coming up? In
please.
half an hour? Yeah. All right.
Awesome job.
Is he looking for an intern?
He might be.
I might go back to school. Jefferson University.
Now,
we shop at Walmart.
Is Doug endorsed by any official agency? Like not the National Weather Service, but like the Cape Cod
Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, they do? Okay.
And we don't just do this.
Right.
I thought you just did it.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, Quahog Day that's our World Cup. So we've been in talks with Governor Maura Healey.
Yeah.
There's no parking down here. We're going to have the T come down to Falmouth for one day. People can take the T to Quahog Day.
That's great.
Just like the World Cup.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Well, make sure you tell Doug the Quahog to wrap up so he
Doug's
don't get
right
cramps.
You can tell him.
You tell him.
All right, Doug, wrap it up, brother.
All right.
All right, guys. Great.
Bye,
Your
Dad.
favorite intern.
All right.
There you go.
Well done.
I
Well
like
done.
that guy.
Wow.
I like Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, he did.
I tell you what, he was spectacular in Wolverine.
I'm going to need someone to walk me to my car.
No, that's a good dude right there.
All right. If you have a guest lead, you're welcome to step right up here.
How can you top that?
That's going to be tough.
No. And Sam Kennedy will join us, as I mentioned, about a half an hour from now, and lot to get to with Sam. So certainly the Theo comments that we shared earlier are of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because it sounds, you pointed out, Mego, it sounds like Theo is suggesting that they must add a bat, and they are going to do it.
Right. And the breaking news, too. So
But Curtis,
big breaking news.
But Curtis, you would say no, they're not going to do it. That's just Theo.
No, I mean
pumping tires.
I think there is a good chance they trade Duran before the deadline, and they try and sell. I mean, that's what I would do. I would trade Duran. I would consider trading Chapman. Wiggy and I disagreed on that yesterday. We don't have to rehash it. Those are the deals I would make. I think Aroldis Chapman will get you something significant.
But if you're in it to win it, why would you trade?
Because the difference of Aroldis Chapman and another reliever that throws gas is not as great as the difference between a miserable Jarren Duran and a functioning lineup. It's just not. Aroldis Chapman's pitched 9 innings in the month of May. He's been dominant. He's only allowed 3 hits, no runs. But
you're
that's
just
9 innings in 23 games.
But you're locked down pitching wise, starters and 7, 8, 9.
So what happens,
You're
Greg?
7, 8, 9 locked down.
I know you're a seam head.
Yes.
But pitching is a strength. Offense is a weakness. So you take something out of your strength and you apply it to build off your weakness so your team is more well balanced.
Well, then sell off one of your starters. Sell off Sonny Gray.
I would do that, absolutely.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, if I think that's what they were probably trying to do with Bayo. When assuming that Garrett Crochet was going to come back, they tried to have him have a proper start without an opener. We saw how that went. So, yeah, you're probably going to have to look at somebody else like Sonny Gray, Connolly Early, someone like that.
But to Greg's point, if you feel like you're a legitimate contender, we know that in the postseason, it is about your starting pitching, but it's also how important a closer is. So you don't want to give up a closer. You get to, if you give up, you have great starting pitching, now you're in a game and you're winning 3-2, and guess what? You got no closer in the postseason. What do you think's going to happen?
Wiggy, if you can't score 4 runs, you're not.
Well, no. I understand, but I understand that. So I'm saying there are other areas you could probably give up some pieces to get that bat that you want. I just wouldn't give up one of the best closers in baseball.
Sonny Gray's thrown 17 innings in May. That's twice as much as you've gotten from Aroldis Chapman. So they view, not me, they view that as more significant. So if you could, and a closer for everything you described, Wiggy, for a team that's great offensively and that thinks they're going to win the World Series but doesn't have that guy, that's somebody that they would overpay for.
Well, that's the thing. Do they think that they can win the World Series
No.
if they can continue this stuff? Well, we'll ask Sam Kennedy if that's the way that they believe.
So because you're going to have, Bradfo was talking yesterday with Jones and Keefe about your Don. Like if you're going to go and get him, it's going to be a haul.
Right.
And you're okay with that, a part of that being Chapman, for instance.
Yeah. I mean, he's an absolutely A+ signing from Breslow. He's been unbelievable, but to me, it's a luxury item you don't need right now. I think that they have the pitching depth in their organization to find a guy that can close out a game.
This might sound very silly. Is there any part of this where Breslow hangs on to him because he is one of his only victories in terms of the deals he's made? Like clear victories where you can look at and say, yes, this definitely worked and was the right move 2 times in a row.
I view it more like, you know how you have the cash out option when you have a parlay? And
and how often do people do that at the right time?
Very rarely. But if he does it at the deadline and he's like, wow, all it took was cash to bring in Chapman. We got him twice, and now we have these 3 guys coming back. They're going to help us win. And that's a guaranteed victory for him, I believe, in that moment.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see where Sam is on that and other things coming up. Can we open the Window World Boston weather window?
Let's get Doug
for Curtis. Oh yeah,
Quahog.
You might offend Doug.
It's getting breezy over here.
It is. It's breezy, but the sun is out.
It's lovely.
It really is.
Start with the sun being out for the weekend.
Right now it feels like 45 degrees in Falmouth. The high today is 61. No rain today. No rain tomorrow in the Boston area. Sunday looks like a soaker. We're going to get about precipitation, an inch of rain on Sunday. Monday looks a little cloudy with a little bit of rain as well. So your best 2 days of the long weekend will be today and tomorrow.
You can get a whole house full of new energy-efficient windows installed for $99 a month from Window World of Boston. So go to windowworldofboston.com. We are at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth, and it is Roadshow Season 5, which is presented by Miller Lite. And the Roadshow today, brought to you by Absolute Tabasco. The hottest drop of the year is here. Catches Law Group, your attorney, your neighbor since 1986. By Cambridge Mobile Telematics, making the world's roads and drivers safer. By Land Rover of Norwood, where everything is different. By Barton and Gray Mariners Club, outfitting the best experiences on the water. And by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. And brought to you locally here on the Cape by AZEC and Mid-Cape Home Centers, by Rydell Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and by the Wauquasit Resort. So we're going to get the Hill Notes coming up. Leave one of those now on the Odyssey app on any topic. Just leave us a voice note. We'll play the best ones back at 9:20 on today's show.
Tonight, Sox and Twins. The match.
The main girl dancer, you know she dances while his father plays guitar. She's suddenly beautiful. We all want something beautiful. Man, I wish I was beautiful. So come dance the silence down through the morning.
It's Roadshow Friday in Falmouth at the Flying Bridge, and the last time, I believe, Mego and I heard that song together live, we had full confidence in the New England Patriots winning the Super Bowl.
We
Am
did.
am I correct about that?
We did. We
Yes.
were at a great Super Bowl party.
Yeah, FanDuel.
It was very crowded there. There were people who were trying to fight for space in the crowd up near the stage, as I remember.
You're talking about Albert Breer?
Yeah.
Yes. So we had our incident.
Is Albert Breer the guy that applied to be in the front office?
No, that's a different.
Oh, but darn.
Different Substack. Different Substacker.
Right.
So you have been breathlessly reporting the Giannis news.
Well, I'm not. I'm just reading other reports as we sit here right now.
But do you think? Let me ask you. So Giannis, Ocho Cinco says Giannis is looking for places in Miami. Done deal. He's good. Whatever. If the Knicks don't end up getting to the finals, are they somebody who you think make a run at Giannis?
I wonder, honestly, and Wiggy, I would love your perspective on this. If they don't win the finals, is that enough of a kick in the butt to say, like, hey, we got to make another big move again? Because they did that last year when they didn't get to the finals. Even if they get to the finals, we know that there were reports that Giannis was looking at the Knicks around the trade deadline and saying that's a team that I would be interested in joining, like out of all the teams in the East.
Yeah, I think even if they, I agree with you, Megan. Even if they lose the finals, they're still like, all right, how do we get over this hump? And if Giannis is available, Giannis puts your team in that position wherever you are to take your team to the next level.
Are you concerned at all, though, about the chaos in Milwaukee?
No.
Wouldn't a real leader change that culture?
I think he got fed up with the culture in Milwaukee and the fact that they weren't trying to build the best team around him to win a championship.
So he quit.
So he kind of he was like, listen, if they're checking out at the top, if Doc Rivers don't care, why should I care? Why should I give it everything when the head coach is just like,
because you're a great basketball player.
Yeah, but I think at that point he was dealing with injuries this year because this is the only year we really heard about anything. Last year he was fine. Not last year, but the season, whatever the season, last year, right?
Yeah.
So this year is like they completely were checked out. Dame Lillard was, done with the Achilles, and they moved on from him. So I think that they, he got to the point with the team and just was like, they don't give a ish.
Yeah, but isn't
I got injuries, so I'm not going to rush back.
If you're looking at it, isn't part of it Miles Turner came from the Pacers, who were a team who were in the finals, and then he goes to the Bucks, who I imagine he thinks are still going to be at least somewhat competitive.
Right.
And he gets there, and it's his first time with them, and he's like, okay, so we're waiting for 2 hours on the runway for guys? Like, this is ridiculous.
And Giannis, guess what Giannis wanted to do this year? Giannis wanted to play. He wanted to go play, and they were like, well, so.
Did somebody from a sports wagering app stop him from going out on the court?
I believe that. I believe the organization.
What was that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who that was.
Do you know? No, the tweet. I don't understand the tweet. Are people crazy?
I think they are.
They think that there was a FanDuel employee stopping somebody from coming back into a conference finals game. Like,
because people lose.
Stop.
People lose money,
right?
And then they lose their mind.
Okay. So this is so out of touch with reality. What are we talking about?
I mean, are you new here?
It's crazy.
And Giannis wanted to play, and the organization was like, no, because I think the organization knew the team was going nowhere, and why would you risk your best asset when it comes to trading him having a significant injury? So they were like, nope, shut it down. We're not going to have you play.
I guess my thing is that you make great points, Wiggs. We're frustrated, or several people are frustrated with Jaylen Brown and his approach to the conclusion of the season, prematurely ending in a series they should have won.
Right.
Saying it was his favorite year.
Right.
That is child's play compared to what was going on with Giannis and the Bucks overall in Milwaukee.
Okay, so I'd ask you this question. Prior to this season, when they were horrible and he was dealing with the injuries, have we ever heard anything negative about Giannis when it came to work ethic, showing up late?
Well, we give LeBron a hard time because Bronny's with him. Giannis has to have his brother with him.
Yeah, the brothers, but I mean
Both
that's but that's nothing though. I mean, I'm talking about
it's 2 roster spots.
But no, but I'm talking about 2 roster spots that are basically holding down the end of the bench. There's 2
We
guys.
spent an offseason ripping the Lakers for Bronny, so we can't then say 2 roster spots on
So
guys
wait a second. Name player number 14 and 15 on the Celtics who sits down and holds the end of the bench.
Tony, I think, who was it? Dino Raja. He's still there.
You're making my point.
Marty Conlon, you remember him? He sucked at free throws.
Max Shulga.
You're making my point.
No, Wiggy, you're not understanding what I'm saying. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that
No,
the
you're
Lakers,
not saying anything.
Okay, then the Lakers.
Yes.
I don't know their 13th best player, but we spent an offseason ripping them for Bronny. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't rip them for
not
Bronny.
you. I'm saying that the conversations surrounding LeBron James.
Right.
We did several segments on this show with people enraged that Bronny didn't deserve to be there.
And it was stupid.
He's saying it's a similar thing,
Right.
Where if you are the Celtics or Miami, whatever, if Miami already got him,
right,
he brings his 2 brothers along with him.
Fine
And
with
that's-
me. Because they replace, like I said, number 14 and 15 at the end of the bench, who you don't even know who their names are.
I mean, knowing Joe Mazzulla, he'll start them in Game 7.
No, he'll. So I have.
That is fair.
If you're telling me I can get Giannis and I have to deal with his 2 brothers sitting at the end of the bench, I got no and I got to give up 2 roster spots for that. I got no problem with that to get a top 5 player in the league. If you're telling me, hey, LeBron wants to come here,
Do you still
and
think
he wants
he's
to bring
a
his
top 5
son,
player, Wiki?
who Giannis?
Giannis, yeah.
Of course he is, Mego.
I don't know.
Last year was he not first team All NBA?
I'm looking at him based on his most
I'm
recent
talking
season.
about last year. He dealt with injuries this year.
I know, but you're acting like this year doesn't count at all for anything. This is the year he's coming off of.
But you're talking about a guy who wanted to play, who was dealing with a calf injury. They held him out on a bad team. So if Jokic didn't play a lot this year, and Jokic his name was being thrown to being traded from the Denver Nuggets, I wouldn't look at it and go, oh, I don't want Jokic because of this year. I would look at what has Jokic been.
Jokic has also more recently won a championship and MVP than Giannis.
I understand that.
Like, you got to look at it and say, where is this guy going?
And my question to you, wait, one thing quickly. Very quickly. Giannis, okay, you're telling me he has the control over the roster where he has 2 brothers that are guaranteed a spot, but he can't say he wants to play?
No, because they don't. Why would they risk
No, it's
their
not about
trade
them.
asset?
He's in charge.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter when it comes to.
Oh, so that's where his power ends.
Yeah, of course it ends that way. I wouldn't play him. I would not play him. If I said to you at the beginning of next season, the beginning of this season, and you're a basketball person, I want you to be honest. Tell me who the top 5 players in the NBA are right now.
At the beginning of the season?
This season coming up.
Oh, this season coming up? I'm going to say SGA, Jokic, Wemby, not necessarily in this
not in order. Yep.
I think Tatum gets back in the top 5. And I'm going to go ahead and say I think a little wing like Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Brunson, one of these guys, or a guard gets in there.
Are you serious,
A little
Megan?
guard. What?
Are you serious?
Yes.
So you're going to put Jalen Brown in there, who's coming off an Achilles.
I said Jason Tatum.
Oh, excuse me, Jason Tatum, who's coming off an Achilles injury, and not Giannis?
I believe in Jason Tatum.
I love Jason Tatum.
I can't believe you're knocking
He's
Jason Tatum.
suddenly-
You're saying Jason
But
Tatum's
he
not
also-
going to be back to himself next year.
He's always loved Giannis.
I think
you-
Giannis is still going to be top 10. How about that?
Mego, give me that stuff that you're smoking, because I want
What?
some. Top 5, it's Tatum, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Joker, I agree with you.
Oh, Luka too. I forgot.
Wemby,
Luka.
I agree with you.
You hate Luka though.
Giannis is in that top 5. And any basketball head will tell you, going into this season, coming up, this 2026-2027 season, Giannis coming off an injury is going to be a top 5
Is
player.
it possible that Giannis's window of being that dominant has closed?
No. Did you not see him last year? He was the most dominating player in basketball, other than, maybe the Joker.
You bring up Jaylen Brown, so it makes me think about this. If the Ocho scoop is accurate, and he's going to Miami, Giannis, does that mean the Celtics were not willing to trade Jaylen Brown?
if they're not willing, if they're not willing to trade Jaylen Brown, then why are you picking up the phone and inquiring? And why are you letting this guy feel like he's expendable? If you want to ride with Jaylen, then come out, Brad, and say, Jason and Jaylen are the guys that we're building our franchise around for the next 5 to 10 years. So don't even entertain any calls about Giannis.
Well, it's not that black and white, Wiggy. Like, it might be like, hey, we need to see Giannis's latest physicals. Like, we need to see what we're getting into.
And you talk
here.
about Giannis like he's Cal Ripken. I mean, dating back to 2021, he missed 21 games, 15 games.
Yeah.
17 games, 19 games. Like,
how many games did he play in? 67, 73, 68.
You were doing this the other day,
right?
And you were talking like, "Oh, he plays 61, he plays 62, he plays like
that's 40 games in 2 years.
You're not even eligible to win. You know,
right.
I know that.
NBA first team.
Yeah, I know that.
He's just talking about top 5 player.
Yeah, I'm talking about top 5 player. That's it.
No,
yeah,
but you were talking about how last year was an anomaly.
Yeah,
I'm saying that he misses a lot of games.
No, last year he played in 37 games.
Right.
And so prior to that, he played in 67. Then he played in 73, I believe. Then it was like 62. And then it was one season.
67, 61, 63.
He's missing 20 games.
I mean, he began his career playing literally every game.
Yeah, but that's the new world of the NBA. Like, that's the load management world. So if you're telling me I can get
Not if you're Jason Tatum.
I can get Giannis, or Luka played in 61 games or whatever the hell he played in. The Joker played in 62, 65 games. So if you're telling me I can get that caliber player, and I don't know where you guys.
But do you think that'll get better or worse?
What's that?
He'll be 32 this year.
Yes, he'll be 32 this year. And I think he'll play in 63 to 67 games a season. And all I care about is you show up and during the playoffs.
All right. We got to take a quick break. But before we do, I mentioned this earlier. I have a pair of tickets to give away for Bruce Springsteen, which is this weekend at TD Garden Sunday night. So if you are caller number 9 on the contest line right now, which is 617-931-0937, you get 2 tickets to see Bruce and the E Street Band. It's a sold-out show Sunday at TD Garden, and Live Nation and this show want to hook you up. So be the 9th caller right now, 617-931-0937. You will be there on Sunday night on us. And coming up next, it is the president of the Boston Red Sox, Sam Kennedy, and the front.
I'm going to get blamed for this.
Maybe I'll just introduce him as Bob. So that doesn't happen. Sam Kennedy will join us next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show. is the Greg Hill Road Show at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth on WEEI.
Kicking off Memorial Day weekend. It is Roadshow number 2, Roadshow season number 5. Week from today, we will be in Vermont, and we will be at the Marina in Brattleboro, Vermont. And the night before, we will be at Bar 580. And so that is where pregame is. We had an awesome time last night at Trading Post Lounge. And we are awaiting Sam Kennedy, who is scheduled to be on here momentarily with the Red Sox front office report. Now, see, you've been doing that all morning, and Sam has not called. I'm guessing probably he heard you guys. Let's try that again. We're waiting for Sam Kennedy. No! Stop! He's not going to call.
Guys.
I mean, it is pretty wild considering where we are that they're booing a Kennedy.
Yeah, that is true. While we wait for. Oh wait, I think he actually is that Sam Kennedy. Okay, all right. Red Sox front office report is. Hold on, just a second. It's brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, and also brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. Sam Kennedy, good morning. Sam, do not listen to these people. Sam, good morning.
Wow, it's a tough town. I was going to say I wish I was there with you guys in person. You get to go to the Cape over the holiday weekend, and I'm working all weekend at Fenway. But I understand there's frustration in the nation, understandably so.
I walked in and they booed me, Sam. So don't worry about it.
Unfortunately, booing is something we get accustomed to when we're not performing to expectations. So I get it, and we move forward. That's all we can do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, we played some stuff from Theo earlier, and when it comes to performing to expectations, Theo talked a lot about pitching, talked a lot about defense, and talked about how difficult it is to put those two things together. So from your perspective, you must be happy with that part of this team at this point in the season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Theo, I know he hasn't done a ton of media, and as someone who does a lot of media, I can understand why, right?
Oh man!
So, but I spent the last couple of days with him actually in New York. We had some stuff going on in the city, and he's been a great advisor to us and very helpful. I think his comments were spot on. I mean, the pitching and defense has been outstanding, and the offense has been woeful, and we have to improve. It's hard to do in season, but we have to be better on the offensive side of the ball. We got to score more runs. We're starting to see some improvement, which is great. But that assessment is spot on.
So is it your intention, Craig's intention, and are you on the lookout for a deal that would add a bat to the offense?
Yeah, there's been conversations going on earlier than ever before on that front. It's obviously hard. The American League is so bunched up. There's some National League teams that are, I'd say, more engaged in conversations than typical at this time of the year. But yeah, if the question is are Craig and his team in baseball operations trying to improve the team right now, the answer is yes. Will we be able to get a deal done or match up on something? I have no idea is the truth, but there's conversations, there's urgency, and that's something that's important, and hopefully something that could be done, earlier rather than later. But there's two ways to improve with the existing group and then new faces. So we're gonna try on both of those.
All right, Sam, they're cheering for you. Well, actually, it was a boat horn, but they're also they're cheering for you, Sam, on that.
There's probably something else. There's probably something else going on there that they're cheering for. Like
it's a fairy.
I get it. I get it.
I wanted to ask you about. You brought up the media being tough and fans sometimes, and I wanted to ask you about from an injury perspective when it comes to sharing that with the media, so that a player like Roman Anthony, so that we're not sitting here going, hey, what's the deal with Roman Anthony? Why don't we understand what the injury is? Are you guys, first of all, I had heard that it was a partially torn ligament in the ring finger. Maybe you can confirm that. Or if not, why is that something that you guys don't necessarily share, so the player is not sitting out there being questioned about why he's not playing?
Sure. Well, let me share. I'm sorry. You said you had heard what?
Partially torn ligament ring finger.
Oh, okay. Well, I could tell you that from what we know from our medical staff, that is not the case. He's got a sprain. So maybe you Dr. Hill and Dr. Kennedy here can discuss medical diagnoses together.
Was I right? Was I right on the finger?
Yes.
Okay.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really, really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take. So Roman I can tell you, he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible, but he wants to do it in a way, and we want him to do it in a way where he's not going to have a reoccurrence of the injury. So that's what we know. He's battling through it, and I know he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible.
Sam, ESPN's Buster Olney posted on social media a couple days ago something you were just talking about, which is the difficulty in adding offense mid-season, and particularly somebody who's going to be a power bat in your lineup. So how aggressively do you guys look at it from your perspective of your roster or prospects? And I know you said you're engaging in these conversations earlier than ever, but when you look at the landscape of the American League, like how aggressive do you feel at this point that you need to be in really bringing that bat in?
Well, I mean, I think it's just been obvious to everybody the area of deficiency of the 2026 Red Sox. I mean, here we sit nearly 50 games into the season. The good news is we've got a long way to go, 113 or 114 games, something like that. There's plenty of time, but we haven't been getting on base. We haven't been hitting the ball out of the ballpark. We haven't been scoring a lot of runs. Now, that's something that is not a good recipe, but the flip side of it is if you have the type of pitching and defense that we have, we're really showing the ability to be competitive if we can start hitting. So that is definitely the focus for the group right now, and that's what we're working on, as I said, internally, but having those external conversations with a sense of urgency is important. So we'll see where those conversations lead, and we're focused on it.
Sam, I did a lead yesterday where your team against the best teams in Major League Baseball, teams that are 5-6 games above 500. There are 8 games where you lost by 1 run, or you've only scored less than 2 runs. When you look at this team, does ownership believe that this team, if they do add a bat, can contend for a World Series?
We definitely believe this is a team that can contend for a World Series. Those were the expectations coming into the season. It's one of the reasons why it's been so frustrating and so maddening is that we got off to a horrible start. And it was just really, really maddening and frustrating, but we do still have those expectations. But again, talk means nothing. It's the middle of May. We're getting into late May, I guess, here with the holiday. We got to start playing better.
Sam, you were in New York, and I believe part of the reason you were there was for a Lifetime Achievement Award given to John Henry at a sports business journal, I think was the event. And he said, according to quotes that were released, that he thought when the Red Sox won a World Series that he would never have to buy a drink again in Boston. And he said, well, that isn't the case. I guess my question is, do you think the fan base's criticism of the ownership group is unfair?
No, and Chris, let me actually encourage all your listeners to listen to the speech that John Henry delivered the other night in New York. It can be found out there online. It was a joke. It was a funny joke. It got a great reaction. John was leaning into the fact that he understands the expectations and why our fans are so passionate, because this is the Boston Red Sox. We live for this. And so the criticism is fair, more than fair. We've had lots of criticism, but I don't think any franchise over the last 25 years has had better fan support or more passion or more interest. Our fan base lifts us up. They support us at every turn. Yeah, they criticize us when we're not performing well, and we deserve it. So I don't think it's unfair. It comes with the territory. We love it. Believe me, we've all worked in other markets. This is where you want to be if you're in baseball. So I don't believe the criticism is unfair. I think John and his family and Tom and his family, and I know myself, like we get it. We need to be playing baseball in October consistently. That's the expectation. That's what our fans deserve. So criticism, when we care deeply about that, and when we don't get there, we get criticism. And like I said, it goes with the territory.
Very important one here. Where is the organization officially on tarps off at Fenway Park?
We've seen lots of different displays from our fans over the years. The rule is this: we just have to make sure that fans are not harming the enjoyment for other fans. So as long as people are behaving respectfully, we're good.
So as long as Greg keeps his shirt on, we're okay.
Exactly.
Don't get dragged into that by Curtis. Like
I think that's got to be a Major League Baseball league-wide ban, right? For Greg,
1,000%.
Yeah.
What if it's tarps off but a paper bag on the head?
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
We understand people have a right to express their frustration and disappointment. There's one way we can address that, right?
Yes,
winning
100%.
games.
No, listen, I honestly, Theo got me excited because the pitching, you guys deserve credit on where the pitching is and where the defense is. And it sounds to me like you guys earlier were booing him. Sam Kennedy is telling you World Series is the goal, and they're going to go out and they're gonna add a bat. Are you excited about that? Yes, Sam.
Right. There you go,
Sam. They're excited about that.
This is why Greg and WEEI get us in trouble, right? You've just now stated something that we are going to try and do. We are.
I understand. Yeah, I got it.
Let's have them boo us again. Let's have them boo us because we want to be honest with our fans. We don't know where those conversations are going to go, but we are engaged in those conversations.
Sam, those conversations, we have them all the time, and I am, I know you're not going to talk about specific players, but what if there are people that are playing much better than they have been? I guess I'll ask it this way. Are there players on the Major League roster that are untouchable, or given where you guys are, is it something that you have theorized that you would trade active guys on the big league club for other players before the deadline?
I'd say the focus is to try and add and bring in and to preserve guys who are on the roster. But you can't ever. I don't want to lie to you and say that we wouldn't consider everything and anything. You always have to. You have to listen. It's a hard part of the game. But the goal is to try and get to that postseason and be playing baseball in October. And we have to consider anything and everything that we think would allow us to do that. So you have to be engaged on all conversations.
Sam, we appreciate it. Good luck
Thanks,
this weekend. And back-to-back sweeps would be nice. And we appreciate you taking the time this morning. So thank you, Sam Kennedy.
Good to be with you guys. Enjoy the Cape. Thanks.
All right. There you go. And a round of applause on the way out. All right. Thanks, Sam. All right.
I thought we were going to give Doug the Quahog a question.
We should have. Our guy, Adam Jones, on the personal text machine.
Okay.
Says a sprain is a mild tear. So
oh God, Jones.
My scoop is confirmed.
All right.
A technicality, perhaps,
Wait,
but
then why did
accurate.
he correct it? I don't.
A technicality, perhaps, but accurate.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, watch out, Keith. I've stepped back into the scoop game.
It's a good scoop, though. That
you-
is a good scoop.
I'm getting a little worried because of what we just went through with Rossini. How did you get this scoop?
Right. Should we worry about some pitches that might be coming out?
No, you're not. Nothing to worry about.
Intertwined fingers in front of Trading Post Lounge.
Without naming names, Greg just has buddies get compromised for him.
All right. We are at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth with a whole bunch of amazing Cape Codders kicking Memorial Day weekend off. Here is Mego with what is trending right now.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Okay, latest reports on the Giannis sweepstakes. You can take this with a grain of salt. You can take it with an entire container, a shaker of salt. But there are reports from Miami native Chad Johnson, better known as Ocho Cinco, saying Giannis has already started looking at houses in Miami as the Bucks have started entertaining trade offers. Ocho Cinco was on the Nightcap podcast. We can hear from him here.
As I've told y'all, I think during the season, early in the season, that Giannis was already searching for a house down here in Miami. I just didn't want to mess up the conversation. So he will be down here in Miami. And when it does happen, I told you, at my sources, I'm, just for the...
Hold on. So Miami getting him and Ja?
I'm not sure about Ja. I'm not sure about Ja's situation, but Giannis is damn near is in the bag.
It's in the bag. Wherever he lands, Giannis is expected to command a 4-year, $275 million contract extension and expected to be a top 5 player by WEEI.
The lack of state income tax in Florida is undefeated.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
That is a good one. I mean, but it is Miami. Who wouldn't want to buy a house in Miami, Chad? I mean, I would.
Yeah. All right.
All right, that's what's trending.
All right, we will be right back with Hill Notes next.
You're listening
Bob and get $15 off your Memorial Day grocery trip when you spend $150 more when you use the digital coupon. Now, Curtis, you ordered the chicken fingers.
Wow.
I see.
Jeez.
What in the world?
There's
Curtis,
a
are you
giant-
feeding the
Are
entire
you
live
gonna share?
Right.
This will get me till noon.
Wiggy, you got, you're fraudulent, by the way. The only thing Wiggy wanted was a fruit array. So you got, what do you have there?
I got
cantaloupe.
I got strawberries.
Yeah. Tom Brady, no strawberries.
No strawberries. Cantaloupe, pineapple.
And
pineapple's good for your skin.
And honeydew.
Okay.
You guys got to try chicken fingers.
Yeah, I'm gonna try one of those.
Chicken fingers are great.
I got Pop-Tarts, which is also really good for your skin.
Oh, yeah. You got the chocolate fudge Pop-Tarts. Okay. And I got chicken and a biscuit.
Here you go, Biggs.
Family size, so everybody can have some. So if you're short on time, do what we do. Order online for free curbside pickup, or you can get it delivered right to your door. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
The Greg Hill Roadshow is bringing the heat this summer as two iconic brands come together with absolute...
To decide that the things that I tried were in my life just to get high on. When I sit alone, come get a little known, but I need more than myself this time. Step from the road to the sea to the sky, and I do believe that we rely on. When I lay it on, come get to play it on, all my life to sacrifice. Hey, yo.
We are back at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth. Roadshow number 2 on the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Curtis, you ought to share some of those chicken tenders with the people.
I was going to do a chicken tender gun.
Okay.
Just start firing them off.
Anybody want one? You want one?
I don't. I will get sued if I throw these.
Come on.
Oh, you can
just toss them out.
All right, who wants one?
Right. Oh, nice
great
throw, Curtis.
catch.
All right, I'm ready while I'm
Do
ahead.
another one. Do another one.
Quit while you're ahead. Don't
Come
waste a good chicken nugget.
No.
We got somebody who wants some
Oh,
over
here we
there.
go. Right over here. Ready?
Yeah, to your right. Oh.
That was a drop. That was a good
That
throw.
was a
Good
drop.
job, though.
You
Okay.
kind of, no offense, have a dainty throwing.
Well, I'm not going to chuck it like it's a fastball.
It was rather dainty.
It was.
It was dainty. All right. This is Steve, I believe. Steve, good morning and hello.
Good morning, guys. How do you sit there with a straight face and listen to this clown tell you that he's going to try to make moves for a bat when he's been doing it for the past how many years? The leadership's been saying, "Oh, we're going to go for a bat at this trade deadline. We're going to do it in the offseason." How many times have they done it?
So you don't buy that they're
It's BS. He's feeding you guys BS. You guys went after Cora and asked him the tough questions. You got to ask Kennedy those tough questions.
Well, what would you hold on?
Wait,
I like
what
this.
did we ask?
Hold on. I like this argument. So he says, we are interested in. We're discussing now the option to get somebody in here bat wise.
Is that the first time we've heard that?
What? So you want me to go? No, Sam. We've heard that before. I mean, I'm happy to say that.
Yeah.
But what are we going to get out of that? Like, I don't. What's the end
Make him
result?
tell the truth. He's just feeding us BS. He's a con artist. He's telling, every trade deadline for the past how many years he's been saying we're going to go after a bat this trade deadline. We got Caleb Durbin. What are we doing?
No, wait. But honestly, what would you say if he said that? Like, you're going to tell him that he's just being dishonest?
He just
and
wants
Yeah,
to
I
say
would
you're
say,
a liar.
Sam, you've told us this for the past 3 years. Yeah, like when are you actually going to do it?
Well, I mean, I think that
They're
the goal
shopping
of
for Ferraris at Goodwill. They keep underbidding. They're not giving anybody money. Like they're not doing what they're saying they're going to do.
Well, I tell you, I will say this. Listen, I will say this. They did what they told you they were going to do when they said we are going to focus on pitching and we are going to focus on playing defense. And
Right.
they
But
have
weren't they going after Pete Alonso and all these bats in the offseason? What happened with all that?
Yes. So they got 2 out of the 3. And so they should be held accountable on the offense being putrid.
And I hate to say it, Steve, if I said that to Sam Kennedy, he'd say, you mean the Orioles that are behind us now in the standings?
Yeah, that's the Orioles are bad. I mean, that's the Orioles.
But great point, though.
But it's just like I
yeah,
get,
but they
I
were
get
willing to
accused all
pay
the
for
time
the
that
bat
I'm
is
just
the point.
What's that? Say it again, Steve. Sorry.
No, I'm saying the Orioles were willing to actually pay for the bat. I mean, whether or not they're good or bad, they might not have the pitching staff, but they went out and got the bat.
I mean, Pete Alonso's been awful this year.
They went out and they did get
I'm
it back.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying Pete Alonso. I'm just like they said.
Well,
they
you
were going
literally
after
just
the bat.
said
He
Pete
was available.
Alonso.
What's
his name?
No,
Steve.
Did I really? No way.
Steve, they actually did go out and get a bat for you. They went out and got
Contreras?
Wilson Contreras.
I agree with
so,
you. Yeah, but
so
he's not like a
I would
40
say,
guy or 41-20.
you know, I would agree. Like,
Steve, thank you.
I would agree, and I've said this to Bresbot before. You told us in the offseason that you wanted a power bat, and Pete Alonso was that power bat, a guy that has proven that he could hit, 30-plus home runs. Contreras has done a tremendous job. He's a bat, but I don't think people expected him to be the 30-plus home run hitter that he might be this year for you. So they did get you a bat. It wasn't the one that we all wanted, and I think we've held them accountable to that, and why, especially when you tell us you're going to do that. And so I think the thing that I took from Sam Kennedy was, well, we got to see if it lines up.
Yeah. I don't know that Curtis's dream of trading Aroldis Chapman for an unbelievable bat is going to happen.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound necessarily like that.
Well,
Mego, I know you have something to say. Could I interest you in a little charcuterie?
Yes, please.
Okay, from Shaw's I have provolone cheese.
Okay, that's a lot of cheese. The
And-
cheese to cracker ratio is unhinged.
Oh, no. You always have to have more cheese more cheese than cracker. That's
I thought the
Wait. Let the record show. Hold it like you were. He just called me dainty.
Dainty.
Well, you have to have it's a tiny little.
It's a charcuterie.
This is not exactly a vehicle for the cheese, though.
It's a chicken and a biscuit charcuterie. I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
All right.
People love to hear you chew, right?
Yes.
There's actually real chicken over there.
Wait,
You
was
could've
I
put
right
some
about
of that.
this?
Yeah, no, the chicken fingers.
Thank you, Greg. That's
Hey,
delicious.
them chicken fingers on point, man.
Very good. All right. Well, the tail will be in the tape, as they say, and if they, I think it's a shame if they cannot find a way to improve the offense on this baseball team because of what Theo said. The pitching is there and the defense is there. So
it also explains maybe why they've been so dedicated to giving Duran as much of a leash as they have, because maybe Roman Anthony's not going to be ready for a bit.
Yeah.
That, this sheath or whatever the hell, the tendon, the ligament in his ring finger that you broke.
Oh, that was a big scoop. I don't know. Has anybody picked that up nationally yet?
I believe Bedard said it was his scoop. But I do think it's a technicality. I don't know.
But it's still right, though.
It is, and it was the right finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had never heard finger until today. Everybody was thinking like
hand,
wrist. Yeah, so I mean, nobody knew that until literally today, where he's like, yeah, it is his finger that's the issue.
What kind of hand specialists are you running around the streets
I got
with?
to tell you something. Yeah. Your husband didn't have this one.
No, he didn't.
And he's a journalist.
Yeah. I know. I'm gonna have to point that out to him when I get home.
Speaking of journalists, Rob Bradford, no credit at all to you, says Sam Kennedy on the Greg Hill show says Roman Anthony has a sprain in a ligament, no tear. No Greg Hill mention at all.
No mention on that being my scoop.
Correct. Yeah.
So now Bradfo is stealing my scoops.
Correct. He's scooping your scoop.
That's not right. That is not.
Guys, we are all a team over here.
Yes, we are.
Oh, they're like, stay in your lane, Greg, with the scoops over there. Those are our things.
Well, I can't wait to hear Rich. I hope he's the scoop master.
He is the scoop. I think he's going to give you.
I hope he's going to give me credit.
I think he'll give you credit. Only people with a full brain can give you credit, because no one thought. I was all thinking wrist and hand and something until
nobody thought ring finger.
No,
till I said it this morning, 7 a.m.
Right.
I still feel like it's some kind of like symbolic metaphor
think
about his dating life.
I don't think so. I don't.
But the thing is that
it's a sign from the universe.
Well, I feel like he goes through the seaport pretty good.
Yeah, you better commit.
He's gonna A lot of home runs down there.
He's not going to commit for a while.
He'll go over 30 in the Seaport.
He'll be
One way, that's a different story.
All right, he'll be Wilt Chamberlain. There's no way that Sam Kennedy says what he said if you don't say what you said. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if he doesn't come on knowing that you've reported that he has a tear in his ring finger, he would not have given what he just said because nobody's known that.
Yeah.
So basically, Bradford, absent your scoop, there would be no Sam Kennedy telling us that in the first place.
Yeah, well, I want Bradfo to mention it on Baseball Isn't Boring.
Right.
Tomorrow, I will be listening while I am on the island. All right. Can we get to Hill Notes?
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
Listen, everybody, it's simple. Get ready for another 2 years at least of LeBron because there's 0% chance he's sharing a farewell stage with Aaron Rodgers.
I didn't even think about that.
I didn't think about that.
Right.
I mean, he's definitely playing, so I don't know why
I don't get it.
We did. If you missed it, we did this during They Said It. You can go back and listen to it on the Odyssey app. You can do that all the time. If you miss anything, just go back and listen to it. But he's throwing, it's decision part 2.
Right.
Like, I don't know yet. I'm going on vacation with my family.
Right.
If everybody wants me to play, I guess I'll tie the shoes up one more time.
Like, bro, you're still good.
Yes.
Play. Like,
and what else are you thinking about?
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead. Listener from earlier,
Sam.
Yeah. Has an issue with you, Wiggy.
Go ahead.
I don't got an issue with you. It's a little friendly competition.
That's
I'll
all
let
right.
you pick. We can do top 5 all-time NBA.
All right.
Or we can do top 5 Celtics.
all right.
All-time.
I mean, we can go top 5 all-time NBA. I like
okay,
that.
cool.
Okay.
All right. You want to go rock, paper, scissors for first?
You go first.
All right.
I'll.
Wiggy's making his list in his head
Right.
right now.
Yeah. Buying time.
Yeah, I get that. So I'm going to go Magic at the 1. You got to give me the position, too.
Oh, you're saying
You don't have
just top 5.
Top 5 team.
No. I'm getting I want your starting 5 versus my starting 5.
You don't have Larry Bird at number 1?
No, he's saying
Magic
at
is
the
a little
1
bit more
spot.
dynamic at a
right.
position. That's fine. That's
All
fine.
right.
That's fine.
I'm going.
Hey, and how about this? What you guys can be the 3 judges at
All
the
right.
end.
All
You
right.
guys can pick.
So you went Magic.
At my 1.
I'm going Michael
Okay.
Jordan.
I'm gonna go Bird at my 2.
All
Not
right.
because of the audience or
All
anything
right.
like that.
Okay. I'm going Bird as well.
No, you got it. No, because we can't have Bird versus Bird.
But
so
it's my top 5 list.
Oh, you
How
have
you
to
gonna
have
tell
different
me?
I'm
players?
saying
Oh.
No.
So I should have
drafting.
rephrased.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
drafting.
we're drafting.
This is a draft.
If I had a 5
This segment
versus your
is
5.
chaotic.
Okay.
Very odd.
It's
All right.
chaotic.
So you took Bird off the list. Okay. So now I have to go. All right. I'm gonna go Shaq.
Great pick. I'm gonna go. It might be a little early, but I'm gonna go Tim Duncan at my 4.
All right. I'm going LeBron
At your.
with my 3rd pick.
Yeah.
But what position is he?
It doesn't matter. He can play all 5. He's proven it before. Yeah, he can play all 5. I could have 5 guards on this team if I like.
It's falling apart.
What about Hugo?
It's Ugo.
Ugo. Hurricane Ugo.
Casual.
All right, I'm going between 2 right now. We got the Boston crowd here, so I'll go Bill Russell at my 5.
All right.
Oh.
I'm going Chef Curry.
Okay.
Okay.
And what do I have left? My 3?
Nobody's taking Kobe?
That's who I was going. Kobe at my 3.
Okay. You're going Kobe?
Yep.
I'm going The Dream, Akeem Olajuwon.
Oh, good pick. Yeah. Good pick.
All right. Pretty good.
I think I go to the team with Jordan. No offense.
Yeah.
Great job.
That was good.
That was a good one.
Very good. All right. Go ahead. Sorry, Tom.
Greg, what a crowd, what a great morning. You bring in a great crowd. You always are tremendous with the crowds, aren't you, Greg? And I wanted to say how great Shime looks this week. He must be maxing. He's got to be maxing. He looks great. He's been so good, quite frankly, this week. I haven't heard him butting in every 5 seconds about Drake May. I love him this and love him about that. And it's so terrific. Great job this week, Shime. And I am also hearing that Greg has been accused of ball maxing as on a hot day in an old man walk in the seaport. It's rumored that his testes well below his gym shorts down to his knees.
Ew. Ew.
We didn't need that, really.
That was very
We
graphic.
really
I love
didn't
the
need
ball
that.
maxing trend, though.
You do?
I do. I do love it.
What is it? What is it?
It's weird that guys would be like, okay, if I'm going to get injected in that area to get something to be bigger,
Yeah.
you would think it would be the bat and not the balls.
I understand that.
You know?
But it's a new thing.
That's what I mean. I'm
But it
fascinated.
doesn't make any sense.
You're too old to relate to it.
I guess not. I guess the youngins are like, hey, wow, look at how my, you know how they have the gray sweatpants? They're like, look at those testes on that guy. It looks like he got 2 softballs in his pocket.
All right. Go ahead, Tom.
And Jason, if either of them are still on the team next year, want to play with LeBron James. If they can't handle each other and decide who's going to get the MVP, no way they're letting LeBron come in and.
I don't know about that.
I don't actually think that would be a problem.
You don't?
No, I don't think LeBron coming in, like, he has already accepted the lower role with the Lakers with Luka over there.
Right.
And I think he's just like, I don't know, he's kind of like old guy status in
That
the
wants
league.
to win. Old guy that wants to win and says,
Yeah.
hey, listen, I'm willing to do whatever my role is here. I'm willing to play that position.
Okay, I like the discussion, but if your owner is not interested in the apron situation.
Oh, you didn't hear? LeBron's taking the lowest possible money that the league allows.
How's he going to pay LeBron James $25 million if he doesn't want to be in the apron?
I feel like Chisholm, your team, the window, and I think Brad might have talked about it. You understand where the window is, and you have to maybe stress that money financially or get into that apron if you want to capitalize in that window, especially with Tatum and if you do keep Brown.
Can we give Chisholm a chance to see if he does? Because last year you do have to admit, Curtis, that it's a different scenario.
I don't appreciate that tone.
When you're looking at your superstar tearing his Achilles and that he's going to be out for the majority of the season.
Okay, but didn't they buy the team and then immediately dump salary?
That's what I'm saying, though. You have to take into account them looking at the reality of the circumstances they were in and saying, if we don't know what Tatum's going to be like in terms of his timeline coming back and if we're actually going to be a contender, this is a good year to get under all that.
One small thing.
Yes.
Wick mentioned getting under all that long before, I think it was before Tatum was injured, was it not?
Yes, we were at Wachusett.
Yes. Yes.
But Mago.
Yes. Now I'm worried about your tone.
I was on purpose.
Like Megan Elizabeth.
Megan Elizabeth. I like those. That flows very well.
Thank you.
So, do you believe that their planning in the way in which they constructed the roster and shedding payroll last offseason was more to do with the Tatum injury than it is the private equity venture capitalist approach?
I would like to think it's the former. I really would, because I agree with you that there's concerns. You've seen it with the Red Sox if you watch June Lee's great 14-minute YouTube segment.
I saw 30 seconds.
I'm going to watch John
private
Henry's
equity.
speech on a loop because I love him.
I agree that that's a concern. The NBA does have, I don't know about MLB, the NBA does have a certain threshold that caps private equity.
Yeah, the NFL does too, I think.
Just for this kind of reason. So, we'll see. I'm just saying, we haven't seen what he's going to do yet this summer, and then we'll have more information on what kind of owner he is.
Tom, we probably have time for one more.
Mego, did you really ask if Marsala is the one with capers?
Sorry. I've been a horrible Italian this week.
Yeah.
First, I asked if cans, how do you pronounce it?
Cons.
Okay, it was I thought it was in Italy, which was dumb.
Oh, it's adjacent.
Mixed it up with the Venice Film Festival. And then, Marsala. I don't know. There's so many chicken dishes.
Yeah.
Are you a capers guy?
They don't taste like anything.
Yeah,
They're like a big salty punch in a little
Yeah, I don't
thing.
mind them. But
I like them.
Yeah. All right. Those are today's Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
WEEI.
WEEI.
Show on WEEI in association with ILoveBostonSports.com and Acrobatic bring to you the Pats off-season plans are not going well as they may seem, especially when it comes down to AJ Green. You see, the Pats' chances at the acquisition might have been underestimated at that position, but I don't think that's going to hold back the mission, because not much is needed just to win that division. Same thing with the Sox, because if they play well, they can easily keep pace with the AL. These slow starts for the fans are unbearable. Even Charles Barkley thinks the AL is terrible. To the winner goes the spoils. Big sweep for the Sox this week, but it was just the Royals. They now won 4 of their last 5. This year's run starting to look like they past drives. Right now, Jarren Duran is the man, but bro gotta learn to stop messing with the fans. Now we just need some more wins. And this weekend we get a visit at Fenway from the Twins. Somebody need to tell Stephen A. Smith that our guy Jaylen Brown's not the one to play with. They going back and forth online like bitter singers, but neither one's a swinger, they just using Twitter fingers. Y'all should cut it out, you both rich. Do your job and stop beefing with each other on Twitch. Turn it up!
Can we hear it for Acrobatic and the weekly wrap-up from the Flying Bridge in Falmouth? Roadshow number 2 coming up. Jones and Keefe, not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch and on YouTube, and that's brought to you by Springer's Jewelers. And for over a century, they have been taking care of New England when it comes to diamonds and fine watches. So go see Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We should get any and all absolute Tabasco hot takes when it comes to this roadshow this week. I don't know, any hot takes?
I will say there are some hot takes now that your report is gaining some traction on social media.
Yes.
People arguing without medical degrees about whether a sprain is a tear or not, and whether this constitutes a tear, and your report was completely accurate.
I see. I understand. Anybody of note, or just some regulars?
Who's the internet doctor that Wiggy always disagrees with?
Dr.
Chow.
Yeah. We should get him on.
We had him on. What's he? How do you diagnose it?
NY Sox fan says not sure who needs to hear this, but a sprain is a minor tear.
Correct, as I said it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, NY, whatever.
Ryan Flo 980-77565 agrees.
Okay, good. Potential absolute Tabasco hot take. The crowd at the ground round last week was fantastic. This is a better crowd here.
I would say
today. Really, honestly, you guys are incredible. And you've been drinking all morning, which is,
God love it.
That's, honestly.
What could go wrong?
Right,
Nothing.
right. What a way to start. Oh, you have something to say, sir? Just go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Absolutely. What's your name?
My name is Steve.
Steve, okay.
So I play in the Falmouth Senior Softball League.
Yes.
Sick brag.
And we're also known as the Cape Codgers.
Okay.
And I know you're not in the league. But I'd like to make you an honorable codger.
Oh, I would love to be on. Okay.
There you go.
I'll remove my Barton and Gray hat. Hold on.
They paid for that.
There you go. It's a codger.
Well, it's
my head's too big.
All right, and Greg is putting on the blue cap.
There you go.
I like it. Thank you very much. Way to go.
That's lovely.
Okay,
All right.
Codgers.
All right. If not for poor coaching, you would have made it to the bigs. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Oh, sir, go ahead. You had absolute hot. You step right up. You had a question or two. Yeah, you got to get up close to that microphone.
Do you have my
all the way up?
Notes?
What? Your notes?
Oh, his notes.
Oh, your notes you gave me last night?
Yeah, you have notes. I forgot about that.
Oh, all right, hold on.
Yeah.
Do you need them, or you want me to?
No, he wants you to answer them.
Oh, you need your notes?
I'll grab the notes unless you want
God.
to read them.
Why don't you organize this?
Yeah.
I tried.
Okay. Hold on a second.
All right, I'll start.
Number
Greg.
two. Great job, Mego.
Oh, thank
There you go.
No offense, you needed a note for that?
Number 3, it says LB Wobbly Pops.
LB used to always say wobbly pops.
That's what he
So
called
yes.
adult beverages. He
Correct.
called them.
Oh.
So
yes,
he would have
yes,
loved it.
Yes,
Yep.
he did.
All right.
What happened with Mike Milbury this year?
Ooh.
Number 4.
Bill.
I love Mike Milbury. I would always have Mike Milbury back on the show if Mike
Man.
Milbury wants to come back on the show.
I love when he goes on his rants and just
Yes.
like, that is so
I would love to have
classic.
I liked Mike Milbury because we didn't talk much hockey.
Wiggy Men's Ice Hockey
Yes.
beer League. Oh, do you still play men's
I
ice?
do. MVP.
So I was chopping it up with Wiggy last night about beer league hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jim Barrasso if he's still here.
Yes.
All right.
I don't know where he is.
Yeah,
I used to. Jim was on my beer league team in Plymouth.
Okay.
We were the worst team in the league, but
Yeah.
he was probably one of our better
He was
players.
one of your better players.
All right.
So
Next.
shout out. I haven't seen him in a while.
What does this mean? Next summer, Margaritaville, Hyannis? What does that mean?
I know you guys went to Margaritaville and Fort Myers.
Yeah, so I'll do a road show there.
Just throw it out there.
I love it. We're going to be at the Flying
back
Bridge
here,
forever.
back
yeah,
here,
yeah,
too.
back here. Yeah. We should be back here next year.
How about a fall road show at Margaritaville?
Fall road show.
And then this says merch, a quarter zip. You want a quarter zip for merch?
Well, just a suggestion. you
Okay.
know, a
All right.
Hill
Well
show
done.
quarter
All
zip.
right. Give it a round of applause. Thank you.
All
By the way, speaking of merch, the amazing Ashley is here from the Greg Hill Foundation. Can we give her a round of applause?
Good job.
Comes to every road show, and you guys are supporting the foundation with our limited edition road show merch. So we appreciate that. All right, those are some of the Absolute Tabasco Roadshow hot takes. Bring the heat to your classic summer cocktail all Memorial Day weekend long with Absolute Tabasco. It was great in the Megan Hot Otini.
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
And I know I speak for all of us that we give a lot of things about Boston a hard time. The way they set the flags in the Common and commemorating every Massachusetts service member that passed in defense of our freedom. So make sure you think of that this weekend.
Are you talking Boston Common or Seaport? Because they do it in the Seaport too.
I was thinking of Boston Common.
Okay.
They do it in the Seaport.
Yeah,
That's
it's
great.
really, if you get a chance, and obviously everybody gets busy, but there's an unbelievable memorial in the Seaport when it comes to those in Massachusetts who have given their lives for the rest of us. So, and they have all the flags that are there. They have Gold Star family specific flags. So if you get a chance to check it out this weekend, it's Curtis makes a great point. So, all right. Anybody else? Anything else? All right. You guys are incredible.
Thank you.
Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, have a great safe weekend. Thank you very much. Go see Doug the Cohawk. He's hanging out here.
Keep him occupied the next 5 minutes, please.
All right. Jones and Keefe are next. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so
ready for Memorial Day weekend, King?
Yes! Yes, I am, Jones. Born ready.
Only 4 hours separate us from that.
That's right. We are so close. You can taste it. We are right there. Wish we were down at the Cape, but that's okay. I'm not going to wish away the day.
No,
that would have been fun. They sound like those guys had a good time down there.
Sounded like a lovely road show.
Like a blast
for everyone but Sam Kennedy.
No, they gave him the business.
they really did.
Yeah.
Greg tried to.
I think he
tried to mute it a little bit.
He tried to help him out a little bit.
He did.
But I think the message was clear. I think people got their feelings across.
I think so too.
Right.
I think Sam Kennedy pretty much confirmed Greg's scoop, by the way.
Yeah, so I noticed you backed up Greg on that one.
Yeah.
You sort of said, so this sounds like it's a little bit of the old semantics.
It's a semantics
game.
It is a semantics thing. A sprain versus a tear is a semantics thing, but he got the finger right.
Well, this is
which I heard once. One time I heard that.
Well, I know. And they called you the hand specialist in high school, so that's good. Yeah, so he got that right, and there's really no timetable for it. So it reminded me when you're like, well, it's not a tear, it's like a sprain. It's like, it's not a setback. He's just not ready when we said he was going to be ready. It's all in the same crap.
Whatever it is, it ain't good.
Yeah.
So we'll get to the Red Sox coming up on today's show. Keith did not get his soccer ball yesterday.
No, but I got something else.
Or earlier this week, rather. What'd you get today? Why don't
I
you got
the Dunkin' bucket. Look
show
at
the
me.
good people on Twitch. If you're on
I'm living the dream.
/Boston WEEI, take a look at
what
that
a
thing.
Thrill. It's a lot. Someone said maybe not even enough coffee. It's a Friday. I needed this little kick in the ass.
How many?
It's a lot of ounces.
How many ounces is that?
A lot. I don't know. I didn't, no, it's
70
north.
maybe. Yeah.
I didn't ask the lady. She was very kind though. I was
believe
like,
they're 48.
It's 48.
I think that's what they are.
That's 48 ounces of coffee. There's no.
I think a large is a 32.
I think a large is 32. So this is probably double. They're not inexpensive, so it better be at least a couple larges.
Yeah,
but then
48 ounces.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm the man.
Am I? And by the
it's
way,
way more expensive than a large and a medium combined. I'm having regrets.
Did my eyes fool me?
$13.
Oh, well, you have to out them totally, Nick.
Yeah, but guess what, Nick?
Boom.
Later on this weekend, this is going to be filled with margarita. So it's
He's gonna
really
have 12 beers and he's going to roll it around his house.
I am going to drop beers in this and paint it like a soccer ball.
No,
but this is thrilling. But I made the mistake.
Did you not have another iced coffee before that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I had a huge coffee this morning.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I had a big coffee because I forgot that this was even happening. And then one of my buddies in the old group chat, Bragg, he was like, he showed a picture of himself drinking a giant ice. And I was like, oh, no, that's today. So I couldn't pass up the opportunity. So I slammed a 32 ounce from another place. And then I went into and I was like, any chance you still have any of these? Because it was like 8:30. I thought they'd be gone like hotcakes. I was like, any chance? And the lady was so sweet. She's like, yeah, how many do you want? I was like, probably just the one.
Nick, you mind just Googling what's 80 ounces of coffee in like 4 hours? What does that do? What does that do to your system?
Well, then somebody on Instagram, because I did a video, which you can follow me. Tracy Bingham doesn't, but you can, at Rich Keefe, WEEI.
Spoiler.
Yeah, I did a video. Well, there's
there's tons of time in the middle
there's
of the
time
show, Bill. Yeah.
between now and grab bag. But some guy, and he was a little crass, so I'll clean it up a little bit. He's like, you can use that bucket to poop in after you drink. I was like, all right.
So the
sir.
recommended daily intake is 400 milligrams of caffeine.
How much?
When Keith finishes this, he will be at 909 milligrams.
It's a double.
Let's go.
That's honestly.
That doesn't even count the other coffee.
No, that's both of them.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
Thank you for doing the math on that.
Yeah. So that, okay. Well,
that's before lunch.
I thought,
but I'm riding high.
I thought it would be worse.
Yeah.
But okay. All right. Well, hot start here.
Oh,
to the Friday
Au contraire,
show.
mon frere.
What's that?
Keith just spent $12 on a bucket he's going to throw away in a month. Bet I don't.
Well, first of all, it was 13.
It was with taxes like $13.80.
And second of all, yeah, Keith's gonna.
I'm gonna fill this up with
throw that
margaritas.
away?
Yeah, no way. I still have my cooler cup from Fenway. I have that.
Yep.
I love a gimmick, is what I'm learning about myself.
Yeah,
I love a gimmick.
We're all aware.
These are good gimmicks, though.
Although it's a show opportunity, we could go to sales and try to sell this. Keith does promotional items.
Great.
I move product.
Great item.
Those Miller Lite things sold out. These buckets are going to sell out. I'm not even getting a dime. I'm losing money on these things.
Keith's trying to just give away
his
mass fortune. And that'd be a good sponsor.
But it
for
is
the show,
a great
for sure.
day. Start your day with a giant coffee, head into the weekend, and see how things go. Feel great.
Or 4 giant coffees.
Or, as it turns out,
the
4
equivalent
giant coffees.
of 4 giant coffees.
Yeah,
you can dial us up 617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch with Jones and Keith. Interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keith. Good day for that. Top 5 Friday. We're going to count down the top 5 Star Wars characters of all time.
This is a big Star Wars time. So Mandalorian and Grogu comes out tonight. Yesterday was the anniversary of Empire Strikes Back, so it's a very big, busy Star Wars time. So I'm curious to get your top 5 because I know you're starting to rewatch some of these with Lucas.
I wonder how much overlap we're going to have.
Not George Lucas.
No.
Your son,
Lucas, my son, not George Lucas. Just episode
They are
4.
on behind you if you want to.
I'm watching Return of the Jedi right now.
I can still I can still amend my list before we get to 10:45.
Great.
We also have a Friday 4-pack at 11:30. Plus, Week in Review at 12:45. Stay tuned for it. As we told you already, watch along and chat. Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. Good day to watch along. You can see the progress Keith is making on his giant
Putting a dent.
trough of coffee
So
over
good.
there. Yeah.
Good ice ratio. The lady there did an unbelievable job. The right amount of milk, the right amount of ice. I'm having a great time.
Sips taken out of it.
Taking a few big sips.
So you
Oh,
heard,
no, she didn't take any sips.
And there was no paper.
No, 'cause I was watching
no paper
her.
straws.
No, it's
And-
not like
oh!
that other establishment where you get, oh boy, get ready. get
Paper
ready.
straws?
Yeah.
I thought we were done with that. That was sort of like a craze a few years ago
Yeah,
when
we
everyone's
all-
like, oh,
we
shave the
all
planet.
Fake cared about the planet real quick. Giselle shamed us into it.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're horrible. It's one of my biggest pet peeve. Maybe my only like true pet peeve is the paper straw. I can't have
You
it.
don't normally see Keith get angry.
No.
He was legitimately angry when he opened up and found out it was a paper straw.
I couldn't believe it.
From a go-to establishment of his.
One of my go-tos.
Yeah.
It's the most affordable of the coffees. You can have you can have coffee there for a week, or you can go get a coffee somewhere else for the same price, for like one.
Yeah.
So I was like, I came in where I'm sitting down, I cracked the straw open, and it revealed to be paper. I could not believe it.
You don't.
So is that like a new thing? Like they're going to keep that, or are they just out of plastic ones that
I would
day?
hope it's the second thing, but I got to be honest, I don't know.
Oh.
But your disgust
that was bad.
was palpable.
Yeah.
Somebody looked in the back room. They're like, "Oh man, we got these paper straws. We got to get rid of them.
Got to get rid of
Like
them.
they've been there for a couple years already."
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
It's a relic from COVID.
So maybe.
Yeah.
I hope that's what it is.
They did inventory. They're like, "Ooh, we got to get rid of these."
I haven't been back there since.
Thank God I have real straws in my car. Backups? I think you call them backups.
I have backup straws in my car, loaded with backup straws, just in case something like that happens.
Text line says, if Matt Khalil was a coffee, that's what Keith is drinking.
This is the Matt Khalil of
Yeah,
coffees.
it's the Matt Khalil of coffees. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Daddy Seuss in the Twitch chat
Daddy
says,
Seuss?
I heard Jones sprained his doctor's finger at his last colonoscopy. Which is now just getting rude.
I think they use like tools. I don't think they just use their hands. Although maybe Jones goes to a different place. Just a guy in a van. Yeah, no, trust me, I'll take your insurance. It's fine. Get in there.
It's the landlord from Madness.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, we should just say it now.
Yeah.
He's our Haas of the Week. The landlord.
Well
from
earned.
Michigan. Yeah, good for
Well
him.
earned Haas of the Week.
Good for him, sir and
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah.
His special little friend.
yeah.
As it was turned on the
Special little
news.
friend.
He is our Haas of the Week
Yeah.
here on Jones.
Congrats.
And Keith. Eastern Conference Final last night, Keith. Knicks are now up 2-0. 109-93 over the Cleveland Cavaliers. I told you to take them by double digits. You could have pushed that up for some plus money.
Yeah, you're right.
Yesterday. Why aren't the Celtics here, and how far away are they from getting back to this point? Is what I'm focused on, especially in this matchup. Like the Thunder and the Spurs is such next-level basketball. The Celtics feel, I don't want to say eons away from that, but they're further away than I thought at the beginning of the postseason. They shouldn't be far away from these two teams, though.
No, I mean, this should be that. But I feel like I've been wrong about the Knicks for a couple of years now, so maybe they are further away from the Knicks than I thought. You know, they lost to them last year, and you can't even use the Tatum excuse because they were going to lose that series anyway. This year, they don't even get to face them, and the team that beat them got absolutely pants by them. Like, that wasn't even a series. So, kind of does feel like they're a little far away. Now, that doesn't mean I'm moving on from Tatum and Brown in that combo. I think that still is a winning combo in my mind. It's just the rest of the formula. How are you going to figure out the rest of the team to make them better than the Knicks? Because now I don't even know if this series is going to be quick, right? Just a quick aside. Cleveland lost the first two games to Detroit, then won 3 in a row. They also lost every road game to Toronto. So
yeah, so they've been here before this postseason.
I wouldn't be surprised if they still lose the series, but maybe in 6. But if the Knicks break through and make it to the NBA Finals, which certainly being up 2-0, you feel like they'll at least get there. You wonder, like, yeah, why are they better? We talked about this a little bit earlier in the week, and you were saying, well, like, they're sort of their style of play and the way, like, I look at it like the way they all kind of fit together. Like, they have the right pieces. So, like,
that's what I think it is.
Some of what Towns and Brunson can't do, the other guys on the team can do. Brunson's like your lead alpha scorer, but then all 4 of those other starters are capable of a big game. They're not reliant on the 3, but they'll hit the open 3. Like, and it looks like tossing Thibodeau out and bringing in Mike Brown, although I didn't know if that was going to be a big help at the time. That seems to be a pretty good advantage for them.
I think that's another piece to it that's just interesting with the Celtics. I wouldn't fire Mazzulla. It's close, but I wouldn't fire him, and I'm not breaking up Tatum and Brown. You know, if Brown wants out, there's nothing you can do about it if he's forcing his way out of town. But I'm not choosing to break them up, and I'm not choosing to fire Mazzulla. But you do look at the Knicks, who beat you.
Yeah.
And now they're back here. They're up 2 games away from the NBA Finals. They fired their coach, who outcoached your coach last year.
Right, you get further and still decided to fire him. And they improved a couple of games in the regular season, right? It wasn't like a huge difference, but because you brought back basically the same roster.
Mm-hmm.
And now they look primed. I mean, if they don't make the finals now, it's a big choke.
It's true.
I mean, you can't be up 2-0 and with home court advantage.
Can't blow a 2-0 lead with home court advantage and get bounced if you're the New York Knicks. I agree. So, I think you're right. I think the Knicks just play well together.
Yeah.
And it's a well-constructed roster. Maybe not a more talented roster. I would take Tatum and Brown over anyone they have. Like I would take Jaylen Brown over Jalen Brunson. I would take Tatum over anyone on the team.
Yeah, I think the swing there is, because so would I think Derek White having such a bad season and a bad playoff, that's where you start to look at, like, all right, overall, like 1 through 6, let's call it. Like 1 through 6.
I think the Knicks have an advantage 1 through 6. I think the Celtics.
At the beginning of the year, I would have said no.
Yeah.
Even with this well, with Tatum, obviously, not beginning of the year, but like when Tatum returned, I would have still given the Celtics the advantage there. But I think Derek White dropping off, and now it's like, I don't know, who'd you rather have, OG Anunoby or Derek White?
Oh, OG Anunoby.
Yeah,
I don't think it's close.
No, that's crazy.
OG
like,
Anunoby, Bridges, probably Hart. I like Josh Hart more than most. He had a good night last night. But
so
maybe,
to me, I'd probably draw the line
maybe that
there.
one's going too far.
But like, yeah, Bridges and Anunoby at the beginning of the year, I'd be like, oh, those are good players. I'm not trying to rip them, but I'd rather have Derek White.
Towns is a no-brainer over Derek White.
Yeah. So now, like, if they have 4 players better than Derek White, it's like, all right, now that starts to weight it a little bit more. So even if you have Tatum and Brown, great. The next 4 players are probably Knicks. You know, and like I think that's a big difference year over year.
And I think you said this earlier in the week. The Knicks understand Brunson's the lead guy. There's no confusion about that. And the roster fits and plays well together. And they complement one another. Brunson and Towns are sieves defensively, both of them.
Yeah.
But
the other 3 are nice.
They and plus Mitchell Robinson is a really good defender.
He can come in and grab rebounds
as a
and
big.
Yeah.
And he moves pretty well as a defensive player. So they have a bunch of defensive players to complement that and offset the shortcomings of the other guys on the team.
I don't think they have a bench player like Pritchard. I don't think there's a guy that is like, it's really their starters that are good and they're balanced. But off the bench, I mean, Shamet had like a good game, whatever that was. But like for the most part, like
some threes,
nobody really that you can like rely on there. So that's where I guess you could tip the scales back towards the Celtics. But no, I mean, the last 2 years, it's been proven the Knicks have been a better team.
Okay, so why aren't the Celtics here? And how far away are they from getting back to this point? Conference finals. I don't know how close they are to the Thunder and the Spurs. In fact, Chris Forsberg makes a point at NBC Sports Boston that because they're not close to the Thunder and the Spurs, maybe they spend another year below the luxury tax, and maybe they spend another year running it back with Tatum and Brown, but not adding any payroll because they're that far away, is the case that Chris Forsberg would make. We'll get into that with all your phone calls. 617
Split up the Jays.
779-7937. That's an option for you. I know a lot of you want Missoula fired. I'd say at this point, I don't think Missoula's going anywhere, but I know a lot of you feel that way. Some of you want to split up the Jays, perhaps for Giannis, perhaps for someone else. So, of course, we'll get to that. A couple more texts, by the way, Keith. A bunch of suggestions, including one from Chuck in New Hampshire.
What do you got, Chuck?
Haas of the week, the Duncan bucket.
Oh, making a late push.
Honestly, that's not a bad call.
Push. I think we might have to go with the landlord, though, but good one.
Co-Haas's, maybe. Somebody also said in 20 years, Keith is going to have an incredible yard sale. That honestly might be the best way to describe what you're doing.
That'd
Keith.
be pretty good.
All the gimmicks and things that you have in 20 years.
Or I get a storage locker and then I throw all that stuff in there, and then there's Storage Wars, and it's like the greatest episode of Storage Wars.
Well, but you heard what happened to Jackson.
I was saying, then Jackson buys it.
True. Well, I'd pay the monthly fee, I guess, just in order to keep my stuff.
Well, that's not how that works. That's why they have Storage Wars.
No, but once you stop paying for it, or you move on to greater,
when you stop paying it, eminent domain. It goes into the
one day I'll be
the public good.
One day I'll be collecting novelty items in the sky, and then people can have all my stuff, I guess.
But it's a good way of describing really the entire Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, a lot of junk.
In 20 years, it'll be a good yard sale.
My wife won't even go in there. She's like, this sucks.
The people at the meeting seem to appreciate it.
Well, thank you. People like the sheer amount of comic books and samurai swords.
They're just looking at it from afar. They're not actually.
She hates it. She hates the room. She wishes it didn't exist. Yeah. So that's why I spent a lot of time in there.
617-779-7937. You can dial us up here on a Top 5 Friday. Top 5 Star Wars characters at 10:45. Friday 4-pack at 11:30. Plus the week in review at 12:45. Billy Lanny with all the latest in trending. Let's get into how aggressive the Celtics will be, including whether or not they'll spend another year outside the luxury tax next.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Tonight, the Boston Red Sox begin a 6-game homestand with the first of 3 against the Minnesota Twins. You can hear the call of the game with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Style Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Style Market, proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley gets the start for the Sox in the series opener against the Twins' Connor Prelip. First pitch from Fenway Park is at 7:10. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show with Christian Arcand at 6:10.
Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Original. WEEI.
WEEI.
New England.
another. Die for each other. We're cool for the summer.
You can get this on the playlist when you're stuck in traffic today for Memorial Day.
If you've exhausted all of the Jones and Keefe programs.
Well, this is true.
You listen to everything this week, this month,
Your
this
options
year.
are, and with the traffic that
Piling
is
up.
anticipated for this weekend.
Should be thick.
I think you're going to need both of Rabel Rossini style playlist and also plenty of room to listen to an entire week's worth of Jones and Keefe replays on the Odyssey app.
Definitely.
I think that's
available
a good move.
for you. You can listen to the madness from this week, which was good. Tears. Polarizing tears.
Yeah, because we'll do the weekend review.
Down, legs up for about an hour.
We're going to do the weekend review later on in the show.
It's a circulation issue.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. But that's only just a little taste of everything that went on.
A snippet.
But you can always catch everything from Jones and Keefe on the Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature, and you won't miss a second. You can also take us with you wherever you go. It's free.
Yeah.
And it's easy.
What's free anymore? Nothing.
Nothing. Red Sox games and Jones and Keefe.
That's it.
That's about it. On the Odyssey app.
There's not even a Mount Rushmore stuff. Or Dork Podcast. Dork Podcast still.
Yeah.
We're thinking about changing that, but right now it's free.
Oh, you're thinking about...
Yeah, like a monthly subscription.
Oh, I thought you meant changing the name to Call Her Daddy.
No. We're going to
okay.
keep it Dork Podcast, but it might be like $20 a month.
Got it.
Yeah.
Smart. That's smart. Undercut that Nessun app. You're good
Just
to go.
cheaper than Nessun.
It's Jones and Keefe from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. I do want to get back into the Celtics. Why aren't they here in the conference finals? You watch the Knicks, who knocked them out a year ago. You see the Cleveland Cavaliers. They shouldn't be far away from those teams. You can make a case they're far away from the Spurs and the Thunder, and I think that's frustrating, but you might be right about that.
Yeah.
In fact, Chris Forsberg makes that point at NBC Sports Boston. So he writes, Keefe, in the end-of-season news conference that Brad Stevens had, he noted that he has a sign in his office with 3 questions that guide his roster building process. Now, he's pretty good at building a roster.
He is.
So these are 3 principles,
All
3
right.
questions, rather.
3 questions.
That Brad Stevens abides by. It reads, what do you want?
Well,
what's
bonnet down, feet up.
What do you want is one.
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour.
So that's what we want.
That's the answer to the first question.
I was thinking more of the reverse, Paul Brown,
Oh, sure.
which is what was going on.
Sure.
In that landlord's
Question
place.
2.
Question 2, what's true?
Mm-hmm.
And also, how do you get there?
Okay.
Okay, so what do you want, what's true, and how do you get there?
All right, what do you want? Championship, right? You
Yeah.
definitely want a championship.
Should
This
be.
team won a couple years ago. Second question was what again? I already forget.
Second one was
What's true?
What's true? Yep.
All right, so I would say what's true is you're not the favorite right now.
You're flawed.
You need to add to your team. You need to tweak your team. I think what is true is you can't run it back. Now, I wonder if there's any pushback about that in the front office, only because Jason Tatum didn't play all season. Jason Tatum himself admitted he was 80 to 85% when he did play, even though the results were pretty good individually. He looked good, but he says 80, 85%, and obviously didn't play Game 7 against the Sixers. So do you look at it and say, it's not just a typical run back of the same group, because that in and of itself will be different.
There will be some automatic change there. That's true.
I would argue against that, but I wonder if Brad or Missoula or anybody else with a say would make that case and say we can run it back because it will be different.
Well, we're leaving out a big one above Brad Stevens, which would be Bill Chisholm in all of this.
Yes.
And what does he want to do? But the final question is, how do you get there? And my answer would be trade Derek White, for what you can get, and try to get either a big or try to get someone more in a Drew Holiday style. And White has some of those qualities, but I'm done with the three-point shooting. I want someone who would, in terms of the volume of his three-point shooting, Tatum and Brown are going to shoot him. Pritchard's going to shoot him. White stopped making them. So I would look at like more of a ball handler who can run the offense as opposed to someone who just shoots 60% of their shots from three.
I think with Derek White, there's some...
But a lot of people would fire Missoula. A lot of people would split up the Jays.
Yeah, I think some people like the value that Derek White has or like what he's been in the past. I just think... I don't know what the avenue is to get a new third best player without sacrificing Derek White. Right? So like you could be like, well, I'll move on from Sam Hauser. All right, well, he's $10 million.
He's not
Derek
getting
White's $30 million. So like if Derek White's your fourth best player, I think you're in good shape, and they won a title when Derek White was their fourth best player. When he's your second best player, you saw he got exposed. And then even when he got pushed back to being the third, there were more nights I felt like Peyton Pritchard might have been their third guy. So how else can you really maximize the teammates around Tatum and Brown than Derek White, right? So like I agree with you on that, but I know there is some pushback. But like, oh, the guy he's a great defensive player and he's a good teammate and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, yeah, but if you're gonna make any kind of actual real tweak to the roster, he probably has to be involved.
So that is how I would get there. Yep. And again, the three questions are: what do you want? What's true? And how do you get there? Forsberg answers them.
Okay.
He says the short answers are the Celtics want more championship banners. He agrees with you. Keith.
Yes.
The second question to what's true: these teams out west, or there are two teams out west rather, making that goal feel a bit more distant, especially after Boston's first-round playoff exit. So he says, what's true? You may want a banner, but look at the Thunder, look at the Spurs.
Okay, so real quick on that, I would say I get what Forsberg's saying. I would also say it's sort of like a loser's lament. Be like, well, the teams over there are too good.
I want to be clear. This is what Forsberg is saying, but if he's hearing this from the team and this is what the team is saying, then
might be.
But I agree with you.
Yeah.
Then that is a real loser attitude.
But I would say there are at least a couple of examples within the last 10 years that something wonky happens, and the next thing you know, a team that probably shouldn't have won the title. I don't think the LeBron Cavs team was better than the Warriors team. But Draymond gets suspended, things kind of happen, and boom, they go out and they win the series. Kawhi Leonard's Raptors team for sure should not have won the title, but guys started dropping like flies for the Warriors, and the next thing you know, they win the title. So if you think you can win the East,
let me give you another one.
Win the East.
Let me give you another one because you had two against the Warriors.
Yeah.
When the Warriors beat the Celtics, that's one that I don't know how good that Warriors team was.
Well, no, but I guess the point would be, was that Celtics team the Thunder or the Spurs, right?
No,
so Forsberg saying there's
that's fair. That Celtics team felt like it was just.
I'm saying like those Warriors teams were a wagon, and yet they didn't win it every time because something happened.
That's fair.
So if you want to put the Thunder in that territory, fine, or the Spurs. I like the Spurs more. Doesn't matter. Either one of those teams, something weird can happen. What if Stickman there, Wemby, gets hurt in like the conference finals? Now all of a sudden you're like, well, we didn't go for it, and now we watch the Knicks win the title?
Both teams have a Stickman. Either one gets hurt.
Good point. And Chet gets hurt all the time.
What are you going to do? The third question, which is how do you get there? Well, Forsberg writes, the fastest path back to true title contention might be patience.
No.
Tatum and Brown aren't getting any younger.
No.
So I don't know how patient I would be with those
I
two
don't
in their
think
prime.
fans were really in favor of patience like 5 years ago. And that might have been not fair because Tatum and Brown were so young, but certainly not now.
I am not a patient person. So I never am in favor of patience.
No.
He says, maybe that reads like an oxymoron, but as the Celtics navigate the NBA's new financial minefield, a second season outside the luxury tax could open up the sort of big splash pathways that recently paved the way to Banner 18. He goes on to make the point, when the Celtics acquired Porzingis and Drew Holiday, they had reset a little bit. They had an opportunity to have a targeted addition, a targeted strike that offseason to put them into a championship window. He makes the case throughout this story, and it basically backs up what a texter said. The Celtics have to stay under the apron this year, or the luxury tax if the owner really wants to do what he did last year, to reset the repeater tax penalty. They have to do that one time in the next 3 years. And so Forsberg says, while the Thunder and the Spurs are really good, you might not get them anyway. Wait another year, have some patience, run it back with Tatum and Brown.
Yeah.
He's not breaking up the team and tanking. He's just saying, with Tatum and Brown, you're still good. Try to add on the fringes, make an honest run at it. And then if you're not good enough, maybe the Thunder and the Spurs come back a year from now, and that's where you make your targeted strike. How would you feel about that?
I would feel terrible. I'd feel terrible. So in this scenario, you are waiting out Wembayama? How old's he?
Good point.
How old's Harper? How old's Castle? You're waiting that team out?
The Thunder have like 10 more draft picks in the first round coming up in future drafts. They're not going to get any older anytime soon.
Even Shea
not older than you.
Isn't Shea younger? He's definitely younger than Brown. He might be younger than Tatum, too.
I would bet he's younger than both.
So, you're waiting those guys out? If LeBron somehow was still on top, or Giannis or Embiid, I kind of get it.
He's younger.
Right. There was even some talk back in the day when LeBron was with the Cavs, and you're like, all right, let them kind of age out with Kevin Love and that team. Let those guys age out, and then your time is now. And Brown and Tatum were so young. Now it's the opposite. Now should be the sweet spot for those guys, where they should be on the top of their game for another couple of years. And I'm not being let's wait for the 22-year-old to really take over the league. And he has a good supporting cast. They've done a good job surrounding him with some pretty useful players in San Antonio. So, no, I don't want to wait out the two young teams. I feel like those guys are more in their prime than you are.
It's not LeBron.
Or even pre-prime.
Or Curry in their 30s.
No, yeah, Curry's a good example. Those guys you could wait out.
It's a great point.
I'm not waiting this out.
These teams are younger than you.
And also, maybe we'll be wrong, but do you really feel like they're saving money this year, next year, so they could spend a lot of money in 3 years?
No.
I don't.
Texter, Jones, it's unfair to call Chisholm cheap after year one where they had to duck the tax. That's wrong, by the way. They didn't have to duck the tax. They didn't have to duck the apron if they didn't want to, but you can make a case they, quote-unquote, had to avoid basketball penalties, duck the apron. They didn't have to avoid the tax.
I think the basketball penalties are overstated.
I do too. Trust me. But let's play that game for a minute. They had to avoid penalties, avoid the apron.
Yep.
They didn't have to avoid the tax. Those are two different thresholds. One just saved the owner on his luxury tax bill or avoid paying a luxury tax bill. The other had basketball penalty implications that I agree with you, Keith, are way overrated and overstated and borderline irrelevant. But if you want to say they are, you have to avoid the apron. He says if they stay below next year, it's fair to criticize, but one data point isn't enough. Well, it's all we have, and he stayed out of the luxury tax last year. And why I'm a little nervous about this Forsberg piece is how buddy-buddy he's been with Bill Chisholm.
Yeah.
The sit-down he had with Bill Chisholm shortly after he took over. So, like, I don't know. I wonder, and I wouldn't rule out that Forsberg is pretty plugged in over there and getting some feedback from the organization, maybe even above Brad, where they go, the smart thing to do, look at the Thunder.
Right.
Look at the Spurs. We're eons away from them. We're going to wait it out one more year. Tatum and Brown will still win maybe 60 games, 55 games, whatever it is, and we'll be good in the East, and we'll make a good, honest run at it. Maybe we pick them off, but if we don't, next year is the targeted strike. And I'm with you. If they have 2 years where they sit on their hands, I'm not going to believe a year from now, 2 years from now, they will have a targeted strike.
This year, fans were prepared to just see where the season took them, right? Tatum was out. So you're like, all right, let's see what this year is going to be. And that was going to be the wait year. That was going to be sort of the, all right, you're not at full go, so let's just see how Jaylen Brown leads the team. And then that went better than expected. And then Tatum came back and was better than expected. And so now it's like, oh, man, you don't even have to have the gap year that Brown was talking about. You could be in it this year. Turns out you weren't. Turns out you had one of the worst first-round losses ever. And now you're going to say, well, guys, don't worry. Next year we're also just going to be patient. Like, I don't think so. I think the way this year went also leads fan. I'll speak for myself. I don't want that. I don't want them to take another year to get ready. And then for what? What are you even getting? Like that? It's just like, it's not a real plan. Who are you going to get? Who's going to be available? Giannis is probably going to be on some other team. Not that we want him, but I'm just saying, like, Giannis will be on some other teams. Like, some of these big pieces might have already established somewhere else.
According to Ocho Cinco, he's going to Miami. He'll be right there in the conference.
Yeah. So that could happen.
You know,
and you're still not better than the Knicks in this scenario.
Right. So you're going to run it back to make a targeted strike in 2 years because you're not good enough to catch the Thunder and the Spurs and what? Keep playing the same way?
Yeah.
Keep launching threes? Keep the same coach? Keep the Jays together? Keep all the pieces around them and expect something different? Like that to me would be psychotic. Like if you're going to make some moves around Tatum and Brown, I'm with that.
Right.
You can't run the whole thing back and just say, guys, wait another year. We'll be below the luxury tax.
The texter says the East is waiting out the Celtics. In a way, I kind of believe that. Now I know they've only gotten to the finals a couple of times, but if you are the Pistons or I mean, maybe not the Knicks anymore, but like Cavs, teams like that, and you see the Brown-Tatum duo, you're probably praying they break them up.
Oh, yeah.
Or you're saying, like, let somebody else beat them. Like, I think that's still the best duo in the conference. And going into the playoffs, they were the favorites to come out of it. Right? Like, that seems like so long ago, but they were the favorites. I think teams were like, get rid of them.
The betting favorite to get out of the East. They had the third best odds to win the title. You and I both thought they'd get out of the East. So, I mean, look, I can't imagine they don't invest in the team this offseason. But if they don't, we know who to blame. And that would be the new owner. 617-779-7937. We got all your thoughts there. We will get into the Red Sox at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Some interesting stuff this morning with Sam Kennedy, Greg's Big Scoop on Roman Anthony, plus John Henry with some comments. We read from the article in the Sports Business Journal like a couple of weeks ago, a month or so ago, whatever it was.
Yeah.
John Henry accepted the award last night, or 2 nights ago, rather.
Nice.
And had an interesting comment there. So we'll get to the Red Sox coming up. Plus, Top 5 Friday here today on Jones and Keefe. What's coming out this weekend, Keith?
The Mandalorian and Grogu, the latest live-action Star Wars film.
So we thought it'd be a good day to count down the top 5 all-time Star Wars characters on a Top 5 Friday next.
WEEI.
Top 5 Friday, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Talked a lot of Celtics in the first half hour or so of the show. We'll get back to the C's later on. Red Sox on the way, top of the hour. How invested is John Henry these days? Spoiler alert, not very. He cracked a joke, is what Sam Kennedy claimed it was, a joke, when he received an award at the Sports Business Journal, I believe Lifetime Achievement Award is what he got. Very prestigious.
Seems like a guy with a lot of jokes. He seems pretty funny.
Yeah, hopefully his writers are better than Jaylen Brown's.
Yeah.
And who was the other one?
Chelsea
who was writing out
Handler.
jokes? No. Who else were we mocking for writing out their jokes earlier this week?
Oh, man. Yeah, who was that? Somebody had a good one earlier this week.
Oh, and Brady? Brady.
Oh, Tom Brady. Yeah, at the Georgetown
Hopefully
thing.
his writers are a little better. Plus, Sam Kennedy was on with the Greg Hill Show today.
Yep.
Some interesting stuff there. Good job by the fans live in attendance at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth. So we'll get to all that coming up. Plus, Friday 4-pack at 11:30 and the Weekend Review at 12:45. Stay tuned to all of it here on WEEI. But, Keith, with the Mandalorian and Grogu?
That's right.
Hell yeah.
You got it.
I've heard it enough times where I actually got that right. It is premiering tonight. We thought we'd count down the top 5 Star Wars characters of all time. And since you're such an aficionado.
Yes, it's my favorite thing in the world.
I think we should give Keith first ups here.
Number
5. Going with Cad Bane. Jones, you've probably never heard of Cad Bane. He's not
Certainly
appeared in a
not.
film yet. He is a TV show, both animated and live action. He's a bounty hunter, wears a big old cowboy hat. He's got like a really deep, cool voice. He also has these breathing tubes attached to his face to prevent him from being force choked.
Like a CPAP?
Kind of.
Okay.
Like a walking CPAP.
Sure.
So like if like Darth Vader tried to like force choke him, wouldn't work. Wouldn't work, and he avoids that. And he's a badass bounty hunter. Also, he's a blue alien, so he's pretty sweet.
Cool.
Number
4. Going Han Solo. I had a list originally with more deep cut guys that didn't involve Han Solo. I'm like, well, that's not fair. Han Solo is the sweetest and is one of the coolest dudes really in the history of film. So going Han.
Sweetest. He shot first.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying he's necessarily a good guy. They try to paint him as a good guy.
Doesn't that depend on what version you watch?
Yeah, the original version, he shot Greedo first, but they changed that because they wanted to make him more of a good guy. But he's cool either way. So Han Solo, number 4.
Coming in at number 3.
Darth Maul. We saw Darth Maul originally in Phantom Menace back in, late 90s. He's also in a lot of the animated series, and he had his own show that came out a couple months ago, and that really kind of put him over the top. I loved him before.
I've
that
heard it's
show's
top
incredible.
tier.
That show's
Top tier
incredible.
show.
Yes, incredible.
Number
2. Darth Vader. This would be a lot of people's number 1, but he is my number 2. Really, the whole existence of Star Wars is a Darth Vader story. Everything ties back to Darth Vader in some way.
Number
1. Ahsoka Tano. Ahsoka Tano, another character that debuted in the animated TV shows. She also has a live-action TV show, and this is one of the coolest characters ever. She was trained by Anakin Skywalker before he turned into Darth Vader.
I'll bet she was.
Then she also bailed on the Jedi because the Jedi can be pretty lame. They're too by the book at times, and she's like, no, I'm not like that. So she's still a good guy, but she doesn't subscribe to the Jedi mindset anymore. So Ahsoka Tano as the GOAT character.
Okay, those are Keith's top 5 all-time Star Wars characters. You can weigh in on the text line, as you already are. Twitch chat and YouTube doing the same. You can also dial us up again at 617-779-7937. Those were Keith's top 5. Let's count these down now, Nick.
Number
5.
Han Solo. I have
good
that
one.
number 5.
Oh, overlap.
I think you covered it pretty well. I think that's someone who has to be in everyone's top 5.
Number
4.
Pizza the Hut, voiced by Dom DeLuise. I think he
Pizza
was
the Hut?
Yeah. He was a real foil for Lone Star,
right?
If you recall.
Right, I do
So
recall.
Pizza the Hut checks in at number 4.
Coming in at number 3.
Princess Leia.
Sure.
Nice.
Nice.
She gets on the list at number 3.
Good one.
Number
2.
Mr. Spock.
Spock?
Yeah, I think if you remember Live Long and Prosper.
He's not in any of these.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. That's an old Klingon proverb. So
Right.
Mr. Spock checks in at number
Not
2.
Star Wars at all.
Number
1.
Darth Vader.
Good one.
You had him too, Keith.
So we did have overlap in
Yeah,
there.
we did. Han Solo,
Vader.
Darth Vader. You left Spock out, which I thought was suspect.
Well,
as
Star
such
Trek,
an
Star Trek
aficionado
guy.
of the show.
Star Trek.
Plus Pizza the Hut, I think was
Pizza
quite
the Hut's
amusing.
good.
Yeah, okay. So those are my top 5 Star Wars characters all time.
Some good text coming in. Obviously, people. We didn't have Luke Skywalker or Yoda, but people like both of those characters.
People wanted you to have
apparently Darth Helmet.
Darth Helmet, also a good one.
Dark Helmet.
Ooh, Thrawn.
People wanted you to have
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah,
Obi-Wan,
obviously
yeah,
good.
you had that, yeah.
Thrawn's a really good deep cut. Oh, Chewbacca.
Thrawn,
another animated character. He's a bad guy. Mastermind. Also blue, like Cad Bane.
Oh, he's the color.
The character.
I was like,
the color of his skin.
Go on. Who I meant? That's an outtake scene.
The color of his skin is blue.
I see.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on the C-3PO R2-D2? Where people wanted to put them high.
C-3PO kind of a pain in the ass. Not my favorite. R2-D2 good. Maybe top droid.
They're
one
just
of the top droids.
They're such a package deal.
Yep.
I don't really know how you separate.
Cassian Andor really good with the TV show that was awesome. Into Rogue One as well. A lot of good characters.
Chuck texts
Boba
in.
Fett.
Yeah.
Or as I would call him, Bubba Fett.
Chuck texts in. Jones going to put Jar Jar Binks at 1. I thought about it.
Oh, you consider Jar Jar?
I did. He was in the mix.
Yeah.
Top 5 Star Wars characters: Obi-Wan, Darth Maul, Cade Bane. Is that wait, you
Cad.
Had, that's who you had.
He wrote Cade, but it's Cad.
Got it.
That must be a typo.
Who's Kanan Jarrus?
Also an animated character from Rebels.
And Chewbacca.
Kanan Jarrus, voiced by Freddie Prinze Jr.
Wow. Yeah. Awful list, Rich.
No, it's not.
No Yoda. Weak.
You don't have Yoda on there. Yoda kind of got
overrated.
Yoda, thank you, Nick. Yoda got bamboozled.
Oh wow, real life Tom nodding aggressively back
Emperor Palpatine was like right in front of these guys the whole time, and then manipulating Anakin, turning him into Darth Vader, and Yoda just let the whole thing go. Didn't get a sniff of it at all. He's got his whole Jedi Council sitting on his high horse, not letting Anakin into the Jedi Council, and then that allowed Palpatine to like worm his way in and create the Empire.
Yoda takes his ball and goes to Dagobah and hides.
Yoda,
Let me tell you,
coward.
Twitch chat.
Kind of a coward now that you think about it.
So you're winning the Twitch chat back.
Yeah,
anyways.
Yoda's overrated.
Dark and Stormy Night says they ruined Yoda with Grogu. Who's Grogu? That's the baby Yoda?
Well, they called him Baby Yoda, but he's Grogu. He's the same species. We've seen 3 of these species. We've seen Yoda, we've seen Grogu, and we've seen Yaddle.
Yeah.
Yaddle's a female Yoda.
Oh, I haven't.
Who also is on the Jedi Council.
Nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her.
Oh, Yoda and Yaddle? Nice. Yeah, they could probably get up to some stuff.
I haven't made it that far.
They live a long
in
time.
the films yet.
But I would even say like Mace Windu should be a cool character. Also culpable. Was right there as Palpatine was taking power and didn't do anything about it.
Mace went downhill after the first album. I agree.
He did have a purple lightsaber though. Which is sick.
Yeah. After that, it was all downhill. Okay, well,
I think he found the church actually.
What was it?
Mace. Found God.
Oh, he's a man of God.
Yeah.
No, I think he's vacillated between that and his rapping career. Yeah. Sometimes
There's
there's
some
overlap there.
Yeah, there's
I
definitely
think,
some overlap.
You know, the rapping back to
Yeah,
God.
he's like the Creed of rap stars. Just rapping about Jesus.
It's honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. Top 5 Friday, that'll be up shortly at Jones and Keefe. Top 5 all-time Star Wars characters.
Good
How'd we do?
list.
Go check those out. They'll be up again on Twitter and Instagram. Let's get to the Red Sox. Big reception for Sam Kennedy at today's road show, plus the latest comments from John Henry that I think will piss off a lot of Red Sox fans. We'll get to it next.
Jones and Keefe on W.
it's a tough town. I was going to say, I wish I was there with you guys in person. You get to go to the Cape over the holiday weekend, and I'm working all weekend at Fenway. But I understand there's frustration in the nation, understandably so.
I'll tell you what, and I never thought I'd say this. Sam Kennedy got off easy there.
Really did. Really did. Also, I got to work at Fenway. People spend thousands of dollars to get into Fenway,
Seriously.
and you're like, guys, you're at the Cape. I got to go to work.
Also, let's be real. How hard's he working?
I don't know. I mean, he's got the cooler cups going, so that's
a good point. Maybe
That's
he's got the
pretty
next
sweet.
big idea.
I don't know what the next thing is.
Green City Connects.
Yeah.
And the cooler cups. Yeah. Actually, I take that back.
Off the field, pretty good.
For that reason alone. Yeah. How dare you boo Sam Kennedy?
It's an affordable product over there.
So that gives you a little sense. And look, I thought he was going to duck him. Like, the way Greg was kind of setting it up, every time he mentioned Sam Kennedy was coming on, he was getting booed.
Yeah.
And Greg literally at one point was like, guys, stop doing that. If you keep doing that, he's not going to call in.
I couldn't tell if he was serious or kidding.
Well, he might have been kidding.
No,
but
I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell either. But
Also, he didn't lay out the way that he did with Breslow either. Like, he did kind of try to like, hey, guys, here's Sam Kennedy. Quick question. Like, how you doing or whatever. Not, ladies and gentlemen, president of the Red Sox, because then they would have given him the business, because despite the recent sweep, people obviously are not happy with the way the team has been playing overall, certainly the way the lineup looks. So they don't really get a chance to voice their displeasure, right? Like, you see the players, you can holler at the players if you want, you can holler at the manager if you want. They don't show John Henry up on the jumbo screen at Fenway for a reason. You don't see Sam Kennedy up there for a reason.
Guys, Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer of the Boston Red Sox. Hi. Good morning. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wait, compare and contrast that again.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
Just the very beginning, if we can, Nick, with how it went with Sam Kennedy this morning. A little bit
Sam
different.
Kennedy, good morning. Sam, don't listen. Do not listen.
Oh, no,
to these
actually,
people.
I take it back. I take it back. He did leave it open. I take it back.
It was a bigger. He got a bigger boo than I guess I realized.
Yeah. Because they were doing it all show, which was the other thing. So I don't know if they used up some of their good booing, but they didn't. They had some good boos for him.
Maybe they went a little hoarse there.
Yeah, they're mad.
But okay, that was Sam Kennedy, who, by the way, and we'll get back to this coming up, I think basically confirmed Greg's scoop on Roman Anthony and his injury.
Yeah.
We'll get to that, plus the latest from John Henry, another comment that I don't think Red Sox fans are going to like. But in the meantime, I believe this is Sorja waiting very patiently. Hello, Sorja.
Jones and Keith, how are we today?
Very good.
Big shout out whoever's doing the rejoins. Absolutely a raise for them. Really quick here.
Well, that's
With
Nick.
the
We'll
Red
put
Sox.
we'll put in a word with Mike for you. Yeah, okay. But keep going, Sorja.
Really quick here. I'm cautiously optimistic with the Red Sox, and I'll tell you why. They have the second best ERA when it comes to the bullpen. If you look at the last 10 games, even though they're 5-5, they only have a 2-run differential. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see when Crochet comes back. He's going to come back at like June 1st. So if he's going to be able to come back as the ace and you have Peyton Tolley as your number 2, what else do you want? And I think Craig Breslow's biggest decision is we need to figure out what to do with Jared Duran.
Okay, so you're breaking
All right,
up.
a lot
So
in there.
Biggest decision is Jaron Duran. Do I agree with that? That's probably right. You think Bayo's a bigger decision? What's a bigger decision than Duran?
No, it's not a decision as much as the status of Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet, I think, will dictate whatever the other moves are.
Crochet,
I don't think he's coming back June 1st.
He will not be back June 1st.
Nor
Based
do
on
I
the
think Roman
timeline
Anthony
he
is.
laid out. No.
So I feel like as much as I am in favor of trading Jaron Duran, and I still am, if you know Roman Anthony's not coming back for a while, I think you have to keep him. Like, unless, you have a big trade and the other team really, really wants him for whatever reason, maybe that's different. But I'm not, like, shopping Jaron Duran right now if Roman Anthony's going to be on the shelf for a while. Also, I would assume Garrett Crochet, when he comes back, just takes Brian Bayo's spot. Also, it's semantics, but Peyton Tolley's not really your 2. I would think that's more Suarez or Gray, but whatever. Like, the starters are all really good. No. I think the biggest thing on Breslow's plate is how do you get a power hitter?
Oh, I see. Not a decision on the current roster. I see what you're saying.
That's what it is. And if that involves Duran, fine. If it involves minor leaguers, fine. If that involves somebody else, fine. But that should be the number one priority. And I don't even know if there is a 2, 3, or 4. This isn't like some years where a GM might have like 5 things on the to-do list. Well, we need a guy who hits lefties. We need a setup guy. We need like a 5th starter. We need power bat. period. Like, that's all you need.
And again, as
go
we
find it.
It can really be at any position.
Doesn't
Just
matter.
about.
Yeah, because worst case, just a DH, fine, we'll take it. If it's a third baseman, great. If it's a left fielder, great. Second, short, I don't care. They need a power bat.
So look, in that way, no, I agree. That is a bigger decision. On the current roster, though, Duran, I think, is the biggest decision. Crochet's not going to be June 1st.
Oof.
I'm not sure when Roman Anthony's going to be. Greg had a scoop this morning.
He sure did.
Roman Anthony has a ligament tear in his ring finger. And so Greg asked Sam Kennedy about his scoop. Here's how that went.
Well, I'm sorry. You said you had heard what?
Partially torn ligament ring finger.
Oh, okay. Well, I could tell you that from what we know from our medical staff, that is not the case. He's got a sprain. So maybe you know Dr. Hill and Dr. Kennedy here can discuss medical diagnosis together.
Was I right? Was I right on the finger?
Yes.
Okay.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really, really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take. So Roman I can tell you, he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible, but he wants to do it in a way, and we want him to do it in a way where he's not going to have a reoccurrence of the injury. So that's what we know. He's battling through it, and I know he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible.
Okay. Odd cheer in the middle. I'm assuming that's where Greg was like, how I viewed that was Greg taking credit for getting the finger correct.
Or a boat went by.
Could have been another
cheering
boat.
about boats,
they were cheering little boats and ferries honking as well. So I don't know what that cheer was in the middle, but it wasn't related to what Kennedy was saying.
No,
I'm
I
pretty
think
confident in that.
Greg is right.
I do too.
And you even texted him about this, and I looked this up, the same thing. A sprained finger, the definition of a sprained finger is a stretched or torn ligament.
Correct. So it's
not broken.
If it's sprained, that does not necessarily mean it's torn, but it could be.
Yeah.
It could be and he said a partial tear. Like, it's not a rupture, that's a full tear.
But he confirmed it's a ring finger, and the same thing is it's going to take. He's not back anytime soon.
And here's the thing.
So
why would you believe the Red Sox? Holly was right about this.
Yeah.
They already lied about the timeline. He's going to be right back after the minimum 15 days on the IL.
Wrong.
First off, I wouldn't call it a setback.
I wouldn't. Right, that too. That was Chad Tracy.
What
guy.
would you call it?
My guy.
Oh, yeah, he stepped
Trace,
in that one. Yeah.
The Chad Sox. He's like, well, I wouldn't call it a setback. No, it's a setback. No, the timeline you're lying about. I bet they'd lie about this. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked at all. I would expect them to lie about this. Well, it's a sprain. Well, technically, it might be a sprain, and technically, Sam Kennedy's telling the truth. It's a sprain, but there's a wide range of sprains from not rising to a tear or a partial tear, certainly not a full tear, or a minor tear, a micro tear of the ligament. And so, no, I think he confirmed what Greg said earlier today. That's what I think.
I would agree. And he had the right injury, meaning it's a ring finger, which he hurt swinging a bat.
Right. We had said, is it his hand? Is it his wrist? We weren't quite sure what it was, and now we know what it was, which, again, you're right. He hurt swinging a bat, Keith. Correct.
Yeah. And we have no idea when this guy's going to be back. The last game he played was – do you want to take a guess? Do you remember the last game he played? What day it was? Today's May 22nd.
Yeah. Let's April 28th.
No, he dove into May, so May 4th.
Okay.
So May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
man.
checked out.
Not a day to celebrate.
One at bat. May the 4th. So it has been, this Monday will be 3 weeks. So what was it, a 15-day IL? We're already past that. And it doesn't seem like, right, today was the day they were saying, like, he might swing again.
Right.
Because he had soreness on
we don't even know.
Tuesday. But it probably won't be.
No,
if it's this, and they got a second opinion on it or whatever, and so all right, it's not broken. Okay, so I guess you're not throwing it in a cast, but it's not ready to go. They do say the best management for it is the RICE method, the rest, ice, compression, elevation.
Oh,
so if you see him in the dugout, he should be holding his hand up in the air above his head.
Like
with ice
put in a
taped
bowl
to
of rice like a broken phone.
Kid Rookie of the Year.
No, not that. Not that method.
Oh, that'd be a good method too.
Or driving into a bucket of rice like Clemens used to do.
Oh, Clemens. That's when men were men. Yeah. He would just squeeze rice. That's how he got strong.
Oh, is that what he did?
I think he would burrow it in there and then
Yeah.
like open all his fingers and pull it out, burrow it in
Squeeze
there.
rice.
Go on.
That's how Clemens got strong.
Wow, I
Just
didn't know that.
He put his hand in rice. There's
On
nothing
it,
else.
Down, legs up for about an hour.
Grilled chicken, push-ups, rice.
That's it. You do all that stuff at home. All you need is a bucket, rice, and that's it.
Get yourself a Dunkin' bucket.
Get
Throw some rice in there. You can be the next Roger Clemens.
You could be.
And did it clean.
Sure did.
That's the only way to do it.
I mean, his wife ordered something that one time.
Speaking of May the 4th,
yeah,
it brings us back to our top 5 Star Wars characters all time.
Yeah.
To
It was a tough list to come up with, but I am confident in
I had
my
no problem.
list.
I came up with mine very quick.
All right, well,
text line says, Jones, your mockery of this list is disturbing.
It is.
I will not stand for these shenanigans on this special day. I don't understand the mockery. That's my list. It's a subjective list. That's my
Honestly,
list.
I'm looking at your list now. I am surprised that you did have 3 Star Wars characters on there. So I guess I'll take that as a win.
Pizza the Hutt. That's a Star Wars character.
No, you're thinking Jabba the
Mr.
Hutt.
Spock. That's a Star Wars character. I've seen all the films. No,
Jabba.
that's not true. I saw the 6 episodes.
The Hutts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 617-779-7937. You can jump in on that. Meanwhile, Kennedy was asked about this today, too. He said John Henry was just making a big joke. But Cotillo...
Classic cut-up, John Henry.
Cotillo tweeted this out yesterday. John Henry received the Lifetime Achievement Award given to him at the 2026 Sports Business Awards.
Congratulations.
Presented by the Sports Business Journal last night. Now, we knew about this weeks ago. We were reading from the article in the Sports Business Journal. This is where John Henry sent some email after talking to the Sports Business Journal in spring training about firing Cora. Like, he had to double back because they fired Cora. That was a big update in the story. So he had one comment about that. And we read from it at the time. That was also where we found out John Henry has turned himself into like a cigar aficionado and everything else. Doesn't really like smoking them, just likes lecturing everybody about
Just
what's
sniffing
in them.
them?
And,
What does he do with them, then? You don't smoke them. What do you do with them?
I
mean, don't answer that.
Yeah. Look, I don't light them.
Yeah,
That's Will
okay,
Smith.
good. I was actually a little worried about what Billy was about to say.
There's also an old White House thing.
What's he doing with the cigars? I don't
I can think of 3 things you could do with a cigar.
He was introduced, though, by David Ortiz.
Hell
and
yeah.
gave an acceptance speech. This is where Zach Gelb, now doing work at WEEI, had Ortiz on the red carpet.
Nice.
To introduce John Henry at
David
the
Ortiz.
Sports Business Journal Awards, the Lifetime Achievement Awards. So here's what Henry had to say, Keith.
Yeah, what'd he say?
He says, when I arrived in Boston 25 years ago, I was told if you win the World Series in Boston, you'll never have to buy another drink in this town. He says it doesn't actually work that way.
No, that's not the case.
So
that sounds like
So what's the joke?
Yeah. It sounds like something that would be true.
So Sam
But it's
Kennedy
not.
says, it was a joke, and it got a big pop, and it happened, and it's portrayed accurately, but you guys don't understand the context. Basically.
People are still laughing about it.
Do you think John Henry thinks it's funny that they won a World Series and the fan base hates him?
Oh no.
So right.
No,
So like,
I mean, I wouldn't.
He might be joking about it, but there's roots of truth absolutely.
There's truth
there.
in every joke,
and he's annoyed at it. He's annoyed at his fan base, which I think
Yeah.
we see constantly.
Yeah, and I kind of get it because he's won so much. We've made these comparisons before. I know Kraft has won more than Henry has. And really, up until recently with the whole like Belichick breakup, like Kraft's approval rating here for a long time was super high. And when compared to Henry, it like wasn't even close.
Yep.
And you're like, Henry's the guy that took over a team that hadn't won in close to 90 years, and then he wins a World Series. If anybody should have the "you won't have to buy a drink" label, it would be him. But then there's just too many like sticking it to the fans and last place finishes and like really questionable decisions.
Well, but what I would say, and I've made this case before, I think you can make the case, and you might disagree, but I think you can make the case John Henry's been a better owner than Robert Kraft over the lifetime of their ownership here.
I think what he's done has been more impressive in the sense that he's done so many different managers.
Maybe that's a better way to say it,
players.
actually.
Right.
Maybe not better owner, but what he's done and accomplished has been more impressive. First of all, the 86-year gap that you referenced.
The Red Sox just weren't going to win.
They won with different players, different managers, different GMs.
Yep.
I mean, all the Patriots did was win with the greatest player of all time. Now, they won more. They won
a
6.
lot, though. Yeah.
But all they ever did, and the Red Sox and Patriots have won basically as recently as one another, the 2018 season for both.
Yeah.
On the calendar, the Patriots won in 2019.
Yeah.
But the 2018 season for both, so like their last title is close.
Pat's getting back this year, though, is a big
Pat's
step.
getting
Yeah.
back with
That's
Vrabel
good.
and now Drake May. It might shift back towards Robert Kraft, but that'd be the first time Kraft in the organization has done anything without Tom Brady.
No, but even like right after the 2018 season, well, maybe not 2018 because everybody was like on a high, like in the COVID year for both teams. And it already changed a little bit because now you're like, you don't even have Tom Brady anymore. But COVID season for both, if you asked anybody like who's the better owner, it'd be like 100 to 0.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah.
Not even close. But I think John Henry, the reason people don't like him, number one, he's not local, which Kraft is. That's a big advantage. You can't do anything about it, right?
Yeah.
As he said, he got here 25 years ago. So that one you can't do anything about. You know, I think the Krafts feel like they're more truthful than Red Sox ownership. I don't know how true that is.
It may not be true.
But I think that's the belief and the perception. And I also think the perception is Kraft invests in his team more than John Henry does. And I don't always know that's true. Last year, Kraft did. But Kraft, since he took over the team, is 31st in spending.
Yeah. Brutal.
31st. John Henry, even when we're like, God, the Red Sox, why don't they spend more? Is still top 10 in baseball.
But also, I
think these perceptions don't always match, but a lot of it comes back to people trust Kraft and they don't trust this guy and they never did.
Yeah.
I think it's as simple as that.
I think there's that. I also think just most places don't really like love billionaires, especially like a, blue collar like Boston. You're not like supporting these guys. Also, when John Henry doesn't just own the Red Sox, he owns Liverpool. He's teamed up with LeBron James. That bothers me maybe more than most.
Robert
Kraft, he owned the Penguins for a minute.
Robert Kraft was a fan and will tell you, and he sat on the bleachers and he owns the Pats and he's not distracted by anything else in his portfolio.
No, like Henry owns
portfolio,
other pro teams in other cities, and you're like, all right, yeah, and he like comes in from another place, so it just always there is a little bit of a sense of being an outsider, and then when you go from spending at the top end and you're charging everybody the highest ticket prices, the highest beer prices, the highest everything, and then you have some like bottom finishes in there, like dead last finishes, like that's tough. It's tough to sell to the fan base.
When I arrived in Boston, I was told if you win the World Series, you won't have to buy another drink in this town. It doesn't actually work that way. Poor John. Let's rub some nickels together to buy John a beer.
Get him a beer.
Yeah, like the man couldn't possibly afford a beer in this town.
No, well, that's because there's no happy hour. But like that's also
you can't afford them at Fenway.
But that's also not the case for everybody.
If he didn't upcharge everybody so much. Yes, what were you gonna say?
That's also not the case for everybody. Like, do you think if Kurt Schilling went to a bar in like Rhode Island, he'd get a free beer? No, I don't think so.
No, Schilling's
might get thrown out.
Schilling's not someone who's going to have to get a beer bought for him. But David Ortiz probably gets beers bought for him.
Sure.
Dave Roberts
is a good one.
Guys like that.
Yep.
Pedro, like guys like that probably don't
Pierce
have
Garnett
to.
Allen.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not Allen. You know what I'm saying?
Allen
Like,
might have to buy a beer.
People it changes. Like certain things, like depending on what you do, it changes.
I was about to say Johnny Damon. Johnny Damon might have to buy himself a beer. People didn't like when he left.
Oh, he'd probably buy a lot of beers.
Wouldn't have to buy one. He didn't win anything here.
Oh, that's also true. Isaiah Thomas. People love Isaiah Thomas.
Good point. You might not even need to win.
No.
Is that exclusive?
Just people loved.
Is that exclusive to the Celtics though? That might be exclusive to that fan base. Ray Bork.
Is there any Bruins that haven't? Well, yeah, true.
Ray Bork. You have to get him a driver. Bork. But Ray Bork is one where you could buy him a beer. He didn't win here, but he did win.
Buy him a beer in an Uber. Call it.
Yeah, get him a ride share if you would while you're at it. Maybe you should do that instead of the beer. 617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. Billy Lanny with all the latest in trending. We're right back with a 4-pack of questions in the Friday 4-pack. Next.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Tonight, the Red Sox begin a 6-game homestand with the first of 3 against the Twins. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley will get the start against the Twins' Connor Prelip. First pitch from Fenway is at 7:10. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 6:10. Red Sox President Sam Kennedy joined the Greg Hill Show earlier today and discussed the latest on Roman Anthony's injury.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take.
Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The Red Sox Station.
You know it ain't no stopping all the dogs I'm dropping. It's Friday night, so everything is popping. I got skin to spin on the hand, so let the games begin. Yakety yak.
Jones and Keith, brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. You can visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential, remodeling, or commercial building materials and supplies at Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946. Time now for a 4-pack of questions in the Friday 4-pack. Keith?
Yes.
What do we have today, Billy Lanny?
What team will LeBron be on next season?
Was somebody tickling you back there, Bill?
No, it just kind of threw me off because he went, we go to 4-pack of questions. Keith, what do we have? Billy Lanny. The tonality threw me off.
It was an odd descent there. It was an odd delivery.
What team will LeBron James be on next season?
Not the Celtics.
Okay. No, not the Celtics. He says contender, right? He wants to be on a contender, and he wants he's willing to take the minimum. We'll see on that.
Uh-huh.
How about back to Cleveland? Third time's a charm.
Honestly, it's a team that could use him.
So to say, because I think they're gonna win a game or two in Cleveland. I don't think they're gonna get swept by the Knicks, but I also don't think they're gonna beat them and get to the NBA Finals. And so it'd be an interesting trio of Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron. But I wonder if he just says, "Screw it, I'll go back to Cleveland one more time," because they're actually pretty good. Like they're not,
They are.
you know. So it could be a win-win for him.
I could see him coming to the East because he wants to get out of the West. He's not going to the Thunder or the Spurs. So, like, where would he go in the East? I have trouble doing that.
But he's not going to Detroit.
No.
He's not going to Philly.
No. Would he go back to Miami? I don't think so. I don't think it's great with him and Riles. Exactly.
No. Not going to Miami.
So I hadn't considered Cleveland. That's not a bad one for him to go back to. I kind of think he just goes back to the Lakers. Like, is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy.
Like, you know, he puts on a whole song and dance, and he wants to go to a contender, and whatever leverage he's trying to create on his way out, I bet he just goes back to the Lakers.
Well, Golden State. There's always been a rumor that he and Curry would want to play together.
Yep,
Remember, Curry's the one that's always kind of downplayed it, but like LeBron's like, I don't know.
I can see it.
And they're buds, and they could like one last rip at it because Curry's not going anywhere, but LeBron's already played for a bunch of teams, so maybe he wants to end his career there. I mean, does he want to just run it back with his son, right, who's with the Lakers, and Luka for another year?
So Curry or LeBron, they both have 4 titles. Is that right? They both have 4 titles.
And
LeBron has 4.
Yeah.
Well, I understand why you're hemming and hawing. You don't.
Curry has more real titles.
But let's go 4-4. What's more impressive, Curry doing it with one team or LeBron going different places and proving he can win different places?
Curry
is more impressive.
Yeah, I think so.
You might respect it more because he stuck it out, but didn't LeBron have to go and prove he could win with different people?
Well, no, he proved that he couldn't win it on his own. So then he went with a guy who's already won in a place that's already won with Wade and Bosch and won 2 there. Then he only went back to Cleveland because they were able to get Kyrie, or they had Kyrie, and they were able to get Kevin Love. And then I don't give him any credit for the Lakers one, but they also had Anthony Davis on that run.
But
so
at least he won with different guys. I mean, Curry won with the same guys.
Well, Curry, no, not true. The 2 middle ones were with Durant. The first one, he was the main guy, and the last one, he was the main guy, and he never had to leave.
So sorry. So that is true. They brought in Durant, but that makes it even easier. But it was still Draymond
But
and
Durant
Klay Thompson.
chose him. Curry didn't choose Durant.
Well, it helped Curry.
No, it helped
Did it
him.
not?
But I'm saying, but he didn't have to pack his bags once. He was drafted by Golden State, never left Golden State, and won 4 titles.
Well, he didn't have to. He's in San Francisco or Oakland at the time.
But he's the best player on that team.
Who was going to Cleveland?
Oh, they had like Antoine Jameson, didn't they?
No, but you know what I mean? Like,
they had Big Z? What are you talking about?
He didn't have to leave. I guess you could make the argument LeBron didn't have to leave, but like, I don't know. Curry was surrounded by a little bit more than LeBron was. That's why he didn't have to leave.
But he was not surrounded by more than when he went to any of his spots that he chose. I don't think Klay Thompson and Draymond Green are better than.
No, I agree with that. I mean, LeBron had way more around him in Miami.
Yeah,
way more around him in Cleveland.
So you think it's more impressive?
Around him. I think it's
what LeBron's done.
It's the same thing that like Brady went somewhere else and won. That legitimizes it to me that he went around and won.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if he didn't go to like some scrubby organization though and like pull them up from like
Cleveland's
nothing.
Cleveland's pretty scrubby.
Yeah, but he left. They got the number 1 pick in the draft like 3 out of 4 years, and they were able to turn that into, at the time, Kevin Love was great at the time, and Kyrie. So that's the only reason we went back there. He wouldn't have gone back there if those guys weren't there.
Well, I agree with that. And I'm not relitigating that he had a ton of talent around him. He did.
Yeah.
But Curry it's a good point. Curry added Durant. Now, he didn't have to go team up with Durant somewhere. Durant teamed up with him.
But then when he left, he won again, which is impressive.
That really does help
that
legitimize
team was
Curry.
not great.
But
we saw that firsthand.
I was thinking a vacuum. If you're going and winning with different people in different cities, that's a little more impressive than sticking it out. It's maybe more commendable to stick it out in one spot. But Curry was surrounded by a lot.
It's rare.
Very
like
rare.
in this, is he the only guy? I mean, certainly to win that much in one spot.
In today's NBA, yeah. Who else is?
So it was like
be
Magic and Jordan, but like that's
right.
a while
In
ago.
today's NBA, who else even has a shot at? I mean, Tatum.
Tatum has a chance. He's sitting on one. Jokic has a chance, sitting on one.
Oh, Jokic is a good one.
Jokic has a chance, but like
SGA, there's no way SGA plays his whole career in Oklahoma City.
He already hasn't.
Oh, good point. Sorry, you're right. Didn't even start there.
Yeah.
Good point. Can't be him.
Yeah.
So, but no matter what, he's going somewhere.
Oh yeah, and Giannis is about to leave. So like, I mean, he's sitting at one. Doesn't seem like he's even close to two. But
okay.
Yeah.
That's a tangent. Your answer is Cleveland. My answer is he stays with the Lakers.
Okay.
What else, Billy?
What's your take on tops off at Fenway?
Love it.
Can't wait to go.
Pop the top. Go ahead.
Can't wait till we're all in the suite with the big boss and we're all just.
Oh, you can go sweet tarps off.
Popping tarps,
She pulls out her breasts, and she's juggling them.
I have an equal opportunity tarps off. If
Yeah.
a lady wants to go tarps off.
It's a good point.
Tarps off.
It's a trend. What are we going to do? Not let women participate
That'd
in
be
the trend?
insane. What year is this?
That would be quite sexist.
Women can vote,
Yep.
which I think is a good thing. And you're questioning
I've
that?
come around on
You
it.
come
Yeah,
around on it.
I have. Yeah.
You don't agree with everything they vote on.
Yeah.
But then should they be able to take their tops off as well? Of course. The answer is of course.
Yeah, I thought this was
Also,
America. Yeah.
It's funny that this has become like a big thing again, or a big topic. Remember going to the Fenway Park like before the monster seats, before all the upgrades, way before John Henry, and you'd be in the bleachers in like 95-degree heat watching Billy Hatcher trying to steal second base. I feel like half the fat dudes out there had their shirts off.
Yeah, people would be passing out there.
Yeah,
it was the day of the pea troughs out there. And
the 90s are making a comeback though.
Yeah,
90s are back.
90s are back. Everything's cyclical.
But don't you?
Everything's
am
cyclical.
I wrong remembering that as a kid?
Sounds right.
There were definitely guys just sitting there screaming.
T-shirt like draped over their shoulders.
No,
gonna be a weird sunburn.
Take your time, right?
Just
get undressed.
Screaming at Mike Greenwell to run and like chase down.
Like it out!
Yeah, shirtless, beer all over the place.
They were probably more yelling at like Otis
Tom
Nixon.
Bernansky.
Otis Nixon, I feel like.
Nixon.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, that's it's Fenway we're talking about.
Troy O'Leary.
Yeah, probably less Greenwell.
I love Troy O'Leary.
Yeah, Troy O'Leary was great.
But that was, I feel like tops were off all the time. So especially when you get like some of these hot. I don't think this weekend's going to be that hot, though.
No,
but if you want to pop it. I just feel like when it's really hot in Fenway Park in right field, it is a scorcher.
You ever pop the tarp at a game?
I don't think I have.
No, me neither.
I don't really, yeah.
I don't have that level of confidence in myself.
No. Well, I mean, depending on how many beers you have, it's not about confidence anymore. It's just about like, sure, why not?
Good point.
My top always stays on. Constant rain delay in my life.
Tarp onto the pool.
So they talked about this on the air, right? That Ken was saying they should have Ted and Jackson go
I think
over?
that is a tremendous idea.
That's such a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
Have Ted pop the tarp off.
If you were sitting there, if you were tarp off, and then Ted Johnson comes walking in tarp
He's
off,
like,
all of a sudden,
Red Sox!
I'm tarp on. Yeah. I'm like,
I'm buying a second top.
Oh, this guy's here? Yeah, let me get a jersey over this.
What's even the point of working out at the rate that man works out?
Yeah.
If you're not going to go pop the top off in public.
I mean, sheer intimidation would be one reason.
Sure.
Right? You can intimidate anybody around you because they are all lesser than you. But, yeah, if you're allowed to pop the top, of course.
Yeah, I don't. Again, what's the point of working out?
As soon as it hits,
I don't even understand what the point of working out is.
70 degrees, I wouldn't wear a shirt the rest of the time.
I don't work out.
Yeah.
But I get why
That's
you
why I
would.
wear shirts.
If I did, I wouldn't wear a shirt.
Yeah. No, that seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
At the very least, Jackson should probably do that, right?
Yeah.
I think that'd be not bad.
I'm surprised Jackson doesn't walk around here with his shirt off half the time.
Well,
at least do it at a Red Sox game.
Don't give him any ideas.
What? It almost happened at our company meeting the other day. What else, Billy?
If you could take any vehicle to the prom, what would it be?
So we had the kids from Seaman High School earlier in the week. They took the Wienermobile from Oscar Mayer to the prom. Which
It would
seems
not
like an awesome
be. It would not be my '89 Honda Prelude that I took.
You took an '89 Honda Prelude?
No, it was my car. That's what I took to prom. It didn't.
Did you drive by yourself?
Let me just tell you. There's no action in that Honda Prelude.
No?
Let me just tell you. The lights flipped up on the front.
Damn.
It would not be that.
There's
I would not
no
recommend-
cleanup necessary in the Honda Prelude.
I would not recommend 89.
89.
Yeah,
Prelude.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that same year as the Griffey rookie card.
Yeah, this was 2003, by the way. And so,
Okay, well, that's some good usage in its past.
It did. It was pretty dirty. Yeah, and so it wouldn't be that.
89 Honda Prelude. We could take a limo. I do have my Honda Prelude.
It's post Y2K. No, I understand.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I got it. This is what I'm working with over
That's
here.
pretty sick.
Yeah.
Actually, I bet the Ken Griffey Upper Deck card actually had more value than the Honda Prelude.
Then and now, yes. Yeah.
I think, even though I'm a little afraid of heights, I think a hot air balloon would be a pretty good, because you got to find a landing area, so you got to land on the football field or whatever, and then people.
It's like Antonio Brown showing up to training camp.
Yes, yeah, 100%.
Great call.
So you're a little bit late, right? And then I was like, where's Keith and his hot date?
Your feet are frozen.
All of a sudden, guys, that's a giant balloon overhead.
There's a balloon coming down over here.
Oh, that's
a
great. Crash into a tree.
But that's a great one.
Hot air balloon is a big time entrance.
That's a good one.
I'd be a little scared.
I don't like heights.
No.
I would go with the stair car from Arrested Development. Might get some hop-ons, but I would go with the stair car from Arrested Development. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You want to roll into prom with that? Good jokes.
Really cool.
Yeah, I think
good story to be told.
I mean,
there.
it's been a bit of an inside joke. I mean, they did cancel that show, but I would.
Well,
say,
one of the shows that should have been canceled. However, they brought it back.
Yeah, and then
horrible.
And it was way worse
On
yeah,
Netflix. It sucked.
It was bad. Yeah, they shouldn't have done that.
Billy, you got any ideas? Where do you want to bring to prom?
Ghostbuster cop.
Yeah, good one.
Great one.
Play the siren, catch some ghosts, lay some traps down.
What'd you take to prom?
I didn't go to prom.
What?
Yeah, well, so St. Paul's they called it a spring fling. So one year we just
you
took
guys were on campus too, right?
We were on
So,
campus,
yeah,
so
that's different.
every other year they would do a giant boat on Winnipesaukee, and so one of the years. One of my buddies won the raffle for the limo, so everybody else got bust out to this thing. So we did take a limo one year.
Nice,
but yeah, for the most
part,
sad.
so you took
Really,
a limo to spring fling, not prom, but spring fling.
Yeah, it was really a letdown.
Got it.
Prestigious prep school, no prom.
Billy,
lame.
I was at a limo.
Standard limo.
Damn.
Did not take an 89 Honda.
Damn,
Prelude.
that's cool.
Nick, what'd you take?
I also didn't go.
Okay, there you go.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. What else, Billy?
Finally, how much coffee is too much coffee?
I think we're in that wheelhouse right now.
Keith is noticeably slow.
He
Why don't you show
jittery, though.
Why don't you show the
I'm
pace you're
I'm all
drinking
hopped
at?
up. So I had but I had a giant coffee before I realized these buckets were available. So I drank a giant coffee from a separate establishment.
So you've drank about 24. That's 48 ounces of coffee. In that bucket, you drank 24 plus an additional large coffee.
32.
And you're slowing down.
Yeah,
You're noticeably slowing
Heart
down.
is racing.
Now, let me tell you, the ice, there's still a lot of ice in there.
I think it does a good job keeping it cool.
I would have thought it would have melted down by now.
Ice does.
That's what
How much coffee is too much coffee?
I think this. What did Nick say? This is 48 plus 32.
Yeah.
So what is that? 80 ounces of coffee?
How much coffee are you drinking a day? I'm a 2 coffee a day guy. I drink a cup at home in the morning, and then I usually make one here, or I grab a coffee on the way in or something like that, and then I'm done with coffee.
I'm I only do iced, and it's probably the large. Wherever the place I go to, the large, 32 ounces of large.
And that's it.
That's pretty much
So you
it.
don't have any coffee at home before you come in?
Usually not.
Okay,
no.
so I brew a
God,
pot.
his heart is going to explode.
Who, his?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying mine.
No,
Yeah, his.
Keith's triple the intake right now.
Yeah, but
point.
I also
Good
used
point.
to do large coffee energy drink. So what's the difference there?
Yeah,
It's not even
I mean, there is no difference except your heart's going to explode at some point. But
I've eased up on those.
And there's nothing you can do to balance it. You know, if you're drinking, you have bread, you eat food, you have something greasy, it kind of
cut it with
I
some
don't think
water.
you can cut coffee with anything.
No, I'm not cutting it.
Some water, I think you can
I
cut
put
it.
a little bit of milk in there.
It's the half-life of the caffeine, I'm told, that's really the issue with
What's
it.
the half-life?
I think
talking about that?
takes
The
a
old
long
video game?
I don't know. I've heard that before. I don't quite know what it is, but I think it takes a long time to leave your system. I think the half-life is the coffee.
Oh, this is gonna be in my system. So if I get tested for caffeine, I'm gonna get flagged.
No, I'm saying that's why the caffeine. For instance, they tell you not to drink coffee before bed. I've never subscribed to that.
Because you can't fall asleep
when I work nights. Yeah, but it's the half-life of the coffee. Even though you drink coffee hours before. The caffeine still lives on in your system.
So this means basically you're going to have 450 milligrams of coffee around 3 o'clock in the afternoon still in your system.
That's fine. I'm not going to bed at 3 in the afternoon.
Well, let's think too. Your sleep schedule is kind of all over the place anyway.
Correct.
So you might not even notice if it's the coffee
you
keeping
just
you up
don't
with just
sleep.
life.
Right. Yeah, actually, so
I'll be
that's true.
fine.
Yeah, that's a good point. 617.
And I got a bucket out of it.
I'd say anything more than 2 cups. By the way, when I have my daily 2 cups, some might even think that's too much.
That's probably it.
Anytime I have more than that, I am bouncing around.
You're not like Dan Campbell. He's like, I get 2 Trentas, all black, pour them into this thermos.
People are gonna be jealous of the sandcastles you build with that thing.
Oh, I'm gonna make all kinds of stuff with this.
Yeah,
probably just mixed drinks, but sandcastles too.
Sounds
it's in
great.
play.
That's the Friday 4-pack of questions every Friday, brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. We'll get back to your phone calls, plus more on the Red Sox. Some interesting stuff from Buster Olney today. We can get to that next.
WEEI, New England.
This is the song you think of when we get to summer?
Yeah, this is the song of every summer to me. Great music video. I think this had a couple maybe spots on TRL back in the day.
Definitely.
Really good
Who
song.
did you say? You said the name yesterday. Who was
Len.
the band? Len.
Which I don't know if they ever even made another song. This might have been all they did. There's like a single.
Right.
They don't even have an album.
No,
There's
no,
a
right.
single.
It's not the two most listened to songs on Spotify are Steal My Sunshine and Steal My Sunshine single version.
Oh.
The third most listened to song is Kids in America.
I might need to listen to that.
Wait, the Kids in America? I know that song. They like that's a cover.
Oh, it's not even their song.
I think, unless wait. Unless they're no. Are they the band that had that? I thought that was a cover.
I don't know. I just love that song. And Man, this is good.
Man, I wonder why.
This is good too. This is definitely a cover.
Yeah, not to
Man.
make my second Clueless reference of the week, but this isn't Clueless. Yeah.
You know what the album is called that has this song on it?
Len's one song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No,
can't-
that's the name of the album.
No.
Yeah.
Steal My Sunshine.
Yeah.
The name of the album is
Sunshine Stealer.
You Can't Stop the Bum Rush.
It's written by your ex-wife.
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour.
Definitely.
That's the name of the song or the album.
617-779-7937. Bunch you waiting patiently here on Jones and Keith. We'll get back to the Celtics coming up. A lot of Red Sox items, plus some discussion in the Friday four-pack about tarps off and Keith's caffeine intake.
Yep.
Let's get to all of that. Nick is in New Hampshire. Hello, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. I just feel like there's a little bit too much parsing of, why John Henry isn't beloved. This is a guy who got up on one of those ridiculous 2004 retrospective, about the team nobody believed in and said, we came in and inherited a team from ownership that was really complacent, and then we invested money in them. And now he's whining that no one's going to buy me a beer. Why can't I just rest on my laurels?
I know, but
This
Nick,
is a team-
but hang on.
team
No,
that-
Nick, I'll let you finish. Just hang on. He invests in his team over the life of his ownership and even current day more than Kraft does. When we were comparing, Kraft is 31st in spending. So, I don't like John Henry whining about it either, but that's just the presentation. If you look at the actual investment, Henry's invested way more in his team than Robert Kraft.
But no one ever brings the counter to that. When you're investing in a competitive team that's good and paying for good players, did the fans not respond with the longest sellout streak ever? Are fans not paying the most
look,
for tickets?
Don't
And-
confuse this.
No,
John,
this is
John
the thing.
Henry
It
should
doesn't
invest in the
exist
team. No one's arguing with that. I'm just saying it's weird how he gets the coverage he does versus the coverage, treatment from fans versus Robert Kraft. That's all we were talking about.
So don't complain about no one's going to buy me a beer. Don't say, and I
agree.
guess this wasn't him, but this is the ownership group saying we want Fenway to be a destination. Don't talk about that.
Well, but
and
Kraft
then say,
has said that about Patriot Place at
Oh,
Gillette
yeah.
Stadium. He said the exact same thing.
neither one of these is a good thing. There's no business in the world that says we were good 6 years ago, so keep spending money on us the same way that you used to. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, look, I
think we're kind of arguing the same side.
We were making fun of the Henry comment. I think it deserves to be mocked. I understand the gap in how we talk about them and the way that they're treated by the fans.
Yeah.
I think it's because one guy is trustworthy or perceived as trustworthy, the other guy isn't. And it helps that one guy's a fan and one guy, as Keith said, only has in his sports portfolio the Patriots and the Revolution, whereas John Henry continues to add and get distracted, and I think fans don't like that. But, I mean, he's been way more invested even in recent years than Robert Kraft just barely invested last year. And they went to a Super Bowl, by the way, which is great.
Yeah.
Didn't win it, but they were there. And I just think there's not a massive gap in the way they own the team and operate, but there's a massive gap in how they're perceived. And it's just weird, and it's always been weird.
Yeah, I also think, he's not very good in interviews, but he's also been nowhere to be found for the last 6 years.
That absolutely hurts him. That's true.
Does not help.
That's definitely true.
And I just don't think has as many friends in the media either.
I mean, Robert Kraft, well, the last time he talked, was it off camera? And it was on the record, but off camera?
Right.
Robert Kraft has started to trend in that way, but he's never been anywhere near as bad as Henry. That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. And I really feel like most of the bad publicity for Robert Kraft really started after Brady and Belichick left for obvious reasons. Then he does the dynasty.
He could have paid Brady and he ran Kraft out of town.
Or
Belichick out of
exactly.
town. Yeah.
So those two things. And then I think this year helped swing it back because after a terrible season, you were back in the Super Bowl. So that helps. And so what are the Red Sox going to do? And right now, they're a non-playoff team. They got some signs of life, but right now they're not very good. So there's also like the timing of these comments.
That's
if he
true.
said that when they were going to the playoffs last year, right before they played the Yankees, people might also respond differently.
Might be a little different. Our pal Paul is in Quincy. Hello, Paul.
Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you? Happy Memorial Day weekend.
You too.
Yeah, real quick. Summertime by Janis Joplin is my favorite, and Will Smith singing Summertime is pretty good too. Downside of that song is if you try to change the radio while it's playing, a hand comes out and slaps you right across the face.
Of course.
Anyway, had a quick joke about the whole shirts on, shirts off thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Person walks into a liquor store, completely naked, bag on their head.
Oh, I like this.
Gun in their.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
And,
Completely naked.
Come
What
on,
bag on their head?
Just
Sorry.
let him tell the story.
I like it. Yeah, keep going, Paul.
Yeah, they're walking into a liquor store, completely naked, bag on their head, gun in their hand. Walk up to the counter, rob the liquor store, take off with all the money. Guy behind the counter calls the cops. Cops come, they're asking questions. Finally, the cops ask, was it a man or a woman? Guy says, I don't know. They had a bag on their head.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
You got a grab bag thing to fire?
Yeah.
That is true.
A little premature.
Now, Paul is the same gentleman who does the live grab bags, I believe.
Oh, he is?
I think so.
Are you sure about that?
No, that's why I said I think so, but I believe
I think it's
so.
a Paul.
I think it's Paul and Quincy.
Someone told me grab.
That's a different guy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Jones and Keith on afternoons 1:30.
That's
I think
it's
it's
a
a different
singing
guy.
voice versus a speaking voice.
I suppose. How different can they be?
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy.
I don't know.
Dave is in the car. Hello, Dave.
Get him, Dave.
Hey, guys. Just real quick, a couple of quick stories about caffeine. When I was young and I turned 21, started drinking, vodka Red Bull, and it tastes great, and you don't even feel drunk. So one night I had 11. A few hours later, I ended up in the emergency room, thought I was having a heart attack.
Jeez. It's too much, Dave. Dave, you did too much.
Yeah, that was too much, Dave.
I feel like moderation's the key to life.
Yeah.
And
They just taste so good. They taste so good.
They do taste so
go
good.
down, it was like, oh, my God. And then, before I knew it, I had like 11.
Yeah. I've been there with the Red Bull vodka.
The
That
issue-
is a good drink.
The issue you're saying was not the alcohol intake; it was the
Sheer
the caffeine.
amount of caffeine.
Okay, you said you had a couple of
Yeah.
stories, Dave.
Yeah, you
about
have
this?
another
Yeah.
one?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. And then
Another time I had
second story
12.
is, so I used to work as a tire installer as well. And then me and the guys out there, we drank energy drinks, keep us going.
Sure.
And so this was, I don't know if you guys have heard of this energy drink. It didn't last very long. It was called cocaine. And, no, I'm serious. It was an actual energy drink, though. It was in a white can. red
That's a
letters.
good joke if you meant
No,
actual.
it's a real energy drink. I kid you not. Or it was. It didn't last long. And so just like the real thing, like the guys in the shop were like, wait, you know where to get it? I'm like, yeah, I know where to get it. There's this place in Revere. I can get us some cans. So I got us each a can. We all drank it. It burned our throat going down. All of a sudden, like, oh, wow, my throat burns. And then we were slinging tires like maniacs. And I didn't sleep for 3 days.
All right. I'm sorry. Is there another story? Or
No,
was
that's
that all?
two.
That was all.
Yeah,
of them?
the Red Bull vodka.
I mean, now I get 3 kids, so it's like
Yeah.
a 2-a-day habit with the Monster Energy drink. Every once in a while, I'll push it to 3.
Nice.
And, I can
Nice.
tell when I do it, like I probably shouldn't have done that, get the jitters, get a headache sometimes, but you need it sometimes to make it through the day.
No, Dave, thanks for the call.
Dave, good stuff.
What a joke, though. If it was like
I'm
actually.
thinking maybe I'd like to try me some of that cocaine.
I don't know if you've heard of this energy drink. Cocaine.
But the way he kept going, it's like, I know this place. It's where I
powder.
can get it. And I got us each one
It was
can.
all hopped up fixing tires.
I don't know if you know this drink. You actually snort it, and it's not liquid at all.
That straw you got there is perfect for it.
Yeah, it is. It's a thick straw.
That was a real drink?
I'd never heard
I
of
looked
that.
it up. It's real. It was
Wow,
real.
really?
I mean, I don't doubt that he is. I don't think he was lying. But
I remember the Four Loko. The Four Loko sounds like it had a similar kind of impact.
I had a few Four Loko one night. That was the
Hopefully
last
not.
night I think I had
was
the
gonna say,
Four
hopefully
Loko.
not in the same night.
No, that
Those
was
are-
nuts.
Those are similar to his vodka Red Bull retelling. Where it's
I did like vodka Red Bull for a while.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah.
But, not
I couldn't have
I didn't make
11.
it to 11. No, I didn't make that. But the Four Loko,
I have a
it's like,
sensitivity to caffeine.
you have the you have the first Four Loko. You're like, this is great. You have another one, and it is just a
Not
slippery
great.
slope.
Did the
No,
man
no.
die? He did.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. Yeah, I almost did.
Yeah, not
So,
good.
anyways, that is a nice potpourri of topics there.
Because then these weren't energy drinks; these were just sodas. But remember, like Surge. Surge, and it was like a soda, but it was like
I
Mountain
do.
Dew, like hopped up. Then there was Jolt.
Yeah.
Jolt was obviously had a tremendous amount of caffeine in it.
Guys, I can confirm the cocaine energy drink. It absolutely burned.
No, that means it's working. I can't feel my throat.
That's the caffeine getting into your system is what that is. That's the caffeine doing its job.
So according to the label, because you can buy them on Amazon.
What?
280 milligrams of caffeine. But then what's taurine? Taurine.
Taurine?
That's 750 milligrams.
Yeah, that's in energy drinks, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen that on energy drinks.
Yeah. Like a Monster, something like that.
Yeah, or like a Celsius.
No, those are trash.
So this one is 6 12-ounce cans for $25, and the flavor is spicy. So that's probably why it burned his throat. He got a case of spices.
Yeah, he must have the spicy cocaine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that cocaine energy drink was real. There's another texture.
Oh, look at it now. Cocaine drink. Yeah.
They discontinued it because it was too much for everybody.
But you can buy it on Amazon, like Billy said.
Yeah.
They do have a sugar-free option, so that's
It
nice.
contains more caffeine than Red Bull and Rockstar. That was another one.
I used to own a convenience store. Brag.
Oh, big brag.
Cocaine energy drink was a huge seller, all caps. Not many carried it.
It turns all your bad feelings into good feelings. It's a nightmare.
Okay. 617-779-7937. We'll get back to your thoughts.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
On the Celtics. Why aren't they in the conference finals? How far away are they from
I
getting
would have
back?
done the same if I had found a kilo of crack cocaine.
Plus week in review. Maybe a late entry.
You never know.
In the week in review. Less than an hour from now at 12:45.
Smoke crack cocaine.
Jones and Keith on WEEI.
and 9 consecutive playoff wins for the Knicks as they add to their franchise record of consecutive playoff wins. Heroics from Josh Hart, a career game, and they take a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 series.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. That was the Eastern Conference Final last night, Game 2. Knicks 109-93 winners over the Cavs. They're up 2-0. Fans are chanting at MSG, Knicks in 4.
Not so fast, my friends.
I wouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves, Knicks fans, because Cleveland's been down 2-0 a couple of different times this postseason. That's not true. They were down 2-0 against Detroit, and then they lost all their road games at Toronto.
I was going to say, right, because they had home court only in one series. It was Toronto, so they were up 2-0, and then they lost every single road game. They did win on the road in the last series, but they lost those first 2 games in Detroit. Then they won 3 in a row. So, like, every series so far, they've lost 2 games in a row, I should say. They've lost 2 games in a row. So I don't think they're going to get swept. I also don't think they're going to win the series. I never thought a James Harden team was going to, win the East.
I'm surprised they got past Detroit.
Honestly, yeah, right. So they're a little bit further than expected, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if they win one, if not both, of the games back in Cleveland, and then the Knicks win in 5 or 6, something along those lines. But yeah, the New York Knicks, which brought back pretty much the same roster from a year ago, but changed their head coach, and now they're 2 games away from making the NBA Finals.
I'm curious, Celtics fans, are you bothered by Knicks fans? Are you bothered by the Knicks being back, if you will? They were in the Eastern Conference Final last year. They're 2 games away from the NBA Finals. And, are you at the point where you're rooting against them? Are you going to root for SGA? Are you going to root for the Spurs in the finals? Are you rooting for the Cavs right now? I'm curious if that bothers Celtics fans. It doesn't bother me. In fact, I feel the way about this Knicks team that I felt in, was it the late 90s or 2000? What team made an NBA Finals against Duncan? Was it 99? And the Spurs?
99, the shortened season, 99 with Latrell Sprewell.
I was totally on that Knicks team's bandwagon. Totally. Yeah. Sprewell, Houston, Marcus
Johnson,
Camby, LJ, Chris Childs.
Allen Houston, maybe? Did you say him?
No. I think I did say Allen Houston.
Okay.
Was it still Charlie Ward? Was Ward before that? I forget.
Ward was, I think, on the earlier teams.
But that was a fun team, and I got on that bandwagon, and they were a low seed on a run. The Knicks aren't exactly a low seed. But I feel the exact same way about this team. I kind of like a lot of their players. I like how they play.
Charlie Ward was on that team.
I don't feel like there's a big... I feel different about the Sixers and some of the other teams in the East than even the Knicks. I don't feel the same Boston, New York thing in hoops that I do in other sports.
Well, baseball is the highest. Then I would say actually maybe football, even though it's more Giants from the Super Bowls than it is the Jets because the Jets have been so bad. But you just kind of hate the Jets because you hate the Jets.
You probably feel it more with the Rangers and Bruins than Celtics and Knicks.
Yeah, Knicks because they had so many years where they were terrible and really a non-factor. And I don't think they're that hateable. Jalen Brunson's actually an easy guy to root for.
Texter says I'm rooting against Chalamet. Disagree. I kind of like all the
Chalamet.
I like the celebrity Knicks. I mean, not Spike so much.
Tracy Morgan.
But he's been there forever.
Ben Stiller. I got no problem with those guys.
Yeah.
No, the Knicks to me are really low on the list. They should be a natural rival. It's the same division. They just beat you in the playoffs a year ago. The Boston, New York thing. But I kind of I hate Philly way more. Even though, and they just beat you this year, usually you kind of dominated them, but I hate them way more. If you ever face Golden State again, I would hate them more. Lakers certainly at the top if you ever get Celtics-Lakers again. Knicks are way lower down the list. Even, play it out one step further. If it is Knicks and Thunder, I'm rooting for the Knicks. And especially as a Tatum Brown fan, you're I don't want Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to have back-to-back titles.
Would you root for the Knicks against San Antonio?
No.
So I would.
No.
And let me give you my logic why. Number one, I like the team. I like Brunson. I like the Nova Knicks. I like almost all those guys. Number two, wouldn't you feel better from the Celtics standpoint of getting back to the mountaintop if you just beat
the Knicks and the Spurs? Yeah,
it's
maybe.
The Knicks can beat the Thunder and the Spurs. I know you got knocked out by the Knicks. I know you got knocked out by the Sixers, who then got swept by the Knicks in the last 2 years. I get all that.
I'm going long con, though.
But wouldn't you think you're closer to New York than you are to the Thunder and the Spurs? And if they knock off those teams, you're not that far away? That's how I'd look at it.
But I want to set the groundwork so in 10 years I can say Wemby greater than LeBron. I can bump LeBron down the all-time list. So I'm rooting for that.
So Wemby would then, by proxy, be the show's GOAT. He would knock off the show's GOAT.
Well, Turf's not on the show anymore, so I think you have to re-vote on the show GOAT.
We voted, and it's been settled, and that's the show's GOAT.
Billy, who's the show's GOAT for you personally, LeBron or Jordan?
Jordan.
Nick?
Jordan.
I also say Jordan.
Brian back there said LeBron and Terp. Okay, good. That's LeBron.
No.
Yeah.
But Terp doesn't get a vote.
Yep.
So even if you and Brian didn't even vote for him.
What's that, Ken? Ken says LeBron.
Not even here. Who are you pointing at?
Ken would say Giannis.
Ken probably would say Giannis.
He would say Giannis.
So there's a long play with Wemby. But no, I get your point. Like the Knicks maybe should be more hateable than they are. They're not. Part of it is it's been such a loser franchise. Like they make the finals the year that Jordan's out of it and they lose. Then they have that fun team in like the lockout year, lose. And then have really not been all that competitive. I mean, last year they make the conference finals for what, the first time since that 2000 or 99 team? So like they've been awful. They've missed the playoffs so many years.
So that's how they just haven't run into the Celtics enough in the playoffs. That Melo team beat the Celtics.
With Amari and Melo,
whatever that was 12 years ago. I mean, they ran into each other last year.
Was 2013, I think.
Yeah, so like there just hasn't been enough of it. Like I don't know. I don't hate like Bernard King or any of those 80s Knicks teams. Like there just hasn't been enough head to head. But maybe I'm missing it. So I'm curious where Celtics fans are at. You can discuss that. 617-779-7937. I want to get into a variety of items on the Celtics. Why aren't the C's here? What's prevented them from getting there? How far away are they? Plus, Forsberg wrote something interesting yesterday about the Celtics being so far away from OKC and San Antonio that would serve as logic to be below the luxury tax or certainly the apron again this year. Is that their approach? Like not just Forsberg pontificating or surmising they could do it. Is he actually getting some intel? And the Celtics may approach it that way. We'll get to it coming up. But this is Rocco in the Twitch chat on another important topic on the show today, cocaine. Hello, Rocco.
Hey, Rocco.
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing? I heard the previous caller call in. I was actually the Northeast Regional Manager for Cocaine Energy Drink. It first came out, I was the first hired, and then eventually it got so bad with all the name and all the stuff. What they did is they just went to buying it online and stuff. But I could tell you a ton of stories about that energy drink. It really cranked. I mean, we went nuts selling it.
Well, why don't you start us with a story? Give us your best story
with one
airworthy story.
Well, my best story was one day I'm out. I'm pushing it. I'm doing good. I'm pushing it out to me that. No pun intended.
Right.
What I did was I got a call one day, and this is back when Richard Blumenthal was the Attorney General for Connecticut. And I answered the phone. He's like, "Hello, can I speak to me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, speaking, please." He goes, are you the Northeast Regional Manager for Redux Beverages, a.k.a. Cocaine Energy Drink? I'm like, "Yes, sir, I am. What can I do for you?" He goes, "Well, I'm Richard Blumenthal, the Attorney General. If you sell another candidate in the state of Connecticut, I'm going to personally put you in handcuffs."
Really?
Oh.
This stuff was
honest to God.
To the limit.
So what'd you do? You kept selling it?
Yeah, you kept pushing it.
No, I did. I called my boss, and he's like, "Yeah, you know what? They were just laid back anyways because of the name and stuff. They got sued a million times, but they never had to pay. But they just said," he goes, "Yeah, you know what? Just don't go to Connecticut. Don't step in there.
Okay.
And if they want to buy it, they can find another way to get it through other distributors or whatever." But after that, it was just like, it was hilarious.
All right, you're still a free man. Good stuff. All right, well, Rocco, thanks for the call.
Thank you, Rocco.
All right, thanks, fellas. Have a good day.
Yep. All right, say hi.
Be a crackhead.
Say hi to the Twitch chat for us.
How about that?
Blumenthal was gonna
can't even allow it in the state. This stuff is so hot.
Cuff him is what he was gonna do.
I love the other guy that called in, though. They're just like working at the tire shop, flinging tires around. They're all hopped up on goofballs.
You think that's in season 3 of Tires?
It should be. They should.
Good storyline.
That'd be really good.
Yeah, you worked that in for sure.
I think now you have to at least try it.
Yeah, we were looking it up. What is it, like a 6-pack for $25?
Seems like a lot.
Well,
doesn't it?
We can write that off. It's
a write-off?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's a tax write-off. I'm sorry. They can reimburse us for that.
Cooler cup and a bucket.
Odyssey will reimburse us for that.
That's true.
I'm sure.
It's 6.
You're going to have to put in the invoice. I never do those.
You didn't fill out the paperwork.
Yeah.
6 12-ounce cans of the spicy is $25. Free delivery. We can have that puppy here in a couple days.
Good call by Depressed Sox fan in the Twitch chat. Liquid cocaine. That would mean the energy drink.
Yeah.
And glitter guns when A.J. Brown gets traded here.
That's the only way to celebrate.
Not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad, Twitch
Crack
chat.
those bad boys. That's like our champagne.
We'll have two fill-in hosts on standby.
Oh, yeah, my heart might explode.
Oh, why is the Lions Den here
It's the
today?
Lions Den in KJ.
Jones's heart popped.
They even left a crack pipe in the cab, even with a little crack remaining.
Thank you.
This is wasteful. Yeah. Why aren't the Celtics here, Keith? How far away are they from teams like the Knicks and Cavs, not even OKC and San Antonio?
It seems like they are pretty far away, honestly, which I never would have thought as the season unfolded and going into the playoffs. But I don't know how you can't look at them losing to the Sixers, then the Sixers getting absolutely pantsed, and now the Knicks already being 2-0 up in this series with the Cavs. The Knicks also beat them last year. Like, they beat them head-to-head with pretty much the same Knicks roster. I know the Celtics roster was different. And so if they both hypothetically just ran it back, I don't know why you would have a lot of confidence that the Celtics would win unless you really, truly believe that Tatum would be that much better, which maybe he'd feel a little bit better. You know, he claimed after the season was over, he was like 80, 85%. But we all saw him play. He was playing big minutes, and he was playing well. So I really don't know, like, how much better he was going to be. And so, like, what's the supporting cast? What do players 3 through 7 look like for the Celtics next year? And are they able to compete with the starting lineup for the Knicks? Like, I think right now I'd have to give the advantage to the Knicks.
So, and I think that's fair. And by the way, we're not letting Tatum and Brown off the hook. Like Tatum and Brown, specifically Brown in Game 7, and even Tatum the games before that, and Tatum tapping out in Game 7, by the way. We're not letting them off the hook, but just you're drafting a series with Celtics and Knicks players. You're taking Tatum and Brown 1-2. In whatever order, I'd take them in that order. But in whatever order, you're taking Tatum and Brown 1-2. But the next 5 guys might be Knicks.
Yeah.
So, right, what does that say? And then the Knicks play, I think, together. I think they play a better brand of basketball than the Celtics do.
Yeah.
The Celtics try to get by on talent, and they have more top-end talent than the Knicks. But they don't play the right way, and they don't always play together. And, you know, who's that a reflection of? The Knicks last year, after they beat the Celtics and went to an Eastern Conference final, fired their coach. They're right back here 2 games away from the finals. You're keeping Mazzulla around. I would keep Mazzulla around. I think it's the right move. I think it's close, but I would. But that's pretty hard to ignore, what the Knicks did firing their coach, and now they might go even further because of it. That's hard to, you know, just completely not talk about and not mention when we're talking about where these two teams are at.
Yeah, I mean, they were in the conference finals a year ago, and they said, all right, that's not good enough. And they were right, and they made a change. And rather than changing the roster again, because you remember the Julius Randle, Karl-Anthony Towns trade was right before the season started, wasn't it? A couple years ago. And I remember thinking, like, I feel like both teams got worse. Yeah. That was my takeaway originally. It was like, I think both teams may have gotten the wrong end of this deal. But the Knicks are clearly in a better spot right now, and 2 games away from making the NBA Finals for the first time in 25 years, 26 years.
And we say this a lot about the Red Sox. The roster doesn't fit. I don't think the Celtics roster really fits. The Knicks roster makes sense. Like, they have a couple of very good offensive players. You know, Towns is a good rebounder. I don't know how tough he is, but he's a good rebounder and a good offensive player. Brunson's an unbelievable offensive player. And, you know, career high, playoff high 14 assists or whatever it was last night, even though he didn't score. But those guys are not defensive players. So the rest of the roster is all wing defenders.
Those other 3 guys are tough.
And it's Bridges, and I love Josh Hart. You know, Mitchell Robinson off the bench is a pretty good defensive player. So, yeah, I think their roster fits together better. I think it makes a little more sense, and I think they play well together.
Yeah,
which make a bunch of those guys played together in college. It makes sense.
Yeah, no, right. Really good chemistry on that team. And that's what, not to put it all on Derek White, but you wonder, like, can you get more from that spot? So Tatum and Brown, let's say you're keeping those 2 together. I think most people are, not everybody, but most people are keeping those guys together. I thought Keita did have a really good season and proved that he could be like a 10 rebound guy in the middle there and get dunks and putbacks and set screens and all that stuff. And then Hauser should be a really useful player. Should be like you don't want 2 guys doing this, but if one guy is to stand in the corner and just drill threes, like, that's fine. And if one guy on your team is going to take more threes than 2s, then that should be Sam Hauser, because I think if he's left open, that is a great shot. But then you're wondering, all right, what is Derek White going to do? And if he's just going to miss a lot of threes, and he does play good defense, but like, is it enough to be, you know, like a really good starting lineup that's better than what the Knicks have to offer?
He does play good defense in a vacuum. How was his defense against Philly?
Yeah, I know. Maxey was pretty good.
Maxey lit him up. Edge come out a couple of big games. So, like, I think now's the right time to get out on Derek White, and that is not to scapegoat Derek White for all of their failures. That's not what we're doing.
No, and honestly, if he was making less money and you could move some other pieces around and keep him, I'm not trying to run him out because he had a bad shooting season. It's just he makes $30 million. If you want any flexibility at all to add real talent in.
So he makes the money to bring in real talent, and I think he still has value. You know,
he was still voted the most underrated player, which I don't know how he is. He's on the Olympic team.
I think his value definitely took a hit last year.
Yeah.
But I still think he's a valuable piece to move. And he makes enough money where you can take talent and salary back, meaning a good player. So I think that's the piece to move. And again, that's not to scapegoat him. I like Derek White, but I think now's the time to get out because I want to keep Tatum and Brown together, and something has to change, we think. Or does it?
Well,
I was reading Chris Forsberg this morning. Forsberg thinks it might be another year to run it back, stay out of the tax, and make a targeted strike a year from now, which has me nervous about Bill Chisholm and his view on this team big picture. What is the plan this offseason? How aggressive will they be? We can get to that right after Trending with Billy.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the Prudential Center. Tonight, the Red Sox begin a 6-game homestand with the first of 3 against the Twins. You can hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Stock Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Stock Market, proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley will get the start for the Sox against the Twins' Connor Prelip. First pitch from Fenway Park is at 7:10. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 6:10. Red Sox President Sam Kennedy joined the Greg Hill Show earlier today and discussed the latest on Roman Anthony's injury.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really, really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take.
Headed to Fenway for the game. Park in the Prudential Center's garage for just $26 for night and weekend games. Located in the Heart of Back Bay, shop, dine, and discover all Prudential Center has to offer, including the View Boston Observation Deck. Just a short walk over to Fenway from the Prue. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
This is
joke. I never look at you when you come hear me sing. These are not all of me, many simple things you can't find wrong with me. Once would you tell me, please, what do I do? 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 What do I do right?
It's Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We were discussing the Celtics and how far away they are from these teams in the Eastern Conference Final. Never mind the teams out west, OKC and San Antonio. Get back at it tonight in San Antonio for Game 3 of a Western Conference Final. It's all square at one apiece. It's Jones and Keefe, by the way, live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. How aggressive do you think they're going to be this offseason, Keefe, in making moves to, let's call it the core, which is beyond just Tatum and Brown, but I'm not talking fringe pieces either. How aggressive do you think they'll be?
So I actually think they are going to be pretty aggressive, and I know there's like a budgetary constraint. Like I don't expect Wild Bill Chisholm to spend a ton of money, but I do have faith in Brad Stevens. Brad Stevens has been super aggressive. I know it was like...
I think if Bill Chisholm lets him cook, Keefe, to put it a certain way, I also have faith in Brad Stevens. I've mocked him winning Executive of the Year last year.
Yeah, well, that was odd. I agree. But
that wasn't because I think he's a bad executive. I just think they had to tear the roster apart, and they won in spite of a poorly constructed roster, which wasn't Brad's fault. It's the owner's fault. But, no, I'm with you. I have a lot of faith in Brad Stevens if the owner lets him do what needs to be done. I agree with you.
I mean, you look at all the stuff that Brad's done in really a short amount of time. You know, he brings back Al Horford. He trades away Marcus Smart. He brings in Drew Holiday and Porzingis, then gets rid of all those guys because he's forced to. You know, going back to Derek White, he brought him in when we were all wondering, like, oh, that's interesting move. He's drafted pretty well, like late in the first round, which is almost impossible to do. Like he's got, I'm not gonna say like amazing players, but he's gotten very useful players late in the draft. So
yeah, I mean Shireman was starting a bunch of games this year. Hugo looks like a find. I wouldn't go as far as some others have gone with it, but like he looks like a find for sure.
But I do, you know, we Danny Ainge had the nickname like Trader Danny and all the trades that he made, but like Brad Stevens, like over the course of the time that he's been here, maybe even more aggressive with some of these moves. So I think he knows where they're at and that they're no longer the favorite in the East, and they're going to have to make some moves. So, yeah, really based just on my faith in him. You know, we always bring up the Wick Grosbeck line where he was like, thank God
for Brad Stevens. Yeah.
I think that's going to apply this offseason.
So, speaking of Brad, Forsberg wrote about this today at NBC Sports Boston. We were reading from it earlier. I think it's worth reading from again if you missed it. He writes, in Brad Stevens' end-of-season news conference, where Brad was talking about impacting the rim and all these other things that we highlighted at the time, he says Stevens noted that he has a sign in his office with 3 questions that guide his roster-building process.
All right.
The questions are, what do you want, what's true, and how do you get there? And Forsberg says the short answers are, what do you want? Question number 1, the Celtics want more championship banners.
Agreed.
What's true? Question number 2, there are 2 teams out west making that goal feel a bit more distant, especially after Boston's first-round playoff exit. We can get to the third one in a minute. How do you feel about that? Like, the Western Conference teams are a cut above, sure, but should you just, like, mail it in next year because you're a cut below those guys?
I would go the other way and be more aggressive, like, or view it as that's the new bar. For a couple of seasons, the Celtics were the bar, and teams were chasing the Celtics. Going into last year, Stan Van Gundy was like, this is the best roster ever assembled.
Oh, yeah.
Which was way too strong, but like, that's what they were. So they were in a championship. They were in all these conference finals. They finally won one, and then they were the favorite to win it again. Didn't happen. They're no longer the measuring stick. But of all the teams in the NBA, what are they, like going into next season, like 5th? Like they're still up there.
I mean, you have to put OKC and
OKC,
San
Spurs,
Antonio ahead of them.
The Knicks, to be
Probably the Knicks, I agree.
But depending on what other teams do, they might be 4th.
Call them 4th or 5th.
Okay.
Yeah. What does Denver do? Does Miami add a bunch?
So I wouldn't
moving too high up.
I wouldn't just say That's not bad. Fifth's not bad, and then like we can go on like a little bit of a run, hopefully, or maybe we get some luck. No.
You're in the weaker of the two conferences for sure.
Go for it is what I would say.
So to that, Forsberg writes the third question, which again is how do you get there? Meaning reach your goal. The fastest path to true title contention, Forsberg writes, might be patience.
Patience.
Boy.
Not for me.
Maybe that reads like an oxymoron, he continues, but as the Celtics navigate the NBA's new financial minefield. Financial minefield. That sounds like the way Bill Chisholm would define it.
Yeah.
A second season outside the luxury tax could open up the sort of big splash pathways that recently paved the way to Banner 18. And Forsberg goes on to make the point, when they added Porzingis and Holiday a few off seasons ago, that was a targeted strike that they could capitalize on with all of the CBA loopholes and things like that at the time. He makes the case because they do have to duck below at least the apron to not be a repeat offender. They have to do that twice in 4 seasons. And so they already did it once. They have to do it one of these next 3 years. He makes the case this year is the time to do it. OKC or San Antonio probably going to win the title this year, might win it next year. You're far away anyways. This is the time to dip below, reset, and then make a targeted strike in a year or two. That's the case he's making, which I'm with you. I reject that because
I hate it.
And you highlighted this earlier. Those teams are both younger than Tatum and Brown.
Oh, this is insane when you look at it. This isn't like you're waiting out the last year of the Splash Brothers or, you know, if LeBron was playing with Anthony Davis still, which I know he's not. But, like, it's not like you're waiting that out. The Oklahoma City Thunder, which just won and could win back-to-back, have their 3 best players are Chet Holmgren, 24, Jalen Williams, 25, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 27.
Okay.
The Spurs, Harper's 20, Castle's 21, Wemby's 22. So why would you wait 2 years? Oh, let's wait till they're fully in their prime.
And just
let's wait till the Spurs are actually at the height of their powers.
Just frame of reference, Jalen's 29 and Tatum's 28.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
no, I don't want to wait any longer. So now, like, let's wait till those guys are in their early 30s to, you know, get a third really good player in here. Nope. You might have already missed your window, honestly. Like, not to be the bearer of bad tidings,
No, I think,
but like the Spurs and
fair.
the Thunder are the two best teams now. And where's that going to go? You know, what you're going to have to root for is like a Shaq and Kobe type of situation where Wemby and Castle hate each other, or Shea and Jay. Like, honestly, like, what else?
It's fair.
That's what's going to break them up.
And then, again, with OKC, they have like 10 more first-round picks coming up. They might add to their treasure trove of talent. I don't pretend to know. Well, actually, I think the Celtics owe San Antonio a pick for the Derek White trade.
Yeah,
I think I believe they owe San
They
Antonio
weren't
a
happy with
first-rounder
Romeo
coming up.
Langford and Josh Richardson.
And look, who really cares about the draft picks? That's just a way of saying those teams could even add more to the youth that they have, and they already have youth on you. Your guys are pushing 30.
They're young and like,
OKC's mid-20s, and San Antonio is early 20s. So how long are we waiting? By that definition, you got to wait a decade before you go back in with a targeted strike, which honestly is probably music to Bill Chisholm's ears.
Yeah. Also, it might be tougher because at that point, if you really play that out, don't you have to give both Tatum and Brown extensions? And now you're going to be paying both those guys like $70 million a year. And then what's going to go around them? Like, oh, you're going to have the flexibility to make a couple of other moves, but are they? Like, are they going to spend the most money? Are they going to spend into the tax ever again?
Until they do, I don't think you should believe they will. Like,
we have to wait and see.
Like,
maybe we'll be wrong.
Wick, to his credit, or, excuse me,
Wick's
Irv,
dad, yeah.
to his credit, when the Celtics sniffed a championship and when they thought they were contenders, they invested, and they would go into the luxury tax, and they would go over aprons, and they would do it. We don't know that Bill Chisholm won't, but so far he hasn't, and I don't think that's in his background to do that. He's from the private equity world. So I don't think that's his background. I don't think that's in his DNA. He claims to be from the North Shore and bleed green and all these things, and I don't know how true any of that is. Georgetown ain't even on the North Shore.
No,
so he lied
tough
to us.
start.
Lied to us right from day one,
Yeah.
and I always thought that was fishy. So, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm with you on that, and I think most fans should approach it that way. Why would you give him the benefit of the doubt? Like, why? The first year he got here, if you believe in basketball penalties, which I don't, I mean, I know they exist, but I don't think they're punitive, and I think they're an ownership excuse. But whatever, if you believe in them, you do. He just had to get out of the apron. He went another notch or two beyond that and got below the luxury tax. There's no basketball penalties for being over the luxury tax. There are tax penalties for the owner and his wallet, but there are no basketball penalties for that. And so he went the extra mile. Why? I don't think you give him the benefit of the doubt until he proves it. And I'm not holding my breath that he's ever going to prove it.
Yeah, no. And then so it's like, all right, if Tatum and Brown are the guys and you're keeping those two guys together, like what can you possibly do over that time to improve from that? No, it makes no sense to not have a year with those two guys. As long as you're willing to pay both those guys the max money and continue to pay those guys, why would you not try to go for it every year? And it's like championship or bust if you have these two guys, right? It took a lot to happen for, go all the way back to like the Pierce Garnett trade, like to get those guys and to like rebuild and like here you are. And like you're trying to extend your window right now, not by doing like these like essentially it'd be like another like a high price gap year, right? Jaylen Brown pushed back on the gap year thing. But if you read into that, that's what it is. Like, you can't just sit back and let the Thunder and Spurs win another title because they're really good.
And to be clear, Forsberg wasn't saying you, like, rip anything apart or tank or anything. He's just like, bring back Tatum and Brown. You won 56 games this year, most of them without Tatum. Maybe you win in the mid to high 50s again, and you're right back there, and maybe you can put a run together, and maybe you sneak in a championship. Like, he wasn't ruling any of that out, but that was the logic. And then save your targeted strike for a year
I think there's like 5 options. They're not all the same as far as how realistic they are, but really 5 things you can do, right? You can fire Joe Mazzulla, like the Knicks just did.
Which they're not at this point. They're not doing.
You could trade Derek White.
I think would be my number one choice.
You could trade Jaylen Brown.
I wouldn't do that.
You could trade Jason Tatum.
I wouldn't do that.
Or do nothing.
I wouldn't do that.
I feel like, because then others would argue like, well, is there anything else you can do, right? Like, is there a way to keep White and still really improve the team? Maybe Brad Stevens pulls something out of his hat.
Put those in order, by the way.
Most likely?
That's a good list. No, what you would do.
Oh, I would trade White.
1.
I would fire Mazzulla.
2.
I would trade Brown.
3.
Do nothing.
4.
Trade Tatum.
Oh, wow. So I would flip those last 2? Like, they have to do something.
Okay.
They have to do something.
Split
so,
up the Jays.
Okay, so but I have the same order otherwise besides those last 2.
Yeah.
It starts with White, then Mazzulla, then Brown. Then I would trade Tatum because I don't want them to do nothing. But whatever, we flip those last 2.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. Good amount of Celtics conversation. We'll get back to the Red Sox at the top of the hour. Great A-plus appearance by Sam Kennedy today.
All right.
Really, it was the fans in attendance at the Greg Hill Road Show.
They crushed it. Nice job,
That
fans.
knocked it out of the park. Plus, Sam Kennedy pretty much confirmed Greg's scoop on Roman Anthony and another comment from John Henry that's going to annoy Red Sox fans. We'll circle back to all of it. Plus, Week in Review on the way next.
WEEI.
Oh, what a week it has been here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Let's get through it, including we have, once again, a number of Brag of the Week nominees. But first, Jones, let's go back to Monday.
Okay.
Busy weekend for Tom Brady. He was speaking at the Georgetown commencement. Then he was also walking the catwalk, wearing a pretty interesting outfit over the weekend, trying to pull that off the best he could.
I'd wear it.
He seemed uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying
But he was willing to do
enjoy
it. You would wear that?
Yeah. They're gonna have to take. They're gonna have to take the gut region out a little bit. They're gonna have to.
They can do that.
Yeah, they're gonna have to form fit it.
Did you ever think
to
that
me.
maybe
Yeah.
this
Oh,
modern
good.
life
Oh,
was
yeah.
being really ridiculously good looking?
It's Jones and Keefe, Fashion Police.
I think Eddie Murphy did stand up in one of those. It's a different color, but I think didn't he?
It's the same idea.
It just looks incredibly uncomfortable.
As delirious outfit.
Yeah,
I think is what Brady's
yeah.
wearing there. Yeah.
Do you think that's waterproof?
I doubt it.
Or it's like the
wet.
opposite.
It's leather. Yeah, you can't get that thing wet. You sweat on that thing. It looks ruined.
Looks like a
It's
slicker.
like Ross and Friends.
Yeah, it is.
So Ross tried leather pants on.
Yeah.
Somebody told him to use powder to get them back up, and then somebody said to
noises.
use lotion.
All right, so Brian,
it's all black, head to toe, leather.
If
He's
you've
got
not-
the big jacket like collar.
if you've not seen
popped
it,
up.
Brian does have it up on Twitch, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. It's just a quick walk
Like that sucks.
on the catwalk. Oh, it really not
It's
really
the leather
propped
show.
up.
It's a leather shop skit from SNL from years
Yeah,
ago.
it is.
He's
He's like
squeaking as you move.
It's Tobias Funke.
I believe there was a
in his
gentleman
leather daddy outfit.
in the basement in Pulp Fiction that also had a similar outfit. A little bit of that.
You wouldn't wear that, Keith?
No.
No.
I
wouldn't
do it.
I thought we sold you on it, but still at the end you were a no.
Wouldn't do it. But who knows what's next for the great Tom Brady? What he may.
You don't get fashion, I
Or
think
may
is
not
what we
wear.
learned, yeah.
Oh, I don't.
No,
No, I try to go with mesh shorts and hoodies more often than not, if I can help it.
Good look.
Now I'm kind of caught in between right now. It's like too hot this week, obviously, for the hoodie.
No, today was good for that outfit.
Today was
though.
good. I
Today,
could pop the
shorts
hoodie back on
yeah,
and
yeah,
shorts.
It's good, yeah.
But a couple days earlier this week, I was like, hey,
Sweltering.
I got to find shirts that cover up my fat stomach now. I'm like, what do I do? It's certainly not the David Stoudemire
That
jersey.
is always rough when you haven't been wearing it like for a whole
Yeah.
season, and then you're like, this doesn't
Will this
fit
shrink?
the way I thought.
Did
Yeah.
you dry this?
Yeah,
You put this in the dryer.
Hey, cat! I'm not supposed to dry this.
These are all hang dries. Oh, they're all shrinking on me.
Yeah, they're getting snug for some reason.
Well, we had a Stat of the Week nominee earlier in this week, or so we thought.
oh no.
Nick was pushing this big stat that turned out to maybe
Stat God.
turned out maybe not the case. Oh, by the way, I got to point this out.
Oh.
because Drop God's talking right now.
What do I do now?
So, while you have this stat that you've been pitching for the longest time about how the Montreal Canadiens have won every other game in the playoffs.
Yeah, is that not true?
That's not true.
Oh, well, whoops.
They don't call him the Stat God.
Honestly, that's
I mean,
not.
I
what?
was
That's
wrong, but the thought
not a
process was right.
Not a bad drop to keep
No,
Andy.
it's the best.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well.
Oh well. You say so. I guess I got it wrong.
I feel
Been
like
saying it for weeks.
We've never checked him on it, and he's been saying it
Weeks,
forever.
for like 3 days.
And it's done it. Well, to the point where I'm like, that's a great stat.
Yeah.
That's a great stat. And then the text line's like, somebody might want to check on Drop
Anybody
God.
want to look at the actual results of the series? Because
It was
very
this
much
past
not
series.
true. Yeah.
They won game 2 and 3.
Yeah. As a wise man once said, "Oh well, whoops."
Oh well. Well, oops.
Okay. Well, you know what? If you don't like our
I'm going to
tears,
use that.
oh well, whoops.
I'm going to use that
I don't know what
later,
to tell you.
Pretty good. Get out of that one.
Yeah, seriously.
It just like ends any kind of argument. Because it's like, what are you going to argue with someone that just said, oh, well, whoops?
Yeah.
No.
What? Hey, did you put your dish in the dishwasher? No.
Oh, well, whoops.
My bad. What's she gonna say?
Nothing.
Yeah.
So we had a big meeting earlier this week, right?
Yeah.
A company meeting, and at the end of it, there was an opportunity to win gift cards.
Right.
Right. There was like a competition. There's like a quiz, basically. I came in a really close second.
So close.
I did not win the gift cards.
No.
College Tom took home the gift cards. Doing a great job, by the way, filling in for Scheim this
Great
week.
for him.
And so, you know what? I'm happy for him. And maybe he can take his date out for dinner and drinks. Actually, he doesn't drink, but like dinner and lemonades because of the gift cards. But that led to this question.
Real life Tom is going to be taking one of his dates with gift cards.
Which leads to a very important question, which
No.
I feel like has been discussed. Your answer is no. My answer. So
my answer is
let
absolutely
me ask
not.
the question.
Not on a first date.
I already know what it is.
Would you? For this is for the audience that we.
They already know what it is.
Would
Would you rather save it for 15 minutes?
It's not a would you rather. I just would you period.
Would
Or
you rather get a
colon,
second date or not? Don't use the gift card.
Would you use gift cards on a date?
No. Not a first date. To Billy's
A
point,
second date.
I don't know. At some point, if I know the girl, yes, but the first couple of dates, no.
The girl would not end up with me if she like scoffed at the gift cards usage. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was I understand the first date, but by the second
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant in what you think about her. It's what she thinks about you the second you slap down a gift.
We either have a rapport.
You're like,
or
hey,
not.
we got $100. Don't you dare go past this. Yeah. What are you ordering over there?
One drink for me.
A second drink?
Don't have as much, and we can use this again.
Yeah. What do you need? Water over there? Don't you need? I think you need water over there. No, you can't do that.
Or you split the bill. You pay with gift card. She pays with the credit card.
I'm gonna need $75. It could put 75
50
on this guy.
even on this one.
Yeah, you're like, I believe in equality. You pay for your half. I have a gift card.
Going Dutch on the first date.
Tough.
Not great.
I would say that's way better. If you use gift cards, is greater than splitting it.
Oh, that's fair.
Like
yeah,
you just paying for gifts. At least you're
that's fair.
paying
You're
for
paying
it. And she's
for
not
the
paying
bill.
for anything.
Yeah, that is better. Both are
Chivalry is not dead.
Both are bad.
Yeah,
but which
well,
one's better?
yeah.
That's better. I agree with you. Yeah.
Some of the comments we got on that was you can't do that until you're engaged. You can't even use the gift card until you're engaged.
Yeah.
I was like, well, maybe once you've biblically known the
expire
woman.
by then.
That's a good point.
Some of them don't expire.
I think I used gift cards before we were engaged,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, yeah.
I'm sure
Must
I
have
was
been pretty
comfortable
confident.
doing that. Yeah. I was like, I got there's a marriage in my future.
I
I feel good about it, yeah.
This week also, there was a bit of a dark patch as there was a really cool item that was available for sale on Wednesday. It's a novelty soccer ball that holds 12 beers, and it went on sale at high noon on Wednesday. I was attempting to get said soccer ball, and, well, it didn't happen.
Patrick Bailey is like a good glove catcher, but he's not Aaron Judge or something. What?
Out of stock.
Really?
I waited 30 minutes in the virtual weight room. Sold out.
We got a text her 15 minutes ago who said they already got theirs.
Out of stock. These items are no longer available and will be removed from your cart. Come on, dude.
It's free $20 right there. Oh,
Yeah, you
1975.
can see Ric Flair now.
Good one, Nick. You could almost afford that. This was 1975. You could almost afford seeing Ric Flair.
This is a sad day. It's a bad day.
Wow, that's upsetting. So I thought we were going to lose Keith because he was just in line checking the update. We might lose Keith now because him and Hogdale just swap bodies. Now Keith doesn't want to be around anymore.
I was so, like, pissed about that. I kind of, like, was getting my hopes up. I talked about it too much. I blame myself. I promoted this thing for no reason. I didn't get $1. Not only did I not receive $1 from this place, I didn't even get the freaking item. And now people are on the Twitch chat. Oh, I got one. People on the text line. Thanks, Keith. I got 3 of them.
Yeah, someone up in Maine texted in, Keith, I got 2. $200 and one of them's yours.
Why would you get 2? What do you need 2 for? You need 24 beers? Sicko.
It's a case.
I know.
That was a strong performance from the Drop God, that whole segment.
That
was a good
he
showing.
redeemed himself from the stat of the week.
Yeah.
I do need it does go on sale again. I'm not going to tell you when, but it is going to go on sale again during our show.
It's 3 days into June is what it is.
Well,
I'm not going to tell you exactly.
Nobody
when it
knows
is, but-
exactly.
At high noon.
Yeah.
Nobody knows the time. Nobody knows the time. Theo Epstein went on Carl Ravich's podcast, and so we played some of that and talked about it.
We don't hear a lot
I know,
from Theo.
of all people. Theo,
He was on with Carl Ravitch on his podcast because everyone has a podcast.
what they call it, the Carlcast?
Carl has
Is that what it's called?
I think they call it Carl Her Daddy is what they call it.
Carl or Daddy. Just hoping to grab some other clicks.
Yeah.
Just people that search it wrong.
Honestly, damn it, that's a good name.
Carl
That's a
Her
Yeah,
Daddy?
we trademarked that.
Damn it. Dump that, Nick. We don't want Ravitch to hear that. He's sitting on a gold mine with Carl Her Daddy.
That's such a good idea.
Wow,
Wow,
that's so smart.
Free idea.
Can we call this show Carl Her
Yeah,
Daddy?
maybe we should. Maybe we should.
That's good. It's a great idea, Jones.
Thank you.
Great idea.
Thank you.
One of the all-time Mad and I was from this week. We had a Michigan landlord making.
He's our host of the week.
He is also our host of the week. So
Yeah.
congratulations to him.
Good for him.
He was called by one of his tenants to clean out dead birds in the attic.
Sure.
And instead made love to a woman on this guy's couch.
They say that the tenant and his special little friend, they position themselves.
Hold on.
Hang on.
His special little friend? It's a full-grown adult.
Oh, it is.
Person.
So much worse.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't, why she described it that way, I don't
She's
know.
not doing this gentleman any favors.
No, special little friend. It's a full woman. It's a full-figured woman.
Full figured.
Well, if you look at the video here, Jones, you could just see her feet up in the air. She
I'm
did
sorry.
not remove her shoes.
So if you're on twitch.tv/Boston WEEI and or on YouTube, we do have some footage, I'm told. And that, speaking of feet,
A reverse ball, Brad.
You'll notice
it's the reverse Paul Brown is what you see going on.
Certainly the sexiest position.
Yeah, maybe it is. There was a nice fern. Somebody had a house plant in there. So there's actually a full video. You see that they blurred it out on the news, but he is wearing nothing.
Yeah, and
He got the job done, Kevin, in every which way.
He has the build of, if you guys are familiar with the movie Borat, his friend Azamet.
Yeah,
he kind of has a similar build too. And this part of the video is actually that's the guy who lives there. Yeah. So the lady in the green is the reporter.
That guy with the mask on.
Did they not blur his face?
COVID, maybe.
No, that was the tenant.
No, they don't blur this guy's face. They blur everything else because he comes walking out of the kitchen and then just gets to work. You don't see the lady, thankfully, but you do see her feet.
But we believe she's a fully grown woman, not a special little person.
No. I don't know why they phrased it that way.
Her, yeah.
Not helpful. Man, thinking back on
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour.
I also love how this guy is completely naked.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he doesn't have a shirt on. He doesn't have socks on. He doesn't even have a ring on or a watch.
Not a care in the world.
This lady's sneakers on.
She's like Tory Hunter going over the fence. Just legs in the air. Yeah.
Trying to rob a home run. Couldn't come up with it.
Bonnet down, legs up for about an hour.
Oh, my God.
That's cool.
That's why he's our Hoss of the Week.
Yeah, for sure.
Hour?
Yeah.
Good Lord. All right, here's our Brag of the Week nominees. Let's start with Mego.
I've gotten cortisone shots in my feet.
Sick brag, bro.
Wow. Let's talk more about your feet.
For what?
Let's hear about these feet. Okay. We have another one from Mego.
Oh.
Yeah, she's doubling up this week.
I had an ex-boyfriend who waxed his back.
Sick brag, bro.
That might be my favorite one.
What's going on with the feet in the back and these relationships?
That might be my new favorite one.
Okay. All right. What else we got?
I had a hairy ex-boyfriend, basically. Is what she's saying.
Yeah.
All right.
In all the right places.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here's Jermaine Wiggins.
I'm not a hairy person.
Sick brag, bro.
So it wasn't him.
Mego wouldn't date you.
No.
Yeah.
No. How about Red Sox play-by-play man Will Fleming?
I've spent a ton of time in Spain.
Sick brag, bro.
A ton of time in Spain. That's a good one, too.
Like, I've been there.
Sure, me too.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say I spent a ton of time there.
Not enough, really.
Yeah, no,
I'd love to go back.
Yeah.
One of these days.
It's so good for Will.
How about another Red Sox play-by-play man, Cooper Boardman?
I've been playing fantasy football for many, many years of my life.
Sick brag, bro.
Not all. No, but many years.
But many.
A lot of fantasy football years for Cooper Boardman.
Uh-huh.
How about our guy, Ted Johnson?
Someday I'll tell you, I got a good Billy Corgan story.
Sick brag, bro.
He's got a good Billy Corgan story.
Yeah, it was a tease.
Lanny, do you subscribe to the Billy Corgan and Bill Burr are brothers?
I do.
Yep.
They do look quite a bit alike.
That's a real thing, and Bill Burr does not like talking about it.
No.
He's like very uncomfortable talking about it.
Howie Mandel brought him out, and you didn't think about it. And then when the two of them were sitting next to each other, you can literally see enough resemblance that you're like, they could easily be brothers.
Oh, and then
he named them both Bill.
Yeah. Odd.
Tough.
A Bill named his two kids Bill.
Right.
George Foreman.
I call that one George Foreman. I call that one over there. He's also George Foreman.
That was like Baby Mike.
A couple of late breakers here. Calls from today. Here's one from Rocco.
Great.
I was actually the Northeast Regional Manager for Cocaine Energy Drink.
Sick brag, bro.
That's a good, clean brag.
Wow, good thing we got that in. That was
Good,
great.
clean brag.
Okay.
What about Dave in the car?
So I used to work as a tire installer as well.
Sick brag, bro.
We drank energy drinks. It was called cocaine.
Sick brag, bro.
I got us each a can. We all drank it.
Sick brag, bro.
And then we were slinging tires like maniacs.
Sick brag, bro.
Man, these are all really good this week.
We've never been more productive.
I think it has to be Mego.
You think so?
I mean, what's your
I was leaning Dave.
Well, I had an ex-boyfriend who waxed his back.
Let's go.
Sick brag, bro.
Let's go with Mego. Let's do it.
Oh, congratulations to Mego. Doing a great job on the morning program. This week's Brag of the Week winner.
And the Pasquatch is still looking for love after the
Poor
two of them broke up.
Poor guy's like, damn it, all that for nothing. Been waxing my back for you. Now you're going to rat me out on the radio? How dare you?
Okay, that's the Week in Review here on Jones and Keefe every Friday at 12:45. We can get back to the Red Sox. John Henry, another comment fans aren't going to like. Plus, Sam Kennedy with quite a performance on this morning's Greg Hill Show. We'll get to all of it next.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
That's the second time, Keith, we've played it, and the third time I've heard it now.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me. That is that's like Roger Goodell at the draft being like, bring on the booze!
Yeah, come on, I love it! Is that all you got?
Yeah, that's kind of a little what he was doing there.
Also,
like,
this-
I love it, I get it. It doesn't even bother me, not even one bit.
Nope, I kind of love it. This is a passionate town. I love these guys. If they didn't care, they wouldn't be doing this.
Right.
I also, what a weird thing to complain about. You guys are the kid. I got to be at Fenway. It's like people pay like half their paycheck in order to go to a game, like to park, get tickets, get in there, get food and drink. And you're like, I have to be there. I wish I wasn't.
I know you got your free Fenway Green jersey over there, but I don't even think about trying to buy one of those at the ballpark.
Boy, yeah.
Flush a couple of paychecks on that.
Those are pretty expensive. So, yeah, weird thing to complain about. I think a lot of people would love to be at Fenway Park this weekend, but here we are.
Well, it's going to be chilly there, as you said. It's not
I think it's
going to
be nice.
Greatest weather weekend.
Well, you're allowed to pop the top, and you're allowed to bring in your own food. So if you want, you can bring in like a giant fettuccine Alfredo bowl and take your shirt off.
Talk about something Sam Kennedy doesn't want you to know about.
Bring in your own food and lose your shirt.
BYOF.
Yeah, I like it.
In there. So that was Sam getting booed this morning, which, I think that is more effective. We had a call earlier this week. Don't go to the ballpark. I don't go to the ball. I stay in Florida. I don't go to the ballpark. I'm like,
guy.
Great. Well, like all you did was somebody else took your spot.
Yep.
It might even be someone from an opposing fan base. So you not going, all that's done is open it up to some Dodgers fan or Orioles fan or Yankee fan or whatever taking over Fenway Park. They're all going to do it. But the booing, the sell the team chants, the bags over the heads, the flying of the planes, like
I think they hear that.
Letting them know. I by far think that's the most effective way to get ownership to respond. How do you pay Rafi Devers? He got the crap booed out of him at Red Sox winter weekend.
Yeah.
How did he fire Cora? The sell the team chants that started on day one, the first homestand of the year. And we said this in real time. I'm like, if that keeps up, we're 1 week into the year. It's the first homestand. If he's getting sell the team chants, there's no chance he's going to sell the team.
No.
But he's going to do something to react to that. And
even like going all the way back to like Leicester, like when they lowballed Leicester, they got such ridicule for it. They ended up going out and getting Price. Now, you could argue you got bullied into Price and Devers. Like maybe you have a breaking point. You're like, every time we get bullied into something, we end up regretting it.
That's fair. That's fair.
They did make a change.
But I think the tried and true way to get Henry to respond and react is to put him in the hot seat a little bit. And in this case, Sam Kennedy in the hot seat. Like, I think that works. I know there's a lot of people who think he's so detached and is so above all of it and doesn't care about the team or cares so little about the team that doesn't affect him. That's wrong. I think that does affect him, and I think he does respond. And we just gave you a couple of recent examples where he responds to it. And I still think he might with the roster this year. Like, I'm not telling you they're going to add Keith a $40 million a year player.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
But they may take on some salary this year, even though Henry doesn't want to do it, because of stuff like that with Kennedy this morning and what's gone on all year at Fenway Park.
Well, and we brought up the Theo Epstein comments yesterday, too, about how they need to add hitting midstream because the other things are really good. Like, you have really good pitching, you have really good defense, so there's reason to capitalize on it, right? Like, not every team that is 2 games out of a wild card spot or whatever the number is right now is in the same boat. Like, if you have, bad pitching, like okay defense and okay hitting, like, are you really a contender? Like, how much do you really need? Whereas the Red Sox is a little bit easier. Bradford brought up Yordan Alvarez yesterday, and I know a lot of people are saying Houston wouldn't do it, but just play it out. That's the type of guy who's making like $26 million a year for the next couple of years. So it's not a long-term deal, and it's not really top of the end in today's baseball salary either.
Well, and you're 2 months into the year almost. So, and if you make it at the trade deadline, that's prorated.
Yep.
What is it? Half of $26 million a year? Is
so
it 2/3 of $26 million a year?
Right.
Like you're already saving some of that.
They
money.
should be able to bring that contract in on its own. But then if you get into, well, what if they're able to dump some money somewhere else, right? Like pay a team to take Story or pay, or not even all the contract, but like half the contract or half the contract in Yoshida. Like you might even be able to save some money and then bring some in, which shouldn't be how they do it, but might be the way that it gets done.
So speaking of Henry, he's getting some flack for a comment he made at the receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Sports Business Journal.
Nice.
We read from that story a few weeks ago. He had a comment after Cora was fired. It's one of the few on the record times he spoke. So he was introduced by David Ortiz before his acceptance speech. Henry said, when I arrived in Boston 25 years ago, I was told if you win the World Series in Boston, you'll never have to buy another drink in this town. And then he joked it doesn't actually work that way.
So what's the joke?
So,
yeah.
I mean, poor John Henry. He doesn't have enough money to buy a beer
I feel terrible.
in Boston.
Yeah, I feel terrible.
And, number two, even if it was told as a joke, I haven't heard the audio. Kennedy said if you were there, oh, man, it went over big time. Went over like gangbusters.
Oh,
People
my God.
loved it.
People falling in the aisles.
People were laughing. And so even if that's true and it was taken as a joke, I believe he really feels that way. Like, I think that's a joke that's rooted in truth. Like, he's annoyed that the fan base doesn't respect that he brought not one, not two, not three, 4 World Series championships to this town. We all would have killed for one 25 years ago. And we have 4. And in his mind, he still gets not enough credit or zero credit for what he's accomplished. And I think he has an issue with that with the fan base, maybe to the point where he's like, screw them. I'm not going to invest in the team the same way I used to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I think he's going to a lot of these games, though, right? Like, he doesn't talk publicly. John Henry doesn't, but he's still going to a lot of these games. He did give up the Penguins. I'm not trying to talk the guy up. I'm just saying, like, that's one less thing. Now, he might be trying to get in the NBA.
Well, that's what I think,
yeah,
but for the time being, that's one fewer thing in his sports portfolio.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, even within his parameters, is there a way to make this team a lot better? And that sort of like trickles down to Breslow, who I don't have as much confidence in as like Brad Stevens, right? Brad Stevens is in a similar situation. Shouldn't be, because the sports are very different.
No, but Stevens, I like Breslow more than most. Stevens is infinitely better at his job.
No. He's not only is he way better, but you look at sort of where they are and like what they can really do, like what the especially what their boss is kind of telling them to do, the restrictions, right, that both guys have. So I don't know. I think we should still continue to complain about the money or lack of money that Henry is spending, right? I have no problem anytime anybody brings that up. But then I also look sort of like next layer, like, okay, you can scream all you want on the radio, at your friends, on like online. You can scream all you want. How do they turn this into a better team with what they're being allowed to do right now? And then that kind of falls on Breslow, right? Like Breslow's going to have to figure this thing out.
Well, so that's what I think. I think the money, if Henry won't add payroll, I mean, if Henry is mandating to cut payroll, that's different. But if Henry refuses to add payroll, and I think he's going to be more open to it because of the public pressure and the way the team's underachieved and they fired Cora and this and that. But if you won't add payroll, I don't give Breslow the out for that. It's like, well, then ship off some of the excess payroll you have. Yoshida, Bayo, Duran, whatever. Figure it out to bring some talent in here. Buster Olney wrote today about a number of different items at the trade deadline, a couple related to the Red Sox, and one related directly to Henry, including the looming labor situation. I'll just read from Buster Olney today. He asks, how will the parity, particularly in the AL, affect a number of dealers? He says the Red Sox have been offensively challenged for the better part of 2 months, true.
Fair.
Scoring fewer runs than any other AL team and firing manager Alex Cora along the way. They certainly don't look like they have a lineup that could wade its way through 4 rounds of the playoffs. But as of today, the Red Sox are just 2 games out of a spot, the final wild card spot, and Fangraphs assesses their chances of making the playoffs at a surprisingly robust 35.4%, so better than 1 in 3. Even if the front office was inclined to deal at the deadline, it might be hard for the Red Sox to justify that kind of posture to their fan base. So Olney's even saying there fans aren't going to take selling. They're not going to take selling off Chapman or whatever the Greg Hill show was talking about this morning. I think Curtis was in favor of selling Chapman. They're not going to tolerate that. They're going to want to buy, and John Henry's aware of that. And even if they want to sell, they probably can't because of public pressure. So that's the first point. The other is about the looming labor situation and what does that affect teams like the Red Sox at the deadline.
Oh, boy.
He says it has to be a factor. Or I'm sorry, an executive speaking on the record to Buster Olney says it has to be a factor of teams and their approach with uncertainty around 2027 and the CBA that expires on December 1st. Will the 2027 season start on time, Olney asks? Could a labor standoff last into the summer? And what kind of economic system will baseball have after the dust settles? He says the most conservative play for some teams would be to streamline payroll. To better weather the inevitable attendance hit, the labor strike leads to the cancellation of games, or labor strife, rather, leads to the cancellation of games, and also give more financial flexibility for moves in the market after the terms of the new CBA are set. To bring it back to the Astros again, who he was writing about, if they cut their 2027 payroll now, they could be more and better opportunities next spring if the free agent and trade scramble that always follows labor peace. He then adds, some rival executives cite the Red Sox as an example. Oh, boy.
Okay.
They have the option of dumping the salary of first baseman Wilson Contreras, who, by the way, has been, one of their better players this year?
I think he and Wilyer Abreu is a toss-up for who their best hitter is. Yeah.
They have the option of dumping the salary of Wilson Contreras.
Please don't.
Who is owed $6 million for the last 2 months of this year. And $17 million next year.
I mean, that's nothing.
With a $7.5 million buyout that's part of his 2028 option. I agree that's nothing. But rival executives point to the Red Sox and they're like, they're not going to add. They're going to sell a guy like Wilson Contreras.
Fire sale?
Because of the potential lockout.
It almost makes me feel like the Red Sox are for sure going to turn things around only because the lockout is looming. And then they're going to be like, oh, you finally did dig out of it. And then now you either fire sale guys or you just take whatever momentum you had and then it's gone. And then like baseball is trying to, get back on track, trying to keep as many fans as possible. Oh, you made some good changes. Oh, there's the pitch clock and now there's no baseball. But as far as them moving on from Wilson Contreras, I haven't even considered that.
No, me
I
either.
was like, Chapman, that's not an option.
Chapman at least occurred to me. You're like, okay, if you're out of it and you're selling a closer at the deadline, that makes sense.
Plus, you could probably get a haul for him.
Yeah.
I'd be upset. That means like you're done. But like Contreras, I feel like is also your first baseman next year, and he's been
under
really
contract
good.
for next year. He's been awesome,
and not that much money.
Exactly.
Like, he's the kind of guy that Henry would allow Breslow to acquire. He already did once. So why would you get rid of him? Just to look for the next Wilson Contreras? Who's going to play first base? What are you doing?
I mean, if that's how they're operating, Henry's so worried about a work stoppage that he's selling Wilson Contreras to save $17 million.
See, I also wonder, though, if...
And that's not good that rival executives are, like, lining up and pointing to that. Maybe they're trying to wish cast it and hope that's what Henry does, but rival executives are telling Buster Olney, watch the Red Sox about selling Wilson Contreras. Well, that blows.
My other conspiracy on them just lowering payroll, wouldn't it be... It's no secret that John Henry would like a salary cap. So when you do present to it, if you have like whatever the number you think the salary cap should be, if the Red Sox are one of the teams that's way over it, maybe like it's harder for John Henry to maybe sell that, or like it just looks better if he's closer to the number that they want it to be.
It's true.
So you could see other guys like that get dumped, and then you're like, oh yeah, see, like all we have to do is, and then if it does get approved, we're actually really close to it, and then we just make one more move and we're under, and the whole league should be under. That's what we want to do.
The other thing that happened today when Sam Kennedy was on is he basically confirmed Greg Hill's scoop.
I think he did.
Roman Anthony has a ligament tear, is what Greg said, in his right ring finger. Sam Kennedy confirmed the finger.
Yep.
He did. He sure did. He said it was a sprain versus a tear, which to me is semantics.
A bit.
A sprain can be a tear. Doesn't mean it is, but it can be. I feel like the Red Sox are playing games with this injury. And Kennedy confirmed
it's 100% games. It's Chad Tracy telling Rich and Kenneth with Ted that it was not a setback, even though it for sure was a setback. And so, yeah, it's the same right ring finger that we're talking about, and he's not back, it feels like, anytime soon. And neither one said it was broken. So, okay, it sounds like the same thing to me. Whether it's a sprain, a tear, whatever, I feel he's still going to be out. He's already out, close to 3 weeks as it is. I think the recovery time on and you got to be careful with this, right? Everybody's different, but 3 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
We're already pretty much at the 3 weeks. So I think call it whatever you want. We don't have this guy right now.
Well, and on top of being careful about injury timelines, just because different people heal differently, be careful about talking about injury timelines.
Don't
because
talk about it.
No, you don't want people to have to
quit their
Instagram.
Instagram.
over
They might
it.
just bail on Instagram.
617-779-7937. You mentioned the manager.
Not me, Jones. I'm on Instagram.
No, that's true. You mentioned the manager was on the other day with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. You can jump in line for them. They come your way at 2 o'clock live from Fenway Park. We are
nice.
live, by the way, from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We'll get to the clip du jour before we get out of here today. Plus, right after Trending with Billy Lanny, it's time for Grab Bag.
When it's around 1:30 and the takes continue to stay hot, the Jones and Keefe Grab Bag's a really cool spot. There's no other place to hear the Grab Bag. The Jones and Keefe Grab Bag, the Jones and Keefe Grab Bag, the Jones and Keefe Grab Bag. You happy now, Jones?
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Butchika's Spring Bike Sale. Tonight, the Red Sox begin a 6-game homestand with the first of 3 against the Twins. Hear the call of the game right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Style Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Style Market, proud to be local since 1860. First pitch from Fenway Park is at 7:10. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 6:10. Red Sox President Sam Kennedy joined the Greg Hill Show earlier today and discussed the latest on Roman Anthony's injury.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really, really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take.
Summer is on the way and it's time to get out and ride your bike. Wait, you don't have a bike? Or your bike is a rusty mess? Head to Butchika's in Salem or Nashua, New Hampshire and take advantage of their spring bikes clearance sale today. Butchika has everything you need to make this bike season rock. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the book on Westwood One Sports.
Oh, it certainly is. Time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And Jones, the Boston Red Sox, are home to take on the Minnesota Twins. First of 3 from Fenway Park. Peyton Tolley, best friend of the show, on the mound. He's 2-2 with a 2.05 ERA. He has been great. The Twins counter with Connor Prielipp.
Okay.
Not familiar with his work, although
me neither.
He is a 25-year-old left-hander and is 1-2 with a 2.88 ERA.
Okay.
The guy is having a good year. He's only made 5 starts thus far, averaging 5 innings a game, but he's a lefty and he's been pretty good. And the Red Sox are trying to make it 4 straight wins here tonight.
I was just looking at Twins strike out at a decent clip,
Okay.
top 10 in Major League Baseball.
What's the Tolley number, you think?
I'm speeding to look at that right now.
I didn't go that way for my Sportsbook Rhode Island pick of the week.
No,
I
you
didn't.
wanted to avoid the Red Sox and go right to the NBA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did. I'll tell you about that in a minute.
Okay, so that's coming your way in a minute. Hang on, I'm scrolling.
5.5?
Peyton Tolley. Let's see.
K's?
You are
correct, sir.
No.
Nope, 6.5?
It's got to be 6.5. I see minus money on 6, plus money on 7.
Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, totally. Oh no, you're right. 5.5.
All right, I'll take the over.
5.5 over is minus 126.
That felt more difficult than it needed to be.
It took a minute. I was
did
scrolling. Minus 126.
I know it's all for me.
Grab bag.
Making sure I'm not in too deep.
Grab bag.
Keep bursting on my feet.
Grab bag.
Red Sox roster moves. Oh, Jones, the Red Sox have selected right-handed pitcher Tayron Guerrero to the active Major League roster from AAA Worcester. He will wear number 41.
Hell yeah.
Optioned right-handed pitcher Zach Kelly to AAA Worcester yesterday.
Thank God.
Transferred right-handed pitcher Cutter Crawford to the 60-day injured list.
I
think that's HIPAA.
This Guerrero fella,
6'8",
225.
225, a little light.
Not quite a hoss.
No.
Is he a little older too?
He's 35.
You can be an old hoss.
No,
There's no problem there, Nick.
Yeah, we'll turn him into the glue factory. But I was reading about him yesterday. He pumps like 102, 103. Like he throws.
Oh, that I like.
He throws smoke. But Nick is right. Then I was reading about him. I'm like, wait a minute. He's 35.
Yeah, he's old timer.
So he's been in the bigs before. I was not familiar with his work. He hasn't pitched in Major League Baseball since 2019, but he throws smoke and he's 35.
You don't like an old ball player?
Well, let's find out. I've never watched him before.
Let's
so
see him.
Find out. Yeah,
he'll be wearing number 41.
Hell yeah.
I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your
Grab bag.
In the NBA, Jones, the Knicks took a 2-0 lead over the Cavaliers with a 109-93 victory last night. Tonight, in the NBA, Thunder Spurs. Game 3 from San Antonio. My pick of the week is Victor Wembanyama, over 25.5 points, over 14.5 rebounds, over 1.5 threes, and a Spurs win.
Oh, just money line win.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay, I like that.
Yep. Plus 440.
You can go shop that at Sportsbook Rhode
Yep,
Island or
yep,
follow along on any betting app you'd like.
You going Thunder tonight, or you think the Spurs win at home?
I will go Thunder.
Okay.
I would like to point out, too, the Twitch chat is asking, Jones, didn't you pick Cleveland last night? Incorrect. I said take the Knicks by double digits is what I said.
Oh, I think I took the Cavs.
Yeah, you probably did.
Yeah.
So just set the record straight.
All right.
I got a lot
It's
of
straight.
I got a lot of bets wrong. That was one I happened to
nailed it
back into. Yeah.
Almost heaven, Soldiers Field Road, in a studio on the Charles River. Tears are made there, viral like a sneeze, gaggers in the madness, Derek's in the keys. Take me home, Keith and Jones, to the afternoon show. Nick and Lanny, grab your baggie, Take me home, Keith and Jones.
Wow.
What do you think of that one?
That's strong.
Derek's and the Keys got me. That was a good one.
Where do people send those?
Keith at WEEI.com. You could send those in. That gentleman there, I believe it was Toph in Medford. Toph in Medford
Nice.
said he had to have a few brew dogs before he recorded that. But he sounded great. He had honey in his voice.
I mean, really hit some nice notes there. Yeah,
I
it was
really
great.
enjoyed that quite a bit. You want a Giannis update? Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Sure.
So Chad Ochocinco said he's looking for places in Miami. Once again, we're following the property.
Well, yeah, I think
Looking for places in Miami, but I guess who isn't?
I think in a lot of cases, I'm not saying dismiss it. I don't. A place like Miami with rich people, rich people buy places in Miami all the time.
Rich
So
people
I don't
will be
know
doing
that means he's going right to Miami, but
All
okay.
right.
There's no house in Connecticut.
No. All right, here's what Bill Simmons is saying about Giannis.
Okay.
I think Giannis wants to go to Boston, and I'm not sure Boston wants Giannis. And I think that's the push and pull right now.
What makes you think he wants to go to Boston?
I just think he does.
Aggregated?
I don't care.
Okay.
There's your social clip. There's your aggregated blog post. Let's just run with it.
He doesn't want to give
He
up
wants
any
to
sources.
stay in the East, and I think a certain guy in the Celtics has the same shooting coach as him. And I think there's a lot of respect for the organization, and I just think that would be a team he would be interested in.
Says he's talking about Drew Hanlon. Does Giannis use Drew Hanlon? I don't know.
Yeah, he
what he's
must.
talking about.
But I don't think that's a surprise. Actually, I mean, we heard Giannis talking about Joe Mazzulla, like really hyping up Joe Mazzulla, and you're like, oh, that's.
Well, here's what I don't get. So he wants to go to the Celtics, but the Celtics don't want him. But he calls that a push and pull. How's that a push and pull? He's not going to come here if the Celtics
If they don't want him.
It's not a free agent.
I guess unless they change their mind or somebody changes their mind, right? Because
fair.
like there's Mazzulla, Brad, Chisholm, who wants him, who doesn't want him, and then does that change, right? It's like not everybody wanted Bregman, and they still got Bregman.
Well, that's a fair point. Look, so they don't want him. He wants them. I would say that means he probably won't be a Celtic. Which at the end of the day, good. I don't want him.
Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines. Raphael is cool but rude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
He calls him Michelangelo.
He does. Yeah, he has to take some liberties there. In the NHL, Jones, the Montreal Canadiens handed the Carolina Hurricanes their first loss of the postseason.
They're scoring like crazy.
6-2. They're up 4-0 after one. And so Montreal takes game one. Tonight in the NHL, the Golden Avalanche. It is game 2 of that series. Vegas already up 1-0.
Speaking of the gold, you see our guy Paul tweet at us?
I did, yes. Yeah, I did see that.
At Jones and Keefe.
Yeah.
At Keefe21.
Thank you very much, Paul.
At Jones WEEI. Paul said, guys, sick brag and a would you rather. I had a pretty good day in DraftKings the other day.
Good for you.
As a Lego fan like Keefe, should I get a Lego Death Star or a Golden Avalanche?
Well, you have to decide.
I'm not sure you can afford that Golden Avalanche. Depends on how well you did.
Sweet dreams are made of these. George and Keith will disagree. They bitch and blow to the 10th degree. Everybody's looking for grab bag.
Jones, this is. Yeah, I know. Seriously, yeah.
Oh my
Working
God.
blue here
Put some
on a
soap
Friday.
in your mouth.
Horrible story. If you saw this. No, this is a legitimately horrible story.
okay.
I don't know how to transition, okay? I don't know how to do serious stories. I'm not good at it. That's why we have all these stupid stingers in between each one. But this one I want to mention. We did have people text us about this.
Oh, this is a terrible
This is a horrible
story.
story. So Kyle Busch, very popular amongst NASCAR fans, has been, I feel like he's been in NASCAR a really long time, still only 41 years old, passed away. And they said that he was hospitalized earlier in the day, this is yesterday, with a severe illness, although no cause of death has been given. So I'm sure this is one of those stories that like more is going to come out as we go. But yeah, all of a sudden popped up on the screen yesterday on the ticker. Kyle Busch died.
So
41.
Stunning, because I saw the same thing yesterday. TV was just on.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're like, Kyle Busch. I'm like, he's young, 41 years old.
I feel like he's been driving for like 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, not that it matters, but like a very well accomplished Hall of Fame level NASCAR driver. So I mean, it'd be sad either way, but like very accomplished, very well known, and yeah, it sounds I was like, oh, was he sick? I didn't know any of the details. And no, it was very
sudden,
very much out of nowhere. So no, that is horrible. Yeah,
scary stuff. All right, another story. Matthew Stafford has signed a 1-year extension with the Rams for $55 million with incentives that could make it $60 million.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's a ton of money.
So I thought you just drafted Ty Simpson in the first round.
And I also thought, he was kind of done.
That makes the Ty Simpson pick even dumber. I never liked it.
I didn't like that pick.
I don't
either.
like him. Yeah. And if you're going to start another guy, you don't need to pay a first-round pick for a guy to sit there and hold a clipboard for 2 years. Quarterbacks come in and play on day one. Drake May should have.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's stupid to have a quarterback wait. Never mind, now that you're giving him another year, that's wild. But good, I guess, for Matt Stafford.
Yeah, no, I didn't like that. It was weird.
Grab bag haze all in my brain. Lately things just don't seem the same. Has Bob Ryan tweeted? I need to know.
Probably.
Is the baseball player Giovanni Soto?
I think it was twice. I'm pretty sure it was twice, but that's all right. Yeah, Tarek Skubal threw a third bullpen. They still don't know when he's going to return. So I don't know if they're going to trade him or when he's even going to get healthy. But last year, the two best pitchers in the American League, Tarek Skubal and Garrett Crochet, both have been out for a while with injuries.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you think he gets traded this year?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I didn't realize he was that close on his rehab. That's surprising.
Don't it always go to show you don't know what you got till it's gone. They paved paradise, put up a grab bag. Ooh, grab bag. All right, Jones. Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters tonight. We did our top 5 Star Wars characters. You can check those out on Twitter or Instagram at Jones and Keefe. But very excited to see this. We're going to do a dork review of it next week. Talk about it a little bit spoiler-free on the air as well.
When are you going again?
Tonight.
Nice.
Tonight's the night.
Is this a hot take? Is this just filler time? Caught in the grab bag, no escape from sports talk live. Open your ears, look up to the clock and see. We're just out of topics, but we'll still yell dramatically. Grab bag, grab bag, grab bag, grab bag. Such an old plan, just survive on the air.
All right, Jones, is friend of the show Tracy Bingham following me on Instagram?
Well, she wasn't circa like 10:05. Is she now?
At Rich Keefe, WEEI. I have a great video about me getting a Dunkin' bucket. Maybe she would enjoy that. Unfortunately, she probably missed it.
You should try unfollowing her and then following her back.
Oh, get one of those.
That seems to work sometimes.
Do that nonstop.
Yeah.
No, I have too much respect for her.
That'll get her.
Not going to do that. Not going to do that.
Hey man, look at grabbing bags. I'm on the radio.
All right, is A.J. Brown a member of the Patriots yet?
No, not soon.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted?
Yes.
Yeah, he probably has,
yeah. You want a standalone?
Yeah.
Standalone Bob Ryan?
I like the standalone.
All right, standalone Bob
Just
Ryan.
whatever popped into his head. What do you want to tweet?
Why do I listen to the Sirius XM Beatles channel, top 100 Beatles songs each Memorial Day weekend when I know I am only going to get angry?
Oh, he doesn't like the list.
He must not like the list.
He wants deeper cuts.
You think every year he tunes in?
Top 100. Like, how deep of a cut do you want?
That's a good point.
Like 10 albums.
What is on the cutting room floor at that point in time?
Yeah.
No, but so do you think he listens every year and he's like, maybe it'll be different?
Maybe,
Like, he'll be a
hopefully. He just gets
different
mad,
order.
though.
Yeah, he's like, I thought yesterday would be one.
He also, somebody tweeted, LeBron James or Kyrie Irving isn't available. Name a Cleveland Cavalier.
LeBron James.
You want to name one?
Sure.
Mark
How
Price.
many times has he done this?
Yeah, he's done this one before. This is a different one, though.
I'm sticking.
Mark Price?
No, I'll go with Terrell Brandon.
Terrell Brandon.
Yeah,
He went
Anderson Varejao.
Big Z.
He went Jim Clemens. Also, Thriller the Gorilla tweeted out, did anyone else get told as a child that you couldn't swim for an hour after eating?
No.
Or was that just something my parents made up?
Half hour, bro.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well, he said hour.
He said, nope, that's the gospel truth.
Oh.
Bob also remembers that.
Jones is yelling, Keefe's confused. Nothing's planned and rules are loose. Producers panic, clock's almost dead. Why are we talking about this? Jones said it's not important, it might be fake, but we're doing it for greatness sake. Over the bag, no breaks, no lag. It's Jones and Keefe in the crowd back.
All right, Jones, who was the best NBA player last night? Was it OG Anunoby, 14 points? Was it Donovan Mitchell, 26? Was it Mikal Bridges, 19? Was it Jalen Brunson, 19 points, 14 assists?
Nope.
Or was it your guy, Josh Hart?
Yes.
26 points and 7 assists. Josh Hart. Okay. That's the guy.
The best part of Jones and Keefe is grab bag at 1:30.
Who was the best baseball performer from last night? Was it Mike Yastrzemski, 3 for 3, home run, 2 RBI, 2 runs scored? Ooh. Kyle Stowers, 2 for 4, 2 home runs. Michael Harris the second, 2 for 5, 2 home runs, 3 RBI. Braxton Ashcraft, 7 innings, 1 earned, 9 Ks. Or Luis Severino, 7 innings, 2 earned, 10 Ks.
Yeah, we're going Ashcraft.
Going Braxton Ashcraft.
Yeah. It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right. We're going with another former Minnesota Twin who also played for the Reds and the Royals. 7-year career. Debuted 1999. Hung up the spikes after the 2006 season. One-time All-Star.
Debuted with whom?
Debuted with Minnesota.
Okay, and then eventually
hung
went
up
to
the
Reds.
spikes. Yeah. He played for both Kansas City and Cincinnati in 2006, his final year. One-time All-Star. He was a switch-hitting pitcher.
Starter or reliever?
He was a mostly starter, some relief. You might remember him out of the bullpen. I remember him out of the starting rotation.
Switch hitter. He pitched it out of the bullpen and started.
No, when he was an All-Star, right?
2001 All-Star as a starter, where he was a hoss. 233 and 2/3 innings.
Oh yeah.
Listed at 6'1", $160.
Oh,
you could blow him over with a stiff wind.
So not a hoss at all.
No, but like innings eater, I should have said.
A workhorse.
Thank you, workhorse.
Workhorse. Good call.
He was 17 and 13 that year with a 3.16 and was an all-star.
$160. No wonder.
Yeah,
7 years.
But he would switch hit if they needed him to. Made $21.2 million. And had no nickname, was represented by both Steve Hilliard and Joe Urban.
Throws with both hands, has 2 agents, no nickname. He's a starter and a reliever. He's very,
2 hands,
very
2 feet, 2 ears, 2 eyes.
I'm looking. Does anybody get it? I'm looking.
Come on, guys. No,
I don't see it in the Twitch chat.
Oh, no baseball fans in the chat? Oh, that's weird. No baseball fans?
Well, hang on.
One-time All-Star?
Does the text line have it?
No.
That top name's not it?
No, those guesses are pouring in.
Multiple orangutan
It's
guesses.
not the orangutan. We already have the orangutan.
Danny Jackson. I'm not familiar who that is.
Doesn't mean you can't.
Is it Joe Mays?
He got it.
Oh, okay.
The Red Sox win.
Joe Mays.
Text line did get it.
They call him Joe Willie Mays. I think I've had too much caffeine.
I wouldn't rule that
Getting
out.
a little lightheaded in here.
Joe Willie Mays.
Joe Willie Mays
Stars?
Hayes.
Joe Willie Mays Hayes. Say it
I'm
again.
seeing something.
He's seen stars.
He is.
Seen
I
something.
legitimately don't remember that guy.
Jeez.
That sounds made up.
I remember my first baseball game.
Arcan, Joe Mays.
Arcan got it?
Unreal.
Yeah, Arcan's got a
Unreal.
good record on this.
Shout out Arcan.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's your random ball player each and every day at this time in the grab bag on Jones and Keith. Stay tuned. We got Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson coming your way at 2 o'clock. Plus, clip du jour next.
The Red Sox Station. WEEI. WEEI.
Guys, time now for our clip du jour. Jones, are you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
Wow, I'm so glad you asked. It's the clip of the day, and string us some good calls. Let's get a couple of callers from earlier today. Let's play those bad boys back.
Great.
Person walks into a liquor store, completely naked, bag on their head, gun in their hand. Walk up to the counter, rob the liquor store, take off with all the money. Guy behind the counter calls the cops. Cops come, they're asking questions. Finally, the cops ask, was it a man or a woman? Guy says, I don't know. They had a bag on their head.
Terrible.
Dave is in the car?
Just real quick, a couple of quick stories about caffeine. When I was young and I turned 21, started drinking, vodka Red Bull, and it tastes great, and you don't even feel drunk. So one night I had 11, A few hours later, I ended up in the emergency room, thought I was having a heart attack.
Jeez.
So I used to work as a tire installer as well, and then me and the guys out there, we drank energy drinks, keep us going.
Sure.
And so this was, I don't know if you guys have heard of this energy drink. It didn't last very long. It was called cocaine. And, no, I'm serious. It was an actual energy drink, though. It was in a white can.
That was a good joke if you meant actual.
It's a real energy drink. I kid you not. Or it was. It didn't last long. And so just like the real thing, like the guys in the shop were like, wait, you know where to get it? I'm like, yeah, I know where to get it. There's this place in Revere. I can get us some cans. So I got us each a can. We all drank it. It burned our throat going down. All of a sudden, like, oh, wow, my throat burns. And then we were slinging tires like maniacs, and I didn't sleep for 3 days.
Incredible,
I
sir.
didn't sleep for 3 days.
No,
We're slinging tires like maniacs. Cars have never run so well in the city.
Just screaming and so many push-ups. Yeah, guys having an absolute time. Yeah, I was unaware. I don't know how I missed that. Cocaine, the drink.
I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know.
But apparently you can still buy it on the internet. So maybe we should grab some and then
save for a rainy day.
Yes.
Yes.
As somebody pointed out in the Twitch chat, maybe when they finally get AJ Brown, we can crack open some cocaines, shoot out the glitter guns, celebrate in style.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
That's the only way to do it, quite
Go
frankly.
tarps off.
Yeah. All of it. Well, there you go. That is the clip du jour here on
Nice.
Jones and Keefe. Nice caller medley.
Great day,
to
great
cap
week.
off the week. We got Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson over at Fenway Park. They got you covered today starting at 2. A reminder, Jones and Keefe brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Do not miss Lobster Lovers Weekend at the Nines. Order a colossal or hot buttered lobster roll and get a free 3-course meal upgrade. You gotta love the Nines. Everybody have a great Memorial Day weekend. Stay safe out there. We are back on Tuesday, Keefe.
All right, enjoy yourself.
Tier Tuesday, Tommy Tuesday, Kiefer Madness. It all starts Tuesday at 10 on WEEI.
Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, live from a very beautiful looking day here at Fenway Park.
Everybody?
No, not everybody. We got 2 out of the 3 of us. One of us arrived at the wrong studio, but still is with us. Is that correct, Mr. Ted Johnson?
Yes, that is correct. I need to pull my head out of my rectum and actually look at the schedule. See, we're doing our shows. This is on me, boys. Sorry about that.
I thought this was like a Keishon Booty hold-in or something like that.
No, man, just a total swing and a miss by me. So I apologize that I'm not there with you, boys.
It's going to happen to me because I haven't written any of them down. Like, literally, as a matter of fact, as I was walking in and I gave the guy my ID here at Fenway, and he hesitated for a moment, almost looked confused. I'm like, oh, God, how fast can I get to 83 Leo and Birmingham Parkway? And then, of course, he was like, all right, here you go. You're good. So, Ted, don't worry. It's going to happen to me. But it doesn't matter. The magic of telecommunications, we're all able to be virtually in the same room together, Ted.
No doubt.
But it is Rich, Ken, and that right there, the 3-time Super Bowl champion, Ted Johnson, here on WEEI. You can call us. That is the way we prefer to connect with you at 617-779-7937. Also, the Odyssey app is a fantastic way in which you can consume our show. You just go to the WEEI section, press follow, and the show gets really zapped right to your phone. And you can also launch us a Take Grenade. We play all of those in the 5 o'clock hour. Press that little microphone button, record your message, and we play them later on. Gentlemen, are we ready for some sports?
Yeah, of course.
Is it time for sports? And what
just happened?
Sports happened.
Oh, sports happen. Brought to you by the great Jeffrey Glassman, Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Even though there was not a game last night, there is a little bit legitimate news that just actually broke, if you consider this breaking news. Trevor Story officially had his surgery on a sports hernia. Basic prognosis is 6 to 10 weeks out. That's not changed from what we heard, right?
Nope.
Okay, so 6 to 10, he's going to be sitting there. But I did enjoy this. Matter of fact, when I heard this happen, it kind of made me chuckle because I didn't realize that Greg was doing his road show and he was in front of a live crowd. So Greg Hill this morning, as he's been doing and going all over the place and doing his broadcast on his road show, where was he at this morning? At the Cape, right?
The Cape, Falmouth, yeah.
Okay, so he's out in Falmouth, so he's got this crowd in front of him, and they're going to have Sam Kennedy on the show. Sam Kennedy is going to be doing his weekly hit with the Greg Hill Show. And let's just take a listen to how that introduction went, shall we?
Sam Kennedy, good morning. Sam, don't listen. Do not listen to these people. Sam, good morning.
Wow, it's a tough town. I was going to say I wish I was there with you guys in person. You get to go to the Cape over the holiday weekend, and I'm working all weekend at Fenway. But I understand there's frustration in the nation, understandably so.
And that's why these fans are the best, because they hate me. I love these. They're passionate. If they didn't hate me, I wouldn't be doing my job.
Not as bad as Breslow got last year on a separate road event for Greg, but those were still lusty boos.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that was, Ted, that was significant, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. And the thing is poor. I do feel bad for Sam because Sam's not putting lineups together. He's not the one picking the players. He's not, involved in the analytics and real decision making. He's just kind of more of a, the figurehead for John Henry. So I do feel bad for him that he gets booed because I don't think Sam at the end of the day has a lot of say in how the roster's constructed, and that's really the issues with this team. So feel bad for you, Sam. Hang in there, bud.
But I like how that works because I do think that's the kind of stuff that they actually hear, when they being ownership.
Yeah.
I think that John Henry and the people in the front office do take that stuff to heart, and they definitely are not big fans of the people wearing the bags, of the sell the team. So if you get a little bit that, you get a chance to kind of make your voice heard. Hell yeah, because it's not realistic to tell people not to go to games. It's not. Some people just love going to Fenway Park. You're always going to get the tons of out of town people that are going to come here. Fenway Park's always going to sell tickets. It's stuff like that. That's what gets their attention. Yeah. So well done, Greg Hill roadshow attendees.
Well, now, so when Sam's on, they always have a few stock answers ready. You know, it's company line. And so, as you point out, like one of their pivots is to, we love being, that's why we love Red Sox Nation.
Oh, yeah, if you weren't upset, then boy, what a passionate town. That's why we love working here, to get booed.
But they know they're in the season of, when are you going to fix this offense? So the Sam answer about whether they're going to try to add a bat, I did find interesting, and I think it's, number one, it's a little bit of a heat on Breslow, and number two, I'm just surprised that they used a couple of the words in here. So I want you guys to react to that when we get to it.
Yeah, let me hear that now. Stiz, you got it?
Of course.
Let's let it roll.
Yeah, there's been conversations going on earlier than ever before on that front. It's obviously hard. The American League is so bunched up. There's some National League teams that are, I'd say, more engaged in conversations than typical at this time of the year. But yeah, if the question are Craig and his team in baseball operations trying to improve the team right now, the answer is yes. Will we be able to get a deal done or match up on something? I have no idea is the truth, but there's conversations, there's urgency, and that's something that's important, and hopefully something that could be done, earlier rather than later. But there's two ways to improve with the existing group and then new faces. So we're gonna try on both of those.
And Ken, you heard that, and you thought that was
no. I love.
You thought that meant pressure on Craig Breslow.
You heard him mention Breslow's name.
Yep.
Craig's trying. Okay. Urgency. Earlier conversations than ever before. New faces. Those are the words. Those are the buzzwords that are floating around. We also had Theo. Just talk. So, to me, that's Craig. Get a deal done. This is your opportunity. Like, we have to do something, and we've got to do it soon.
What do you think, Ted?
That's music to my ears if I'm Craig Breslow, honestly, because you wonder, how tight the purse strings are. Can they, because I just feel like you need a significant bat, right? If you can't just do a minor deal here, you got to kind of really, you got to bring in a big bat, which is going to be an intricate deal. There's going to be probably a lot of kind of pieces. It won't be simple. It's going to cost a lot of money, and if they're okay with him doing that, then that's got to be music to his ears. The only problem is one of my concerns about the team moving forward is just, does Craig Breslow have the ability to make a significant trade for a worthwhile bat mid-season? I just don't. I trust him more in the offseason to make big deals than I do in-season trades. So that's just something I have a little bit of hesitancy is to think that he can pull something off like that. We all thought it was a fait accompli that Joe Ryan was coming to this team last year at the trade deadline. We saw how that happened. So I'm just a little bit apprehensive that he's capable of pulling off a big deal mid-season.
Ted, I should be sniffing BS here because he used a lot of those words that are the stock words that make people think that he's doing things when there's really not a lot going on.
Urgency.
Right. Yeah. It's like, all right.
But
dude,
you don't say that because if nothing happens in the next 2 months, everybody will remind us of what he just said on May 22nd.
But that's happened a million times, and they just go, oh, okay. They just move on. So you throw it back at him. Fine. It happens over and over again. Like people lie about trying to improve the team, trying to make the team better, or they say, well, we tried, but just unfortunately, there just wasn't a lot we could do or not out there. The deals weren't that we wanted, just weren't. You've heard a million excuses. The only thing that keeps me away from making me think that was all garbage was I did like when he said sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
Like that was the one thing I was like, okay, maybe, just maybe this is getting to ownership, and maybe because ownership's been so embarrassed, they said, take the restrictor plates off a little bit as far as spending. Let's see what we can do.
And and Ted's right, by the way. Breslow has no midseason track record, so Ted's 100% right. But what did Theo say? Theo, first of all, the fact that he was hanging around John Henry, I love that. And he said in that clip to Carl Ravitch on the podcast, we have the two toughest things to get. We have the foundation. We have pitching and defense. Those are the hardest things to have. So if he's chirping that into John's ear, John is going to say, well, you know what? Theo knows what he's talking about.
Can you remind me what Theo's role is on this team again?
I don't know.
Because
minority owner.
I mean, I do know that obviously John Henry would take his advice. I mean, Theo's got a pretty damn good track record of success wherever he goes. But I heard him talking the other day, and I'm like, Oh, yeah, I forgot he's got something weird to do with the Red Sox. I just don't know how much influence he truly has.
He
right
is
now.
senior advisor and part owner, and so is LeBron. So maybe they'll take both their advice.
Hey, guys, real quick, I got to jump in and just say, just listening to you guys, all this optimism, I just can't help but to think, I can't think, just, your gullibleness, just...
You call me a fool.
I don't know. I listen to you guys talk, and you guys are making this case that that he's going to really pull something big off, and that we're going to have a season. That this Red Sox team is much better than what we really, see it as to be. So I don't know. Are you guys being maybe a little naive, a little gullible, maybe? I don't know.
If you want to doubt,
Are we like Charlie Brown? Like, what was the music for?
Am I lying?
What was that?
Pulling the football away. You're going to fall for it again. You're going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe again.
I see what it is.
Beverly Hills
The
Cop.
football's being thrown away.
Yeah.
You know what? Listen, I am not positive. I just think that they're the one phrase that he said that took me away from smelling complete and total BS was when he said sooner rather than later. So, okay. I'm not even at the optimistic. I'm not even cautiously optimistic. I'm just going, all right, maybe, just maybe, there's some sort of cherry on top of this crap sundae that we've been fed lately. And we'll know. We'll know soon.
There was one guy who got you Orlando Cabrera and Doug Minkiewicz in July of 2004. I don't know what happened there. I think they broke an 86-year curse. I think it was Theo. I think he was involved. That sounds a little different to me. So it's good news. We might have Pearl Jam Blair in this week. We got Tarps off weekend here.
Let's go.
I mean, let's go.
I mean, here's the thing. It's not the hardest sell to John Henry is that, hey, you might have to extend yourself a little bit, John, because the way our defense is playing, the way our pitching is. I mean, we even get Crochet still coming back. If we get just a significant bat, what that does that takes pressure off of the other bats. And, you throw the stat out there. If they just batted average, the league average for runs batted in per game, which is 4.5 runs per game, we would have the best record in Major League Baseball. So, to me, it's an easy sell to John Henry. I mean, we were hoping that they would get a big bat in the offseason before the season started, but we saw that didn't work out. So now, you got the evidence that, hey, we're selling pitching, we're selling defense. And now if we just have a significant bat, what that could do to this lineup and change things, and all of a sudden we could flip this. I don't think that's the hardest sell to John Henry is my point.
Two names real quick, Rich, not to get too deep in the weeds, but Byron Buxton is here this weekend with the Twins. He's 32. He's got a couple years left on his deal. He does have a no-trade clause, but the Twins I don't think are going anywhere. You're not going to see Twins fans taking over Fenway Park this weekend. He's got 15 homers. He would be one guy to look for, and the other, who's probably the top guy on the market that's realistic, is Arizona Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte. They were talking with him in the offseason. He's also 32.
What kind of years is he having?
He's hitting 240. He's having a tough year, but he does have 7 homers.
Okay.
And he's got a track record of being a guy that can hit 30.
How's he at Fenway? Do we know? Is there any
Let's
kind
see,
of
lefty or
Good
righty?
question.
Lefty, righty.
Righty.
Right.
Righty
There you
second
go.
baseman.
Righty.
Listen to me. I'm like beggars can't be choosers at this point. It's
Actually, he's a switch hitter.
Okay. Oh,
even better.
Very
But
nice.
I'll look at his Fenway numbers. But now the story news today, if he's out and Marcelo moves to short,
yeah,
the second base opening is right there.
Yeah, no question.
Oh,
no
I like
question.
that, Ken. You're right. I mean, this Trevor story is interesting, and when it comes to Marcelo Myers, I mean, let's see the kid as short. I mean, when Alex was still managing, I asked him last year about what is his natural position, and he's like shortstop without hesitating. Marcelo Myers should be a shortstop, and so clearly that's been a defensive kind of position that's been a liability. So why not put him there sooner rather than later now?
Well, I give Greg Hill all the credit in the world because this morning he asked the one question I wanted answered more than any. What did you think of John Henry's comments this past weekend that seemed to be taking a shot at the fans? And there we go. Sam Kennedy, he was asked the question by Greg, and we'll play that answer right after this.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
And trending now on WEEI, brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Sox and Twins 3-game series opens tonight. 7:10 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley tonight, opposing lefty Connor Prelip. The Wills are on the call, Fleming and Middlebrooks, with your call all Memorial Day weekend. Arcan's got your Mass Mutual pregame show at 6:10 tonight. And the Red Sox did announce that Trevor Story underwent a successful sports hernia repair performed in Philadelphia by Dr. William Myers. Lobster Lovers Weekend is back at the Nines. The 99 Restaurant today through Sunday. Order their famous colossal or hot buttered lobster roll and get a free 3-course meal upgrade. This weekend only. You gotta love the Nines. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's trending on WEEI, WEEI.com.
must be baseball news. We got the jam. There's a lot of baseball writers listening to us right now who are going, hell yeah, can you put some Steen on after this?
Come on.
It's like,
wait a minute.
You know Pearl Jam's a quality band.
They're a quality band, but okay.
Rich,
One
easy
doesn't
on
equal
Pearl
the
Jam
other.
now. Come on,
No,
that's my
one doesn't
that
equal
is
the other.
my favorite band all time right there now.
Pearl Jam is a good band. I'm just saying that if you are a baseball writer, you are a mega fan of one of two things. If you are over the age of 55, it's the Steen, and if you're under the age of 55, it's Pearl Jam. And it is your life revolves around that. Like, that's your favorite deal. Yeah, you have to admit. Have you seen, by the way, either you seen Pearl Jam when they come to Fenway?
I have, yeah.
Okay. Eddie Vedder gets a little baseball nerdy when he's on stage, does he not?
We'll go into some tangents about
Like,
stories, story time.
He thinks everybody there is obsessed with, like, really weird baseball, right?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I'm not kidding you. The last time I was here, I was like, I think it's about time that the Hawaii Little League team got credit for their win this past year. and he's like, nobody cares about the Hawaii Little League team. He's like, I was backstage hanging out with Kevin Euclid.
Yeah.
Oh no! he gets up there and he does this like the thing with the eyebrows too. Like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Fenway Park.
He spent time in Core's office when he was here. He got to hang out with AC. I don't know if he and Chad Tracy are close. We got to ask that next week.
I guess so.
By the way, that is the only and best Eddie Vedder impression I've ever heard. Rich,
Thank you.
Goddamn, that was
quit
good.
sucking up, Jack.
I'll take it. But yeah, I mean, Pearl Jam was excellent here, but he would stop the show just to say completely George Will nerdy baseball stuff that he thought everyone in the crowd was totally in on. It's like, some people just like Pearl Jam. We're not obsessed with the Hawaii Little League baseball team. We didn't watch the whole thing. But yeah, but nonetheless, you're right. I do like Pearl Jam. They're a good band. They're a very good band, but I like them. Baseball writers love them. You can tell by their Twitter account whenever they're in town, or whatever it's called, X now. All right, we are, speaking of baseball, we are broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse at Fenway Studio. I don't know if you know this, but Jared Saltalamacchia is here. And he thought the crowd was going to go crazy.
By the way, there's some caller who loved Ted playing the Charlie Brown theme.
Oh,
Can we get to the bottom of this real quick?
Sure, yeah. I don't even see the calls. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Angus is in New Hampshire on this. Hello, Angus.
Yes. How you guys doing today?
What's up, buddy?
I got to talk to Ted Johnson.
Yes, sir.
3-time Super Bowl champion. Everyone knows the lore of your actual background, and yet they don't know the lore of this very show. Because as soon as I heard the theme song, I was immediately just cackling. I'm out here walking my dog. Just laugh.
I love it. It's just a Pavlovian response for you, Angus. I love that. Good for it's
Maybe
just
not my best instinct. But go ahead.
the song just represents being gullible, getting sucked in, falling for the same trick over and over and over again. That's just I just caution you guys over there just to be careful.
Ted, I may have overstated my optimism, because it's not even optimism. It was just a nugget. You know what it was? It was a piece of corn and a turd.
Do you want their playoff odds today, right now, from Fangraphs, or do you not want them? You guys are just so negative.
Give me some stats. Shoot me in the face with some
you
stats.
gullible baseball fans.
Let's hear it.
35%. And that's before they have urgency, according to my man, Sam Kennedy. And Ketel Marte's numbers at Fenway, 304 batting average in 6 games.
All right. 35%. That actually sounds about right. Because the AL, as you said, the American League sucks now. They could stumble into the playoffs. Like, just accidentally fall into it. Like, just trip over themselves and, hey, we're here, because everyone else could just fall apart.
And that's a success. That's all Ted wants for the Patriots. But he's dumbed down expectations on the football team.
Not even close, bud.
That's what you said. Below average roster. I mean, what the hell? It's just yay playoffs.
Dude, there's a lot of factors that go into that opinion that we don't need to get into right now. But you, dude, it is interesting. You think we're talking about getting a big bat. Can you almost make an argument that they think over there that they would be just as good at standing pat? That, hey, we're just a couple games outside the wild card. Our pitching is excellent. Our defense is great. Maybe we just kind of roll with the guys we got. You got, Roman Anthony coming back. You switch Marcelo to short. You do, Jaron Duran starting to get hot. Maybe you don't do anything at the trade deadline based on where their record is in regards to the wild card spot. you just worry that that's how they think too. You know,
they are wishing upon a star right now. That's what they're doing. They're taking a look at everyone who's underperforming and saying, please just perform.
Yeah.
Just perform at a regular level, and you will all of a sudden be in the race. You'll be in the hunt. You'll be right there. But, man, there's no evidence that that's going to happen. And I guarantee you they have enormous chubbies from over the weekend when you had, like, Jaron Duran right there a couple days ago playing like he's, you know, like the guy it's like an all-star right now. Over the last 3 games, the dude has been unstoppable. And I guarantee you they are so excited thinking that we were right. All we had to do is sit and wait. And now the chemistry, and they're convincing themselves that they don't need it. Ted, I'm with you 100%. I think there's a part of them that just thinks that they can sit on their hands and this team will all of a sudden become what they want it to be. And that's all of these people performing at their highest level.
My man Cooper shot to the heart.
Cooper just getting a little too excited there.
And in another,
that's not what they're saying, guys. That's not what Sam just said this morning. That's not what Theo said yesterday. So if what you're saying is they're lying to our faces, they will be held accountable for that in 2 months at the day.
Their inaction up to this point is how they're saying it. You agree?
Well, but nobody makes a trade by May 22nd.
Dude, they got to do something. I mean, there's no reason they can't.
Well, they fired the manager, so that's action.
Yeah, I
mean, that's pretty bold action.
You think I hear what you're saying, Ken, because Sam Kennedy should know better, as good as anybody, that what he says is going to get used against him. So, I mean, it is interesting. Yeah.
By the way, Ted, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hate that mentality. Yeah. Anything I say is going to be used against me, so I'm not going to say anything of substance.
Yep.
You know what? Say what you mean. Say exactly what you're going to do, and who gives a rat's ass if it's used against you? You said your piece.
I hope you did say that.
I hate that mentality, because I guarantee you that's the reason John Henry's not talking, is because he hates when my words get twisted. Then say exactly what you're doing. Say what's on your mind, and you can't mess it up. Be honest. Like that drives me insane, because there's too many people who shy away from actually telling us. Because if it's used against you, then screw the people who are using it against you. You said what you're doing. You said what you truly feel.
Can we hear Theo again yesterday? I wanted to hear his voice in my ear. The clip yesterday with Ravitch talking about the foundation that they have in place, maybe with a little Pearl Jam underneath.
I've done a really good job of staying out of the media, the conversation around the team. That's one of the cool things about just being an advisor, is I can kind of give my opinion, and I don't have to be part of the public conversation. But I'll say I was actually, the first couple minutes I was watching the Red Sox clean up what looked like a good 3-1 win. But I'll say the pitching and defense have been fantastic, and obviously everyone, and that's not an easy feat, right? To have that foundation now, having to figure out the offense and fix it midstream is important. But there's something to build around with the pitching and defense, and I know Brez and the guys are hard at work on fixing the offense.
There we go.
There's alignment. There's alignment right there. I mean, he's basically, defense, pitching. Just one little thing. I'm curious what you guys think about this. We just went into the answer there. Can we place this, the question? Listen to the question to this answer, and let me know if anything stands out to you.
I'll paraphrase J-Man's question, where he says, what do you think about the state of the Red Sox? Where are you right now with regards to the optimism? Can things turn around for them? I'm not going to get into the specifics of the question about Bregman and Breslow and all that stuff. I don't think it's appropriate for this forum, but just the Red Sox, the passion the fan base has.
Okay.
Dude, get off the knee pads.
What about? I don't want to bring up Bregman or Breslow,
because I mean,
that's just too him up. Those are relevant questions to ask about Bregman and Breslow. So a little bit state media there, a little bit. So just having
it is interesting why you pick Carl Ravitch. I mean, I don't know what goes behind that. How about Bradfo's podcast or something? Come on, let's get a little EEI magic in here,
right? Seriously, why can't the local guys get more love? But I found that to be interesting that Carl Ravitch basically says, "Hey, we're not talking about Breslow." And if you listen, if you listen to Theo's you hear him and they go, yeah, we're not talking about them. So that's already predetermined. So they're, I don't know. I mean, these interviews that he did, it's kind of like, all right, it's in a controlled environment, just like Jason Tatum likes. So take the answers for what it's worth.
First I've heard him for a while. John Henry was spicy, talking about Bostonians and not giving them free drinks at bars.
Yeah, I think the quote was the quote was something along the lines, and he stated at some awards for the what was it, the Sports Journals of
Journal.
America or something like that,
Sports Journals.
and not speaking to actual reporters or the media or the fans. He's talking to his own. So he's in this little cocoon, and someone was there and reported his quote, and he was saying, you think that when you win these championships, they said if you win a championship, you'd never buy a drink again in this town. Well, I learned that that's not exactly true. These stupid fans, they actually expect me to do what owners do, and that's put together a good product every year.
It's so
not
true.
sit there and rest on our laurels. God, that pissed me off. But that's the thing is and you know what? I said this yesterday, and I don't mean to repeat myself. For our good listeners, I apologize. But if he was to have won a championship, and then every year after that, we saw that he was doing everything to try to win another one, even if you didn't win, you'd still not be able to buy a drink in this town. People would still love you. Yeah. It's the moment you appeared to stop trying. And that was right about when Dombrowski got out of here. You just stopped spending money. You stopped going all in, and you stopped talking to the media, and you seems to stop caring. That's when the fans turn on you.
Do you know what the Twins' last title was, who were in town?
Go ahead.
Kirby Puckett in 1991. Imagine being a Twins fan and listening to Bostonians like you, talk show hosts, rant. It's been 8 long years.
Because this isn't effing Minnesota.
Yeah, we're not the Twins.
The resources.
They also have the Vikings. They also have the Timberwolves. They also have the Wild. They have this. How miserable are you if you live in St. Paul?
I don't care how miserable. Well, I mean, St. Paul kind of sucks, but although the ice fishing's kind of rad.
Minneapolis is underrated though a little bit.
I agree. I agree. I went out there. They got those burgers, the Juicy Lucy's with cheese that's infused in the middle of it. Hell yeah. But this is Boston, and I've said this before. There's no excuse for you not being out.
Yep.
Excuse me, for you not spending top 5 money on your team. Yep. You need to be in the top 5 every year if you are the Boston Red Sox.
You make more money than they do. You have more resources, Rich, Ken. Right? I mean, but the Red Sox can spend more money because they make more money than the Twins do.
Absolutely. Okay, I do want to hear the answer to this question. Okay. So Greg Hill did ask Sam Kennedy about those comments that were made by John Henry about, I've never thought we'd have to buy a drink in this town, but I guess I was wrong. And here's what Sam Kennedy had to say about that.
No, and Chris, let me actually encourage all your listeners to listen to the speech that John Henry delivered the other night in New York. It can be found out there online.
Where?
It was a joke. It was a funny joke. It got a great reaction. John was leaning into the fact that he understands the expectations and why our fans are so passionate, because this is the Boston Red Sox. We live for this. And so the criticism is fair, more than fair. We've had lots of criticism, but I don't think any franchise over the last 25 years has had better fan support or more passion or more interest. Our fan base lifts us up. They support us at every turn. Yeah, they criticize us when we're not performing well, and we deserve it. So I don't think it's unfair. It comes with the territory. We love it. Believe me, we've all worked in other markets. This is where you want to be if you're in baseball. So I don't believe the criticism is unfair. I think John and his family and Tom and his family, and I know myself, we get it. We need to be playing baseball in October consistently. That's the expectation.
I can't take it.
Good job, Greg Hill.
They love the criticism. Are you sure about that, Sam? Do you guys love it? I don't know. I'm not buying that.
I can't find the speech.
I do see a snippet of it on MLB.com. So it's like 1:40 chopped up. There's Ortiz in there, so you might get. I'm not sure if that passage is available. But
no, yeah, I want the whole speech.
Yeah, I would like
because you know what I want to do? I want to take your words, John Henry, and twist them. I want to do exactly what you fear people do.
Yeah.
Doesn't that just sound tone deaf, though, to you guys?
Yes.
It does. But listen, I'm with you, but he's in a weird spot. It's like, imagine having a boss that you have to answer for that you know the boss is doing something wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sam's in a just a difficult situation. I always feel bad for him because, I mean, what's he supposed to say? It's, he's basically speaking for his boss. And, I mean, to tell us that it was a really funny joke. Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. Okay. But so he's placating.
Heart roast. There was probably like falling and rolling on the ground.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure. But we get it. We love it. We don't think the criticism is unfair. Your actions would suggest otherwise.
Meanwhile, Roman Anthony was asked about this morning and what his status is. And if you take a look at the timeline of what we've been told about him so far, as we know, back on May 4th, he left that game with a right hand injury. And on the 5th, they announced that he was day-to-day with a wrist sprain. On the 7th, placed on the injured list. The 15th, he was wearing a brace. And then they said, he got a cortisone shot, I believe was the report then.
Correct.
And then on the 18th, which is just a couple days ago, he suffered what I call a setback, even though Chad Tracy said it's not a setback.
Not a setback.
After soreness from taking a few swings. And by definition, it's a setback. If you say he's going to be back at a certain time and he's not back, that is a setback.
Twisting his words.
That is no words being twisted. That is my opinion that it is indeed a setback. And I think it's actually a valid opinion. Or actually, it's the definition of setback. Let's take a listen, though. Sam Kennedy was asked about the timeline with Roman Anthony. Let's see
I could tell you that from what we know from our medical staff, that is not the case. He's got a sprain, so maybe you Dr. Hill and Dr. Kennedy here can discuss medical diagnoses together.
Was I right? Was I right on the finger?
Yes.
Okay.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really, really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take. So Roman I can tell you, he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible, but he wants to do it in a way, and we want him to do it in a way where he's not going to have a reoccurrence of the injury. So that's what we know. He's battling through it, and I know he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, that sucks. That's awful. You don't rush him back. You take your sweet time. There is no reason for him to come back early. Protect this kid.
But a little background on this. So Greg started the show with a scoop about Roman's torn ligament in his ring finger. And so you heard Sam there say it's not torn, it's strained. But the bigger deal about this whole thing is I know that Greg has people in his circle that are close with Roman. Mm-hmm. And so to me, the concern here is, and I don't know if this is true or not, but it seems like Roman is trying to get it out there that this is a tear, which, Ted, there's some semantics on tear and strain. I think a strain is technically a tear.
Yep.
And my fear is that they are hanging Roman. They're making Roman look bad in his eyes, and he's starting to squawk about it.
Ted, does this sound familiar?
That is a thing. That is a thing. Trust me. That is very plausible to me. That Roman. The last thing players want is for the fan base to think that they are soft or that they're not. They're could come back before they're ready. They want people to know the seriousness of their injury. And that was. I play for a coach that never wanted people to talk about their injuries. So people left to their devices are going to sometimes just go call you out. I mean, people questioned Jason Tatum for not playing in the Game 7 in the playoffs. So that's, as a player, you want people to know exactly what's going on so that they can, maybe take some heat off you. So that, to me, I would not be surprised. In the semantic part, tear, sprain, it's kind of, they're almost one and the same. I think a tear sounds more, worse than a sprain. So maybe that's why Roman wants that word used. But I would not be surprised if what you're saying there, Ken, is the case, that Roman really wants it to be out there that it was a tear and that it's – and I will say this about Sam Kennedy. He's absolutely right. I used to call out baseball players all the time for how soft they were. But, man, fingers, like a pitcher has a blister and they can't pitch. Yeah. Well, yeah. Have you ever? You try to throw, 100 miles an hour when you have a blister. So, hand injuries are very, very difficult, and I can understand why it might keep them out longer than we thought.
How much did that piss the guys in the locker room off, Ted, when the proper news on their injury wasn't out there, and you could hear, you heard the talk from fans about why isn't this guy out there? What is he dogging it? Is this person soft? What is that like being on the other side of it?
It sucks. It's awful. It's one of the worst things. And you have a coach that is not going to have your back on that. He's he's not going to say anything. So we're not doctors. We're told constantly that you're not a doctor. So don't be talking like you're a doctor. So keep your mouth shut. It's honestly one of the weirdest positions a player can find himself in sometimes is people thinking you're healthy when you're not, and just giving the illusion that you're healthy, and people criticizing you when they don't know all the facts.
Well, good on Roman if that's what he's done.
Well, and by the way, what did Jaron Duran lash out at and then delete his Instagram for? Your buddy Michael Hawley, our buddy Michael Hawley, saying
a rabble-rouser, that Michael Hawley.
Right, but pointing out Roman's, talking about Roman.
Yeah.
So if he knows, if they're close and he knows Roman's pissed that this is getting misconstrued, look at these media guys talking about this injury.
That's a great point, though.
But that was also not misconstrued. It was directed in the wrong place, because I think what Michael Hawley was saying was that teams lie, not that the players lie. And matter of fact, if I'm Jaron Duran, I'd be more on Michael Hawley's side instead of calling out Michael Hawley. You know what I mean?
He might just not. It's probably on in the clubhouse, and they're like, "Look at this guy,"
and they half hear it.
They just see it, and they're calling Roman soft. Do you believe this? And then he goes right to social media, and then thinks better of it.
I like it, boys. I think you guys are onto something, and I think Rich, you kind of just succinctly put it where I bet what it is I think maybe you're right. Jaron Duran misunderstood what Hawley was saying, and pointed his ire at him when it really, if he was really kind of looking at it the way you are, and which we all are, I think you're right to say. I think JD would probably side with Michael Hawley at the end of the day.
Yep, absolutely. Well, all right. So we've got Rob Bradford. He's going to be coming on at 3:20, and obviously the man's very connected with everything. And we'll get his opinion, and even on what the John Henry stuff is going on. I'm fascinated. I want to know where this audio is. I want to hear John Henry's speech so we can rip it apart and twist his words. But we'll have him coming up at 3:20. Also at 4 o'clock, our man Jackson, or Mr. Dale Ordway, ended up going and hooking up with our good friend Bird, and they saw the new Mandalorian and Grogu movie. We will get their spoiler-free review at 4 o'clock.
Wait for that.
But coming up next, there is something going on right now in the playoffs, the NBA playoffs, that is absolutely hysterical. Flopping that has been taken to a nuclear, scientifically studied level. Just how bad is it? I've got numbers that will blow you away next.
WEEI. WEEI.
Ted, you were into Nine Inch Nails back in the day, right?
Yep, love them. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You kidding me?
They're one of those. As I said, they're one of those bands. Trent Reznor just gets better with age. Their live shows are just so good too.
Theo's into them too. He told me.
There was an article, and I forget what it was. It was like Theo was talking about, how he loves music, and he said that one night he was so nervous that, he was playing his guitar up in his office, and he played so much that his fingers bled. I'm like, dude, then you're playing the guitar wrong.
Brian Adams from Summer of '69.
Right, which is like that you're playing it like an absolute monster. You're like pushing it down like an idiot. You're the dude you're Lenny from Of Mice and Men. You're like squeezing the top of the guitar so hard you're gonna break it. What are you doing?
Well,
Nobody.
That's the kind of intensity that will bring a trade. That's what we need.
Yes.
Do we think, just on Theo, do we read into the timing of hearing from Theo?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yes. Thank you, Ted. Thank you.
Yeah, there's got to be, I don't
R.A. Laird, right again, Laird.
Yeah.
You're going to find out.
Yeah,
Trade
man.
over the weekend.
I don't doubt it, though. I think you're right. I mean, I think they're trying to look for any kind of positive PR that they can get right now.
Yeah.
And what does Theo bring thoughts of when he comes around and speaks about the Red Sox?
championship.
Everyone loves Theo,
Yep.
right? Everyone loves the guy.
Theo, can you do us a solid and go on a podcast and just talk about us? It is a texter brought this up, 617 texter. Theo calling the team the Red Sox and not us is kind of weird. And that's true. He speaks in not third person, but indirectly in that.
And I also found it interesting that he basically is backing Breslow's philosophy, pitching and defense, and really leaned in and was, look how great it is. And it's like, would that, if Theo was running this ship, would he have the same vision for this team? He just feels like he's more of just a cheerleader, that he doesn't have real power, that he doesn't really have influence. Does he? I don't get a sense when I hear him talk that he's pulling any strings behind the scenes for this team.
Yeah. And you know what? I think his interview, if you listen to it, it was one of those cases where without slamming what they're doing, he was able to speak the truth. Because what he said, and you can't criticize him for, is that, yeah, they've done a great job with their pitching and their defense. I mean, the pitching's been very, very good. I don't know where they rank in the league right now, but they've been pretty damn solid.
Oh, yeah.
But he didn't straight out call them out for the team as constructed as a whole, being a disaster. Like
Right.
if one half of your team is a disaster and one is doing very well, it doesn't mean you have a good team. So he was able to kind of skirt around that while speaking the truth.
And to answer your question, in May, they have the best team ERA in baseball.
Yeah.
Sorry, second best only to Milwaukee. The bullpen is number one.
Yeah, they're great.
Can I-
They've been fantastic. Yeah.
Can I just take a leak in your cereal real quick?
Sure.
Sorry.
A lot of that.
So hang on. Yeah. No. I just want to keep it real if I can.
Yeah.
I just like to get some facts into the story
That's
if we
good.
can too.
Do it.
That the this year in Major League Baseball, it is the lowest batting average since 1943. Since 1943, the batting average across Major League Baseball, the average is 240 right now. That is the lowest it's been since 1943. So we're getting hyped about the pitching and the defense, but it's also the hitters are hitting at an all-time low right now. So you got to factor that in too when you're looking at this team's construction right now.
Well, what I would factor into that is, can we also kind of tie that to how the velocity of pitches has gone up? Like this year.
And the home run swings, the drive line swings everywhere.
Well, how many pitchers do you have now who can pitch over 100 miles an hour? Like, I mean, I read an article about how over the last 5 years, we are seeing velocity like we've never seen before. And I don't know if it's science or just the way they're teaching these kids.
Enhanced games.
And it could be the enhanced games. That's right. They might have given the whole cocktail of all the human growth hormone that they need, like they're going to have this next weekend.
Well, 978 texter, of course, they just called up the 6'8" reliever from Woo Sox who throws 102.
He's like 35 and he throws
35,
102?
but this guy says they're showcasing him, part of a trade. You watch.
Maybe that's the case. All right, I want to deliver on this tease because this is fantastic. I know that you guys are you guys both watching the Western Conference Finals in the NBA, or at least watching?
Of course.
Yep. It's been great basketball. It's been a lot of fun, and to me, it feels like the finals. Like that's your finals right there.
No
As
doubt.
good as the Knicks have been, they're facing a buzzsaw, whoever they go up against. And one of my favorite players in the league is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm a huge fan. I think he's got this great attitude. You know, he calls out his own teammates when they're playing dirty. When they get too excited, he tells them to calm the F down, which I thought was great on TV. But on top of that, there's not much, he can't do. However, one thing that he is and has been labeled is an expert, all-time Hall of Fame flopper. And how do we know that? There is a video that went viral this past week. Ted, I don't know if you've seen it, but somebody made a compilation of the last several games, and it was, why is it every time Shai goes up and goes to the basket, he gets knocked down and looks at the ref. And so there was a reporter, I believe it was for The Athletic, who went and watched all of the possessions throughout the playoffs this year, like every single one, okay? And he put, how often does Shai Gilgeous-Alexander fall compared to his peers? He compiled all of them and compared them to everybody else. How about this? Non-fouled, when he's not fouled, the percentage of shots that he ends up falling on is 10%, 10.7%. Okay, that's when he's not fouled, 10.7%. Good. James Harden is second behind him with 8.7. Jalen Brunson was 7.9. When he's fouled, second place James Harden falls 29.3%. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 51.4%. Nice. He falls over half the time that he's fouled. That's ridiculous.
Where's Embiid? Did he make the list?
No, Embiid, yeah.
No, as a matter of fact, the closest one to him, as I said, is Harden with 29.3%. And Harden's known as a flopper. All shots, he blows away the field. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and this is all shots, every shot that he takes, he falls almost 1/5. Out of 1 every 5 shots, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander hits the deck looking for a foul call.
Let's get us ready for the World Cup because they're going to see play of that.
It's true. But it's hilarious because there's guys that aren't even close to him. I mean, they're close, but I mean, he's flopping and not even close to really getting touched is my point. Yes. And then you just see him, he kind of looks at the ref every single time. I just feel bad for the guys, the kids that have to go out there with the mops every time he falls down. And he's going to go mop that.
Sweaty.
But, Ted, I used to hate like flopping, and I used to like detest that part of the game. But then I realized, you know what? That's all part of winning basketball now. Like if you can manipulate the whistle, whether it's fake or not, doesn't that make you a better player? I mean, my God, we can't sit here as Celtics fans and not say that Paul Pierce sounded like he was getting shot from the rafters every time he went up for a shot. He flail his hands into the back of the
But it is a problem, though. Don't you get upset when you see Tatum trying to get a call? It's just not upset, but just it's like, do we need to do that?
Didn't the NBA have a rule like they almost like you can call a foul on a player for flopping?
They never do it anymore.
They
when it first happened, they called it a couple times, and it was super embarrassing. It was awesome.
Yep.
But I don't really see them doing it that much anymore. I mean, but this kind of thing, this kind of expose from like a huge publication has got to be embarrassing for him.
Do you think that's a bigger problem or the threes? Because I don't know if you saw Kevin McHale talk to Himmelsbach in the Globe today, and his quote was, "Some days the three-point shooting contest gets a little bit much for me, and I do some head shaking."
That's coming from,
I mean, that's obviously an old school guy who's, he's going to sound like an old.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
He's right though.
Oh, all the analytic people, all the nerds, like Kevin McHale. We played 50 years ago, bro. But so I'm not sure how much of an impact that has, but it's just the flopping thing. Part of me is like, do business as business is being done. I mean, if they're calling it, you want your team to almost be take advantage of the same thing. So I struggle with that. I hate it. I hate it in soccer. You see it in hockey. And you sometimes you even see it in football. Just the guys exaggerating, the play. So I hate it. I can't stand it. I wish there were rules and regulations and penalties in place to get that out of there, but I don't ever see that happening.
Well, Ted and Ken, there has been a strange development in the Belichick versus Tom Brady battle. We will play you some audio and get to that next.
More Rich, Ken, and Ted in minutes.
Johnson is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
Two hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
And we are live right now at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Rich, Ken, three-time Super Bowl champion, Teddy J. And, okay, so we've been playing part of this interview for a couple of days now, and there's certain parts of it that I had not heard yet, but the more I hear the things that are being leaked out, and the more clips that I actually get to listen to, the worse this becomes for Bill Belichick, in my opinion. So Bill, and I don't know why, and we talked to Tommy Curran about this yesterday. I asked Tommy Curran, I said, why do you think Bill Belichick right now seems to be doing this press tour out of nowhere to try to clean up his image? And he goes, well, yeah, look what's going on right now with North Carolina, where you have his quarterback who has left the team and is now publicly talking trash, saying that, what did he call it? It was that it was hell being at UNC.
It took out the oxygen. There was no oxygen there.
Oh my! I mean, can you imagine that? Like, this was supposed to be Bill Belichick's pleasure cruise. Like, I bet he had imagined in his head, by not going to the NFL, that you would go to college and it would be a lot of fun and you could win fairly easily and the kids would like you. Oh, you know, who wouldn't love playing for a legend?
Kiss the ring. Yeah,
exactly. And everything we've heard so far, just from the players who've been vocal, is one, they didn't like playing for him. Two, did anybody get drafted from that team this year?
Nope.
Crazy. Like that to me is the craziest stat of them all.
Maybe he should have gone in with that mindset. He was probably, Ted, just so hot from not getting an NFL job that I'll show these guys, 33rd team, Lombardi, get the Bible together. Yeah. We're going to pound some people, you know? Like,
yeah, but it would fall in line with what you hear about what the Mangini did when he went and got his head coaching job, what Patricia did when they went and got his head coaching job. They basically McDaniels. It was all basically kiss the ring. I've been there. Do you know how hard the college game is to coach? Like, there's so many more responsibilities. You got all these kids that you're responsible for. You got the boosters. You have the local media isn't gonna. They don't care that you won all those Super Bowls, so they're gonna come at you from a different angle. It just felt like he didn't realize how hard the job was. And what's interesting is that I believe what Tom Curran said yesterday, that this is kind of him trying to, respond to what Gio Lopez said to him about him and his experience there. But the interesting thing is, do you ever hear Bill in any of these interviews ever talk about the kids at North Carolina and how much he loves North Carolina and what he's trying to do to build at North Carolina? No, it's the same old stories. It's Lawrence Taylor. It's Matt Light, stories. It's all the same rehashed stuff we've heard over and over again. It's nothing about the UNC program. So I don't know what UNC thought they were getting, but this guy doesn't even really want to be, in my opinion, at North Carolina. It's literally the only job that he could get.
Geez, that's a great point. And it's wild, too, because that obviously Hannity and him talked about the questions that he was going to ask him during this interview. And one of the things Hannity said, one of the questions was, I know that things didn't go the way you really wanted it to, but that wasn't your team. Like you didn't and he's crapping on the kids.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you're right, Bill has really not said anything like, we've got this young so-and-so who's going to come up and he's really going to impress you. And I've had nothing but a great time going and recruiting some of these guys. And I got to tell you, so-and-so might be the next Lawrence Taylor. Little things like that you could do to even just build up the morale of the team that you're coaching.
Yeah.
Toss some of their names out there.
Exactly. And he doesn't do that ever. You know what? One of the things I find fascinating, what he can't stand more than anything was negotiating contracts in New England. So you didn't negotiate with Bill. Yeah. Bill gave you an offer and you either accepted it or you didn't, and then you paid the consequences for not accepting it. NIL money is negotiated with high school kids going into college. So these kids are negotiating with Lombardi, and they're trying to get the most money they can. And you hear stories like Bill's, playtime incentive. I mean, he's doing the same crap to these college kids that he did in the NFL, and no other school's doing it that way. And so kids are turned off by it. It's amazing how clueless he is to the modern athlete.
All that said, don't you get the vibe listening to our show and our callers the last couple of weeks? He's more well-liked here than TV.
Well, so I want to kind of get to that in a second because I'm starting to feel something really strange about all of this, okay? I want to play this clip real quick because Ken's right. He's onto something here. But I want to play this one clip one more time just to kind of show you where things stand right now when it comes to Bill and Tom Brady. Because it's come to the point where Bill is straight up lying about things that happened here in order to save face. And I'm like, when you hear this, I don't know why he wasn't called out, probably because this is his buddy and this was a friendly interview. Oh, yeah. But anybody else, I don't know how you don't stop and go, well, Bill, that's not right. That's not true. That didn't happen. Let's take a listen to this clip right here. And I know I'm not going to make you stop it so I can laugh at Sean Hannity sounding drunk at the beginning of it, but or at least sounds like he's in slow motion. But let's play this clip all the way to the end. Let's go.
Can you think of a moment where you had to let somebody go and it was just brutal for you to do it?
Lots of them. Lots of them. I mean, look, I've traded players. I traded Richard Seymour. I traded Randy Moss. I
remember that.
I mean, like, those, they're in the Hall of Fame. I mean, they're great players. Rob retired and left. Tom left. I mean, Tom leaving was absolutely the right thing for him to do. We didn't have a good team in 2020. We just didn't have a good football team. Like, we had all those guys that left, Gostkowski and Edelman. They were all. I mean, most of our team was gone. McCourty,
Edelman was there.
There were a few that were there, but they were about to go too. We were just at the end, and honestly, like, I was happy for him that things worked out well for him in Tampa because he was with a team and he made.
Were you happy about that when he?
Well, for him, because Tom, it wouldn't have gone well in 2020 at New England. I can guarantee you that. We put everything we had in the 19 season, including paying him, a lot of money at the end of the year without anything for it. There was no first right of refusal. There was no franchise tag or nothing. And so, we all understood that, there's a good chance that he would leave. And I think he made a great career decision, obviously. I wish we could have done more, but we
Stop it. That whole, we paid him a lot of money and didn't get anything for it. Ooh. That's just that. I mean, come on, Bill. And first of all, he's lying, as we know. We played that yesterday. That part we know he's lying. That was a bad shot about we paid him all of that money. And by the way, you weren't paying him what other quarterbacks were getting. Like, at that time, he wasn't the highest paid quarterback at that time.
No.
That
was the summer in which Brady's contract, it was a big story, and Brady famously said, "I don't know, go ask Mr. Kraft." About it.
Exactly.
There was a report paying him, a lot of money at the end of the year without anything for it.
Wow.
I mean, that's kind of that's not even kind of, that's a shot. But you know what's wild about all this? And Ken, I want to get back to what you were saying is that so Bill Belichick, from the outside looking in, has done almost everything to ruin his reputation. Like, he has, after Brady left, the team just lost. He not only they lose, he had coaching malpractice, something that should have been instantly fireable by bringing Matt Patricia in and having been the offensive coordinator, hiring his buddies who had never worked those positions before, and it was just an absolute disaster.
Then why the F not?
Yes, of course. And then you got Jordan Hudson, who goes down to UNC and starts pissing off the people down there. And then you have, him, her wearing the Orchids of Asia shirt, and he's all happy about it. And then the team stinks, and now he's lying about Tom Brady and lying about everything that happened at the end here, and then taking shots at Tom Brady. Yet, we have more people who seem to be calling, emailing, yelling at Ted, whatever. There are more people on Team Belichick than Team Brady right now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's scientific, but it certainly feels like it.
Doesn't it feel that way?
The people that have turned on Brady, including my buddy at the Beachcomber, like big time people of I can't. Something's happened, and he's not the same guy. But Bill hasn't changed who he is really, so it seems like he's just more accepted as this was Bill.
It's almost as if Tom Brady not picking a side in the Super Bowl and joking that he would never come back to New England was way worse than something that actually affected the Patriots, like affected the team and how bad it was.
And N'Keal Harry being drafted.
right. And then, Tom went on to win somewhere. Bill's done nothing but fail.
Even Ted, you would agree with that, right? Bill appears to be more well-liked in this region than Brady right now.
It's feeling that way, guys. And I'm trying to come up with a good answer why that is. I think there's a lot of truth in just the Bills continuing to be who he's always been, where it feels like, I don't know, maybe Tom was one perceived one way at one time, and now it's different, and so that's why the shift in support has gone more towards Bill's side. But
meanwhile, John Henry is standing up there saying, "You see what I mean? This guy, see what this guy did, and you love him, and I win 4, and I'm hated, and I'm still here."
I know, John, it's tough, brother, but the one point I want to make is, you talking about, Bill, just he's kind of fudging the truth, right? And it's like little things that he lies about for no reason. When he did the cheating, the Spygate, it's like, well, what gain did you get from it, Bill? Really not much, but then why did you do it? He fudges the truth. He cheats on the margins. For why? He doesn't need to do that. He's good enough without that, but yet he can't help himself.
But this 978 texter, I think, sums it up. It's because Bill never took a shot at us New Englanders. Tom did.
That's an excellent point. That's the best point I've heard so far. And because, the fans, when you were saying, I think the fans have turned on Tom Brady, I laughed at you.
Yes, you did.
I was like, come on.
One of several.
This guy literally was the greatest athlete we've ever come through this city. He gave us a million great winters. So many not a million great winters, several great winters. But it was an excellent time in our lives. We can all say that Tom Brady, we got to go to a game where Tom Brady played. For generations, he's one of the greatest. And yet, all he had to say was, I'll never go back to New England, joke around that. And what was the other quote that he was said? And he wouldn't pick the Super Bowl.
No dog in the fight.
He wouldn't no dog in the fight.
That one cut deep.
All he had to do was that, and all of a sudden was like, out. Throw away those memories. Throw away those championships. Done.
I got to respond to 978, though. Here's the thing. Yeah, he never put New England down, but you know what? He also cost New England a Super Bowl by not playing Malcolm Butler. People, it's like, okay, there was the decisions.
Brady also fumbled at the end of that game.
Are you Ken?
Just kidding.
Okay, all right. You can't be serious. But you know what I mean? So it's like he might not have say the things that Tom said, but he's done things that I think he was making decisions on his own behalf that weren't the best thing for the team, that cost the team wins, and I think a Super Bowl when they didn't play Malcolm Butler.
I just don't know how you can be out on Tom Brady, 100%.
Well, again, it's not 100% out, and you don't forget what he did for it on the field. But currently, right now, you're just down on him. I think it could come back once Brady gets out of the limelight a little bit, if that ever happens. I bet you his stock rises again. It's just right now he's in weird phase.
And he's just cringy. I think that's what it is. He's just been pretty cringy lately.
Bill dating a 24-year-old, there's nothing cringy about that.
Fair.
Yeah, but it's also kind of like normal guy stuff. Like Tom Brady's an alien. He's like a freaking weirdo. The way he delivers his lines when he's doing the roast are just so unbelievably awkward. And
don't be a little bitch.
Well, that actually
the best moment.
Okay, it was the best.
It's relatability. It's something about that. It's touching, the common man. I don't know. Something about it, he's lost that ability. But that's why I can't wait for the Packers game. I can't wait to have him come back. And I hope he has a good telecast and says some nice things and curries some favor with the people again.
It's going to be boring.
What? Oh, it's going to be so boring.
Yep, he's not going to say anything.
No, he has to, because Jordan Love's on the field and Drake May. Whatever he says about one, we're going to compare to what he says about the other. So that's going to be read into.
It's going to be so vanilla.
He's so skilled at saying nothing, Ken.
He just said, I had no dog in the fight. You talked about it for a week at the Super Bowl.
But that was him saying nothing.
Yeah, but he said something. It was something.
Yeah. Then why the F not?
Okay, that's
and he had all those good jokes at the roast that you played. I mean,
Yeah, they're all good.
The guy's peaking.
They were all humdingers. I don't know.
He's at the top of his game right now.
I just found it fascinating that Bill Belichick's literally doing everything that should be pissing people off. And just go, God, this guy, everything wrong. He's lying about what happened here. He's failing everywhere. He's embarrassing himself. Yet Tom Brady just says, I don't really want to go back to New England, and I don't have a dog in the fight. And like, everyone's out. Like, people are way more Team Bill right now than Tom Brady, which I never would have thought had happened. But it has. How it has turned.
Thank you for agreeing with me, finally.
No, I did. Ken, you won me over.
Thank you.
I thought you were full of crap, and then all of a sudden the listeners spoke.
Every now and then.
Well,
You're kind of on a
right
heater
more
these
than you've
days,
been
Ken.
wrong.
Yeah, you're on a heater right now, Ken.
Thank you. Me and
Take a bow.
JD. Duran, big weekend? What are you thinking? Duran, like 3 bombs?
Duran is going to be a ghost.
Oh, no.
I think that the water will find its level again. I hope it doesn't. I hope he continues on a heater. But, man, come on, let's go. All right.
Okay, Coop.
Coop Boardman will pop a corner. Oh, man, that was a good call. 617-779-7937. Speaking of good calls, we got Rob Bradford here in studio. Bradford will be here. Baseball is not boring, and we will talk to him about everything that's been going on with this team and whether he thinks they will indeed make a move sooner than later, as Sam Kennedy said in the Greg Hill show this morning. And we'll do that right after this.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Ranch Roofing. Sox and Twins 3-game set, 7-10. Your first pitch on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley opposing lefty Connor Prelip. Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks have your call all weekend, including tonight, of course. Arcan, the Mass Mutual pregame show at 6:10. And Trevor Story underwent a successful sports hernia repair today. Red Sox announced procedure performed in Philadelphia by Dr. William Myers. Tonight, it's Nick Sogard at shortstop, not Marcelo Meyer. The greatest fear in home repair is the unknown, but families in Boston and beyond trust the experts at Ranch Roofing to protect what matters most. Dedicated crews, an on-site project manager, and transparent pricing. You'll always know who's on your roof. Get a free estimate today at ranchroofing.com. Ranch Roofing, not just the roof, it's the people under it. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's trending.
Oh, hell yeah. A little bit of Motorhead. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rest in peace, Lemmy. It is Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl Ted Johnson, and a man who is brought to you by McFarland. He is here today. Baseball is not boring. No, it is not indeed when you have Rob Bradford from WEEI.com on with us today. And apparently he is ready for a lot of male nipples in the crowd.
Oh, my God. Who doesn't love the night full male nipples, right?
How did this whole tarps off thing all of a sudden become a thing? Because I thought for years, like, people just took their shirt off in the outfield. I just wasn't seeing it here.
I think Ken was ahead of the curve on it, and in so many ways. I mean, Pittsburgh, are you kidding me? Everyone knew that once he entered the ballpark, the shirts was coming off, right?
Yeah, well,
correct?
Yeah, sure. I was shirtless in Winnipesaukee during the road show last year, so if you want to go back and check out the film.
You were the original tarps off.
Oh, yeah.
But
I was the OG.
To your point, I don't want to say I've been fascinated by it, but when I was growing up, back in the 70s, 80s, the bleachers, you would see the photos, you would see the people.
Yeah.
It was the Along Came Polly pickup basketball game.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yep.
And everyone was cool with that.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there, and two seats over, there's a big fat hairy guy wearing jean shorts and a painter's hat. That's how it worked. And then all of that went away. And actually, it led me a couple years ago to ask, hey, is this allowed? And I was told, no, it's not allowed.
Weird.
And then, so because Ken's instincts were keen to track this down, we asked, and the Red Sox, they didn't want to be old men yelling at clouds, while the rest of Major League Baseball is doing it. So they said, oh, yeah, of course, just be responsible. As Sam Kennedy said this morning, just be responsible.
What does that mean? Just be responsible?
I don't rub.
No male breasts.
Yeah, don't.
They can't be titillating.
Now, how you would be responsible if you are completely hairy and you shave baseballs and boring into your stomach.
Oh, well,
that is very responsible. But I will say this, is that they now are saying it's okay. But once I tweeted that out about what the Red Sox had seen, I had a lot of people say last year they told me it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay. But now what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You have to. You cannot be the team that says no fun allowed, especially when they're desperate for fun.
Because when you started talking about this, boy, it was like last week. I was like, what do you mean? And then I finally saw, and I don't even know what parks this was happening in, but it was like an entire section of guys with their shirts off jumping around as if it was I don't know, some sort of like Roman bath.
I don't think that jumping around is a prerequisite, but
it was like Plato's retreat.
I do now see, like I saw Texas Rangers, some fan entity or something. They said this section on May 25th, they're going go there, wear your cowboy hat, and take your shirt off, which, is a whole thing. So I don't know.
Wow.
There's a lot going on.
You're going to have a lot of layers.
I
to this
dare
one.
you to.
Yeah.
Like, who's setting that up? Just some weirdo?
I mean,
I would you know what I would love? An entire section of men without their shirts off with cowboy hats.
Yeah.
Let's make it a theme night.
I mean, the guy who said it had one follower, so I don't know if it was legit.
Girls with bikinis. Wearing clown wigs.
Well, I mean, that's that's the next level of this, right?
Sure.
I mean, if the responsible are we going to get that? Are we going to be equal opportunity?
Oh, no.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is one of the great things about coming to Fenway Park. You never know.
You
what
never
you're gonna
know.
See. You never know.
I just think the tickets are too expensive for that to be a real thing. You know what I mean? Like Fenway
What are
Park.
you talking about? It's like the best thing.
No, it's a great thing, but I could see it happening in places where you can go in for $30, $40. But I mean, it's effing expensive to go to a game here.
Well, you won't get thrown out for that, though, right? I mean, or you think there'll be some level of
you got to get
Hampton
a gang
Beach?
of people together who are willing to do it.
But why wouldn't you it's part of the deal? It's like when after the pandemic in 2021, when they opened up again, that demographic of that crowd completely changed.
It did.
Because they offered $9 tickets. Yes. Basically, they said college kids, but it was basically everybody. And you have that image of when Bogarts hits the home run in the wild card game of the kid just dousing beard on his face.
It was more fun again for a while.
It
You're
was.
Right. Yep.
And so that's what I mean. I mean, I think especially out in the bleachers, you're not going to have the top hats and the ascots. You know, they're going to think, hey, you know what? This is part of the experience. So let's go.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe Jaron Duran will be on a heater again.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And, you know, that'll get the tarps off.
Well, that and Theo might be in the building, so that's going to get everybody all riled up. So can you tell me
oh my goodness,
what Theo's appearance on the podcast
This is
means?
the most, God bless you. I mean, this is the most dissected, innocuous podcast appearance of all time.
Well, when was his last one?
Exactly. I mean, I'm not arguing that it's notable because he was on.
Fair enough.
It was
It's notable.
No, it was notable because of on. My guess is that he was bored. He is friends with Carl Ravitch, as Jones and Keefe so expertly called it. Carl her daddy should be the name of the podcast.
Flows off the
I mean, yeah, exactly. Carl her daddy. Theo was on it. He's friends with Carl Ravitch. He goes on. I'm not denying that. We don't see Theo, and that's why even when they announced he was going to be on, we have to go listen to this. But when you talk about the soundbite about him saying, you know what, the Red Sox are good at pitching and they're really good at fielding, and we're not so good at hitting, and we need a hitter. Okay. Yeah,
he spoke the truth.
I mean,
yeah,
but what? It's not. This is anybody. It's like the sky is blue. I mean, we know that this is a fact.
Okay, well, what about Sam Kennedy this morning with the Greg Hill Show saying urgency, earlier conversations than we've ever had, new faces.
Okay,
sooner than later.
That is actually more notable that he says earlier than ever before. Although it's what Dave Dombrowski said, a couple weeks ago. Although that doesn't mean anything until trades are made. You know as well as I do, Ken. When is the last notable May trade the Red Sox have made?
In season?
No, outside the season in May.
Well, because Crochet and
I said the last notable
Devers.
May.
When was Devers?
June.
June. Okay, close. In May.
When was
Come on, nerd, get it.
In May.
May.
I don't know. What is it?
It was 23 years ago. Shea Hillenbrand for Young Kim.
Okay, all right. You're yelling at me.
I keep having to say May like 50,000. You're like Crochet. What?
Okay, Carl her daddy. I don't know. What are you so upset about? Just it's Friday on Memorial Day weekend. Would you calm down?
I'm trying to amp up. Throw the cougar in the car. Let's go.
This has gotten awkward on a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's nothing until they make a trade. I get it. I'm looking at a unique season where they.
By the way, Rich, this is a Ken tell. When he gets really flustered, I get it.
They have fired the manager.
He can't even look you in the eyes right now.
Things are
He's looking the other way. Do you see this, Rob? You've shamed him. He's standing in the corner
Did it
right
start
now.
with the image of you in Pittsburgh without your shirt on? Or what was it Winnipesaukee?
You really can't look at Rob.
I don't even know where he's going. I mean, what are we talking?
I've never seen this before with you.
You wanted to do the cookie cutter Theo Epstein was on a podcast conversation.
I think people are interested in that.
I just want to. Can I
could
just
be
ask
wrong.
what is his job again? Like I don't even know how.
Advisor. That's what he says on the podcast. He's like
so maybe he's advising John Henry and the rest of the front office. Maybe that's happening.
I advise you about a lot of stuff. You don't listen to it.
Yeah, you're not an advisor.
I mean, he said it on the podcast. That the great thing about being an advisor is that I can stay out of the media stuff because really all I'm doing is advising, and who knows if they're going to take what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I will say this about Theo, and I've said this before. He is around. I mean, you go back to the trade deadline. He's in the room for the trade deadline. The winter meetings, we would be walking in. He would be walking out. Yeah, so he is around. It's not like he's just on some golf course, like taking the calls, like, oh, yeah, I think that's a good idea or bad idea. So, yeah, in that respect, that's the best I can give you in terms of what he's doing.
So to your point, talking about how when's the last time something happened in May? And I know the sooner rather than later thing was the one thing that kind of, from that in this morning, made me perk up a little bit. Do you think that there's a chance that they are going to do something before the trade deadline, that they might possibly? It sounds like they're at least discussing
They
it.
should.
Yeah.
I mean, but they also lean on that the cost is too much. This is why trades aren't made.
Yeah.
And hey, listen, I mean, the San Francisco Giants needed the exact same thing the Red Sox need now. You know what they did in June? Ken, what did they do in June?
In June, traded for Rafi.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So a team did it, so you can't say that they didn't do it. The problem is that this day and age of general managers in front offices, including this one, they'll say, well, the cost is too prohibitive. That's why you have instances like last trade deadline where they're like, oh, we need a guy who's going to pitch in the playoffs, and you end up with Dustin May.
Yeah.
The only, really, the best trade deadline acquisition in the last 5 years was Kyle Schwarber, who had bad hamstrings, couldn't play for a month, and was traded for a guy who is out of baseball now.
Okay, how about my 2 suggestions from today? Number 1, Ketel Marte. Now that Trevor Story has undergone surgery, Meyer to short, you go back and re-engage with the Diamondbacks. You know Torey Lovullo well. I know you have some intel there. First of all, could that happen?
Probably not, because the Diamondbacks are still in it. I mean, they are. If they were in the American League, they would be like 5 games up in the wild card. I think they're 3 games back, but they're 2 games over 500.
Do they need pitching? Like, would they?
Yeah, they always need pitching.
So that might move the needle.
Yeah, and you also have to get Ketel Marte to sign off on it because he has a no trade. But it's, hey, listen, there's no bad ideas, and you got to ask around. The problem is, here's the biggest question I think that you should be asking, is that with Conley early and with Peyton Tolley, knowing what they are right now, would you put them in one of these deals? Because you would probably have to. But the problem is, their perception is a whole lot different than it was 4 months ago. Now we know they're good major league pitchers. We know that they're part of our future. So do we want to deal them for a deal like that?
Yeah, I think you'd have to. You'd pick one.
You think so?
And I would keep Tolley just because he's too good to
I want to drink with him.
Yeah.
Because there's a chance in this job that I might actually one time have a situation where we are drinking together.
Right.
That's what I want.
And Early's kind of boring. I mean, he's good. I mean,
West Point
military guy. Yeah, he's.
He won't drink with me, I don't think.
No, maybe.
I think.
You think he would?
I mean, West Point guys drink.
Yeah, they do. They do. Yep.
Well, the other one is Byron Buxton, who's here this weekend. Could you talk to Byron and ask him if he's willing to move? To
I
the Red
will.
Sox?
Right after this, I'm going to go over there. But I don't think that's a terrible idea. You should ask about him. But once again, Byron Buxton is a guy who signed for a little bit, and he's an iconic figure in Minnesota. There's a reason why he said, I'm staying in Minnesota forever, until he didn't. So I think that what you don't want to end up with is pull side Danny Jansen as the answer.
Oh, God.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to have I said this before, that you have that story that came out, I think it was yesterday, about Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani a couple of years ago was going to be a free agent. Tampa Bay Rays almost had a deal for Shohei Ohtani at the trade deadline. So the Tampa Bay Rays would have had Shohei Ohtani for 2 months, knowing that they weren't going to sign him. So the reason I bring that up is because that shows a sense of urgency. That's what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. The Tampa Bay Rays are willing to do that. Then the Boston Red Sox, for a guy like Yordan Alvarez or someone, should be willing to do what the Tampa Bay Rays were a couple of years ago.
So what did you think about John Henry's comments that he made about I used to think that I could win a championship?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah. Well, what did you make of that? Where he basically said that, I guess I was wrong there.
I think he a lot of things stings him right now. And I don't know, like I heard Jones and Keefe talk about this, and I don't know if decisions are tangibly made because of chance or whatever, but he hears this.
Yeah.
I mean, he hears stuff on our station.
Yep.
He hears like all over. There was a reason why going back in the day, he drove over to where he used to work, right? I mean, there was a reason for that. And because he wanted to answer that, the bizarre thing is he has the opportunity to answer it if he just answers it.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you're talking about that, I think it's like everything. The truth lies somewhere in the middle. He probably thought it was a joke, but he has to also understand how that's going to play in Boston.
Of course. And my whole thing was that, if what he is saying is that his impression was if you win one championship, you can rest on your laurels after that. Well, he is obviously mistaken, because in the city of Boston, we just want you to show that you are caring enough to put together a good team.
Anyone should know this, it's him. He fired a GM 7 months after the guy won a World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So you think Dave Dombrowski, when he's on the duck boats, thought he was going to be fired 7 months later? No, this is how it works.
But that was kind of the beginning of the end, though, wasn't it? On that whole philosophy that he used to have, that one World Series?
He's had a bunch of philosophies. I mean,
but this one hasn't been good.
No, but you go back to, I pulled up
back to his soybean days.
Listen, soybean, it's not a linear thing, soybeans. Put that on the T-shirts. But you go back to, they've been chasing their tail a lot of things and trying to get trends. And John Henry has made billions of dollars off trends. So I understand why. But you go back to, there's a quote when they hired Dombrowski, John Henry said, we've been too reliant on analytics. Think about that. Let that soak in. John Henry saying, we've been too reliant on analytics. They hired Dombrowski. He does exactly what he's needed to do. And then, oh, by the way, I think Tampa, they have a much more interesting model. We're going to hire the guy from Tampa.
Right.
Now they're driving line at every step of the organization. Talk about analytics.
But that's the thing is that when you talk about Breslow versus Cora, right? For John Henry, as much as he liked Alex Cora, don't you think his soybean, don't you think his business mind, I was going to say soybean mind, but that would be unfair. His business mind leans more to the way that Craig Breslow does it than an Alex Cora does it?
Definitely.
Sure.
I think, yeah.
Yeah,
on the nerd spectrum.
And by the way,
said that.
this was weird because I remember we were talking about this, and speaking of like the way people do things, somebody who right now I can't figure out, and we talked about this last week, I believe, and none of us really know what the status is with Jason Varitek because what we saw last week was an interesting shot by Catherine Varitek when responding to somebody who said, like, please come back. And they have the, quote, smartest man in baseball running the show. They'll be okay without Jason. That's what they wanted. It's what's best for the team. And, of course, a gleeful emoji for irony. What is going on with Varitek and the Red Sox right now?
Oh, first of all, I don't know what the over-under on Catherine Varitek tweeting something like that out, but it was, I think it hit the over because I think we were all expecting that.
Yeah.
But it's, I think with Varitek, it had gotten to the point where I don't think they were valuing him certainly as much as some people on that coaching staff thought that they should value him. Certainly as much as I think that he thought they should value him. You go back to the contract negotiations. I mean, he came on the radio. Like, when's the last time he did that? I don't want to say the airing of the grievances, but it was clearly, and Ken, you correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I felt that was more a leverage thing than ever.
It seemed like it. I mean,
yeah.
He was looking at I don't know what he's looking for, more money or more like duties or what.
But it wasn't just, hey, Jason Varitek, you're awesome. You're going to be a manager. Let us give you the contract. There was no semblance of that. And I don't think there was any semblance of it going all the way till he was let go. And the reason why they don't fire him along with everybody, because they know how it would look if they fired Jason Varitek.
Exactly. That's my whole thing was that they tried to, they wanted to save face by keeping him around and maybe even potentially move him to manager one day. But Varitek was like, F you guys. You go F yourself.
They've reassigned him. He's hosting a podcast now.
But
twice a month.
Well, by the way, isn't everybody?
Yeah.
But did anyone expect him to say, oh, yeah, let me be reassigned to catching coordinator in Greenville?
Right.
It's like, no, he was going to get in front of the plane, give the thumbs down, then go to Greece.
Yep.
That was the game. And then he was going to go to the BC game and talk to the Georgia Tech guys and live his best life.
So you don't think he was ever manager material?
No.
They never thought he.
No, not here. I mean, I don't know if he's manager material elsewhere, but he wasn't going to be the heir apparent here.
God, you see, I thought that was the case with him.
No.
I thought he was going to be.
No.
Now, real quick on Roman, I have a conspiracy theory on Greg Hill's scoop.
All right, we have to break.
We do? Okay, can we do that next?
Are you got that? All right. I want to hear about this Roman Anthony thing because it sure does sound like one side wants one message out about Roman Anthony, and maybe the player wants another message out. We will get to that right after this.
Tonight, Sox and
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. And, of course, Rob Bradford. Baseball isn't boring, and WEEI.com. And, Rob, are we to believe that this team is back? Are we back, baby? 3 in a row. Jaron Duran fever.
You know what it's going to be like, Rich? If you just crank up Motorhead, Ace of Spades.
Okay, love it.
You're in an air guitar championship.
Mm-hmm.
That's how people are going to feel in a week. They're going to be like, let's go.
Okay.
It's going to be, this is the soundtrack of our life. Ace of Spades, Motorhead, but the Boston Red Sox, out from the depths, no question about it. Look at all this pitching and defense. They're going to hit just enough. Boom, boom, boom. American League stinks. But the real answer, the American League stinks.
Yeah.
The American League stinks. And they can keep doing this, but the problem is that you cannot score runs. Two things you cannot do: score runs against good pitchers and score runs at home.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good combination.
No.
Because the Braves are coming in, and you have to do both. The Twins have pretty good pitching. What happened the other day was a perfect example of this, where they won, but Michael Wacha shut them down, held them to 2 runs, and then they bring in some guy with a 9 ERA who can't find the strike zone. They hit a home run and they win. But it's frustrating, man, because you have playoff level pitching and defense. As Ken points out, Theo said,
Yeah, well,
right?
he surely did. It's hardest thing to get.
I played that on repeat. Wasn't sure until Theo said it 5 times.
I didn't know Theo was such a trigger for Brad.
Well, we wrote a book together, so sort of.
Was there some kind of monetary difference of
That's
opinion?
not the book where his fingers bled from playing the guitar.
That's in the sequel.
Okay.
I heard you say that. So I'm not a guitar. I do air guitar.
Yeah, your fingers should never bleed. Like, you are obvious. You are playing it so wrong if your fingers are bleeding.
So can I ask you this?
Yes.
Do you do air guitar?
Sure.
Did you ever see the documentary Guitar Nation?
No, but I know what you're talking about. I've heard of it. Yes.
Right. And so the move in air guitar is to throw the thing up and then catch it.
Okay.
I think you could take it next level where you pretend like your fingers are bleeding.
Sure.
Right?
Like when you know he's looking, just absolutely rip off a part of
like a wrestler.
your cuticles.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
So anyway, yeah. So
Hey,
Theo.
Rich, as a guitar player, I have to take issue with this a little bit.
Let's hear.
Mr.
Dude,
Guitar Player.
If you pick up, Ken.
Sick brag, bro.
If you pick up a guitar after not playing for a little while, especially if it's got like a white pick guard, like like a Fender Stratocaster or something, then if you play hard enough, your fingers will bleed. Well, and I don't use a pick, so that's why my fingers bleed. But yeah.
Well, first of all, like anyone who plays guitar, you get calluses. You get calluses on there.
No,
and
on the
apparently-
right hand. On the right hand.
Oh, hang on. You're saying on the picking hand your
Yes,
fingers bleed?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that
Come on,
never.
Jackson.
Come on, Jackson. That
Dude,
never
I
happens.
will-
I think you're doing it wrong.
I will send you.
What are you grinding your knuckles on like a cheese grater?
I will send you a picture of my guitar with my blood all over it after a jam session. I swear to God.
Why not?
Do you have to pull the picture off eBay?
No, it's only.
And that wasn't from your nose, just while you were playing it.
No,
I've
yeah,
seen
no,
that
but yeah,
before.
because I don't use a pick, so my fingers start bleeding.
Oh, okay.
Now there's a horrible transition here to Roman's thumb. I want to get my
Get it ready.
That's
Get it
pretty,
ready.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Stiz, let's hear it. You got it. You got to have that thing at the ready, baby.
Not the thumb, it's the ring finger.
He's doing it again. It's the Ken Laird Pivot.
All right, let's go now. What's the difference between torn and strained? And here's my conspiracy theory: Roman is upset that he's being called soft or thought of as soft. Jaron Duran came to his defense, lashed out at Michael Hawley. IG account went away. And so now he's getting it out through sources. Greg Hill with his scoop this morning. It's torn. It's not strained. So then the Red Sox are not portraying it that way. They're saying no big deal. No, there's no setback. He told Rich, Chad Tracy said to Rich, no setback.
Yep.
Do you think there's a difference of opinion going on of how this injury is being portrayed?
I am going to pivot once again, and because I'm going to forget this. I told Ken this. My 93-year-old dad said the Chad Tracy interview was the best interview I ever heard.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, tell him thank you very much.
He's going to do, what is it? Like,
tell him I wish he was somewhere between the ages of 25 and 54.
no, you're dominating 93 age. he's doing a take grenade later today.
Awesome.
But I can't speak to what he wants out there or not. All I can do, he's probably talking today, I would imagine.
Oh, that'd be good. I didn't know that.
No, I mean, I don't know. He's been talking once in a while, and the problem is that I think he's talked 3 times maybe since this happened. The first one where he came out and he had a brace and he hit it under his sweatshirt real quick.
Yeah, it was the 18th when he did that.
And then we're like, oh, we're gonna be back in a few days. Well, are you swinging? No. But then he starts throwing. Oh, I feel great. I'm throwing. And then he starts hitting, and that doesn't take. But I think that what Sam said, and I told you guys in this break, I've heard that many times a sprain is the same as a tear. Not always, but sometimes it is. But what Sam said was definitively it's not a tear. It's a sprain. Okay. All I know is this, is that Roman Anthony, I don't think should be questioned. He's the one who shouldn't be questioned. He's not making up the timetable. You have a bad finger like that, you just can't play baseball. It is what it is. It is what it is.
And by the way, Rob, I don't think
Michael Holley.
Well,
why are you questioning Roman?
I thought Rob or Michael Holley actually was criticizing the team more than him and saying that teams lie. I think that if this thing, according to our speculation, was leaked out by Roman Anthony, then good on him. If I was the player and I was hurt in a different way than it was being represented, I'd want someone to know that. So good on him. We talked to Ted earlier, and Ted was saying the same thing, is that when he used to play, it used to suck when you were suffering from an injury and the people didn't know what it was because there would be some impression that you were soft because you weren't returning. So
I don't know why, and I know that they don't like to do quote-unquote timetables.
Yeah.
But so many times they say, oh, yeah, we expect after the 10 days he'll be back.
I hate that.
They almost never are.
Yep.
I mean, look at another guy, and again, I don't have the updates right now, but Garrett Crochet.
Yep.
Garrett Crochet was supposed to be back just in a couple days. He's throwing. But now you're reaching a point with him, you're going to have to do a rehab start and all of it. It's a long time. And Roman Anthony, a long time. I've said this about Roman Anthony at the outset of it. Like, anybody who criticizes him for not playing if he has a problem with his finger doesn't know baseball. You cannot function with a bad finger.
Rob,
in baseball.
there's no one who thinks that. I'm not kidding you. It's like that. No one right now is questioning his toughness. As a matter of fact, most people look at this team right now and say they're not very good, so don't rush him back. Yeah. And also, Jaron Duran's got it. Okay. He's picking up the slack, when it comes to an offense on this team. So there you go. He's going to. Thank you, Cooper Boardman, getting a little too excited.
Wow.
A little too excited.
I don't know if you know this. Bronson Arroyo's fingers bled when he played guitar back in 2000.
Oh,
he played way too hard. It was all over the pick guard.
Is that a Google?
Yeah, I Googled that.
Is it true?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Was that when he was doing Slide by the Goo Goo Dolls? that album, by the way, he's one of those guys that I thought when I heard that album of covers that he did, I was like, oh, gosh, this guy's intolerable. One of the greatest guys ever. Bronson Arroyo truly is a great dude.
Where's he gone? He disappeared. You ever talked to him?
I mean,
let's bring him back for alumni
Can I
day.
talk to him?
I don't know. You talk
talking about random questions. I talked to Bronson Arroyo.
You're texting Josh Beckett. Come on.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, Joe Kelly just did say he wanted to throw out the first pitch to John Henry, so that.
Can we have Dadfo in next time? I mean,
oh my! Oh, yeah.
A much better interview.
You just want a safe landing. Dadfo is a safe landing spot.
Yeah, it is.
I'm a fan of Dadfo.
He's a big Ken Laird fan.
Of course. Who isn't? All right. Well, Rob Bradford, thank you so much for coming in. We will see him shirtless later on in the broadcast, along with all of his other friends in one of the sections doing the tarps off. Big sensation. Appreciate you coming.
All right,
in.
guys.
Always. All right. Coming up next, I'm so excited for this. Our own Jackson, Dale Ordway himself, went out with Bird, the King of Everett, to go review the brand new Mandalorian and Grogu movie. We will play that next.
Wear your cowboy hat and take.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl Ted Johnson, winner of the game.
Teddy.
You can tell we're a little slap happy right now. Oh,
That's Bradfield does that to you. Yeah.
I know it does.
Yeah, he makes you a little loopy.
He's
a loopy.
A little bit loopy. But you know what? We are at Fenway Park right now, broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay for what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of the Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And Ted, one thing that I love about you is that you love yourself a good science fiction movie, don't you?
I do, big time. I'm a fantasy guy, and I like science fiction. Absolutely, yep.
Top three, real quick. Just and it doesn't have to be your top three. Just 3 great science fiction movies in your head.
Well, so I would say Avatar, Alien, and I just watched that I really liked was Hail Mary. Excellent movie.
Oh, that was good. I
Which
saw
was
that.
very
dying
good.
to see that.
Yeah.
So Ted, you're more of an Alien than an Aliens guy.
I am more of an I'm more of an Alien than an Aliens guy. Yes, I am. Yep.
Because there's 2 types of people. There's one who love the horror movie that is Alien, Ridley Scott, unbelievable, freaking great movie. And then there's one who loved the James Cameron action movie, Aliens, which is also a perfect action movie. Although unfortunately some of the special effects are a little dated now. But I'm with you, Ted. Alien is truly one of the great. Even to this day, it still freaks me out. And I know what's going to happen.
Star Trek, Ted, or Star Wars?
Star Wars all the way. Although there was a couple of the Star Wars. Star Treks I liked, but overall, Star Wars is over Star Trek.
You want a controversial Star Wars take?
What you got?
The greatest scene in the entire Star Wars universe. Every movie, every TV show, everything they've ever done.
Jar Jar Binks.
The greatest scene was made recently, and that was the final scene of Rogue One. That scene when the lights go dark and all you see is that red lightsaber of Darth Vader and he just wrecks people is better than anything in Empire, better than anything in Jedi, than in the first one. It truly is still the only scene that I just go, oh my God, that is cinematic greatness.
Yep.
Cinematic greatness.
About 30 minutes too long, but yeah, I love that.
No, that movie, no, you're right. The rest of the movie's perfectly fine, but that scene is unfreaking believable. But The Mandalorian Grogu. That was a show that I watched The Mandalorian during, I think, COVID, and I had the family watching it. It was good. I actually enjoyed it. I didn't mind it. And they said, you know what? Hey, we finally have something that people don't hate, because everyone seemed to turn on the last trilogy pretty bad. Yeah. I guess the final one was just not received well. I didn't think it was that great. I liked The Force Awakens, but the last one wasn't that good. But don't take my word for it. We wanted to get our own Siskel and Ebert out there. Yeah. 2 people who could truly give us the best review possible of The Mandalorian and Grogu. By the way, Ted, you have not seen this, but Ken came prepared today wearing his Grogu t-shirt to Fenway Park.
Yep, try to get in the spirit of the thing.
He is in the spirit. And to the theater last night, we sent our own...
Nice, Ken. Nice, buddy.
Our own Jackson, Dale Ordway himself.
That was a cool shirt, man.
And his best buddy, Bird. Have you guys met Bird before?
No, never. Would love to.
I know Bird. Bird's awesome, man.
Bird's the best.
Nobody like him.
There is no one like Bird. Bird is the king of Everett. He's a big, bald guy. He is the way that I learned about Bird was that when he worked at the same building that I did, the one that we're in right now, his car caught on fire in the parking lot and then caught the 2 cars next to it on fire, ruining 3 different people's cars at the station. I don't know how it happened, but that was my introduction to Bird. And I soon learned that he is just one of my favorite human beings on the planet. So, Ted, I sent the 2 of them out there last night. Shall we get to the review?
Let's do it.
Okay. Now, this is a spoiler-free review.
Really?
Even if he tried to spoil it, I don't think he could have.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible in this one.
So let's pot the music down just a little bit, and let's. This is Bird and Jackson at The Mandalorian. Let's take a listen.
All right, first of all, introduce yourself and tell me what the name of the movie was.
My name is Bird, and yes, you can use this for the radio. Forgot to mention that.
Oh, yeah. Can I use you on the radio?
You're okay at this?
Yeah, my Thomas will kick my ass.
So we just saw The Mandalorian and Grogu. I'm definitely saying his last name. This is his name wrong. Guru? Is it Guru? Garagu? Grogu? I don't know.
Keep trying.
All right, stop. I knew immediately he wasn't going to. Matter of fact, the reason I sent him to go see this is because I knew he would pronounce Grogu.
The Mandalorian and Grogu.
I couldn't control myself, man. That was so friggin' funny.
Guru? Is it Guru? Garagu?
Is this a normal occurrence with Bird?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh.
all right.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Grogu? I don't know.
Keep trying.
No, I'm Mandalorian and Gorug.
Jackson's like mocking him in real time.
The Mandalorian and Grogu.
And what's great is that if you look at him, he's really trying.
Oh, he's trying so hard. He was so sincere about the whole thing.
He like really wants to do the best job.
Mandalorian and Gorug. Grogu.
Thus the genius of Bird.
Garagu?
Just being himself.
All right, let it roll. Let it roll.
The Mandalorian and Grogu. I'm definitely saying his last name. This is his name wrong. Guru? Is it Guru? Garagu? Grogu? I don't know.
Keep trying.
No, I'm Mandalorian and Gorug. Like a yogurt. He sounds like a yogurt, okay?
Okay. Now tell me the main plot of that movie.
So Mandalorian's out doing missions. Goes on a mission. Screws it up. Goes back. Gets another mission. And he's just doing more missions.
That's gonna be the official write-up.
Yeah.
When you go to like Netflix, he's doing missions.
Doing missions.
With Garagu, he's just doing missions, and then he does another mission and more missions. That's what happened.
So Mandalorian's out doing missions. Goes on a mission. Screws it up. Gets another mission. And he's just doing more missions.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to see it now? When I told you spoiler-free review, now you know what I'm talking about.
He ruined it, but yeah.
There's somebody they're throwing their phone at the window right now. Like, damn it, he's telling us too much.
And he's just doing more missions.
Yeah, all right, let's let it roll.
What were the missions? What are the two main missions in the movie?
So we had to extract and recover a missing animal. But in the meantime, while they try to rescue somebody, Mandalorian's like, let's pivot this way and grab this dude, and I'm not gonna worry about the other monster that I have to save right now. I mean, I like Star Wars and stuff, but like stuff like that. Like, is it a monster? Is it a mutant? Is it?
I think they're all aliens, really.
Aliens? Okay.
Or otherworld creatures.
Yeah.
Can you name any actors in the movie?
Sigourney Weaver, Pablo Pascal.
Okay. All right. Scorny. I love Scorny.
Weaver.
Not Sigourney. Scorny.
Sigourney Weaver.
And this guy, he's got some sort of Spanish name.
Pablo Pascal.
It's Pedro Pascal, but Pablo will do. Somebody needs to make a fake movie poster for The Mandalorian and Garagu, starring Sigourney Weaver, and Pablo Pascal.
Pablo Pascal.
So if somebody please make that and send that to us. All right, let it roll.
Sigourney Weaver, Pablo Pascal. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
One of them.
What kind of real science was applied in this film?
There was some science, someone made something special. Obviously the lasers and the cans going off and whatever.
Tell me about the use of...
That was the science? Something made something special. Oh, yeah, there was lots of science all over the place. There was science and someone made something special.
Lasers.
It was super scientific with lasers.
Obviously the lasers and the cans going off and whatever.
By the way, whatever's my favorite. Whatever.
Whatever.
I don't know. Whatever. God, you. All right, let it roll.
Tell me about the use of women in this film.
There wasn't any. There's Sigourney Weaver just holding it down.
Yeah.
She's an OG. She's an OG sci-fi,
Yeah.
So she was fine with me. Other than her, there was nobody really.
I don't think I saw another woman
No,
besides
there
her.
wasn't. I liked it. There was no making out. There was no kissing scenes. There's no will you marry me, any of that stuff. Nothing. It was just straight action.
Not a fan of romance?
No, not really. No. Remember in Pirates of the Caribbean 3?
Of course.
So remember the fighting, hey, marry us. That I just got left. The movie was... I liked the movie, but that was just brutal. I'm like, come on.
You got up and left?
Yeah, I was pissed. But I came back a few minutes later.
So you had to pee?
Yeah, basically.
Tell me about somebody
I just love how Bird just can't stand there being any kissing. I don't like no kissing in the movie. No, there can't be no kissing.
My favorite part of that was, you've seen Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Yeah, of course.
Pirates of the Caribbean 3?
Of course.
Who hasn't? Who hasn't seen Pirates of the Caribbean 3?
I watched it over the weekend, I swear to God.
That's awesome.
Did you really? Yeah, that's right.
I love all the pirates, man. Any pirates, give me all the pirates.
Really? God, those movies, you want to talk about too long. Those
They're
movies
long, yeah, but they're
so
still
long.
fun, though. Like, if you're sitting down, sitting on a rainy day watching TV, it's fun.
I guess. All right, let it roll.
But I came back a few minutes later.
So you had to pee?
Yeah, basically.
Tell me about somebody from Everett who could be a Star Wars character.
My Engineer Joe.
Engineer Joe, all right.
Engineer Joe.
What about him makes him a Star Wars character?
So he knows just about everything. You need your Xbox, PlayStation fix, he's got you.
If the Mandalorian could get a roast beef in town, where would you send him?
Ooh. If it's late night and he's in the Boston area and he's in the Everett area, obviously go Mike's Roast Beef. Take Guru with him. I definitely said his name wrong. Go Guru? He sounds like a yogurt. Whatever.
All right. How is Star Wars similar to the Mike Vrabel situation?
Not even close.
No?
No. There's no relevance in that Star Wars and Mike Vrabel.
There is no.
How many Everett Street parties out of 5 do you give this movie?
I'll give it 4.1 out of 5.
4.1 out of 5.
I enjoyed it.
You have one complaint about movie theater. What was that?
Yeah. For some reason, while it was at 100 degrees in there, me and Jackson were sitting there comfortably, and then we sit down and we started stripping our sweatshirts and jackets. What was that all about? I know the theater was packed, but still, the AC's usually going.
Yeah.
For some reason, it was lukewarm, and it got to the point where we had to take off our hoodies and jackets in this friggin'.
Well, hey, tarps off, baby. That's what they say these days.
Tops off. No, I wasn't going shirtless in there.
Tarps off at the movie theater with Bird and Jackson. Excellent
All right,
job
nice
there,
job.
Bird. Excellent job there, Bird. Well done.
The Mandalorian and Gru.
Gru and Gru.
781 text. Jackson sounds like a scholar next to Bird.
How'd you feel seeing the movie last night, Jackson? Give me a little Miko music in the background. I want to hear some of this. All right, so how did you feel there, buddy?
All right, well, I had a great time with Bird. Him and I made witty comments back and forth to each other the whole time. Both of us laughed every time the baby Jabba the Hutt came on the screen. Sorry, spoiler alert.
Oh, jeez.
How dare you?
Am I not allowed to do that? Well, anyway, I thought the movie was terrible, to be honest.
Really? Really?
It was. So I love the show, but the movie was like a Disney version of the show. I know Star Wars is owned by Disney, but the show was dark and emotional. The movie was trying to get those fans that like the Baby Yoda or Baby Grogu.
How can you not?
Well, you said it correctly.
Yeah, Grogu.
That was good. All right. Well, that's what. Now, how are you gonna hang out with your buddy Bird anytime soon?
Oh
again?
yeah, no, we're gonna go see another movie again. We're gonna play video games together too.
Oh, awesome!
Because we thought that we both agreed that this movie seemed like a video game on film. It was more mission oriented than plot oriented.
Ah, I see. I actually don't not really quite sure what that means.
Well, you'll know when you see it.
I probably won't.
What's your grade? Yeah, Jackson.
My grade out of 5 is
out of 5.
3.1.
Oh,
I give it a whole grade under what Bird did.
3.1 out of 5. All right. Well,
nice job, Jackson.
Excellent job. And
I had a great
Bird,
time though. It was really fun, and it was great to see Bird.
Dude, Bird is. I played a game one time where I just went down to Faneuil Hall with Bird, and the game was, how many seconds after I meet up with him will someone recognize Bird? And we went to the first bar we went to was like, Bird, what's up, man? I hadn't seen you since high school. He's like, oh, yeah, what's going on? How's it going? He knows everyone. For some reason, he's one of the most connected people in the city.
And he's such a nice guy. He's got a heart of gold, but he's just unintentionally hilarious, which is the best kind of
That's the
people.
best part of him. Yep.
He's literally my kid's favorite person on the planet. I think they like Bird more than they like me, without a question. All right, great job there, Jackson,
All right, well,
Mr.
thank you for
Gaylord
sending me.
Way.
That was fun.
Okay, excellent. All right, and Bird, anything else that you have to say, Bird?
Obviously, the lasers and the cans going off and whatever.
Sure. Whatever. Put that on the poster. All right. You can give us a call, 617-779-7937. Let's talk a little Pats, shall we? There's you know what? There's something that, Ted, I want to read to you that was written about the Patriots and about their upcoming season. And I want to know, what constitutes success for you, Ted Johnson, for this Patriots season? Because the bar's been moved around a little bit. I haven't heard, personally, Ted, what you would deem a success for this season.
Ooh, I like this.
We will get to that next.
Scorny Weaver
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. Sox and Twins 3-game series tonight at Fenway. Also, by the way, Roger Clemens' 20 strikeout bobblehead if you're lucky enough to get one of those. But first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley on the mound opposing lefty Connor Prelip. Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks have your call, and they will all Memorial Day weekend. Arcan joins us for the Mass Mutual pregame show. That's at 6:10 tonight. Boston Red Sox shortstop Trevor Story underwent a successful sports hernia repair performed in Philadelphia by Dr. William Myers. He's out an estimated 6 to 10 weeks at least. Nick Sogard in at shortstop tonight. There are a lot of things to celebrate this month, from Mother's Day to Memorial Day weekend, and finding money you didn't even know you had. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll check, a refund check that never got to you. It takes less than 30 seconds to search for your name. FindMassMoney.gov, fast, easy, and free. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's trending now. More with Rich and Ken and Ted Johnson on the way.
93.7 WEEI. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. And you can listen to us on the Odyssey app. Just go there and press the little button that's WEEI and follow the show. The show gets right to your phone and launches a Take Grenade as well. We unload those next hour. That's a little message you can leave and we'll play them on the air. But our favorite way for you to contact us is 617-779-7937. I would argue that we're nice to callers, unlike some shows that get all angry and stuff like that.
Yep.
I think we appreciate when people
certainly do
call it, even if we disagree with them. We have, we love the fact that they've picked up the phone.
You and Stephen Fall River had a little exchange, but otherwise you were pretty good.
Oh, but
he was attacking Ted.
But that was fun because it ended with the sound effect of me going or something like that. Yeah, no. Stuff like that. We're not. Listen, we're not like let's get this guy. I like when people call in, especially when even when they disagree. I'm a big fan.
That's also our text line, and 617 texter says you guys need to rate your movies in Johnsons. So, Ted, how would you feel about that?
I'd be okay with that.
Four Johnsons?
Yeah. I'm okay with that. Yeah, we've tried that before and had a lot of fun with it. I think that would be a good time.
Excellent.
I'm a big movie guy. Big movie guys, just like Rich. Love movies.
That's right. I do too. I'm a big fan. So, all right, Ted, I wanted to run this by you. First of all, this is kind of a neat thing that I saw. You guys know Greg Bedard from the Boston Sports Journal. I guess there was a period of time when he had just been laid off from one of his jobs. This was in the mid-teens, where he was calling around, and there was this story about how he apparently had called the Patriots to get a job there, and he ended up getting turned down for it because they don't hire media members. But it started a conversation between him and Belichick and a little bit of a kind of a friendship. And at one point, Bill Belichick apparently told him, hey, when you were at the Globe, I thought you had a mole in the New England Patriots organization. I thought that the paper had a mole in there because the stuff you were, matter of fact, I'll find the quote, but it was like the stuff you were writing was pretty much dead on to what was going on. Here it is. He said, hey, Greg, I think you've done a great job, according to Bedard. There's been a lot of stuff that you write about us where we thought you had a mole in the building because it was right in line with how we were talking about the team and certain players. It was very along the same lines of what we were talking about in the building, and we thought for sure that you had this great mole within the organization.
Now, Bedard wrote this about himself?
No, he wrote that. That's what Bill told him. So Bill told him that. And I guess he's referring to his time at the Globe. They thought there was somebody in there. Ted, did you ever have something get leaked out and you're like, dude, that was somebody in the locker room?
It was hard. There was, I don't want to name names, but yeah, there was some stuff that was out there that maybe you thought a certain player, but not all that often. No, it wasn't. We didn't really talk about a lot of that. And I don't think players at that time, believe it or not, I don't think players understood the relationship that they could potentially have with local media members to get, stuff leaked. I don't think a lot of local media members were coming to players to get information from behind the scenes. It just, at least I don't recall it that way. I mean, I'll be honest, I did on a couple of instances used some media members to get some information out there, but I don't think if guys were doing it, we weren't communicating that between us. That wasn't something that we shared with each other.
But you were probably leaking stuff out about yourself.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Yes.
Yeah. You knew. I mean, because it's wild because there was several players that we've talked to from certain teams who now that time has passed have told us about certain guys that you just didn't say things in front of.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I've got no problem talking about one because there were several different people. I think one of them said on the air, but they used to call Kurt Schilling in the locker room Red Light Schilling because if the red light was on, he would talk to them.
Yeah.
And that was somebody, and he had earned a reputation among some of the ex-players that we had talked to. But, I got to imagine that there's always going to be somebody that everyone kind of assumes runs their mouth to the press in order to get preferential treatment. And there's certain people you don't talk around or say things around because it might get out, right?
Yeah, I feel like, and I just said that guys didn't do that too much back then, but I feel like now guys with their own social media platforms that if they want something out, they'll have somebody in social media do it. I don't know how many guys use the old school kind of beat writers to.
One example would be Gronk with Wickersham during the end of the dynasty run there. He was meeting him for breakfast and dishing all kind of stuff like that.
I think that was the sweet spot, Ken. I think that was a sweet spot for using when there was a lot of stuff going on with the Patriots. From 2000 and 7 all the way till the end. I think that's when those guys kind of smartened up and used the media to their advantage. And you bring up a good point in referencing Gronk with that writer. Yeah.
Well, now a lot of it can just be burner accounts. You know, you could get people on social media who will tweet certain things out that will,
Dove Kleiman.
Oh, well, Dove Kleiman's not even a person, I don't think. I don't know how that guy gets so many well, even he aggregates. He just takes things and he did not like when I asked Travis Kelce what he liked more, Taylor Swift or Phantom roasting the passer penalties in the playoffs.
But it's such a good point, because here's the say somebody wants to just get something out there. You go to a person, that non-person, Dove Kleiman, and he puts it out there, and someone catches it, and now it's being reported, and so you can't link a player to that guy as easy. Like, so, when media members would come into the locker room, and certain media members, you could see, oh man, Tom Curran's always talking to Vrabel, for instance, and then and then all of a sudden Tom Curran puts something out there, maybe you make the link, well, because you always see TC hanging out with Vrabes. There was more relational it was more relational back then, but now you can DM a guy and give him information, and the organization can never link you to that person. It's a lot harder now.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot more, I guess, avenues to get your word out, whether it be social media or, pick up the phone like it used to be old school. But I mean, it just seems like it's not like it was back in the day where there was one or two reporters that if you wanted something out there, you had to curry favor with them. Right. And I thought that was interesting, is that, I guess the reporting was so good inside that locker room that Bill Belichick thought there was a mole in there. And I could, by the way, Bill Belichick hits me as someone who's probably somewhat paranoid about there being people talking out of line when he is not the one who approved it.
And it just got worse and worse the older he got. He just got more insulated and more paranoid, but he's always been paranoid. I mean, you guys heard the rumors. I mean, we all thought that the locker rooms were bugged. I mean, that was something that Scott Pioli was accused of when he went to be the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs. A lot of the Chiefs players thought that the locker room was bugged. So computers, telephones, and people thought there were bugs in some of the parts of the facility. So guys were very careful about what they said with that kind of idea in mind.
Didn't somebody say, oh gosh, there was an ex-player who came on who was talking about how they thought the Patriots, did everything they could. And a lot of teams did this. This is not just the Patriots, but he was talking about the Patriots, about how, there were all sorts of different ways that they figured out how to cheat, that they would, if they were staying in town, like if they got in the night before or something like that, and they were playing a game on like a Sunday and they'd come in on Saturday, that they would put fake playbooks in the trash. Because they knew that they might have had somebody at the hotel that would go through the trash and find the playbooks and give them to Belichick. Did you ever hear anything like that?
I did. I did hear about that. I can't verify if it's true, but I'll just give you one quick story, and I'll be honest. I have no problem with this. You can guys debate it afterwards, but. We played the Denver Broncos at home, and I'll never forget. I forget who was their quarterback. Gosh darn it! But I remember Bill got us the whole defense. Defense, come here, let's go. Yeah, get up. All right, listen. The first play of the game is going to be a bootleg to the left. Bootleg to the left. So do not bite on the play fake. Whoever's the left outside linebacker, make sure you drive up to the quarterback's upfield shoulder. Do not bite on that play action. Play away, because he's going to be booting it around, running right to you. And sure enough, it was unbelievable. And I forget who the quarterback again was, but he turned, and right there, I think it was Vrabel who was the left outside linebacker who laid the hit on the quarterback. But he got rid of it just enough time so that it was an incomplete pass as opposed to a sack. But the feeling is that you have workers that work for the Patriots that also help the other teams, managers and coaches, and they bring towels to them. So, but guess is the first play of the game was up on a board, right? And one of our equipment guys saw it and went and told Bill, and hell, and we were ready for it. So that's one little example.
You did not have a problem with that. I did not. Morally over the line.
I don't either. All's fair, man. That's sloppy.
Yeah, don't put the play up somewhere where the equipment guy can see it.
Right, like going to the hotel, like that's pretty low. Like that's digging through the trash of another team's hotel and having someone on the inside there.
But if they drop the playbook somehow in your vicinity, then it's fair game.
That's sloppy. Yeah. Absolutely. And you know what? And I guarantee you, Ted, that there were teams that were recording in other locker rooms. I guarantee you there was like, because I mean, you talked about the Giants. That's probably something that for a while, there was probably someone who did a sweep and went into every locker room and checked up in the panels that are above. Maybe there's some sort of technology that you can figure out if you're being recorded, if there's a battery anywhere near you. I guarantee you that happened more than you think, than most people think it did.
Yeah. No, and Bill's famous line, I remember he said this all the time. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. So Bill was all about collecting information, data, and using that information to his advantage. That's just what he was obsessed about all the time. So, obviously he went over the top and did things that really were unnecessary at the end of the day. And the reason I can be critical of that decision making at times is because it reflects poorly on the people on the team that were innocent and weren't a part of the conspiracy. Right? A lot of players, former players, the Steelers still think we cheated in the AFC Championship game in 2004. So, it's unfortunate because we didn't have to do that. But yeah, Bill pushed it a little bit. It's up to debate on where the line was,
I just imagine Ernie Adams like Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible, like scaling through the top tiles and planting the things in there and then getting down to the nick of time. Yeah, I could totally see that happening, especially back in that day.
Well, 774 texter, good point. Vrabel said something about rats around here last year. Remember, he was
up. Yep.
His antenna, I'm sure, is up about that stuff.
Yeah.
Or just leaks. I mean, maybe just keeping stuff in-house. But
no question. Well, Ted, I wanted to ask you this because, we talked yesterday a little bit about how I guess the expectations for this team have dropped significantly for a team that was in the Super Bowl last year. It's pretty astounding when you take a team that has a elite tier quarterback. According to most people, they think he's in that elite tier. He's definitely top 5 in most everyone's list. And then you've got, a great cornerback. You've got a coach of the year, and you've got a team that obviously delivered last year despite the kind of soft playoff schedule. But now you take a look at their over-under total, and the expectation, according to Vegas, is 9.5. And on top of that, we've got people like you who obviously know football, this team, saying that, you know what, they are a borderline playoff team. So I want to ask you, Ted, what do you believe is a successful season for the New England Patriots? What will they have to accomplish for you to say that this year was a success?
I mean, it's easy to quantify it just with win total, but that's boring. Maybe I'll save that for last. For me, it's what the offense. It has a balanced attack. There was not a balanced attack last year. They were a passing team, and they got very, very predictable. They just could not run the football with any real success. They were terrible on third down, short yardage, running the football in the red zone. So having a balanced attack on offense would be awesome. Just to see what they're potentially could do on offense. I think with having a run game to then complement the pass game with the run game with the play action, that would be great. They need to get situationally better. I know it's not sexy talk, but just third down, they were terrible on converting. They had a better chance of converting a 3rd and 7 or more than they did a 3rd and 2 or less. That's how bad.
Wow.
That's the facts. Which is not the way it's supposed to be. You got to be able to run the football when everybody in the stadium and everybody at home watching knows you got to run the football, and they still can't stop it. So they got to get way better there. Honestly, what shows improvement from the quarterback position to me is, can Drake May make more plays from the pocket? It was fun to watch him run. It was fun to watch him scramble, but we need him to throw the ball from the pocket more as opposed to out of the pocket. That would be a huge success. And then the defense, defense has to get better at putting pressure on with just 4 guys. They had to manufacture pressure so much. They blitzed a lot. And when you blitz, you give up some things on the back end. Can we just get pressure with 4 rushers like Seattle did to us in the Super Bowl? But get way better in the red zone. I think the Patriots had the longest length of touchdowns. Like their average length of touchdowns. So whenever they would score a touchdown, sometimes it was like outside the red zone. So they basically average, every touchdown was like, 12 yards long, which is insane. They were not good in the red zone, and they were terrible in goal-to-goal situations, which means the 10-yard to the goal line. So that they can vastly improve with that. But I will say this record overall, split with Buffalo. I don't want to say win the division, but split your games with Buffalo. 10-plus wins to me is a success. 10-plus wins. And what I'd like to see, too, is get off to a hot start. They're playing their first 4 opponents they play. Their combined winning percentage from last year is 0.732, which is the highest toughest 4-game stretch to start a season that any team has had in 50 years. And so getting off to a good start in this season, and not only that, but in games. How many times did the defense give up a touchdown on the first opening drive?
Sure.
They're just kind of – it took them a second to get going in the season and then also in games. And so those are some of the things I'm looking at to see them get better at are those things.
I just think, see, for me, it just feels wrong to not say you got to make the AFC Championship. I mean, after going to the Super Bowl last year and your team's just getting better, and I know the schedule's tougher, but I mean, should that make that much of a difference that you're 1 game worse? You know, you got to at least make it to the AFC Championship, don't you?
Now, the odds, the AFC odds, you are the 5th-tiered team per the odds, if you believe in.
So hang on, they have the 5th best odds of winning the AFC?
Correct.
Okay, so Bills are ahead of them?
Bills and the Ravens. I don't know why the Ravens
Everyone's
are such a betting
freaking out about the Ravens, and they got a new coach, too.
Right.
It's weird.
They did get Trey Hendrickson, and then it's Chiefs and Chargers. So there's a little bit of bias with the Chiefs, obviously. And then, overall for the Super Bowl, I think they're like 16-1 among a tier of like 6th favorite to get to the Super Bowl. So that it depends where you slice that. I think the Vrabel stuff has really taken some of the expectations off the region. Don't you feel like if they just get that solved, that's halfway to a success?
Well, let me ask you this, Ted. As a player, doesn't that make you feel a little bit better not going in with these high expectations?
Yeah, to some degree, yeah. But don't be fooled just because there's lower expectations from Vegas and the betting community and also maybe fans doesn't mean their opponent that they're playing is going to look at them lesser, right? They're going to, this is a team that made it to the Super Bowl last year. So it's just it's hard to explain. It's not something tangible. You can't quantify it. But the psychological advantage you have when you are the hunter versus the hunted is so different. And these guys are going to be the hunted now. And they're not sneaking up on anybody. Drake May is not people know what this kid's capable of. There's more film on him, but then the conversely is that Josh knows that, and so he's going to do things to counter that. But it's a much more difficult to kind of repeat after you came out of nowhere because no one's going to be taking you lightly like they did last year.
I also think, Rich, in the preseason, if A.J. Brown's here and if he and Dobbs look like Moss and Welker Part 2, people's expectations are going to start to rise dramatically.
Sure.
If Drake is like on fire, they're probably not going to play much in the preseason, but whatever. If we start to get all those stories coming out, Tommy Curran's like, you can't believe this offense, then things are going to change.
Well, speaking of Bedard, that dude's running naked, covered in peanut butter in his front yard about Drake May. He's
right.
like, oh, Drake, people are talking about Drake May. Skibbly, blah, 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 blah. Like, he is feeling himself.
Look out for the quarterback.
I mean, it's true. But, I mean, listen, when he gets excited, I kind of get excited.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool to hear. I mean, do you have a feeling that this is going to be the year, where he goes to that next level?
But here's the thing. It's like, can you imagine? It's like what Tom Brady had with Josh McDaniels year after year. It's like he was a supercomputer. Like his brain was his biggest weapon.
Yeah.
And so he had what made Tom so much better than everybody else is he knew where he wanted to go with the football before the snap. Do you know how big of an advantage that is? That's a huge advantage. And that's because there was all these built-in things and adjustments and plays that he could get out of and into that based on what the defense was showing, that it made the offense run more smoothly. But Tom, with all due respect, a great quarterback. He's not even close to the athlete that Drake May is. So now you have Drake May, and hopefully mentally going to be doing the same things Tom is, but with an athletic skill set that is beyond whatever Tom could ever dream of. That's where you go, holy crap. The potency and the explosiveness this offense could have with Drake May, his brain and his athletic ability is kind of scary to think about.
Oh, you got me slapping on the
You
peanut butter.
worked up?
Here we
You
go.
lathered
I'm
up?
about to start rolling.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Play some Cooper Boardman clips.
I'm about to go full Cooper Boardman on you.
But you would agree the Bills have a lot more pressure. Yeah.
Yes.
The Bills have a lot more pressure on them. The Bengals have a lot more pressure on them. The Chiefs, there are some teams that are like desperate.
See,
you have house money here.
You do, but the thing about the Bengals, it's hysterical. By the way, the Patriots are dogs according to Vegas, and I think 8 of their games. You know how many games the Bengals are dogs in? 2.
Wow.
2.
And Burrow just yesterday said we're going to win a Super Bowl. I mean,
He said it's the best team he's had. I think he said it's the best roster they've had since he's been there.
I mean, if they stay healthy, obviously they're going to be very good. But I mean, if they stay healthy is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? I mean, that's one team that obviously should be good this year. But
they won 6 games last year.
I know. And then of course you've got the Chiefs are going to be the Chiefs. To me, are obviously going to be the most fascinating team this year, without a doubt. Because you got to be able to figure out whether or not. Because I love, Ted, your theory that we've seen the best of Mahomes and it's all downhill. Not bad, but it's all on his way down because nobody can beat Tom Brady. Nobody can do what Tom Brady did. It's just, it takes a discipline like you've never seen before and a playing style that Mahomes does not play.
Correct.
So I am leaning towards you that this is the end of it. I wish it wasn't because I love Mahomes as far as a player is concerned. I hate the Chiefs, but my God, it's going to suck if you lose his talent for a while. Yeah. But that's a team I can't wait to watch.
I mean, he's coming off of an AC tear and ACL, and he leaves the pocket. He runs. His feet are almost as important to him as his arm, and I just think that's going to deteriorate. He cannot leave the pocket like he does and have a really long career like Tom had.
All right, the all-steroid games. They are this weekend. We have some more news. If you've never heard of it, which is kind of wild because we talked about it yesterday, and the amount of people who came up to me is like, dude, there's really like a steroid, a PED-encouraged Olympics this weekend? Yes, there is. We will tell you about that and some more news. If you're one of these people who wants Giannis to come here, I'm going to make you cover yourself in peanut butter next.
Whoa.
WEEI.
these are all things you can take at the enhanced games. Actually, some of those are on the list. One thing not on the list is this. You can't do cocaine at the yellow hands.
Nope. Not FDA approved. Not yet.
Not yet. It is Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, 617-779-7937. You can go to the Odyssey app, and you got a few more minutes left to leave us a take grenade. Just press that little microphone button, record your message, and we launch those grenades here in about 30 minutes. Tim from Hanover, what's happening, man? How you doing?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Ted, that last segment you let out, man, was awesome about the Pats in May. I'm just hoping that this team goes and gets this offensive line squared away so that way they can be one of the best offensive lines in the NFL and give May the time. We haven't seen the best of May yet because this kid's been scrambling, getting out of the pocket. Give him time to sit back there and pick these teams apart and get A.J. Brown to help him. Dude, we're going to the Super Bowl. If they can get that offensive railing like that and the defense plays the game that they played the whole last year, especially in the playoffs.
Thanks, Tim.
I love Tim kind of focusing on the offensive line. I've always said this. The offensive line, to me, is the most important unit on a team, and in a lot of ways it sets the tone for how tough you are. Offensive line is a team within a team. Like, you got 5 guys working in unison trying to – one guy messes up, the whole line, it looks bad. And I've never understood teams that don't put, the best offensive line in front of young, talented quarterbacks. I can't believe, like, Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck should still be, should have had a career that lasted 15, 20 years.
They ruined him.
Ruined him. You should do everything you can to make sure that unit is elite to protect your best asset, which is your quarterback and Drake May. So hopefully they're working towards that. I do love the kind of Elijah Vera Tucker pickup. It's a gamble because of his injury history, but they went offensive tackle first round the last 2 years. So they're trying to make that unit the best it can be, and I applaud him for it.
You know what I heard about Vera Tucker? It's like Giannis, soft tissue. Or worry about the calves. Worry about those calves. It's going to lead to an Achilles tear.
If this team if they have a top 5 offensive line, let's say for some reason they're able to put this together and all the pieces fit and everyone's playing to their full potential. Let's say they've got a top 5 offensive line. How much does that change your outlook for this team?
It'd be huge. I mean, that would be a game changer for me. So a top offensive line, so that means they're running when they want to run.
Yep.
They have time for Drake May to read the field. He doesn't have to leave the pocket to make a play. That would be, to me, that's utopia right there, Rich. Is top 5 offensive line is utopia when you think about the offensive line for the Eagles. And you have Jalen Hurts, who's just, to me, is just an average quarterback, but they have the best offensive line in the NFL. And so you see what that offense does. Saquon Barkley benefits. Yeah. And Jalen Hurts looks like he's better than what he is because of how elite that offensive line is.
By the way, I didn't realize this, but I didn't know that A.J. Brown did not invite Jalen Hurts to his wedding.
How weird is that? And he's like one of them's godfather to the kids,
Yeah, like a bunch of other players on the team, were invited, but Jalen Hurts, for some reason, not there. Wow. I know a lot of people are saying that that's like more evidence that, A.J. Brown's going to become a Patriot, not be on the Eagles anymore, But that's weird, isn't it?
That speaks more to Jalen Hurts. Like it's in the movie Draft Day when the quarterback that they were looking.
His name?
Yeah,
Bo. He wasn't invited to his birthday. Bo something. They didn't invite him to the birthday party or something like that.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
Right now. We're on A.J. Brown watch, 84% right now in Kalshi, right now to come to New England. Giannis watch is up to 14%. And at some point, we're going to have Red Sox big bat trade watch. We're going to work that in at some point.
That's right. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bill Simmons on his podcast, he's said that that Giannis wants to play for the Celtics.
Okay.
But that the Celtics might not want Giannis. So that's but that Giannis does look at the Celtics as a team he'd want to come play for.
Ooh, well, maybe we take a dive into that and see exactly what they mean.
Do you guys want to hear it real quick?
Sure. Yes, we can do it real quick.
Go ahead.
I think Giannis wants to go to Boston, and I'm not sure Boston wants Giannis. And I think that's the push and pull right now.
What makes you think he wants to go to Boston?
I just think he does.
Aggregate it?
I don't care. I think he wants to stay in the East, and I think a certain guy in the Celtics has the same shooting coach as him. And I think there's a lot of respect for the organization, and I just think that would be a team he would be interested in.
Even though I think that's just Bill Simmons talking, I think he's right.
Yep.
I think he's right.
Well, he's also doing the Celtics' handiwork there by saying, I'm not sure they're interested. You don't want to get prices too high. You want to play it cool.
That's a decent point. Jack up that price, baby. Jack that price up. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll talk to you more about the all-drug Olympics that's happening this weekend. It's a real thing. On top of that, we'll get more into some of this Giannis news because that's not the only evidence that seems to be coming out that he may be headed here, and we'll do that right after this.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Call us now. We love taking your calls. In the Odyssey app, you got a couple more minutes to launch us a Take Grenade. Just press that little microphone button and shoot it out to us. Tarek, what is happening, my man? What's going on?
What? Happy Memorial Day weekend, fellas.
Hell yeah.
What's up, Tarek?
Let me ask you guys a question.
Sure.
Any sport, any player that says, I would like to go to Team X, what is the return of said team sending said player to Team X? Is it higher than what is expected or lower?
It's lower.
So let me just go into what Bill was talking about. So he made the mistake, right? He says first he starts by over complimenting the Celtics and Joe Mazzulla's system and the organization, and then leaks out that he would like to go, if his move, he'd like to play for the Celtics. Brad did exactly if what Bill said is true, and that Celtics aren't interested. Brad did exactly what he was supposed to do, and that's the ghost of Trader Danny. Well, we're not interested. He can't help us. Immediately takes who off the table in the trade negotiation. That would take Brown off the table, and you'd have to make it work out of what's left.
But by the way, Tarek, great call. But the only problem is that you still have to make the Milwaukee Bucks happy. I mean, that might be the case, and that might be what's being leaked out there by Bill Simmons, who you could argue is a mouthpiece for the Celtics. And everything you said.
He was in the Celtics documentary series on HBO. I mean, he spoke for the team.
Which, by the way, can we stop with the documentary series? There's too many. I listen.
Oh, that one was really good, though.
Which one are you talking about?
Well, what the hell was it called?
Yeah, it was obviously great.
It was the nine episodes we just came out.
That's too much.
Celtic City.
You know what? I watched the first 2 episodes of that, and I thought it was like, all right, man, I've seen all of this before.
I don't know.
Like, what are you gonna? I mean,
they have a whole episode on Ubuntu.
Here's what I want. Give me an entire 10 episode documentary about the Bobby Valentine years.
Oh, okay.
That I would be all in on.
Now, the Patriots have had too many. That I will agree with you on.
Way too many. I don't need to see Bill Belichick sitting in a room talking to a camera about this, and then Tom Brady saying this or that. It just, to me, we've seen it all. And I know this sounds crazy because I know it's an insatiable appetite, but enough documentaries. It's too much because you think that this one's going to be worth watching, and they're all 10 hours long.
They've had America's Game, Do Your Job, Man in the Arena, The Dynasty, Belichick, A Football Life, 3 Games of the Glory, Forges of Foxborough, and Tom versus Time.
Tom versus Time was wild. Here's why Tom versus Time was good. Because Tom versus Time was one of the first times you actually saw him, like what his house looked like. Because, I mean, for forever, it was almost like Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. It was this mystery place where he lived and no one had ever been inside.
It's the new Neverland.
Yeah, it was wild. So that Tom versus Time, I'll give you credit. Like, that was interesting. But after that, it's like we've heard the story before.
Well, I mean,
you know what I want? The
Dynasty.
Malcolm Butler story. That's what I want. I want an entire 10-episode documentary just about what happened.
Chopra does the Malcolm Butler story.
Yeah. Like, what happened Super Bowl week? Like, it's really the only thing I want to know. Make a movie about that, because we've seen everything else, and they try to make it seem like it's different, but it's not. There's too many Celtics documentaries, and it's the same people talking about it. Thanks, Bill Simmons, and I like Bill Simmons, but it's like, all right, I get it. You like the Celtics,
yeah. But Celtic City was good, but Simmons is obviously pro team. He's obviously going to speak.
Sure.
To try to. I don't know if Brad told him, hey, put this out there directly, but I'm sure if they're leaking stuff to him, they know he's going to put it right out there. So, but the news that Giannis is interested is great, because all you're hearing lately is Ocho Cinco saying, Giannis is looking for a house in Miami, and it's a done deal.
Did you just hear the sentence you said? That, and it's not you. That's how absurd this whole thing's become. It's like we're quoting Ocho Cinco on what he heard that Giannis was looking for a place in Miami.
Well, when your teams are out of the playoffs, you're desperate. You're on Giannis.
I went through it the other day. There's too many red flags with this guy, and if you got to give up Jaylen Brown to do it, hello, people looking in here. What's up?
Hello,
What's
people
up?
outside.
I love when people are excited out there. What's happening?
Look at these baseball fans looking to get in.
I know. Christian Arcane was in here the other day. I gave him an old Midnight Express. Oh, Billy. I'm shaved now, so I'm sure it was good.
Are they going tarps off tonight?
I don't know. That's such a weird phenomenon. I didn't.
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
Well, I mean, what I've seen on the videos
Yeah,
that you were talking about, I didn't even know that was happening. But it's like entire sections of dudes with their shirts off, having a brodeo.
A little cold tonight for that. A little chill. Not too bad, but
I guess. Listen. Once again, I don't know why did they do that? Was it like a rally?
It was a St. Louis like a team was there, and they just decided to do it organically. And the manager of the Cardinals said, "Those guys are awesome. I want them in the clubhouse after the game, and I want to buy tickets for them to come back." So it was kind of cool. You know, it was something that just happened, and they capitalized on it.
So he
Who
bought
doesn't
like tickets
love
for
the night full male nipples.
Oh, thank you.
Glad Bradford was back.
I appreciate that. So he bought tickets for because it was
it's like a
30
baseball
of them.
team. Yeah, exactly. So that's pretty cool. And then it just started to pick up steam. So tonight, even though it's the Fenway Greens, we think it may happen here.
All right. So it does seem like, according to Kalshi, that the chances of the Celtics getting Giannis are going up. The LeBron thing is kind of fizzling out a little bit, but I still think that would be kind of fun.
Oh well, if Giannis comes here, then that's back in. Then LeBron is the next piece. You know,
I don't think that's out of the question.
No,
I don't think it's crazy, and I think that there's writers out there who also don't think that it's crazy because it makes sense. If he wants to win a ring, that's a great place to do it. And I know that there is a admiration and a love. I don't understand why people love Joe Mazzulla so much, but there was that anonymous player poll that went up. And I think he was the #1 most admired coach. It was like, if you other than your own coach, who is the coach in the NBA that you admire the most? And it was Joe Mazzulla. Now, was it taken before or after that crash in the first round?
Well, and I still worry about the Knicks because people are so high on the Knicks right now in New York. They're on a 9-0 run. They're 10-2 in the playoffs. I heard Stephen A. Smith on today saying this is a powerhouse team. So if they lose, Knicks fans are going to be so enraged that they didn't win a title. They're going to go hard after LeBron. And LeBron will be, I bet you, intrigued by playing in the big city.
Oh, see,
which would be the worst possible outcome.
That would be so great because then you got a great villain right here. Like, you got an awesome villain you're going to play several times. I would love that. You know what? I just want him to.
You'd rather him go to the Knicks than the Cavs?
Yeah, Cavs are boring. He's won there before.
Nah, it's cool. He's going back home.
He's won there, and they're
that's what Brady won't do.
I guess. By the way, Josh Hart last night was awesome. He couldn't miss. But do you find it disrespectful? Because after the game, did you
left them wide open?
Well, no. After the game, Josh Hart and was it Jalen Brunson? They were just eating pizza at the press conference, sitting there eating pizza. Like, if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers, does that piss you off?
I don't think you have the right. I mean, at this point, you're just pathetic. You
know what, though?
You can't even. You should just. Yeah, they whipped their ass.
But that's the kind of disrespect that can turn a series around.
I don't know.
I don't
think the Cavs have it in them.
You know what that reminds me? That reminds me of after Game 2. Boy, this is going to sound really random. But do you remember when the Bruins, the year they won the Cup, were down 2 games at the very beginning to the Vancouver Canucks? Mm-hmm. And you had, it was the Sedin twins and Alex Burrows. They're on there. It's like, and the vegetarian Alex Burrows, because he had just bitten what's his name? Patrice Bergeron's finger. He's like, oh, yes, and the vegetarian Alex Burrows. They're clowning around, like the world was their oyster. And these guys are eating pizza. It's the same thing. You doing that's just pissing these guys off. Now, whether or not Cleveland's got the actual
Cleveland plays
talent,
much better at home, so that's one thing. So it could be a series.
Maybe that's.
I don't know if you saw the tiers, or I don't know if you like these tiers thing. People do tiers all the time. So the Athletic put out this guy did it was like a whole week series. He ranked the 150 NBA players from tier 1A to tier 5F or something like that. But
he ranked it 5 tiers, but then within the tier there were like that's some nerdy crap.
It's totally nerdy, and like it was painful. He was dropping like a new tier every day. But they're finally out, and there are 8 guys in tier 1. Giannis is tier 1C, Tatum is tier 1D, and then Jalen, you got to go down to 2B.
This is so dumb. Stop.
But anyway, he's saying Giannis is a better player than Tatum and Brown.
Thank you, Stiz.
Giannis, better player than Tatum and Brown, according to.
Well, apparently the Bucks think that. The Bucks think that that's the case.
Yeah.
Even though this guy gets injured all the time, there's questions about like how into actually playing basketball he is, seeing that he was always late for the plane. He was the one on the team, according to Miles Turner, that was always keeping them waiting at the airport.
Milwaukee, and they stunk. The season was over.
It doesn't
probably
matter.
Watching Grogu, you know.
I don't know what he's doing, but that just I've got there's a million red flags with him, or at least 9 that I came up with yesterday.
Okay, do you have any Jaylen Brown flags after his Twitch streams?
Jaylen Brown shows up and plays hard. Like he's a guy that you never question his on the court, like whether he's actually in it to win it.
Garagu?
Because Grogu. But that is the one thing about Giannis. I mean, there's questions about how into it he is. Now, does he need a change of scenery?
Yes,
Maybe.
yes.
Did it suck that he had Doc Rivers, who apparently doesn't care about anybody, any kind of accountability or anything else? Yeah, that didn't help, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
8 of your 9 red flags can be explained away by Milwaukee, and they were out of it.
Injuries.
Milwaukee, and they were out of it. Fake injuries.
The injuries and age.
Okay, age, he's 2 years older.
And
it's a shorter window.
And the contract is an albatross.
It is at the back end, but that's the NBA.
If you give up Jaylen Brown for him, you're going to regret it. You're going to absolutely regret it.
Jalen's going back to Atlanta. He's probably loved there. He's going to team up with Jalen Johnson.
Nobody likes basketball in Atlanta.
They don't? Well, they might not
Atlanta,
get those two together.
They can't sell out anything. They had Magic City night. It was probably going to be the most attended night, and then they had to cancel it.
He'll be a star in Atlanta, don't you think? We don't think he, like his activism and his social...
No, I'm just telling you, believe it or not, the Hawks are not a big thing in Atlanta. They're not. And even when they have a good team, they're not a big thing. It's the strangest deal. They have a hard time selling out that state.
Can you imagine being a sports... We grew up there, right?
Yeah, it's a college football town.
They wouldn't rip any John Henry's teams and after winning 4 titles.
There is not. Atlanta is a city that is all about the Georgia Bulldogs. They're not even about Georgia Tech, who's in Atlanta. It's all SEC football, and everything else is second, third, and fourth page. I remember when the Braves were in the World Series, they couldn't sell that place out.
Oof.
And that was like when it was Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, like heaters, like one of the best pitching lineups ever, and they couldn't do it.
Well, Jalen will go there. They'll be a good team, and they'll give all the picks to Milwaukee, and you might have to give up a player to the Bucks.
Listen, I want this
Giannis,
team.
and then you'll get LeBron, and then you'll be cooking.
Now we're talking. If it's LeBron and Giannis,
I love how LeBron, who you hate, your whole life has been hating LeBron, and now he's the only way you would accept Giannis to come here.
Because it's so freaking wrong. It's so wrong that it's like I
crosses the streams.
It's like when when I was a kid, I really wanted to stick my fork into an electrical socket to see what it feels like.
That's not a surprise.
That's what it is with LeBron being a Celtic.
Don't kink shame, Ken.
Kink shame.
Everything is. Listen, I live with my kinks, and I now wear them proudly. But that is like having LeBron here is like it's like this just so unbelievably wrong that I must try it. It's like adult diaper night at Jocks.
Oh.
I must do this at some point in my life. Did I say that out loud?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Kyle on line 1. Kyle, what's happening, my man?
Hello, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
A rare occasion, but I think Ken might have actually hit on one of his ridiculous takes here. But Giannis,
I think
he surprisingly he fills a lot of holes offensively and defensively the Celtics struggle with. The 3-point offense, I mean, it works. The Celtics offense is in the top every year since Mazzulla's done it, top 3, usually 1 or 2. But we don't really have a pure point guard to drive and kick. And Tatum and Brown in that role, they look awful. Giannis actually is unbelievable at driving and kicking and being the main ball handler. And he's actually a threat to get to the rim, which we don't have. And then on defense, I mean, as much as you hate on Giannis, he's a top defender. He actually has a higher rating per 100 touches than Jaylen Brown, and he's a rim defender. He kind of plugs a lot of holes. Jaylen Brown is better than Giannis. It's right now in their careers. It's obvious. Nobody would argue that who knows basketball. But a better fit to go with Jason Tatum and the pieces that the Celtics have neglected to fit around him right now, Giannis is really the only choice.
Kyle, I love you, and I agree with some of your points, but he's
200 dunks a game for the last 8 years.
He's too old. He is a big man. He's going to break soon, and he's worth $1 billion.
He's in his prime.
His contract is an albatross. It's just there's too many red flags with this guy.
Let me ask you this, guys.
Sure.
Put yourself in Bill Chisholm's shoes. Okay, what do you want? Do you want Giannis?
Shoes.
Giannis wants
Tiny
to
man.
come here.
Okay.
Brad Stevens comes to you and says, Bill Simmons told me Giannis really wants to come to Boston. Bill, what should we do?
Oh, I would say give me lots of stuff. Give me Jaylen Brown's not enough. I want Jaylen Brown, and I want. I mean, you're a million picks.
No, but here. So if you're the Celtics owner, do you want Giannis or do you want to stay the course?
they're going to stay the course. They're not going to give up Jaylen Brown for Giannis. I don't think they are.
They're not pissed off about this stuff. They're not worried about the friction between the Jays.
I think that, no, there's not a lot of friction. It's weird friction, but it's not.
Now you're back to that. There's no drama.
No, there's no drama. It's not enough to affect
you people in the lodge that talk about the alphas and the betas.
Oh, you want to get lodging?
I can't take it.
Do it.
And then a week later, you're breaking down the Jalen Twitch stream like the rest of us.
I just want LeBron here. Because it's just awesome.
That is also
because
weird.
it's the weirdest thing ever. Imagine the
You
jersey.
sacrificed all your morals.
I did. I'm selling my soul for chaos. I want a T-shirt that says that. I am selling my soul for chaos because, damn it, that would be fun. And it would be great to talk about. And I don't know how I'll live with myself having to root for that douche.
207.
I've always hated that guy.
LeBron to the Celtics is the equivalent of Call of the Void. That is you just driving the car straight off the bridge.
It is.
That is
It is. It is. It's listening to that voice in your head that says drive into the other lane and just seeing what happens. That's exactly what it is. And
Jackson and Bird reviewing a movie.
Of course. And getting the name 100% correct when they pronounce it, as a matter of fact. All right. 617-779-7937. We'll take your calls next.
Jones and Keefe, weekdays 10 to 2.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Butchiga's Spring Bike Sale. Red Sox playing tonight, and a bit of news. Chad Tracy has told the assembled media you're going to have a new shortstop, at least temporary, starting on Sunday. They are going to move Marcelo Meyer to shortstop. He'll be your everyday guy after taking a couple more days of work on the fields. That's because Trevor Story underwent successful sports hernia surgery. He'll be out at least 6 weeks. 6 to 10 is the estimate. And it all sets up for an interesting weekend. Sox and Twins 3-game series starts tonight. 7:10 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. Arcan Mass Mutual pregame show at 6:10. Peyton Tolley night. Fenway Greens night. Could be tarps off night. A lot going on. And summer is on the way. It's time to get out and ride your bike. If you don't have a bike, or if your bike is a rusty mess, head to Butchiga's anyway. Get them fixed up. Salem or Nashua, New Hampshire. Take advantage of it. There's spring bike clearance. Do it today. Butchiga's. Everything you need to make this bike season rock. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's trending on WEEI and WEEI.com.
All right, it is Rich, Ken, and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, 93.7 WEEI. We are down at Fenway right now at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. Brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. And, of course, that dirty water. And the drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. All right, real quick, before we get to them, take grenades and unload them. There is a little bit of breaking news. So Chad Tracy just spoke to the media, and I'm going to quote Chris Cotillo here, who wrote this. And he said, so if you didn't hear this morning, there was a report that came out that Roman Anthony was dealing with a sprain in one of his fingers, right? I want to make sure that the way that the Red Sox had reported it was that it was a sprain, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sprain or strain, I can't remember.
A strain or a sprain, okay. So Greg Hill this morning on the Greg Hill Road Show had Sam Kennedy on. And while Sam Kennedy was on, he asked him about something that he had heard from a source, was that it was not a strain, but it was indeed a tear that he had. And here's what Sam Kennedy had to say. Go ahead.
I could tell you that from what we know from our medical staff, that is not the case. He's got a sprain. So maybe you know, Dr. Hill and Dr. Kennedy here can discuss medical diagnoses together.
Was I right? Was I right on the finger?
Yes.
Okay.
From what I understand, he's got a sprain in the ligament at the base of the ring finger. There's no evidence of a tear. The imaging is negative. There's been a second opinion to confirm that. But hand injuries are really tough for baseball players. That's why we don't like to put a timetable on it, because these things are really, really difficult in terms of projecting how long something will take. So Roman is, I can tell you, he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible, but he wants to do it in a way, and we want him to do it in a way where he's not going to have a reoccurrence of the injury. So that's what we know. He's battling through it, and I know he wants to get out there as fast as humanly possible.
Okay, so Ken, I want you to once again tell me your conspiracy theory from earlier.
Well, the fact that we're hanging on this word tear, and then the strain.
Well, where do we hear the word tear first?
Well,
people don't know that.
Well, Greg reported that. That was Greg's report.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and Greg is close with people in Roman's camp. So it's possible that Roman is upset at how this has been described by the organization as something less than a tear, which makes him sound soft. I'm just speculating. I don't know this. Greg didn't tell me this. But that would make sense to me, and that would also make sense why his teammate, Jaron Duran, lashed out at Michael Holley for that clip, which he may have taken out of context. Michael Holley's, talking about Roman and how the Red Sox lie about injuries. So then there's that this morning, that response. And now Chad Tracy, first I'm reading this quote.
Yeah. So this is according to Chris Cotillo. So I guess that Chad Tracy just spoke to the press. Mm-hmm. And he says that Roman Anthony has been checked and rechecked, and there's no tear, no new injury, no conspiracy. It simply remains a pain tolerance issue, per Tracy.
Now, here's the direct quote. He doesn't say pain tolerance in the quote, but sort of. He says, quote, "We're going to make sure that he can swing a bat and he's not having discomfort. Once we get to that point, we can start to push it a little more, but he's not swinging today," end quote.
Okay.
So discomfort, pain tolerance. I don't like pain tolerance. That sounds really bad.
When I hear pain tolerance, you know what that says to me? It sounds like a team is putting these guys on notice, saying, if you don't get out there, the fans are going to think you're a puss. Mm-hmm. That's what that sounds like to me. Whenever you hear like someone from a team say it's a pain tolerance thing, that almost instantly makes me think they're throwing him under the bus.
Yeah, if I'm Cotillo, I would take that down and just put the quote up directly, because I think you can read into that. Like, this is not great either. We're not going to make sure he can swing a bat until he's not having discomfort.
Yeah.
That still kind of sounds like...
It does sound like they're kind of throwing him under the bus there, too. But
I don't love it.
But why can't someone just talk to Roman Anthony?
Like, he's spoken a couple times over the last few weeks, and he has just been kind of sad and like trying not to say anything. But I wonder if he's conflicted. Like, are they telling him, "Hey, Roman, we don't want you getting too deep into the injury details here"?
And by the way, there's a lot of like people who are, online geniuses saying a sprain is a tear. It's the same thing, and apparently it's not. According to Chad Tracy, that they said he's been checked and there's no tear. that it is indeed a sprain. There is no tear. So I guess there's a difference.
Well, again, but I think maybe Roman is like these people yelling at you. Roman's like, it is torn.
Yeah,
With
right.
Red Sox, tell them that. It's torn. Like, it hurts. I could re-injure it. I don't want to swing right now.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well that's something to keep an eye on. And hopefully Roman will speak soon. Someone just needs to straight up ask him, dude, what's going on?
Yeah.
Is it torn? Let's find out how bad it is.
Right.
How do you fix a torn thing in a finger? Because I know that when you like tear your rotator cuff, they stick those two like needles in you, and they do like
you sew it up right there.
Well, it's like two needles they put inside of you, and it's this weird surgery that they do just with like this little camera and a needle.
Ooh.
Have you ever seen this before?
No,
oh yeah. If you tore your like labrum or something like that, that's how they do it. But on a finger, it's just so small. I'm not.
Jackson, how did they fix your fingers when they were bleeding after playing guitar? What did they get in there with the big sutures and?
Oh no, I just powered through, man. I'm not soft.
You're metal as hell, man.
Yes.
Of course, you've got high pain tolerance. You're no P word.
Can we just revisit that real quick, Jackson? How did your fingers start bleeding playing guitar?
I don't use a pick, and I was jamming with a band, and I was just kind of flicking the strings so hard that my fingertips started bleeding a little bit.
Flicking them hard.
Why don't you use a pick?
Because I don't like to use a pick.
But it's electric guitar, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's weird.
Well, I play bass too, and I use a pick with the bass, but I don't use a pick with the guitar.
Okay, but that's the opposite.
I
Because
know.
bass players don't use a pick like that. That is
I mean, you know me. I'm the most opposite of everybody ever. So.
Yes, you are.
This is
You
what I
don't
do,
use a
man.
pick on a regular guitar, but you do with a bass.
Yes.
Very strange.
Yes.
You are very strange. All right.
I have a
Let's,
picture to prove it, by the way, and I'll provide that.
listen, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen your blood already. All right, let's go. Let's launch some take grenades, shall we? Let's go.
Incoming!
And these take grenades, your take grenades, brought to you by Milligan & Higgins, OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. You have been going to the Odyssey app all day, and you've been pressing that microphone and leaving us your hot takes, and they have launched us into a frenzy here. Let's launch our first take grenade, shall we?
I have blisters on my fingers.
Is that the whole thing?
That's it.
That all came from that story about how Theo Epstein's been hanging out with the Jam, and he like played guitar all night till his fingers bled. I'm like, well, you're doing it wrong. Fingers are not supposed to bleed when you play guitar, unless you're Jackson and you're strumming. That's the best part of it, is that Jackson's fingers bled not on his picking hand, but the strumming hand.
I always get jealous of like rich people that get to buy these amazing guitars, but they're like not really guitar players. They're just rich people that like want to have
Hang 'em on the
guitars.
wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All
Oh
right.
my God.
Can we have a conversation, Stiz, Jackson, Ken? Is there anything worse than someone who's like a billionaire who grabs a guitar and gets up on stage and goes, "I love blues"? It happens. It happened. Wick Grousbeck did that after like one of these games. Like it was during the playoffs, and he was in this bar, and it's like he put like shades on as if he's like one of the Blues Brothers. Like, I love blues, and you just sit there and you just go, dude, nobody wants. And the newscaster's like, wow, he's actually pretty good, and he's just doing like blues scales. And Mr. Wonderful apparently goes down to the Cisco Brewery in Nantucket, and he goes on stage there, and he's like, I love blues. Blues. And then there's James Dolan, the owner of the Knicks. He's got that band, I Love Blues.
The only one I'm gonna give an exception to is our guy EBJ, Ernie Bach, who I have played with guitar. Yes, yeah. He can actually play. He is nasty, and he gifted me my custom Martin. So
he's down with Joe Perry.
Ernie.
Anyone who's down with Joe Perry is okay by me.
He has musicians just stay at his house randomly.
If you have the seal of approval from one of the greatest guitarists around, that's perfectly fine. I'm talking about Mr. James Dolan, who wears the bluesman bowler hat and gets mad at people when they boo him and tries to get them kicked out of festivals, even though he doesn't own the festival.
Did you guys catch Kyle Schwarber shredding on the bass over the weekend?
No, I did not.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber's a bass player apparently.
Okay, well that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is pretty.
What about Kevin Bacon? He and his brother played a band. They had
good band.
Are they good?
Like you want to talk about like actors who are in? There's several actors who have legitimately good bands. I would say that Kevin Bacon's band is very good. Billy Bob Thornton, the Boxmasters, are actually a very good It's almost like a 1960s thing that they've got, like a it's not like Americana deal, but like almost like country western.
But some of these have to be sad too. Like Keanu was in a band that
Dogstar, not bad. They're not a bad
Really?
band. Yep, not a bad band.
Johnny
Sometimes.
Depp, he's in a band.
Oh, that's like the Hollywood Vampires. Yeah. Whatever. That's fine. That's Hired Guns. That's Joe Perry's in that too, and Alice Cooper. So you know they're pretty good. You know what? The best one is the Corey Feldman Band.
Really?
Yes, the Corey Feldman Band.
Dude, it's just so sad. And it's sad.
I saw Corey Feldman at it was like called the Whiskey Barrel. It's a bar that's no longer around. I wonder why. Probably because they're booking the Corey Feldman Band. And I went there, and it was like 30 people showed up, and they're all yelling Goonies. And he like brought these girls dressed as angels, and it was at first it was
Angels, that's what they call them.
Corey's Angels, and they were so bad. But at one point, he got on stage. He goes, "I'm going to dedicate this song to my brother Corey, who passed away years ago. This song's for you." And he did "Cry Little Sister" from the Lost Boys soundtrack. And I gotta admit, it was an emotional moment.
Oh, really?
Me. It was great. I mean, he couldn't sing.
Great movie. He kind of looks like Jackson without the beard.
No, he does not look like Jackson without the beard.
All right.
He tries to dress like Michael Jackson, which is weird.
Yeah, he does, which is weird. He did like break dances like him. He was obsessed with Michael Jackson.
Michael Imperioli had a band?
I didn't know that. From The Sopranos?
Yeah.
I had no idea. All right, let's go to the next take or Nate, shall we?
My eyes almost rolled out of my head listening to Sam Kennedy this morning. Oh, Greg says at the very end of the interview, "Oh, look at that, guys. They're going to go get a bat. They're going to win baseball games." And he goes, whoa, we're going to try. We don't give out time frames on injuries. I'm pretty sure your manager and your GM both did on Roman Anthony. They're an abomination. They're not going to do a damn thing at the trade deadline to better this baseball team. And you guys are going to be clueless about it again. Ken, get a grip on reality, brother.
I believe this team is going to make a trade. Big Bat Watch is on. Giannis Watch, A.J. Brown Watch, and Big Bat Watch.
One of those things is happening. Apparently, Adam Schefter thinks you're an idiot if you don't think otherwise. The tone of his voice yesterday we played that, it was like,
once again,
you're an a-hole. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm Adam Schefter. Eat me. All right, let's go to the next one, shall we?
Oh, jeez, that got
Well, that was a very interesting movie review from Jackson and Bird. I am a little bit disappointed that when Jackson said, his favorite part was him and Bird making witty comments to each other during the film. Please, give example. I want to know what is considered as witty commentary between Jackson and Bird. I'd love to hear it.
Obviously, the lasers and the cans going off and whatever.
All right, let me just hear the name of the movie one more time. Just go back to the very beginning, if you don't mind. Let me just hear the first 15 seconds where he just tries to get the name of the movie out. Can I hear that?
Mandalorian and Guru. I'm definitely saying his last name. This is his name wrong. Guru? Is it Guru? Garagu? Guru? I don't know.
Keep trying.
No, I'm Mandalorian and Gorug, like a yogurt. He sounds like a yogurt. Okay.
But the great thing about Bird is that he is as sincere as it gets. You're looking at him, he's really trying to say it right.
And the best and he was jumping up and down and dancing as he was talking. He got all energetic and weird. It was kind of cool. It was
you hang out with Bird, you're having yourself a good time.
There's no relevance in that. Star Wars is my Vrabel.
There's no relevance.
But he liked the film 4 Johnsons out of 5.
Yep, he gave it 4 Johnsons, 4 Everett porch parties out of 5. All right, let's go to the next taker, Nate, shall we?
Rich, I'm 100% with you on the disrespect by eating pizza in the press conference. The Tampa Bay Rays have not won a playoff game since they ate popcorn in the dugout when they were spanking the Red Sox in 21.
Yeah, I saw that last night. It was